Chapter 1. I absolutely will not bear his offspring. In an ancient forest, perpetually shrouded in shadows and carpeted in moss. Is anyone there? In the distance, a barefoot girl in a white dress, her small hands cupped around her lips, strained to call out. The hem of her once spotless gown was now marred by dirt. Her lively eyes shimmered with moisture, resembling a lost fawn, bewildered and frightened. From the shadows, pairs of crimson eyes greedily fixated on her pure white figure, wary of something unseen, daring not to approach, but silently trailing behind her. The weary branches around her seemed to weep in despair, questioning what on earth had transpired. All she had done was climb a mountain and seek refuge in a temple for the night. How had she awoken deep within this dense thicket? It was as if the heavens had turned a deaf ear, while a disembodied voice echoed relentlessly in her mind. The esteemed omnipotent system reminds you, host, that orcs are ahead. You may gain a way out by bearing their offspring. The proud and irksome system, Wansway, resumed its incessant chatter, inciting a fierce resentment in Mu Zhizhi, who clenched her teeth, wishing she could extricate it from her head and deliver a sound thrashing. Bear offspring? She was just a naive, unblemished young woman, having never even experienced love, let alone childbirth. So preoccupied was she with the notion of reproduction that she unconsciously overlooked the word orc. Resigned, she trudged another 200 meters, only to find herself in a clearing, illuminated by sunlight, where a dark green lake sparkled brilliantly. Just as she exhaled in relief, intending to wash her feet by the water's edge, an unexpected event unfolded. The owner of the crimson eyes, who had been stalking her, could no longer resist temptation. His greedy gaze locked onto her retreating form, and with a roar, he lunged at her. Mu Zhizhi instinctively turned around to find a three-meter beast barreling towards her, its gaping maw exuding a foul stench that she could smell even from a distance. In an instant, her body was flooded with fear, her pupils dilated, and she could only watch in horror as that enormous mouth closed in on her. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The anticipated pain never arrived. The beast abruptly halted its assault, a flicker of disgust passing through its blood-red eyes, before it turned and departed without a backward glance. Mu Zhizhi stood frozen, bewildered. What had just happened? Chirp. Looking down, she discovered two small, hedgehog-like creatures frolicking at her feet. What are these? She squatted down in astonishment, observing the two little beings intently. Chirp, chirp. Seeing her gaze, the tiny spiky balls jumped about even more energetically, though the sharp quills on their backs made her instinctively step back. They are creatures that feed on fallen leaves. Their spines are highly toxic, and any animal that comes into contact with them will perish from poison. The system in her mind provided the explanation. Mu Zhizhi shuddered, quickly retracting her curious hand. Her heart racing, she patted her chest, relieved she hadn't touched them. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The two little spiky balls seemed eager to approach her, bouncing up and down in an attempt to make contact. Terrified, Mu Zhizhi hastily retreated, while the two creatures continued their playful jumps. Do not worry, they will soften their spines in the presence of someone they like. Wansway chimed in again. The two little spiky creatures managed to touch her calves, and indeed, their quills were soft. With that realization, Mu Zhizhi felt reassured, cradling one in each hand. Thank you for saving me. Her expression grew solemn. Had it not been for these creatures, she surely would have met her demise at the jaws of that beast. Wait a moment. Furrowing her brow, she pondered. Why have I never encountered such creatures before? The ferocious beast was also unfamiliar to her. Could it be a species undiscovered by the world? Wansway questioned. Have you not realized yet that you have traversed worlds? Mu Zhizhi gasped. What nonsense was this? She was taken aback, processing the revelation of having crossed into another realm, something she had never imagined experiencing in this lifetime. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The two little creatures bounced in her palms, then leaped down, seemingly guiding her forward. Without the luxury of contemplation, she followed the two spiky balls deeper into the woods. Are you taking me somewhere? The little creatures chirped twice and continued their rapid hops ahead. Mu Zhizhi had no choice but to keep pace. Treading on the damp ground and pushing through dense underbrush, she soon stumbled into an open area where the ground was teeming with countless identical little spiky creatures. Oh dear! It seemed she had wandered into their nest. The two leading spiky balls merged into the throng, engaging in what appeared to be a lively discussion, their chirps echoing around her. Mujiji felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her, and her peripheral vision caught sight of a man surrounded by the little creatures. He was an extraordinarily handsome man, his features chiseled like a sculptor's masterpiece. His jawline was sharply defined, his lips slightly pursed, and his nose was high and straight, culminating in a pair of eyes reminiscent of ink-wash paintings. Beneath his thick eyelashes, shadows deepened his gaze, which seemed to harbor delicate blue patterns within, drawing one in with a single glance. His silver hair cascaded down, and he wore only a skirt of animal hide, revealing a chiseled six-pack abdomen. Muzitzi's face flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze. But truly, he was stunning. And moreover, he was a human. At last, she had encountered another person. The excitement nearly brought her to tears. Pardon my interruption. The voice of Wan Sui echoed in her mind once more. You, my dear, have traversed into a realm called the Orc continent. You are the only human here. Mujiji blinked in confusion. What do you mean? It means that man is not human, he is a wolf transformed. Wan Sui exclaimed. Mujiji was utterly bewildered. A wolf? A werewolf? A gentle nudge at her heel prompted the spiky creatures to push her forward, forcing her towards the man. Joshua had already noticed her, his gaze lowered, lost in thought. Now standing unceremoniously before him, the thought of him being a wolf instilled a hint of trepidation within Mujiji. She managed to force a smile, waving awkwardly high. Joshua lifted his gaze, silently observing her. Suddenly, she was jostled from behind, causing her to stumble into Joshua's embrace. Imzosore. Her small hands pressed against his solid abdomen, and her face turned beet red as she struggled to regain her balance. Be careful. Joshua finally spoke, his deep voice remarkably soothing. He held her back, not allowing her to rise. Mujiji felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, thinking him a lecherous man trying to take advantage of her. Let go of me. Joshua ignored her feeble attempts to escape, his focus fixed on the spiky creatures behind her, their spines raised menacingly. Wan Sui egger on. Get together. Quickly bear him offspring. Mujiji. Bear offspring? You gotta be kidding. Chapter 2. The Partner. You're not my system, please save me. Muzitzi's face flushed crimson as she struggled vigorously, yet the man's grip felt like iron against her back. Wan Sui replied, he's actually trying to save you. What nonsense are you spouting? This is no way to save someone. I'm not in danger. She continued to wriggle. In her arms, the little female felt soft as a cloud, warm to the touch, and her constant rubbing ignited Joshua's irritation. Stay still. His voice was husky, commanding her to cease her movements. I want. Muzitzi's face burned with indignation as she persisted in her struggles until she felt something warm against her abdomen. Scoundrel! Embarrassed and furious, she ceased her movements entirely. Joshua's face flushed slightly, and he shifted back, only to find his back pressed against the spiky creatures. Reluctantly, he returned to his original position, feeling a surge of frustration. These little spiky creatures had a peculiar penchant for matchmaking once they set their sights on a pair. They insisted that the two orcs must be together immediately, preferably to conceive offspring without delay. He cast a sidelong glance at the blushing girl in his arms, unable to shake his discomfort as he averted his gaze. So beautiful, surely, she must have a partner. Lowering his eyes to conceal his thoughts, he was unaware that Mujiji was preoccupied with devising a plan to extricate herself from this dangerous situation. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The spiky creatures, sensing the lack of movement between the two, grew anxious, emitting sharp cries as their spines inched closer to the pair. Joshua's expression hardened. Even Mujiji, oblivious to most things, sensed that something was amiss. What had caused the previously docile spiky creatures to suddenly swarm around them? Their dark little eyes held an unsettling glimmer. However, given her short stature and the protective stance of Joshua behind her, she couldn't see the frantic little spiky creatures that had gathered behind her. Tentatively, she asked, "What's wrong?" Joshua looked down at her, his expression serious, and suddenly inquired, "Do you have a partner?" "A partner?" Mu Zhizhi was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. At only 18, she had never even been in a relationship, let alone had a partner. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shua's gaze deepened, reflecting her fair and delicate face. I am Zhou Shua. He introduced himself. Ah? Why was he introducing himself all of a sudden? Mu Zhizhi was still in a daze when Zhou Shua leaned down, gently grasping her chin with one hand. In the next moment, she felt the warm, soft sensation of his lips against hers. Mu Zixi's pupils widened, her vision narrowing to the sight of Zhou Shua kissing her. Chirp, chirp. The little spiky creatures emitted delightful chirping sounds, and the sharp spikes behind the two retreated as well. At the moment their lips met, Zhou Shua's heart raced violently, as if all his senses were concentrated in that very spot. His breath quickened involuntarily. In that instant, he even contemplated names for their future children. Smack! Mu Zixi's hand trembled as she raised her arm, delivering a sharp slap across his face. At the same time, Zhou Shua released her. You! Tears welled in Mu Zixi's eyes, her mouth covered in a mix of shame and anger. She had been forcefully kissed. The little spiky creatures, which had momentarily dispersed, turned their gaze back at that very moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Shua pulled her back into his embrace once more. Don't move. However, it was already too late. The little spiky creatures expressed their fury, brandishing their sharp spikes and charging towards the two. Zhou Shua furrowed his brow and then transformed into a colossal silver wolf, placing Mu Zhizhi upon his back and leaping powerfully into the air. Mu Zhizhi, taken aback and bewildered, could only clutch the fur on Zhou Shua's body to prevent herself from falling. What on earth was happening? Congratulations, host, on unlocking a new race, Celestial Wolf. Talent, Star Transformation. Skill, Celestial Shift. Overall strength, unknown. Please continue to strive, host, and aim to complete the Beastman Compendium as soon as possible. The serious voice of Wan Sui echoed in her mind. Yet, Mu Zhizhi could hardly pay attention to this despite Zhou Shua having leaped into the air. The enraged little spiky creatures were still relentless, stacking up and seemingly gaining on them. The system spoke again. Friendly reminder. Host can purchase a calm heart pill from the shop to restore the spiky creatures to normal. Given that the host has not completed the task, the balance is insufficient. The great Wan Sui can temporarily grant the host one pill. As the words fell, a porcelain-white pill materialized in Mu Zixi's palm. Without a second thought, she clenched it tightly, crushed it, and tossed it below. A gentle fragrance spread, and the anger in the little spiky creature's eyes dissipated, returning them to their adorably clumsy selves. Chirp, chirp. The little spiky creatures bobbed their heads joyfully and bounced away. Zhou Shua exhaled in relief, landing back on the ground and reverting to his human form. Mu Zhizhi quickly distanced herself from him, her eyes filled with wariness. Fear and anger intertwined within her, her lips pressed tightly together. I will take responsibility for you. Zhou Shua's voice rang out. Mu Zixi's voice was sharp, resembling a small creature bearing its fangs. Who asked you to take responsibility? Zhou Shua's gaze darkened, yet he remained composed. I apologize for the earlier incident. It was a moment of impulse. However, without the protection of a formidable beastman, it would be difficult for you to navigate through this treacherous forest alone. Is this a threat? Mu Zhizhi widened her eyes in disbelief, her heart seething. Truly blind to think such a handsome man would be kind, only to find he was this opportunistic scoundrel. I will treat you well. Oh, please. Mu Zhizhi, furious, glared at him and retorted defiantly. Then you can leave. I don't believe I can't find my way out. So what if he kissed her? She didn't care at all. A sense of helplessness flickered in Zhou Shua's heart. He spoke again. Which tribe do you belong to? I can come to propose. Though this practice was rare in this continent, he was willing to do so for her. He found himself somewhat fond of this little female before him. Zhou Shua, a naive youth, felt his face flush with embarrassment and could not resist transforming into his wolf form once more, howling towards the sky. To Mu Zixi's eyes, this only appeared as if he was enraged and ready to devour her. Big brother, everything is negotiable. She decisively chose to save her life. Zhou Shua. Chapter 3. You owe me interest. Before the imposing figure of the colossal white wolf, Mu Zhizhi could not help but swallow hard, fearing that a single bout of madness could result in her neck being severed. At this moment, it was astonishingly docile. What harm could a kiss do? With such striking handsomeness, she felt she had nothing to lose. It was certainly not out of fear. "What is your name, Mu Zhizhi?" she replied hurriedly. Zhou Shua savored the name, his deep voice akin to a whisper, laced with an inexplicable tenderness. Mu Zhizhi's ears flushed as she turned her face away, casting her gaze towards the serene lake nearby, where she soon spotted a massive shadow stealthily approaching from beneath the water. Startled, she gasped and stumbled forward in a frantic escape, while the shadow, now exposed, lunged toward her with no hesitation. The enormous figure that emerged was a python as thick as a barrel. As it prepared to devour its tempting morsel, a flicker of human-like delight flashed in its slitted pupils. However, before it could revel in its imminent victory, a flash of white, a wolf as swift as lightning, suddenly lunged and sank its teeth into the python's vital spot. In an instant, cold blood sprayed forth as the python writhed in agony, yet it could not escape the grip of the white wolf's fangs. Its thrashing gradually weakened until it lay lifeless on the ground, its lengthy body crashing down as Zhou Shua dragged it from the water. Mu Zhizhi, nearly paralyzed with fear, was left uncertain whether to dread the python or the formidable Zhou Shua capable of severing its neck. Clearly, he posed the greater threat. The 3-meter-tall white wolf did not rush to revert to human form. Instead, it found a suitable spot on the python's carcass and deftly sliced open the creature. Extracting a gallbladder the size of a fist, with the gallbladder in its mouth, the white wolf strode gracefully toward Mu Zhizhi, its sleek, glossy fur shimmering under the moonlight, and its azure eyes adorned with intricate patterns, truly a stunning specimen of a white wolf. The luxurious fur was undeniably enticing to Mu Zhizhi, a self-proclaimed fur enthusiast, momentarily causing her to forget her surroundings as she gazed at Zhou Shua in a daze. It wasn't until the pungent gallbladder appeared before her that she snapped back to reality. "What does this mean? Are you expecting me to eat this?" The wolf nudged the gallbladder forward, urging her to take it. This gallbladder was a nourishing treasure, ideal for a petite female such as herself. As a responsible companion, he felt it was his duty to ensure her health. Though Mu Zhizhi did not verbally agree, Zhou Shua had already deemed her his little partner. Perceiving his intent, Mu Zhizhi shook her head vigorously. There was no way she could swallow the gallbladder. Zhou Shua, bewildered by her resistance, found it strange that this little female did not share the same voracious appetite as those in his tribe who would eagerly claim all the good things for themselves. His head tilted slightly, revealing a surprisingly endearing innocence. Mu Zhizhi's heart fluttered, yearning to reach out and pet him. Yet rationality prevailed, and fear kept her from extending her hand toward the temptation. "I can't eat this. You should keep it for yourself." The sound of her voice. Zhou Shua transformed back into his human form, firmly placing the sticky gallbladder into her hands, as if reprimanding a fussy child. His tone was gentle yet brooked no argument. "Eating this will be good for your health. It will help you grow taller." Mu Zhizhi was taken aback. How could he criticize her height? She was already 1.68 meters tall. It was merely her youthful appearance that seemed a little doll-like. However, standing beside Zhou Shua, who towered over her at over 1.9 meters, she found herself at a loss for words. Just as she considered returning the gallbladder, a voice in her mind interrupted. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a giant python gallbladder. Choose to exchange it for star coins or one lottery chance. Please make your selection." Friendly reminder, the Qingxin Din you possess is valued at 500 star coins. Please make timely payment. Mu Zhizhi. "Are you forcing me to exchange for star coins?" She could only reply, "Exchange for star coins." Ding! Exchange successful. The giant python gallbladder is valued at 19 star coins. The system will deduct the fee automatically. Remaining debt, 491 star coins. What? How can the math be so off? Mu Zhizhi fumed. It should have been 481. Oh, and another friendly reminder. If the host fails to repay the star coins promptly, the system will accrue interest at a rate of 10 star coins per day. Mu Zhizhi. What kind of unscrupulous business is this? By the way, what are you? Yet this time, the system remained silent. Zhizhi, seeing her oscillate between shock and indignation, Zhou Shua furrowed his brow and called her name gently. Mu Zhizhi snapped back to reality. "Huh? Her dazed expression elicited a chuckle from Zhou Shuo, who could not resist pinching her soft cheek. Eat up. Afterward, I will take you back to the tribe. Resignation washed over her. This slimy substance was simply unbearable to swallow. She quickly sought an excuse, mumbling, "It's too late now. I don't want to eat. Let's wait a bit." The longer she could delay, the better. She hastily changed the subject. "Can you tell me about this place? I don't even know how I ended up here, nor do I know where this is. Can you explain it to me?" "Not know how you ended up here." Joshua paused, then noticed the unease in her expression. His heart softened, and his gaze grew gentler. Lost in thought, a flicker of compassion passed through his eyes as he enveloped her hand in his voice deep and melodious. "This is the Beastman continent." Through Zhou Shua's explanation, Mu Zhizhi finally grasped the nature of the world she had traversed into. In summary, the animals here could take on human forms, just as the legends had described, and she was the only human in this realm. Mu Zhizhi felt crushed and hopeless, wanting to question the silent system in her mind, but it remained unresponsive as if it had perished. "Come back with me. I will treat you well." Zhou Shua's gaze was earnest as he knelt before Mu Zhizhi. His pale blue eyes reflecting her image. Mu Zhizhi managed a strained smile, withdrawing her hand from his firm grip. "We've only just met. Who knows what the future holds? Perhaps you might encounter your true love among your own kind. Why don't we start as friends?" Mu Zhizhi cautiously observed his reaction. Although her words seemed trivial, she had no choice but to placate him for the time being. In this perilous place, devoid of any means to protect herself, she had to rely on him to escape. Perhaps, in the future, she could even help him find a mate of his kind. With this thought in mind, Mu Zhizhi felt a sense of shameless relief. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhou Shua's eyes as his long lashes drooped, concealing his emotions, his entire being radiating a vulnerable, heart-wrenching aura. Chapter 4. "Let us duel. This is too much," Mu Zhizhi lamented. "Isn't it a bit premature? We've only just met." The elder had already explained that Zhou Shua's earlier kiss was merely a reaction to the small, furry creatures. But to ask for her to offer herself? That was a bit much. Mu Zhizhi scratched her head, her expression troubled. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, Zhou Shua interrupted. "Regardless, you are my female. If a stronger male attempts to take you from me in the future..." He paused, his tone turning serious. "I will strive to enhance my strength, leaving them no opportunity." This was getting rather convoluted. Mu Zhizhi frowned, feeling a bit exasperated. After all, they had just met. Although he was undeniably handsome, the thought of interspecies coupling was overwhelming. Realizing Zhou Shua was not receptive to any other perspective, she could only sigh quietly, deciding to hold her tongue for now. "Let's take it one step at a time. Let us get out of here first." Seeing her finally concede, Zhou Shua relaxed slightly, though an undercurrent of melancholy lingered in his heart. The members of the wolf tribe only recognized one partner throughout their lives. Once he had chosen her, that decision was irrevocable. Anything could be fabricated, but one's heart remained true. Despite the many beautiful females in the tribe vying for his attention, he had never felt a spark. Only this unexpected little female had stirred long-buried feelings within him. Perhaps this was fate. "Let us go." Setting aside his thoughts, Zhou Shua transformed back into a white wolf and lowered his body, inviting her to climb onto his back. From now on, he would ensure she saw his worth. Mu Zhizhi hesitated but eventually mounted him. The sensation beneath her was delightful. His smooth, soft fur was just as she had imagined. Overwhelmed with delight, she couldn't help but pet him a few more times. Thinking, having such a furry companion daily doesn't sound too bad. Stop. What am I even thinking? The massive white wolf, bearing the small female in a white dress, walked gracefully under the moonlight, casting a harmonious scene amidst the swaying shadows of trees. Along the way, the few fearless beasts that dared to approach were swiftly dispatched by Zhou Shua, who collected their valuable parts to present to the female on his back. By the time they exited the strange forest, Mu Zhizhi found herself with only 198 star coins remaining to repay, but she had also gained 2 lottery chances. As they stepped out of the forest, the dawn light began to break. Mu Zhizhi, having gone a night without sleep, bore dark circles under her eyes, while Zhou Shua appeared untouched by the tumultuous night, radiant and invigorated, a sight that filled her with envy. "Up ahead lies my tribe. Just a little further. We'll be there soon." Noticing her fatigue, The compassionate voice of Zhou Shua emerged from the wolf's mouth. The crooked wooden branch, which had been sitting askew, quickly straightened up, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush and a hint of bashfulness. "I'm fine," she replied. The notion that wolves could indeed speak was still difficult for her to accept. The tribe Zhou Shua referred to was not a singular ethnic group. It was home to various orc races, displaying a remarkable degree of inclusivity. As long as one possessed the ability to fend for themselves, any orc could carve out a place within its community. However, as time passed, the orc population here had largely stabilized, with many forming connections amongst themselves. Individuals like Zhou Shua, who lived in solitude, had become exceedingly rare. This time, his return with a small female orc had caused quite a stir throughout the tribe. Nestled against the mountains, the tribe boasted picturesque scenery, yet most orcs led rugged lives, residing in humble stone dwellings, while some even carved out caves within the mountains themselves. "Zhou Shua? Is that really Zhou Shua?" A voice of incredulity echoed as whispers spread. "He went out and came back with a little female. That's impressive. But that female is quite the beauty. I'm curious where he found her. He sure got lucky." "Just wait and see if he can keep her," others chimed in. Zhou Shua remained unfazed as he passed through the tribe, though the wooden branch on his back still struggled to acclimate to the unabashed scrutiny. Quietly using the rag that wrapped around her belongings to shield her face, "Zhou Shua!" An arrogant voice called out from ahead, causing Zhou Shua to halt, his gaze locking onto the man blocking his path. "Is this your female?" The man's brazen stare fell upon the wooden branch, making her feel uncomfortable as she instinctively tightened her grip on her white fur. Zhou Shua's eyes turned frosty, his voice cold as ice. "What business is it of yours? Get lost. Ke done. The little female Zhou Shua just found is quite a catch. You should wait until he has passed this period, shouldn't you?" A nearby orc matron cautioned. Yet she found nothing amiss in Kadun's obstructive behavior. Unperturbed, the man named Kadun smirked, exuding an air of inevitability. His coarse golden hair was pulled back at the nape of his neck, and his dark skin added a touch of wildness to his demeanor. "Let us duel. Whoever wins gets this little female." With confidence, Kadun declared, transforming into a fierce white tiger-like creature before their eyes. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in the wooden branch's mind. "Orc continent, primitive race, tiger clan, talent, none, skill, tiger pounce, overall strength, average." The last remark carried a hint of disdain. However, the wooden branch found herself at a loss for words. What did it mean that whoever won would claim her? Zhou Shua's expression turned even more frigid, his wolfish visage betraying no emotion, yet his eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent. Such disputes, instigated by females, were not uncommon across various tribes. With female orcs being a rarity, only the strongest males could win their favor. As a result, gaining the right to become a female's partner through such means had long been a frequent occurrence. Welcomed by the females themselves, for it was only the mightiest males who provided the best sanctuary, as the tension in the air thickened. Surrounding orcs began to show interest, gathering in anticipation of the spectacle. Yet, a few female orcs cast envious glances at the wooden branch. Zhou Shua and Kadun were among the tribe's elite, and witnessing them vie for the same female made it difficult for these native females to maintain their composure. Zhou Shua had always refrained from engaging in such pointless skirmishes, but this time, he was resolute, and no one could steal away his little female. Turning, he gently picked up the wooden branch and placed her beside the matron who had spoken earlier. "Aunt Gao Fawn, please keep an eye on her for me." Aunt Gao Fawn, a respected elder of the tribe, was someone Zhou Shua could trust with the care of the little female. The surrounding male orcs cheered, rallying behind Zhou Shua and Kadun as they made their way toward the central arena of the tribe. Conflicts were abundant within the tribe, yet all fights had to occur in the designated arena to maintain order. The wooden branch, still somewhat dazed, wondered if she had just been tossed around in a wolf's mouth. Aunt Gao Fawn's kind gaze fell upon her, her rough fingers brushing against the white dress she wore. Exclaiming with delight, "This isn't made of animal skin, is it? It feels so pleasant to the touch." Chapter 5. As long as the money is right, even glass can be shattered. Surrounding female orcs were drawn in, eagerly reaching out to touch the delicate white dress, their voices rising in excited chatter. "The texture is truly wonderful, so soft. It feels even better than python skin, and her skin is so fair." The wooden branch felt goosebumps rise on her skin as some were more forceful, pinching her arm until it turned red. "Get away! All of you!" Aunt Galfin quickly waved them off, protectively shielding the wooden branch as if guarding a chick. "What if you break her? Can you afford to compensate for that?" Reluctantly, the female orcs withdrew, but their longing gazes remained fixed upon the wooden branch. Though they didn't venture out to hunt, their garments were crafted from fine animal hides, yet they paled in comparison to the exquisite white dress the wooden branch wore. They had never seen such thin, pristine fabric before. How beautiful! This little female must be descended from heavenly beasts. Otherwise, how could her skin be so fair and delicate? Unlike us, with our coarse, yellow skin, stained with the blood of wild beasts. Upon this realization, the female orcs felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Meanwhile, the wooden branch, oblivious to their thoughts, took a deep breath, nearly overwhelmed by the various animal scents encircling her. Why doesn't Zhou Shua smell like that? Instead, he carries a faint scent of fresh grass and lake water. This must be a gift from Zhou Shua, right? TSK, being his partner must be quite comfortable. A mocking tone came from the left, belonging to the female orc Asha. With her arms crossed, her alluring figure was captivating. Clad in tight leopard-patterned hides that accentuated her body, revealing long, toned legs of a sun-kissed hue. Her ample bosom was enticingly visible, leaving the wooden branch momentarily dazed. However, Asha's expression harbored a hint of malice, and upon closer inspection, one could detect a trace of hostility. The wooden branch stared at her, confusion evident in her glistening eyes, unable to comprehend the source of this animosity. Her innocent demeanor stirred the protective instincts of the surrounding female orcs, who felt an overwhelming urge to cradle and spoil her. A female orc, resembling a rabbit, quietly informed the wooden branch, "This is Asha." She wanted to be Zhou Shua's partner, but was rejected. Understanding dawned upon the wooden branch. Asha was indeed jealous. Yet Zhou Shua's rejection had nothing to do with her. Without a hint of guilt, she distanced herself, feeling no psychological burden. Still, she kindly clarified, "I bought this dress myself." She added in response to Aunt Galfon's earlier comment, "It's not made from animal skin. It's pure cotton fabric, made from cotton." "Cotton?" Aunt Galfin murmured. "What is that?" "It's a type of crop," the wooden branch explained, momentarily at a loss for how to describe something from another world. System. As long as the money is right, everything is possible. The wooden branch was intrigued by this statement. What did it mean? Could it conjure cotton? After a brief silence, the system responded with a tone of disdain. "Wait until you pay off the star coins for the clear heart pill." "All right then," the wooden branch shrugged and replied to the orcs, "It's a crop used for making clothes. If the opportunity arises, I'll let you see it." Upon hearing this, the female orcs regarded her with newfound respect. Was she speaking of something from beyond? A city? Wow, this little female must truly be of noble birth. Initially, they believed her unworthy of their tribe's warrior, but now it seemed Zhou Shua was the one who didn't measure up. Zhou Shua? I must have overreached. Seeing the spotlight shift away from her to the wooden branch, Asha's frustration mounted, and she glared at her. "Aren't you worried Zhou Shua will get hurt? You don't love him at all, do you? You just want to be with the strongest?" The wooden branch was taken aback. What was she even talking about? "Miss, you seem to be reading too much into this." Before she could finish her thought, Zhou Shua's uniquely deep and magnetic voice resonated in the air, instantly drawing the attention of several nearby female orcs toward him. "How did you finish so quickly?" Aunt Galfin asked, astonished. It was known that Kadun was among the strongest in their tribe, and while Zhou Shua was formidable, this outcome seemed rather extraordinary, especially since he bore no signs of having fought. Among the male orcs who returned with him, not a single one of them could be seen, and a chatty orc remarked, "Zhou Shua broke Kadun's leg. Deliver it to Uncle Hode for treatment." Glancing at the tender white branches, he immediately withdrew his gaze, as he had no desire to become like Kada. Zhou Shua paid no heed to his words. Instead, taking a couple of steps forward, gazing gently at Mu Zhizhi, his eyes filled with an emotion that others had never witnessed. "Zhizhi, let us return home." A tremor coursed through Mu Zhizhi's heart. The term home felt rather weighty. Yet, before so many people, she would not dare to contradict him. After the two departed, the crowd erupted into a flurry of chatter, discussing anything and everything, primarily revolving around them. "Aunt Galfin, what did you manage to find out? Where did that little female come from?" She is truly beautiful. Indeed, it was the first time Joshua had exhibited such a lack of composure. Keita had merely uttered a few disparaging remarks about that little female, and Joshua nearly broke his legs. Recalling this, the beastman felt a wave of apprehension. Aunt Gaufin gave him a nudge, casting a sidelong glance. It's good that you are afraid. Behave yourselves. Keep those wicked thoughts to yourselves and ponder your own weight. Can you withstand Joshua's blows? Upon hearing this, several shifty-eyed beastmen abandoned their schemes, thinking of Mujiji's lovely face and Joshua's formidable fists. In comparison, their lives took precedence, and they dared not entertain any further ideas. They could only sigh, wishing that the little female would soon tire of Joshua, thus granting them a chance. Asha watched their departing figures, her eyes reddening with anger. She truly could not fathom how Joshua could be fond of such a skinny little creature. Infuriating. And what was that interrupted conversation about? It was simply maddening. Chapter 6. The malicious lottery system. Joshua had always preferred tranquility. Hence, his home was situated halfway up the mountain, a fair distance from the other beastmen's dwellings, yet it was tidy and neat. Upon arriving at Joshua's abode, Mujiji felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had anticipated a chaotic mess akin to the stone houses and caves she had seen, but to her surprise, it was impeccably clean. Joshua's residence was also a cave, yet it was surrounded by a fence he had erected, complete with a simple little door. Although it could not deter beastmen, it was indeed full of charm. Additionally, unknown little flowers bloomed along the pebble path leading to the cave, bringing a smile to Mujiji's heart. Venturing further inside the cave, the interior was simply furnished, with dried meat hanging from above, a small cabinet, and a bed made of animal skins. To her astonishment, Mujiji even discovered a tiny stove tucked away in a corner. She had assumed that beastmen consumed raw meat. Observing the little female surveying her surroundings, Joshua felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing she might find something displeasing. Rubbing her flat little belly, Mujiji looked up at him with eager eyes. I'm hungry. Since last night, she had consumed nothing but water and was yearning for a meal. Joshua immediately perked up. You sit tight. I will prepare something for you. Mujiji nodded, then handed him the spoil she had been clutching closely. You can keep these? Joshua recognized her reluctance and didn't press the matter, merely resolving to find opportunities to incorporate more nourishment into her diet. She was far too slender and needed proper care. He remembered that the vendor down the mountain had some honey jerky favored by females. He then instructed her, rest well at home and do not wander off. I will be back shortly with some supplies. Remember, do not go outside. Mujiji knew well that the beastmen down the mountain were not as amiable as Joshua, so she nodded, understanding. Seeing her so obedient, Joshua felt a slight sense of relief, but still handed her a bone knife. Lingering before he reluctantly departed, the cave fell silent, and Mujiji contemplated inwardly. Vansway? What is it? Came a languid voice in response. Do I still have 2 chances to draw? Yes. Then let us do it. What are the prizes? The prizes are varied and numerous, but I cannot list them all. A friendly reminder. Due to the host's insufficient star coins, the system's level is exceedingly low, thus the prizes are mostly low-tier agricultural products. The host is advised to upgrade their level promptly. The implication was clear. You poor thing, hurry up and make some money. What are the quickest ways to earn star coins? Mujiji inquired eagerly. The fastest way to acquire star coins. Obtain beastman offspring. Mujiji immediately rejected the idea. I will not engage in human trafficking. Vansway was left speechless. Who told you to abduct? Just give birth. With Tianlong's excellent genes, the offspring will be worth more. You should seize the opportunity. To Mujiji. I would rather draw again. Vansway, clearly exasperated by her timidity, had no choice but to conduct the lottery. 1 lottery chance used. 1 a bag of radish seeds. In the next moment, a small bag of seeds materialized in Mujiji's hands. In a way. Just this? Radishes? I have never eaten such a thing. Draw again. 1 lottery chance used. 1 a comb. Mujiji? Observing the exquisite wooden comb in her hand, Mujiji felt speechless. Do I need a comb? What use is it? Vansway timely reminded her. The host can use it to groom the beastman's fur. Once the count reaches 1,000 uses, the level will be upgraded, resulting in shinier fur. What a beneficial function. Oh, the wretched lottery system. What on earth are you? Why do you exist in my mind? Can I return? Mujiji pressed on with her questions. Vansway remained silent for a while before replying. The secrets of heaven cannot be disclosed. In short, the host's immediate task is to upgrade the system swiftly. The more experience is gained, the more rewards obtained. Who knows if there is a way to return? Another piece of useless information. Is anyone at home? A voice called from outside. Mugigi snapped back to reality, responding as she hurried outside, where she saw Aunt Galfin peering in through the fence. Mugigi quickly approached her, greeting politely. Aunt Galfin, beaming, extended a basket through the fence. This little rascal Joshua has been living alone for a long time. I figured he wouldn't have prepared anything for you. Here are a pair of beast skin boots and a few dresses. Don't be shy. Not at all. I am truly grateful. Mugigi was pleasantly surprised by Aunt Galfin's thoughtfulness in noticing her lack of shoes. A wave of gratitude filled her heart, and her smile grew genuine. Having nothing much to offer in return, Mugigi took out the radish seeds from the lottery and shyly said, "This is a bag of radish seeds I brought from elsewhere. I am not sure if you would like it." Her voice grew softer as she spoke. She was the type to repay kindness, but being new in town, she had little to offer in return. So this was all she had. Aunt Galfin accepted the seeds with surprise and smiled. "How did you know I eat vegetables? Thank you so much. I will plant them well." Vegetarian, Mugigi chuckled. "I'm glad you like it." Unable to resist, she reached out to ruffle Aunt Galfin's hair. "Where is Joshua?" Aunt Galfin inquired. "Oh, he went down the mountain to buy some things." "All right then, I won't disturb you. Remember to invite Joshua to my house to play when you have the chance." Aunt Galfin waved goodbye with a smile and turned to head down the mountain. Mugigi watched her leave, realizing that there were indeed many kind-hearted beastmen. Just as she was pondering this, Joshua's figure appeared in the distance, a large bundle strapped to his back. Mugigi hurriedly opened the door to welcome him back. Upon entering, Joshua detected a foreign scent. "Has another beastman been here?" "It was Aunt Galfin," she said, lifting the basket to show him. "She brought these." Joshua nodded, placing the bundle he carried inside the cave. It contained various food items and clothing, making Mugigi suspect he had emptied the vendor's shop. "Here, eat this." He unwrapped some meat wrapped in lotus leaves. Mugigi thanked him and took a piece. It resembled the pork jerky from her past life. Yet this was more substantial, a large chunk of pure meat, with a hint of honey's sweetness. Delicious. Her affirmative response brought a smile to Joshua's face, softening his gaze, adding a touch of gentleness to his handsome features. A beautiful man paired with jerky. Was this not paradise? Next, Joshua carefully retrieved a pair of beast skin boots, gently cradling Mugi's delicate feet in his hands, brushing away the dirt from her soles. Cough, cough, cough. Mugigi nearly choked. Hastily pulling her foot back, her face flushed. "I can wear them myself." Joshua remained unfazed, his grip firm yet gentle. "Just eat. Leave this little matter to me." Chapter 7. Furry sitting on the bed, munching on jerky, with a handsome beastman clad in a beast-skin skirt adorning her feet. What a divine existence this was. Mugigi felt her cheeks heat up. Once he finished putting on her shoes, she eagerly jumped off the bed, pretending to bounce. "They fit perfectly, thank you. How much are they?" "I will repay you in the future." Joshua frowned slightly. "I have told you, we are partners. What is mine is yours. Do not mention repayment again." Mugigi stuck out her tongue, inwardly pondering. "What's yours is yours, but it's still my business." However, she currently had no other place to go. And since the other beastmen considered her Joshua's partner, she would settle down here for the time being. As for the future, that could be addressed later. The pressing issue was to earn star coins as swiftly as possible. With no other means of repayment, after finishing the jerky, Mugigi took out the comb, swallowing hard before softly saying, "Can I help you groom your fur?" Joshua was momentarily taken aback. A look of astonishment gracing his features. Mugigi, fearing she had offended him, hastily concealed her comb, exclaiming, "I was merely speaking casually. If you are unwilling, then so be it." Upon noticing her misunderstanding, Joshua, disregarding everything else, transformed into his beastly form, declaring, "I am willing." He then mumbled vaguely, "I simply did not anticipate that grooming would be such an intimate act to strengthen bonds among their kind. I never imagined that the young female would be willing to groom me." "What?" Mugigi failed to catch his words clearly and pressed for clarification. However, Joshua, reluctant to elaborate, shyly shook his wolf head and obediently lowered himself beside her. Yet, Mugigi, confronted with the massive wolf that nearly filled half the cave. Felt somewhat at a loss. The fur was undeniably delightful to touch, but if she were to groom him from head to tail, her hands would surely tire. Sensing her hesitation, Joshua looked up at her with a puzzled expression. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, his wolf form began to shrink until it was roughly the same size as Mu Zhi's height. Mu Zhi was left speechless, astonished that he could transform. Awu? Are you not satisfied? Zhou Shua's wolf eyes displayed confusion, and just as he contemplated shrinking further, Mu Zhi suddenly threw her arms around his waist, burying her face in his fur and rubbing against him, taking a deep breath. So fluffy. Zhou Shua's body stiffened, his face, hidden beneath the fur, flushed pink, and his paws instinctively kneaded a few times, resembling a large plush toy. After inhaling the scent of the wolf, Mu Zhi blissfully groomed him. While Zhou Shua longed to collapse like a carpet, his wolf eyes half closed, emitting a purr akin to a contented cat. After a while, Mu Zhi began to feel weary. The warmth and comfort of the fur beneath her made her drowsy. Compounded by a sleepless night, she soon leaned against Zhou Shua and drifted into a sweet slumber. Zhou Shua, naturally aware that the young female had fallen asleep, could not resist curling his body around her, enveloping her completely within his form. Gazing at her peaceful face, his heart swelled with tenderness. Mu Zhi awoke from her dreams, which had involved encountering a large plush toy that had entirely engulfed her within its warm embrace. Akin to a small furnace that nearly cooked her alive, upon opening her eyes, she found herself completely encircled by the white wolf, its powerful presence surrounding her. In a wonder, she felt so warm. As she moved slightly, attempting to escape his embrace, her motion startled him awake. In an instant, Zhou Shua transformed back into his human form, his silver hair tousled as if he had just risen from slumber. You reawake? He remarked. Mu Zhi scratched her head, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed for having disturbed him. Zhou Shua nodded, casually sweeping his hair back, though a stray lock fell over his eye. Are you hungry? He inquired. Mu Zhi rubbed her stomach, realizing that the jerky she had eaten in the morning had long been digested, and she nodded honestly. At that moment, she truly set aside her pride. There was no need to worry about debts, as she had already owed him so much. Glancing outside, she noted the sun dipping towards the west, pondering that she would check the mountains below tomorrow for tasks she could undertake. As a modern person, she surely wouldn't starve. Let us consider it as if I've adopted a large pet. With that thought, living and eating together seemed quite acceptable, especially since the system still had the clear heart pill available. She mentally applauded her audacity. Observing the cured meats hanging from the cave ceiling, Zhou Shua decided to prepare a fresh meal for the young female. I'll go hunt outside and return shortly. All right. After Zhou Shua left, Mu Zhi summoned Wan Sui once more. Wan Sui, clearly annoyed at being interrupted, snapped. What? Mu Zhi, undeterred by its tone, inquired, besides having offspring, are there other ways to earn star coins? There are various methods. You already know about hunting. The higher the level of the prey you catch, the more star coins you can earn. You can also grow vegetables. 1 radish equals 1 star coin, among many other options I will inform you when you trigger them. Now, I need to rest, so you can amuse yourself. Does the system need to rest too? Mu Zhi retorted. Well, you need to charge your phone, don't you? Go away. Once again dismissed, Mu Zhi fell silent, thinking of the young female at home. Zhou Shua quickly hunted down his prey, gathering the edible and useful parts, and soon returned to the cave as night fell. Most of the beastmen in the tribe were fearful of fire, consuming their food raw, but as a high-ranking beastman, Zhou Shua was never afraid of flames. Upon seeing the flickering light within the cave, he felt no surprise, having anticipated that Mu Zhi, being non-barbaric, would naturally use fire. The flint had been found by Mu Zhi within the cave, and there was grass in the corner, allowing her to quickly craft a rudimentary torch. You're back. The dim light illuminated Mu Zhi's small face. Upon seeing the large pig Zhou Shua had dragged back, she grinned. You hunted, so I'll handle the cooking. Just as her fingers brushed the meat, the system chimed in her mind. A sperm whale pig. 1 beast hide, worth 35 star coins. Detected a low-level beast core from the sperm whale pig, worth 300 star coins. A beast core, 300. Mu Zhi suddenly became agitated, as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Her eyes sparkled, and she eagerly asked Zhou Shua, is there a beast core inside? Zhou Shua paused, his tone uncertain. beast cores are extremely rare among ordinary beasts. I cannot confirm whether it possesses one. However, he obediently opened the heart of the sperm whale pig and indeed discovered a small beast core within. Surprised, he asked, "How did you know it had one inside?" Mujiji stammered, I guessed. Noticing her evasive gaze, Zhou Shua chuckled softly, choosing not to press further. After cleaning it and handing it to Mujiji, she, with sparkling eyes, inquired, "What is this used for?" Zhou Shua, perplexed, realized she knew about beast cores but not their purpose. How mysterious this young female was becoming. Chapter 8. The store opens. Exchange for seasoning. The primary use of beast cores is to enhance the strength of beastmen, as they contain the elemental forces of nature, making them highly sought after among their kind. He glanced again at the beast core in Mujiji's hand, noting that the sperm whale pig must have encountered some fortuitous event to produce a core. However, the elemental force within was quite weak. If you like, I can find you some better ones in the future. Elemental force? That sounds reminiscent of immortality cultivation, Mujiji mused. Disregarding that, she asked again, "Isn't this precious?" Raising her hand to return it, she said, "You can have this back." Although she yearned to earn star coins, she felt this valuable item was something she should not accept. Zhou Shua did not take it. "I told you, what is mine is yours. Whatever you desire, I will procure for you. Please refrain from saying you'll return it. We are family." Mujiji bit her lip, unable to meet his gaze. It was impossible not to feel moved. She had not been treated so sincerely in a long time. Yet, she feared she could never repay such kindness. Zhou Shua did not press her, his gaze softening as he smiled. "Do not feel pressured if, after spending some time together, you still cannot come to like me. I will let you go." Such words only deepened her sense of guilt. Mujiji's heart softened instantly, and she nodded earnestly. All right, giving him a chance was also giving herself one. Holding the beast core in her palm, Wansue's voice echoed automatically. "Would you like to exchange for star coins?" "Yes." Successfully exchanged for 300 star coins. Host balance, 132 star coins. Level 1 store now open. The host may choose to exchange for various items. Immediately, Mujiji felt a warm power from the beast core being absorbed into her body, and a faint outline of a shelf appeared in her mind. Most of the items on the shelf were seeds, but to her delight, she spotted various seasonings in the corner. "I must have a set of these." Upon seeing the price, 49 star coins, she clenched her teeth. "If I have to suffer, why should the child?" She promptly selected to exchange, planning to prepare a delicious and aromatic roast for the little wolf tonight. "Could you help me build a fire pit?" she asked. Zhou Shua complied without hesitation, setting up the fire pit near the cave entrance while he cleaned the sperm whale pig. Observing the various seasonings in her arms, Mujiji felt a pang of anxiety, wondering how to explain their origin to Zhou Shua. Hesitatingly, she brought them to the fire pit, where Zhou Shua asked, "What is this?" She explained, "These are used to enhance the flavors of food." Zhou Shua nodded, slicing the meat into chunks and placing them over the fire, asking, "When do I add them? Is that it?" Mujiji was taken aback, astonished that he didn't question where she had acquired them. Unable to contain her curiosity, she initiated, "Aren't you going to ask where I got them?" Her eyelashes fluttered innocently, making her appear naive and easily deceived. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Zhou Shua's eyes as he reached out to pinch her cheek. "Is it a storage space? Storage space? That actually exists?" This fortunate turn of events saved her the trouble of explaining. "Yes, that's it. You know about this, which is impressive." Mujiji flattered him. The meat soon sizzled and oozed with juices. Filling the cave with an enticing aroma, Mujiji swallowed hard, hurriedly retrieving the barbecue seasoning from the pile, evenly sprinkling it over the meat, resulting in a richer fragrance that wafted throughout the cave, compelling even Zhou Shua to fix his gaze upon it, for he had never encountered such a delightful scent before. "Try it." In the eyes of Mujiji, stars twinkled like gems, and nothing seemed insurmountable with a delightful barbecue at hand. Zhou Shua nodded, first offering her several skewers, then gazing at the tantalizing meat in his hands, unable to fathom how something usually so bland could possess such extraordinary allure. He gently blew on the morsel before placing it in his mouth, and an explosion of intense flavor erupted on his tongue, so delectable it nearly made him swallow his own tongue. He found it utterly baffling that the contents of Mujiji's small vial could impart such a unique experience to the meat? If it smelled this good on the meat, wouldn't it be even more delicious eaten directly? With that thought stirring in his mind, Zhou Shua's fingers stealthily crept towards the barbecue seasoning, pinching out a small handful. Oblivious to this subtle act, Mu Zhizhi was engrossed in devouring her meat. Zhou Shua maintained a facade of calm, though his heart raced with a guilty thrill. Taking advantage of Mu Zhizhi's momentary distraction, he promptly tossed the seasoning into his mouth. The flavor was overwhelmingly salty and pungent, with a sharp kick that almost made him retch. It was utterly unpalatable. Yet, his remarkable self-control allowed him to swallow it without betraying his discomfort. And he turned to head toward the stove. As Muji munched away like a little hamster, she inquired, "What are you off to do?" Zhou Shu replied, "Oh, just getting some water. Make sure to pour me a cup too." She called after him. The following morning, Mu Zhizhi exchanged for cotton seeds and sunflower seeds from the system, planting them with Zhou Shua in the small courtyard outside their cave. After completing this task, Mu Zhizhi suggested they take a stroll through the market. Although the orc tribe was somewhat primitive, there were still some orcs who sold goods at designated spots each day, with transactions primarily conducted through barter or the exchange of a unique local shell. Mu Zhizhi was eager to explore the market, hoping to discover a way to trigger the exchange of star coins, as relying solely on Zhou Shua's hunting prowess was not sustainable. Life was meant to be shared and labored for together. She changed out of her white dress into the fur skirt Zhou Shua had purchased for her the day before. Whether by design or mere coincidence, the skirt ended just below her calves. While it was sufficiently lightweight, she recalled that the female orcs she observed yesterday wore skirts that barely covered their thighs. Why had hers turned out differently? Was it a subtle hint at her stature? Zhou Shua would certainly never admit to having intentionally bought a longer skirt, as he wished to shield his delicate little female from the gaze of outsiders. "Let's go," he said. Having donned her attire and neatly arranged her hair, Mu Zhizhi beamed with delight. Zhou Shua's eyes flickered momentarily, captivated by her in the fur skirt. The once sweet and obedient little female now possessed an air of wild beauty, reminiscent of a small kitten born in the woods. The market was bustling with orcs, predominantly selling furs and meat, with few handmade goods available. However, a solitary stall selling woven baskets attracted a crowd of orcs, clearly demonstrating that craftsmanship was universally cherished. Regardless of the ERAS they wandered through the market, Mu Zhizhi observed an intriguing phenomenon. Every stall was manned by male orcs, yet it was the females who were generous with their spending. Often accompanied by a male orc who stood protectively by their side. Much like Zhou Shua, he had already deterred several male orcs attempting to approach them, leaving Mu Zhizhi feeling entirely at ease. Occasionally, small orc cubs would scamper past, colliding with people without causing any annoyance, only eliciting laughter as onlookers watched their playful antics. The atmosphere was decidedly harmonious. Chapter 9. Two men compete for one woman. Zhou Shua? A voice suddenly rang out from a distance, filled with surprise. Mu Zhizhi turned to see Asha approaching. Upon noticing Mu Zhizhi standing protectively in front of Zhou Shua, Asha's previously upturned lips fell, her running pace slowing and her gaze turned hostile. Zhou Shua maintained his composure, asking, "Is there something you need?" Asha bit her lip, her voice sullen as she replied, "My father wants you to come to our home. He has something to discuss with you." Perhaps fearing he would decline, she hastily added, "It concerns the strange happenings in the deep forest." At her words, a flicker of emotion passed through Zhou Shua's pale blue eyes. He swallowed, acknowledging, "I understand, I will come." With that, he took the curious Mu Zhizhi by the hand and began to walk away. Asha seethed with frustration, wondering why she was inferior to that little one. Suddenly, a lewd whistle reached her ears, accompanied by a heavy hand resting on her shoulder. "Why bother, Asha? There are plenty of males in the tribe besides Zhou Shua. If you're willing, a throng of orcs would gladly pursue you. Why not consider us?" The intruder was none other than Kadun. Asha shook him off, raising her chin defiantly. "No matter what, you have no place here. Leave me be." With that, she strutted away with an air of pride. Kadun's eyes darkened momentarily, his fingers twitching with an inscrutable smile. Curious, Mu Zhizhi asked Zhou Shua, "Are you going to her house? If you have matters to attend to, you can go ahead without worrying about me." Zhou Shua chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. "There's no rush. We can go after we finish exploring. Besides, how could I leave my little female alone in this market? She would be devoured by the orcs here." Mu Zhizhi nodded, relieved that she wouldn't be an inconvenience. The market was not particularly large, and the offerings were quite uniform. After scanning the stalls for some time, Mu Zhizhi could not find anything that piqued her interest. Just as boredom set in, a commotion erupted ahead. A crowd of orcs had gathered, each wearing an expression of gossip-fueled curiosity. "What is happening up there?" Mu Zhizhi called out, among the towering orc figures. She felt like a diminutive child, her view obscured by the hulking frames of several muscular men. She could only tiptoe and crane her neck to catch a glimpse. "Want to see?" Zhou Shua chuckled. "I'll hold you." With that, he effortlessly scooped her up, settling her on his arm. Mu Zhizhi gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Zhou Shua laughed lightly. Such a shy little female. His powerful arm held her with ease, and to him, she felt as light as a feather, akin to a small kitten. "Put me down," she whispered, her face still burning. "But you wanted to see, right? Hurry, or you might miss it," he teased. Though still unaccustomed to being held, with his solid and warm arm beneath her, Mu Zhizhi felt bashful. Yet Zhou Shua had already begun moving toward the source of the ruckus. She clung tightly to his neck, her face radiating warmth. Thanks to him, Mu Zhizhi quickly absorbed the unfolding scene before her. It appeared to be a spectacle of two men vying for a woman's attention. Her curiosity piqued. She sat up straighter, intently observing. One of the male orcs bellowed, "Lure! Don't go! Think of our child. Our child is still in your womb." What a dramatic turn of events. Mu Zhizhi leaned forward. Captivated, indeed, she noticed that the female's abdomen was slightly rounded, suggesting she was pregnant. That moment, however, she was being embraced by another male orc, disdainfully regarding the heartbroken man before her. Gently caressing her belly, she spoke with icy indifference. "Once the child is born, I will naturally hand it over to you for raising. A Shan can offer me a better life, and you have no right to hinder my departure." Mu Zhizhi was taken aback. Was this world truly so fantastical? Infidelity while pregnant, and it was all so nonchalant. It was a revelation that shattered her understanding of relationships. Her expression shifted rapidly, making Zhou Shua, who had been watching her intently, unable to suppress a chuckle. His little female was genuinely adorable. Yet, a twinge of unease crept into his heart. What if one day, another male orc tried to take her away? He needed to prove himself and provide her with a better life. Oblivious to Zhou Shua's inner turmoil, Mu Zhizhi watched as the female proudly departed with a Shan, leaving her former partner weeping on the ground. The sight was undeniably pitiable. Observing the orcs around her, it seemed they were unfazed by such events and viewed a Shan and Lure's actions without scorn. As the excitement dwindled, the crowd dispersed. With only a few orcs remaining to comfort the heartbroken male, Mu Zhizhi finally gleaned some understanding of the emotional landscape in this world. It was both disheartening and harsh. As the commotion faded, the pair continued their stroll through the market. Their path eventually led them to the market's edge, and it dawned on Mu Zhizhi that she was still being carried by Zhou Shua. She hastily wriggled free and jumped down. At the market's end sat an elderly woman, surrounded by an assortment of small, colorful fruits of varying sizes. Passers-by glanced at her stall only to turn away in disdain. Showing no inclination to linger in this world, where carnivorous orcs dominated, food was primarily consumed for sustenance and energy replenishment, leaving little appreciation for these juicy little fruits, which were often dismissed. Hence, the old woman's stall attracted little attention. Mu Zhizhi, however, felt a spark of interest and curiosity toward the elderly woman. While other stalls were manned by males, hers was run by a female. Feeling a tug on her pinky, Zhou Shua glanced down to find Mu Zhizhi's cheeks slightly flushed. With her small tiger teeth nibbling her lip, her bright and round eyes glimmered with a hint of longing. "I want that one, is that all right?" The voice was soft and timid as she extended her finger to shyly point at the old woman's stall. In such an adorable manner, one could not help but feel inclined to pluck stars from the sky for her. With an appetite-evoking lick of her lips, Zhou Shua's gaze dimmed slightly as he forced himself to divert his attention from her face. His voice husky, "Take whatever you desire. No need to ask me," Mu Zhizhi beamed, her cheeks naturally puffing up, making onlookers wish to pinch them. With cheerful little steps, she hurried towards the stall and crouched down in front of the pile of fruits. "Granny, what kind of fruits are these?" The previously feigning sleep orc woman opened her eyes, her murky gaze revealing a hint of surprise, clearly not expecting anyone to show interest in her stall. Upon recognizing Mu Ziji's beautiful countenance, her expression transformed into one of astonishment, and upon seeing Zhou Shua behind her, she broke into a warm smile. These are wild fruits picked from the forest. I can't name them, but they have a sweet and sour flavor, quite delightful. If you're curious, feel free to take some to try, she said, handing Mu Ziji a leaf to collect the fruits, showing no intention of charging her. Mu Ziji felt too embarrassed to take the items for free and hurriedly shook her head in refusal. Zhou Shua, timely offering a small pouch of shells, handed it to her as if it were a lifeline, saying, "This is for you." The small pouch felt heavy in her hands. The orc woman chuckled and shook her head, saying, "No need for that. There are plenty of these in the forest. They aren't worth much. Please take it back to Mu Ziji." Not understanding the local prices, looked at Zhou Shua for help. He gently patted her head, alleviating her embarrassment. While these fruits are easy to find, they are not so simple to gather. Grandma, please accept it. How is Uncle's health? Upon hearing this, the orc woman recognized Zhou Shua's intention to support her, feeling grateful. She then thought of her elderly partner and no longer insisted on returning the shells. With drooping eyelids, she sighed, "Still the same. Have you consulted the shaman?" "I have." Listening to their conversation, Mu Ziji felt lost but had no intention of interrupting. She discreetly rummaged through the pile of fruits for her favorites. When she grasped a fruit resembling a passion fruit, the system in her mind chimed in. Detected initial generation of passion fruit, highly toxic and inedible. Would you like to choose evolution? Startled by the warning of toxicity, Mu Ziji nearly dropped the fruit at a tea that moment. Both the old woman and Zhou Shua noticed her, and Zhou Shua's expression hardened as he swiftly took the fruit from her grasp. The old woman's face also showed a hint of regret for having mixed that in. Mu Ziji, still processing the situation, saw Zhou Shua about to destroy the fruit and urgently called out, "I want that." She had yet to fully grasp the system's warning. Zhou Shua frowned. "That is inedible." In a tone meant to soothe the child, he added, "Be good and choose something else." Mu Ziji's cheeks flushed. "I know, I won't eat it. I have other uses for it." Zhou Shua still hesitated to give it to her, but eventually relented. "I'll hold on to it for you until we return." Seeing his unwavering stance, Mu Ziji felt disheartened but had no choice but to accept. Why did he treat her like a 3-year-old? Nevertheless, she felt a strange sweetness in her heart. Being cared for was quite nice. The orc woman observed their interaction with an understanding smile, realizing that this little female had truly captured Zhou Shua's heart. "Please take these back. I need to pack up," she said. On their way back, Mu Ziji could not suppress her curiosity and asked Zhou Shua, "Why is that old woman selling fruits? Does she have no children?" Zhou Shua, in a good-natured tone, replied, "Because of Uncle's illness. The old woman has never borne children. They have spent their lives supporting each other, and I deeply admire them." He cast a hopeful glance at Mu Ziji, wishing she would understand the implication of his words. However, Mu Ziji was still marveling at the old woman's actions and failed to grasp his hint. "I in this world." The old woman's behavior was truly astonishing. Especially after witnessing the earlier scene, Mu Ziji felt a surge of admiration for her. A lifelong partnership without offspring was quite touching. "What illness does Uncle have?" she inquired, looking up at him. "Is it difficult to treat?" She wondered if the system had a solution. If it did, perhaps she could thrive in this beastman continent. Seeing Mu Ziji's confusion, Zhou Shua felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly composed himself. When he spoke of Uncle's illness, his gaze darkened as he replied, "He has been infected by evil." "Evil?" Mu Ziji was taken aback. "What does that mean? Is it the evil I understand? How can evil infect a person? Does it corrupt them?" Zhou Shua continued to explain. "On the dark side of the Beastman continent live magical beasts, whose powers derive from evil. In contrast, we harness spirit energy, which is the essence of the 5 elements. Beastmen infected by evil do not turn into magical beasts, but are gradually consumed by it until death." Mu Ziji was left stunned, her mind racing with thoughts. She furrowed her brow and posed another question. "How did Uncle become infected? Isn't evil on the other side of the continent? They shouldn't have come into contact." Zhou Shua's eyes gleamed with appreciation for her insight as he reached out to ruffle her hair. Though evil resides on the other side, it has gradually seeped into the Beastman continent over the years. Magical beasts intend to conquer the entire continent, but fortunately, only a portion of them can withstand the spirit energy here. Complete domination by evil remains a challenge. He paused before continuing. The higher beastmen have also discovered ways to prevent the spread of evil as much as possible. Uncle was infected many years ago during an outbreak of evil in the Guai forest. Mugji's expression turned anxious. Is the Guai forest a place where evil seeps in? Isn't this tribe dangerous? Joshua pulled her aside to avoid a stone that seemed intent on tripping her. No, the Guai forest is just one of the locations where evil spreads. There are many such places across the Beastman continent, and thankfully, the spread of evil has been contained. So there shouldn't be any accidents. That's Mugji sighed in relief, realizing how perilous the Beastman continent could be. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she felt uneasy. Why didn't you suspect I was a magical beast? I appeared out of nowhere in the Guai forest, knowing nothing and unable to shapeshift. It seems very suspicious. Zhou Shua chuckled softly, pinching her cheek. I can sense the presence of evil. If you were a magical beast, how could I not know? Is that so? Mugji stuck out her tongue, feeling relieved yet startled. With her doubts dispelled, Mugji settled into silence, secretly calling out to the system. Wansui, Wansui. What is it? Came the system's languid voice. Do you know about the evil in this world? Of course, the great Wansui knows everything. What a boastful system, Mugji thought, rolling her eyes internally. Wansui, warning, I can hear your thoughts, Mugji retorted. Why are you eavesdropping on my thoughts? Is there no privacy left? Chapter 11. The advancing cotton since you know? Is there a remedy for those infected by evil? There is, Wansui replied. Mugji's heart leaped with joy, only to have her excitement quickly doused by Wansui's next words. Qingshindan can suppress the spread of evil. But for a complete cure, you need to obtain the demon fruit from the world of evil. Can the demon fruit not be exchanged? Mugji asked, tentatively. If Wansui had a face, it would be rolling its eyes. Do you really think I'm omnipotent? The demon fruit is something you must acquire yourself. Mugji felt deflated. How could she possibly venture into the world of evil? Then can you lend me a Qingshindan? She lacked the star coins now, but could repay later. System. Small business. No credit. Mugji? Refusing to back down, she exclaimed. How could you lend me before? The system replied with righteous indignation. Special circumstances warrant special treatment. That was because I felt sorry for you. If you want to exchange, hurry up and earn star coins, and stop whining, Mugji thought. If I could, I'd drag this stubborn system out and give it a good kick. As the two returned to their dwelling, Zhou Shua finally produced the long-coveted first generation of passion fruit, holding it in his hands. This passion fruit was unlike any that Mugji had known in her previous life. Its ends bore small, sharp spines that could easily pierce the skin if one were not cautious. The outer shell was hard and dark, and brute force alone would not suffice to open it. She mused internally about what lay within. But Zhou Shua warned her that inside was a crimson liquid that would cause itching and decay upon contact with skin. Fearing for her safety, he forbade her from opening it. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, and both turned to see a young male orc peering in through the fence. Wait here, I'll go take a look, Zhou Shua instructed. Mugji nodded obediently, and as he exited the cave, she continued to examine the first generation of passion fruit. Hooray! How does one evolve this? Although the fruit itself was exceedingly sour, the various beverages made from it were delightful, of course. It requires star coins. It seemed that everything necessitated expenditure. How many star coins? Regardless, she would have to exchange them. With a sigh, Mugji realized that her immediate priority was to earn star coins as swiftly as possible. Considering this is your first evolution, is it free? Her tone was laced with anticipation. What are you thinking? The system retorted, slightly exasperated. A discount might be in order, but what on earth occupies your mind daily? ABA. Mugji found it vexing that the system seemed to thrive on her distress. 83 coins, no less. Upon calculating, she realized that she had precisely 83 left. I suspect you are deceiving me, she remarked, no need for suspicion. It's simply the truth, the system replied. Ultimately, the passion fruit did evolve. Gazing at the small pile of seeds on the stone table, Mugji questioned her existence. Are you implying I must plant these myself? Indeed, without labor, how can one reap rewards? The system asserted with conviction. I don't believe you, she retorted, as a gesture of goodwill. Here's a bottle of growth agent. Just as she was fuming, the system's voice echoed in her mind again. and a tiny glass vial appeared in her palm. A growth agent? Just a drop will hasten the maturation of crops, I assure you. Upon hearing this, Mu Zhizhi was filled with excitement, hesitating only briefly before deciding to test it on the cotton seeds she had just planted. However, she realized that such a substance might be astonishingly extraordinary if brought outside, and it would be quite inappropriate if others were to witness it. Just as she was grappling with this dilemma, Zhou Shuo returned from outside. Can I go to the back mountain? What is the matter with you? Just as she contemplated trying the back mountain, Mu Zhizhi lifted her gaze to see Zhou Shuo's brow furrowed with concern. It is nothing. I just need to step out for a moment, he replied softly, his rich voice carrying a soothing quality. Mu Zhizhi nodded in response. You go ahead. I'll be fine here. Will you return for lunch? Her tone was as casual as that of a devoted wife. Zhou Shuo felt a warmth in his heart. The bad news that had initially dampened his spirits was somewhat alleviated. His azure eyes sparkled with starlight as he gazed tenderly at her. Realizing what she had said, Mu Zhizhi felt compelled to lower her head, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. Such gentleness is utterly unfair. As he looked at the charming little female, Zhou Shuo felt a surge of heat within. The passion that had been pacified by the clear heart pill roiling once more, yet reason prevailed, keeping him calm. I am going to see the clan leader. I don't know when I will return. So you need not wait for me, he stated. Mu Zhizhi obediently nodded. Seeing him off at the cave entrance, the two remained waiting outside the fence, and upon catching sight of the fair and lovely female, he couldn't help but cast an envious glance at Zhou Shuo. Why couldn't he find such a delightful little female? One so beautiful, obedient, and charming, surpassing even the first beauty of the Asha tribe. Feeling his gaze, Zhou Shuo shot a cold glance back, his once gentle eyes now radiating an intimidating aura. Atu's expression shifted, and he dared not look around carelessly, waiting patiently for Zhou Shuo to emerge. After waving goodbye to Zhou Shuo, Mu Zhizhi watched his tall figure gradually fade from view before hurriedly retrieving the growth agent and approaching the cotton she had planted earlier, carefully pouring it onto the soil. The green liquid soaked into a coin-sized patch of earth, yet nothing seemed to change. Mu Zhizhi slowly formed a question mark in her mind. Just as she was about to complain about the unreliability of the agent, a faint sound emanated from the soil. Before she could react, a small green sprout emerged, gradually rising upwards. 0.1 inch, 2 inches, 1 leaf, 2 leaves. Mu Zhizhi gaped in astonishment at this surreal scene, and when the cotton plant grew taller than herself, straining to continue its ascent, she could no longer remain composed. Hooray! What is happening? The cotton stalk thickened, and its roots spread out in all directions, forcing Mu Zhizhi to retreat as she had to look up to see the gigantic cotton tree. Her mind echoed a single thought. This is a disaster. At that moment, the system leisurely interjected. When I mentioned a drop, I was referring to the passion fruit tree. Go apply such a large dosage to a single cotton plant. It is unsurprising it grew this large. Mu Zhizhi was in a frenzy. She did not wish to destroy Zhou Shuo's home. Is there any way to make it stop growing? She urgently inquired. The system retorted, do you think making you 1 meter 50 would suffice? Of course not. You've never seen a living organism whose growth is reversible. Then it kindly added, but host need not worry. It won't grow too tall that is that what you call not too tall? Chapter 12. The Advancing Cotton. 2. Mu Zhizhi was on the brink of despair. Fortunately, the cotton plant ceased its growth at a height of 10 meters and a diameter of 2 meters. She finally exhaled, placing her small hand over her chest, trembling with residual anxiety. Just when she thought everything had come to an end, the cotton tree underwent another transformation, causing her heart to race once more. The vibrant green trunk gradually darkened, the pale pink flowers withering and scattering in the air. For a moment, a delicate fragrance wafted through the atmosphere, creating a somewhat ethereal scene. From growth to blooming, and finally to producing pure white cotton, all of this transpired in the span of merely 10 minutes. When she looked again, only basin-sized blooms remained atop the branches. How many quilts could this yield? Mu Zhizhi mused, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet clearly, this was not the time for such thoughts. The small yard lay in disarray, the soil upheaved by the cotton's roots, and the other freshly planted cotton and sunflower seeds had no chance of survival. Mu Zhizhi panicked. How could she explain this to Zhou Shuo? Would he accept that she had effectively dismantled his home? Worry gnawed at her, and she hadn't even eaten. anxiously sitting on a small wooden stool at the entrance. Awaiting Zhou Shua's return, she contemplated dozens of solutions, yet upon seeing him, she found herself at a loss for words. Zhou Shua's silver hair glistened with beads of sweat, his robust chest heaving slightly as if he had sprinted back. Exuding a potent aura of masculinity, Mu Zhizhi sprang to her feet, stammering, "Why, you're back?" Her brows furrowed as though she wished to crush a mosquito. Zhou Shua merely glanced at the state of the yard before shifting his gaze to her. Scrutinizing for any signs of injury, he understood that it was undoubtedly the little female's antics that had led to this peculiar situation. The damage to the yard was minor. His primary concern was her safety. "I am fine. It's just the yard," Mu Zhizhi murmured, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing she could curl up into a ball, her demeanor increasingly pitiable. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Her face betraying her guilt, a warm hand rested gently atop her head, ruffling her hair. "As long as you're unharmed. It's my fault for constructing the yard too small. I has a good opportunity to expand it. You must lend a hand, okay?" His tone remained as gentle as always, tinged with an indescribable fondness. Mu Zhizhi raised her head, her tear-filled eyes meeting his smiling gaze, and an overwhelming wave of emotion welled up within her. Woo-woo, what kind of divine man, or rather, beast, is this? How can he be so tender? Under Mu Zhizhi's puppy-like gaze, Zhou Shua felt as if his heart had been pierced by something, longing to cradle her in his arms and shower her with affection. Yet he understood that the little female was still not entirely ready to accept him. With a soft sigh, he couldn't resist pulling her hand gently. Mu Zhizhi instinctively attempted to pull away, but found herself unable to resist his firm grasp. She made a token effort to wriggle free, ultimately acquiescing. Her cheeks flushed as he led her into the yard. Noticing that the little female did not reject him, Zhou Shua's lips curled upwards, tightly gripping the delicate sensation of her hand. Arriving beneath the towering cotton tree, Zhou Shua's eyes widened in awe. "What is this?" Mu Zhizhi hastily replied, "Cotton," before adding, "It's what I used to make my white dress." "Now I understand," Zhou Shua mused. Intrigued, he pondered how much more there was about the little female that he still did not know. Yet he was unperturbed. He believed that one day, she would open her heart to him. "What should we do?" "Huh." Mu Zhizhi was momentarily taken aback, realizing Zhou Shua was referring to the cotton. She quickly responded, "We need to pluck the white, fluffy bits from the top." Chapter 13. Recruiting female workers. "I'll go pick them. You stay here." Instructing Mu Zhizhi to stand at a distance, Zhou Shua exerted force beneath his feet and swiftly climbed up the cotton tree. Arriving at a nearby cotton blossom, he raised his hand, and his originally strong arm transformed into a wolf's claw, with sharp nails extending forth. With a mere flick, the sturdy branch detached from the trunk, and the flower's base fell to the ground. Mu Zhizhi, filled with delight, rushed over to embrace it, brushing off the dirt that clung to it. Gazing at the snow-white, soft cotton, she couldn't resist giving it a gentle squeeze. The texture was unexpectedly delightful, even more refined than that which she had encountered in her previous life. Could this be the advantage of growth? Above, Zhou Shua diligently continued to harvest, careful not to crush any of the busy little workers below. His lips curling into a tender smile, Mu Zhizhi worked tirelessly, bustling about to carry the cotton blossoms back to their cave. Unfortunately, her short legs could not match Zhou Shua's speed. In no time, the ground was blanketed with fluffy, white cotton, looking warm and inviting. She resembled a little hamster hoarding food, making trip after trip until the stone bed in the cave was piled high with cotton. Glancing up, she noticed that there was still more than half of the cotton left on the tree. She hurriedly called Zhou Shua to halt and beckoned him down. Zhou Shua leaped down, chuckling at the sight of the petite female nearly buried in cotton, and approached her while casually removing the fluffy white fibers from her hair. Mu Zhizhi spat out the cotton she had accidentally ingested. Her brows furrowed in distress as she lamented, "This won't do. We have so much cotton and nowhere to put it all." After a moment's thought, she clapped her hands together, exclaiming, "I've got it. Let us hire some female workers. We can utilize this cotton to make bedding and clothing. It will surely sell well." Zhou Shua had no reservations about her proposal, yet he shook his head rationally, saying, "Most of the females in the tribe prefer to stay at home, content with their partners providing for their needs, so they likely won't venture out to work." However, Mu Zhizhi remained cheerful, her smile radiant as she reassured him. They will want to come. Zhou Shua was perplexed but nevertheless relayed her message. He simply couldn't fathom why those who were accustomed to a life of ease would be enticed by the promise of beautiful white skirts. He, of course, could not comprehend the timeless allure that women have for lovely garments. The following day, the morning air was crisp, imbued with the faint scent of dew-soaked flora. The soft morning light filtered through the mist, creating an ethereal veil between heaven and earth. Mujiji lay cozily atop a hastily made cotton mattress, still embracing the large wolf, when she was stirred awake by the chattering voices outside. Is this the place? Wow, what kind of tree is this? I've never seen one before. Look at what's growing on it. What kind of flower is that? So white. Are there really beautiful skirts here? Goodness, I can't stand this beast skin skirt any longer. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Mujiji yawned, her bright eyes momentarily clouded with drowsiness. Nestling her head into the soft fur of the wolf, she let out a faint, kitten-like murmur. Zhou Shua gently ruffled her hair, his voice soothing as he said, "Get some more sleep. I'll go take a look." Mujiji rubbed her eyes, forcing herself awake, her few errant strands of hair fluttering in the breeze. No, I must get up. Seeing her determination, Zhou Shua transformed into his human form and prepared a basin of water for her. Mujiji shyly accepted his assistance, tying her silky hair into a braid and washing her face before stepping outside. As she emerged, the chatter outside gradually quieted down, curiosity piquing as they gazed at the little female who promised them beautiful skirts. A considerable number of beast women had arrived, at least a dozen, some accompanied by their partners, and a few even brought their small, naked offspring along. The courtyard was still piled high with cotton, and fearing that letting them in directly might soil the cotton with stains, Mujiji chose to step outside to greet them. Facing the multitude of curious eyes, she felt a twinge of nervousness, but Zhou Shua stood behind her, offering unwavering support. The little boy, no taller than Mujiji's thigh, scampered beside her, looking up with a goofy grin. "Sister, you're so pretty. Can I be your partner?" His nose was adorned with 2 trails of snot. The previously shy crowd erupted with laughter at his boldness, teasingly commenting that only a little one would dare to compete with Zhou Shua for a mate. Mujiji found it amusing and did not mind. She pulled out a piece of cotton to wipe his nose, gently patting his head as she replied, "Just wait until you grow up." Zhou Shua playfully flicked the boy's forehead, prompting him to rush off to find his mother. The atmosphere was lively, and one of the female beast women tentatively spoke up. "Can you really give us that white skirt you're wearing?" Their eyes were glued to Mujiji's attire. Of course, Mujiji replied with a slight smile. For this occasion, she had intentionally donned the white skirt she wore upon her arrival. "Is it made from that stuff from the tree?" someone boldly inquired. "Smart," Mujiji smiled at her. "Indeed, it is made from that material. What is it? Is it the cotton you mentioned that day?" Aunt Gaofan had also arrived. Seeing her, Mujiji felt a sense of familiarity and patiently explained, "Yes, it is cotton." Tio preempt further questions about its origin, or how it had grown so large overnight. Mujiji recounted Zhou Shua's carefully crafted story prepared for her. "To be honest, this is the cotton I brought from the higher city. It just accidentally grew excessively." She scratched her head in mock frustration. The higher city represented a godlike status for their small tribe. And upon hearing this explanation, the beast women dismissed any lingering doubts. If it came from such a place, its size was only to be expected. The crowd voiced their eagerness, inquiring how they might exchange for the cotton. Their tone had noticeably shifted to one of excitement. Seeing her goal achieved, Mujiji beamed. "Labor, or various curious little trinkets. These can all be exchanged." She discovered that activating the system to exchange for star coins was quite spontaneous. Just last night, while tidying the yard, she unearthed a small crystal, which surprisingly earned her over 200 star coins. Chapter 14. Sending Zhou Shua to deliver heads? After all, with so much cotton, she couldn't possibly use it all herself. So why not do something meaningful with it? Labor? Curious little trinkets? The crowd was bewildered, questioning what she meant. "Labor, as the name suggests, is simply helping me with work." Mujiji pointed at the pile of cotton on the ground. "You've all seen it. This is just the raw material for making skirts. There are many processes involved in transforming it into the skirts I wear, so I need female workers to assist me." After a pause, she continued, "As for curious little trinkets, I trust one need not explain. The more peculiar, the better." I want them all. At that moment, a female beastwoman chimed in. I can offer my partner. Is he suitable? He can do anything. Her prideful tone elicited laughter from those around her, while the partner in question shyly scratched his head. Yet Mujiji shook her head, stating, I only need female beastwomen here. While the male beastwomen were indeed capable, most were muscular and lacked the delicacy needed for tasks like sewing. The image of a muscle-bound man struggling to thread a needle made Mujiji shudder involuntarily. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in surprise. Accustomed to a life of leisure, the female beastwomen were unaccustomed to working. Hesitation clouded their faces as they whispered among themselves. Mujiji chose not to pressure them, allowing them time to ponder. She recognized the significant impact her words had on the female beastwomen, and granting them a moment to think was not unwarranted. In this land of beastfolk, the rarity of female warriors had fostered a sense of complacency. Yet Mujiji, coming from a modern society, did not view this as commendable behavior. What would happen if one day, females were no longer scarce? Who would coddle them then? Nevertheless, she had no intention of altering societal norms. She lacked the ability to do so. Her goal in recruiting female workers was simply to make use of the abundant cotton and exchange it for more star coins. Watching the glowing little female beside him, Zhou Shuo felt a stirring in his heart. Supporting each other and progressing together was the most comfortable way for partners to relate. He found himself liking her even more. After about a quarter of an hour, the bustling crowd of beastfolk gradually quieted, and Aunt Galfin spoke first. I am willing. She is always engaged in handicrafts with her partner at home, and her presence here is not motivated by the allure of beautiful dresses, but rather a desire to find something to occupy her time. Having lived more than half her life, raising several litters of young and changing partners 3 times, she has never accomplished anything truly meaningful. In her twilight years, encountering new experiences feels akin to reclaiming her youth. With the first participant naturally comes a second, and soon after, 5 or 6 female orcs raised their hands to express their willingness. Those who were not inclined to partake retreated home in search of curious trinkets. However, there were other circumstances as well. A kind-hearted female rabbit, whom Mujiji had seen on a previous day, timidly raised her hand, only to be stopped by her robust partner. He whispered a threat. What do you intend to do? Are you implying that I cannot support you? Do you wish for me to be ridiculed by those males? You are not going, he added. If you desire that dress, I shall buy it for you once it is made. The female rabbit's eyes turned red, yet she yearned to join. Ultimately, she was forcibly pulled away by her partner. Mujiji, oblivious to the commotion, welcomed the remaining female orcs into the courtyard with a smile. The newcomers, filled with excitement and curiosity, tread carefully, fearful of stepping on the pristine cotton. Aunt Galfin could not resist picking a blossom. Gently prodding it, her face aglow with exhilaration, it was softer than any fluff. Observing their cautious demeanor, Mujiji kindly remarked, feel free to touch it. These will undergo further processing, so do not worry about soiling or damaging them. Upon hearing this, the orcs cast aside their reservations, and one could not resist transforming into her original form, diving headfirst into the cotton. The system chimed in, Redentia, Squirrel Clan, talent, none, skill, rapid bounce, comprehensive strength, 0. A squirrel, Mujiji noted, indeed resembling a small creature the size of her palm, with a long bushy tail trailing behind, a rather endearing sight. Not long after, Zhou Shuo returned to the chieftain, while the remaining females began processing the cotton. The previous day, Zhou Shuo had already excavated another hole beside the cave, allowing them to store the cotton. After he departed, the group began collaborating efficiently. The squirrel orc was tasked with climbing trees to gather the remaining cotton, while the others focused on placing the cotton into the hole and extracting it from the flower bases. They busied themselves for the entire morning, and through their interactions, Mujiji grew more familiar with them. Orcs, generally forthright and devoid of deceit, revealed an abundance of gossip over the course of the morning. Indeed, the essence of humanity. Have you heard? The malevolent presence in the deep forest seems to be spreading. Aunt Galfin remarked, deftly pulling apart the cotton. I believe, I have heard something similar. Y partner mentioned that the chieftain has dispatched swift-footed orcs to convey messages to the nearby White Tiger clan. Their young chieftain was chosen by the sage. It is said he possesses the ability to resist malevolence. Exactly. But we do not know when he will arrive. I have heard that the young chieftain is quite handsome and, as of now, remains without a partner. SK, SK. The squirrel female, Bai Hua, could not help but swoon. The nearby Jinji orc rolled her eyes. Don't get your hopes up. The White Tiger clan is the most likely to ascend to a higher city this year. Even if their young chieftain is single, many females will undoubtedly pursue him. Ahua pouted, contemplating. Is that so? She then turned her gaze toward Mujiji, rubbing her chin with concern. Zhou Shua is one of the orcs dispatched by the chieftain to investigate the deep forest. Right, Jiji, you? She hesitated. Zhou Shua is a well-known young talent within the tribe, powerful and undoubtedly at the forefront of this mission. What if something were to happen? Mujiji, caught in a web of thoughts, furrowed her brow and paused her work, sent to the deep forest. Why? Isnd the White Tiger chieftain supposed to come? Despite her words, no one truly understood the situation. The deep forest is vast. We must first locate the source. Otherwise, the White Tiger chieftain's visit would be futile. She cautiously observed Mujiji, whose frown deepened. Zhou Shua often hunts there and understands the deep forest better than other orcs. He is certainly leading the expedition. Hasn't Zhou Shua mentioned this to you? Chapter 15. Don't be such a gossip. He indeed did not mention it to her. As the sun climbed high, several female orcs bid farewell to Mujiji, taking some cotton with them, happily discussing their return later in the afternoon. After seeing them off, Mujiji found herself conversing with the system. Why was I in the deep forest before? Is there truly malevolence there? Why have I not been infected? She recalled her arrival at what seemed to be the center of the forest, where she wandered for quite some time before encountering Zhou Shua. The system replied haughtily, with me around, how could you be infected? You greatly underestimate my capabilities. The great and mighty can do anything. So you possess a method to prevent Zhou Shua from being infected? That is self-evident. The system suddenly reacted, its tone sharp. You tricked me. It then scoffed, give up. With your meager star coins, you can only protect him for half an hour. Don't get your hopes up. Mujiji retorted, I can earn more star coins. As long as you have a way, that's all that matters. She realized she could not prevent Zhou Shua from going, but she must do something for him. She could not merely stand by and watch him walk into danger. The system teased, I see you have developed feelings for that little celestial wolf. You were so resistant before, and now, just a few days later. Tiske, women. Mujiji felt as if her tail had been stepped on, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she indignantly replied, I do not. Yes, you do not, the system responded, dripping with sarcasm. Ignoring it, Mujiji hurried back to her dwelling, lighting a fire to prepare soup while waiting for Zhou Shua to return. Do I like him? At most, I might only have a slight fondness. Meanwhile, within the chieftain's modest stone house, the strongest warriors of the tribe filled the room. The aged chieftain leaned on a wooden cane, seated at the head. His hair was white, and a long beard rested upon his chest. Wisdom glimmered in his murky eyes. And his skin was as dry as tree bark, his back hunched. He appeared a mere breath away from the grave. Yet, none of the young males dared to underestimate him. The atmosphere in the stone house was tense. The silence palpable. Father, time is of the essence. You must issue the order to send the males forth, spoke the soon-to-be successor, the father of Asha. The old chieftain regarded him for a moment, then slowly replied. The journey to the deep forest is fraught with peril. I will have the shaman prepare the best medicine for you. Even if it may not be sufficient to repel malevolence, he could not utter the last part. Should malevolence spread, the entire tribe would suffer. For the hope of the tribe, he had no choice but to make this decision. A glimmer of sorrow flickered in the old chieftain's eyes. Most tribes shared the same lineage. But for their small and mixed tribe, no one would pay much heed. Even the divine would only send a recently graduated young chieftain of the White Tiger clan to assist them. Contemplating this, the old chieftain slowly turned his gaze to Zhou Shua, filled with admiration but ultimately reduced to a sigh. If he were to entrust the chieftaincy to him, the tribe would surely thrive under his leadership. However, Zhou Shua's ambitions lay elsewhere. Enforcing him would yield no results. He could only hope for Zhou Shua's safe return. Zhou Shua, he called out. Zhou Shua stepped forward, slightly bowing his head. I am here. The old chieftain's voice took on a commanding tone. This journey to the deep forest must see you return with everyone safe. Mujiji, waiting by the bone soup, eagerly anticipated Zhou Shua's return. Glancing frequently at the fence outside, yet he did not appear. Disappointment washed over her as she propped her chin on her hands, murmuring, "Why hasn't he returned yet?" Just as she pondered, footsteps approached, and she looked up in delight, only to find an unexpected visitor. "Hello, little female," the newcomer waved, a warm smile gracing his face. Mugigi was taken aback. This was the orc who had fought with Zhou Shua. Was it not? The individual was Kidu. He tossed his light golden hair and flashed an enchanting smile, gazing at Mugigi in the courtyard with a smoldering intensity. A bit oily, Mugigi remarked as she stepped 3 paces from the fence. Maintaining a polite yet distant demeanor, "May I ask what brings you here? Are you looking for Zhou Shua? He has gone to the chieftain's place. If you have an urgent matter, you can seek him there." Kidu said nothing, his gaze fixated on her, making Mugigi feel quite uncomfortable. "I am not here to find him. I am here to find you, Theo. Find her." Mugigi raised an eyebrow slightly. They seemed not to know each other. However, Kidu had no intention of pursuing this topic and instead focused on the bone soup simmering in the courtyard. "What is that aroma? It smells delightful." Mugigi, losing patience, replied, "It's the bones of a barbarous. You can cook? What a remarkable little female." Ke Dun praised, but soon couldn't help but frown, as if unsure how to articulate his thoughts, hesitatingly remarked, "Forgive my bluntness, but are you the one responsible for preparing food now that you and Joshua are partners? In the tribe, females should be pampered, yet Joshua allows you to toil. It is truly outrageous. He shows no concern for your well-being. If it were me, I would surely cherish you and treat you with utmost care." He then added jokingly, "I'm just teasing, but your culinary skills must be exceptional. It must taste delightful." This statement not only belittled Joshua while elevating himself, but also praised Mugigi's capabilities. If it were an ordinary housewife, she would likely be easily deceived by him. Iske, what a rare sight, a male sycophant. The system silently observed the drama unfold. Mugigi felt a chill run down her spine. While she could endure compliments, disparaging Joshua was unacceptable. She was the one who had been slacking. Without holding back, Mugigi retorted, "Sir, you seem to have misunderstood. Joshua is quite wonderful and knows how to care for others. Yet here you are, a towering male, gossiping behind someone's back. How unbecoming. Whether my skills are good or not is for Joshua to know, and it has nothing to do with you." Having been verbally bested by Mugigi, Kudun nearly faltered in maintaining his composure. His eyes turned menacing, the previously refined demeanor now undergoing a sinister edge, which startled Mugigi, causing her to instinctively retreat half a step. Beneath her composed facade, she felt utterly terrified. What should I do? What if I've gone too far? What if he decides to hit me? Oh dear, I'm so anxious. You will protect me? One to you. Wan Sui, munching on sunflower seeds, disdainfully interjected. Aren't you the one who was so bold? Now you're scared? Mugigi replied, Woo-woo, how can you, a system, even eat sunflower seeds? Wan Sui retorted, onomatopoeia is fine. Isn't it? Crunch, crunched. Mugigi conceded, you win. The little female was reprimanded. Some words are not meant to be spoken so casually. Kudun ominously threatened, my partner can say whatever she wishes. Even if she were to cause a ruckus, I would protect her. Chapter 16. No need to waste tranquility pills. The domineering declaration of protection resonated from behind, prompting Kudun to turn abruptly, only to see Zhou Shua striding towards him from afar. Zhou Shua's chiseled features bore a hint of coldness, the intricate patterns in his deep-set eyes swirling as if alive, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Kudun couldn't help but take a step back, feeling an instinctive urge to submit under the soul-deep oppression, clenching his fists as he warily watched Zhou Shua approach. Mugigi blushed at the words spoken, her lips curving upwards despite her efforts to suppress it, while she turned her face away to conceal her fluttering heart. Zhou Shua entered the courtyard first, unceremoniously grasping Mugigi's small hand and enveloping her in a protective embrace, his gaze icy as he directed it towards Kudun. Asserting his claim, Kudun gritted his teeth, but dared not speak further, merely casting a fierce glare at the pair before slinking away in defeat. Under the gentle sunlight, Mugigi's skin appeared as white as frost, tinged with a hint of pink, biting her lower lip. She emerged from Zhou Shua's embrace, her brows lowered as she avoided his gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. I made some meat soup. Shall we eat? Zhou Shua gazed at the top of her head, recalling the fierce way she defended herself. His heart swelled with sweetness, prompting him to gently pull her back into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head and murmuring in a low, enchanting tone, "I can hardly contain myself." Mu Zhizhi tilted her head, not quite comprehending until she seemed to realize something and looked down. She froze for a moment, and when she raised her eyes again, her face was as red as dawn, shock and confusion flooding her mind as she attempted to push him away but was firmly held in place. Zhou Shua sighed, "Don't move. Let me hold you for a moment." Mu Zhizhi remained stiff, too shy to move, her cheeks burning as she could distinctly feel the heat radiating from him. "Help! Mommy, there's a rogue here." Zhou Shua, contentedly sipping the meat soup prepared by Mu Zhizhi, let his tail sway uncontrollably, clearly in high spirits. Seeing the bashful little female who wished to hide away, Zhou Shua chewed on his meat with satisfaction, pleased with their progress. At least she no longer resisted his closeness. With this in mind, how far could they be from enjoying the fruits of their relationship? Mu Zhizhi felt utterly ashamed, realizing she had succumbed to the charms of a beautiful man. How infuriating. Unable to withstand Zhou Shua's fiery gaze, she cleared her throat in an attempt to change the subject. "Are you leading a team into the Guifei forest?" The meat in Zhou Shua's mouth suddenly lost its flavor. He set down his bowl, swallowed the morsel, and straightened up, looking somewhat anxious as he replied, "Yes, I will return soon. We leave the day after tomorrow. Don't worry. I will take you to Aunt Gaofan's house in the meantime. And I'll come to fetch you as soon as I return." It was too dangerous to keep the little female by his side, but leaving her alone was even more troubling. So sending her to Aunt Gaofan's was the most suitable option. Mu Zhizhi pursed her lips, not expecting Zhou Shua to have already made arrangements for her, but she knew he was aware her concerns lay elsewhere. With her long lashes casting shadows over her downcast gaze, her lips drooped, she looked like a petulant child. Zhou Shua couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. He approached her side, his voice warm and soothing, reminiscent of a gentle stream flowing through a quiet valley. "I understand what you're worried about. All right, I'll let you in on a little secret." Mu Zhizhi, sulking, refused to look at him, yet her little ears, hidden beneath her hair, perked up. Zhou Shua almost couldn't resist the urge to scoop her up and devour her whole. "Did you know I am the only celestial wolf on the Beastman continent? Such a reckless endeavor, and now you're the last of your kind? Then you're heading into the Guifei forest to ensure extinction. This is how dinosaurs became extinct." Zhou Shua felt both amused and exasperated, having never encountered such a fiercely outspoken little female. However, what on earth was a dinosaur? He patiently explained, "I come from a different world." Upon hearing this, Mu Zhizhi instantly looked up, disbelief etched on her face. "A different world? Is it like mine?" She cautiously inquired. "Is it odd or normal?" Zhou Shua raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "What do you mean?" Mu Zhizhi replied, "Is it not applicable? That's how they write in novels, or perhaps spring slumber unaware of dawn?" Under Mu Zhizhi's eager gaze, Zhou Shua felt she had misunderstood something. "I come from a higher continent." So they were essentially neighbors. Mu Zhizhi lost interest immediately. Zhou Shua was at a loss on how to handle this capricious little female. But he had learned one thing. Initially, he believed they hailed from the same place, but it was clear he was mistaken. He chose not to delve deeper into the topic, instead stating, "I inherently possess the ability to resist evil." Nay, no need to waste tranquility pills. Before Mu Zhizhi could respond, Wansui exclaimed. Mu Zhizhi was rendered speechless by Wansui's outburst. However, she was drawn in by Zhou Shua's words. "He could resist evil?" Zhou Shua nodded. Continuing, "In the continent where I lived, evil exists as well. Most beastmen can resist its encroachment, and I am one of them. At this juncture, he looked earnestly into Mu Zhizhi's eyes, so you need not worry about me." Mu Zhizhi hastily averted her gaze, defiantly stating, "Who's worried about you?" Zhou Shua chuckled softly, choosing not to expose this little female who spoke in contradiction. Since he could resist evil, Mu Zhizhi felt reassured. She then inquired about how he arrived here, wondering if he too possessed a system within him. However, according to Zhou Shua, he must have accidentally wandered into a time-space passage, which was why he found himself here. And likewise, he had no means of returning. "Do you have a system?" Warning. Host's intent to expose the existence of the system detected. Emergency evasive measures will be initiated. Mu Zhizhi, feeling as though her throat had been blocked, could only catch a glimpse of Zhou Shua's concerned face rushing towards her before everything went dark. When she awakened, an aged face, lined with wrinkles, loomed closer, a long beard almost brushing against her. Mu Zhizhi let out a startled scream, instinctively throwing a punch. Ouch! The old face vanished, and Mu Zhizhi swiftly sat up in bed, retreating to a corner in alarm, only to realize she was in an unfamiliar treehouse. Zhizhi! A familiar voice reached her ears as Zhou Shua approached, his face etched with concern, forcefully enveloping her in his arms, nearly crushing her with his strength. Zhou Shua, Chapter 17. You're not expecting to have a baby, are you? Mu Zhizhi hesitantly raised her hands but eventually returned the embrace, closing her eyes and nestling against his sturdy shoulder, feeling overwhelmed. Woo-woo. I can truly empathize with the pain of being electrocuted. Curse you, system. Why do you also bring harm? With a heart full of unrestrained emotions, Wan Sui, however, did not utter a single sound, as if he had vanished into thin air, leaving behind an eerie silence. Oh dear, please refrain from displaying affection in front of this old man. Save it for home. It is truly disconcerting, he remarked. A voice, laced with disdain and a hint of genuine pain, echoed back. Zhou Shua released the branch, tenderly caressing her cheek, before turning to the old shaman and offering a slight bow. I apologize. My wife can be a bit heavy-handed. I hope you can forgive her. The shaman? Mu Zhizhi clandestinely glanced at the old man with the white beard, only to find him catching her gaze. Startled, she instinctively hid behind Zhou Shua, peering out with her large, timid eyes to observe him. I must say, Zhou Shua's little female is rather adorably peculiar. What race is she? The shaman inquired. Zhizhi quickly apologized to the shaman, Zhou Shua urged, pulling the disobedient little one from behind him and gently tapping her on the head with his finger. Mu Zhizhi covered her head, sitting up straight. I'm sorry, Grandpa Shaman. The old shaman, like a mischievous child, chuckled. Oh, never mind. I suppose I can reluctantly forgive you. Mu Zhizhi stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Then, the old shaman cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. Is there anywhere on your body that feels unwell? You didn't faint suddenly, did you? His gaze drifted toward Mu Zhizhi's small belly. Could it be that you are with child? Mu Zhizhi's face flushed crimson, and Zhou Shua felt a wave of discomfort wash over him as he cleared his throat to explain. No, the old shaman persisted. How do you know? Have you two not yet mated? Such scandalous words. Mu Zhizhi wished for nothing more than to find a crevice to hide in, appalled by his impropriety. Zhou Shua's face also turned slightly pink, tacitly acknowledging the matter. Suddenly, the old shaman, with a mischievous glint in his eye, leaned toward Zhou Shua. You're telling me you can resist such a beautiful little female? Zhou Shua, you truly are a gentleman. Or perhaps you are not capable? Would you like me to provide you with some medicine? Mu Zhizhi felt overwhelmed, wishing she could escape to another planet. Shaman Kunlun, Zhou Shua interrupted him before he could continue his nonsensical chatter. So what exactly is wrong with Zhizhi? Why did she suddenly faint? The old shaman, unable to continue his gossip, shrugged. It could be that her constitution is too weak. Feed her more meat to strengthen her. If this happens again, come find me. Zhou Shua's expression grew slightly grave as he turned to glance at the petite female beside him, who was frail and barely consuming half of what she should. Indeed, she was far too weak. Though she understood her condition, Mu Zhizhi had no choice but to concede to this reality. Little did she anticipate that in the coming years, she would be met with Zhou Shua's relentless pampering. Thank you, shaman. We shall take our leave now. Zhou Shua bid farewell to the old shaman, bending down to help Mu Zhizhi with her shoes before picking her up and walking outside. One could easily mistake this for a situation where she had broken her leg. Given how he insisted on carrying her, Mu Zhizhi felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Would she become a lazy creature from now on? The day to depart for the perilous depths of the forest approached swiftly. While other females expressed immense concern for their departing mates, shedding tears and creating a heartfelt scene of farewell, Mu Zhizhi continued to eat and drink, displaying no signs of worry. Asher, who had come to see them off, looked at the cheeks of Mu Zhizhi, puffed with food, with teary eyes and an angry tone. Zhou Shua is leaving, and you're still eating. Don't you care about him at all? Mu Zhizhi replied. To be honest, I truly do not worry. Since she knew he could withstand adversity, why should she fret? The beasts within the forest were hardly a challenge for Zhou Shua. Unnecessary worry would only create pressure for both sides. It was better to be forthright, ensuring Zhou Shua would not feel burdened by her concerns. What a genius I am, Mu Zhizhi thought, nearly wanting to applaud herself for her logical reasoning. Asher was nearly infuriated by her nonchalant attitude and stepped in front of Zhou Shua. Raising her chin, "You must return safely, Zhou Shua." Zhou Shua's face remained placid as he merely nodded slightly in response, turning to walk towards Mu Zhizhi, his gaze softening and a smile gracing his lips. He gently ruffled her hair. "Stay well at Aunt Galphin's house, and make sure to finish the meat I've prepared for you before I return. Understood?" The thought of the large bucket of dried meat made her feel a bit overwhelmed. Asher watched Zhou Shua's affectionate demeanor, feeling her heart shatter. "Zhou Shua, it's time to go," someone called out from ahead. Zhou Shua, with reluctance, tousled Mu Zhizhi's hair once more, bending down to place a light kiss on her forehead, an act both tender and fleeting. "Be good and wait for me to come back." Mu Zhizhi was taken by surprise. By the time she raised her head, Zhou Shua had already turned to leave. She touched the spot where he had kissed her. Unable to contain a silly smile, Aunt Galphin, who had just been fed a mouthful of dog food, couldn't he help but exclaim, "Zhou Shua truly gives you all his tenderness." Mu Zhi, carefree as ever, replied, "It's simply because I'm beautiful," Aunt Galphin retorted. "I have never encountered such shamelessness before." After Zhou Shua and his company departed, Mu Zhizhi had nearly finished organizing her cotton, which now filled their cave in fluffy white heaps. Making her want to roll around in in the past few days, several female beastmen had joined them, some trading small items for cotton, while others brought unknown seeds or small stones collected from the mountains. Mu Zhizhi accepted everything and exchanged quite a bit for star coins through the system. Oh, right? Ever since Wan Sui accidentally knocked Mu Zhizhi out, he had expressed his heartfelt apologies and gifted her a book on making clothes from cotton. Along with a set of needles and thread, Mu Zhizhi generously forgave him. Without holding back, Mu Zhizhi taught the content from the book to several females, including Aunt Galphin. From the scattered cotton to spinning it into threads, and finally creating a complete piece of fabric. It took several days of effort and resulted in a rather rough product, far from delicate. However, the mere success of producing it was a tremendous surprise for Mu Zhi, being a handmade item. The fabric was nowhere near as refined as the one she wore, yet the females still cherished it immensely. "It is so soft. If we made clothes from this, we wouldn't have to worry about chafing anymore." "Indeed, indeed. Zhizhi is truly talented." Mu Zhizhi tucked her hair behind her ear, bashfully stating, "The success of this is all thanks to everyone's hard work. I'm still quite clueless." Looking at the yellowed fabric, she pouted, feeling a bit disheartened. "It simply cannot compare to my previous one. I fear I have disappointed everyone." Chapter 18. Dyeing the clothes. As long as she showed humility first, no one would dare to hold her previous words against her. Not at all. The fact that we were able to create something at all makes us very happy. Seeing Mu Zhizhi's dejected demeanor, with her head lowered and her moist little nose twitching, the maternal instincts of the others kicked in, surrounding her to offer comfort. Aunt Galphin said, "The clothes on Zhizhi must have come from a master's hands. For a group of us who have never done anything, being able to create this is already quite impressive. We should be thanking you." The other beastmen echoed in agreement. Mu Zhizhi lifted her head, her tears giving way to a smile, her round eyes sparkling like water under the sun. Utterly charming, evoking a desire in the other females to embrace her and offer comfort. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of envy toward Zhou Shua. What to do? Having achieved her goal, a sly glint flickered in her eyes. This way, when someone questioned why the clothes she made differed from those she wore, they would surely come to her defense. What a clever little trickster she was! In a world with insufficient resources and lacking skills, how could one possibly compare to the clothes made with modern, highly precise machinery? What more could she desire? However, the pure cotton fabric, having undergone multiple processes, had turned yellow and would inevitably look somewhat unattractive when fashioned into clothing. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Why not dye it? But how to extract pigments from plants posed yet another challenge. If she simply pounded the juice and soaked the fabric in it, it would easily fade. Yet, she was not omniscient. How could she possibly know such procedures? Just as she was at a loss, she heard someone outside calling her name. She instructed a few of the females experienced in cutting fabric to continue working while she stepped outside to see. Standing at the fence was a kindly old woman. Mujiji was somewhat surprised but greeted her with a smile. "Grandma, what brings you here? Please come in." This was the same Beastman grandmother who had sold her fruits. The Beastman grandmother, beaming, replied, "I won tea be coming in. I brought this for you." Saying that, she unfastened a bulging animal hide from her back. "What is this?" Mujiji asked, puzzled, as she opened it to reveal a collection of clean little fruits. The grandmother looked at Mujiji kindly. "Previously, Joshua provided me with shells, which solved my urgent needs. However, I know those wild fruits aren't worth much, and I had nothing else to repay you. So I could only gather some fruits." As she spoke, she shyly rubbed her hands together. "Grandma, you are too kind." Mujiji didn't know what to say. This was a kindness Joshua had established. Yet it returned to her. Though the fruits weren't much, they were still the grandmother's heartfelt gesture, and Mujiji had no choice but to accept them. She noticed the grandmother's nails were stained with a purplish hue. Curious, she inquired, "What happened to your nails? Come in and wash your hands, Grandma," she urged. The Beastman grandmother raised her hand nonchalantly, chuckling. "It's from a type of wild fruit in the forest." The troubled figure raised her hands in despair. "The colors are quite intense and resistant to washing. However, it matters not, for in a fortnight they shall fade." Upon hearing this, Mujiji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not the very dye she had been seeking? Eagerly, she inquired, "Granny, where can I find such wild fruits?" "I desire them." The orc matron paused momentarily, then rummaged through her belongings to produce a small pouch. Upon opening it, dozens of dark purple wild fruits lay nestled within. These bear little flavor, possessing a somewhat sour taste. "And they can easily stain one's fingers. I thought you might not fancy them, so I did not include them." With great enthusiasm, Mujiji declared, "I want these." Carefully, she accepted the fruits from the old woman's hands, her smile radiant and eyes gleaming. Seeing her delight, the orc matron responded, "Since you cherish them, I shall gather some for you daily." However, Mujiji felt it would be a bother and quickly replied, "No need for that. Just tell me where to find them, and I shall collect them myself. Besides, they are quite messy, but I have my own ways of harvesting them. Perhaps I could exchange for a few pairs of plastic gloves at the system when the time comes." Hearing she had a method to avoid the mess, the orc matron relinquished her thoughts of assistance and proceeded to provide her with detailed directions to the small purple fruits before bidding her farewell. Clutching a small handful of the purple fruits as if they were treasures, Mujiji trotted along, placing them into a stone mortar. After some searching, she found a smooth stone and began to crush the small purple fruits vigorously. Deep purple juice gradually oozed out, filling the air with a sweet yet tangy botanical aroma. Meanwhile, several orc women in the cave had crafted a simple sleeveless long dress and emerged to show it to Mujiji, only to find her engrossed in her task of crushing the purple fruits. Before long, the fruits in the mortar transformed into a thick, black liquid. Noticing the color was rather dark, Mujiji added a splash of clear water, allowing the purple hue to become more distinct. Confused, the others watched, with Ahua curiously approaching, still holding the dress. "Gigi, what are you doing?" Mujiji's eyes sparkled mischievously as she replied with a smile. "You will see shortly." With that, she took the dress from Ahua and tossed it into the mixture. "Oh!" they all exclaimed in unison, watching in dismay as the dress submerged in the purple liquid. "Gigi!" Ahua glared at her, a mixture of concern and reproach in her gaze. "Patience," Mujiji soothed, retrieving a twig to fully immerse the dress in the juice, then placed a large stone atop it to weigh it down. Aunt Gaufin, puzzled, asked, "Is this dyeing?" Mujiji cast her an approving glance. "Clever." Once she completed her task, she explained, "Currently, the clothes we make are simply a dull yellow. They lack aesthetic appeal. By dyeing with this plant and making slight modifications, we can create truly beautiful garments." This, the orc women suddenly understood. Although they had never worn purple clothing before, they felt a surge of anticipation. The garments needed to soak in the liquid overnight to achieve optimal coloring. And though excitement filled the air, the day was waning, prompting them to return home and eagerly await the next morning's developments. Mujiji followed Aunt Gaufin back to her abode. Meanwhile, in the depths of the strange forest, near a lake, a group of male orcs led by Joshua had set up camp. With their night vision, the orcs feasted on their recent catches under the cover of darkness. Yet, in one corner, A small fire flickered, illuminating Zhou Shua's composed face as he roasted a wild rabbit. The dim yellow flames cast shadows that accentuated his defined features, while his hidden gaze added an air of enigma to his presence. The other orcs kept their distance, apprehensive of the flickering light. Suddenly, Zhou Shua sprinkled an unknown substance over the nearly cooked meat, releasing a rich aroma that wafted through the air, tantalizing every orc's senses. Unable to resist the temptation, one orc cautiously approached, staying a meter away from the fire, drawn in by the scent of the rabbit. Zhou Shua, what did you sprinkle on that? It smells divine. Let me have a taste. Zhou Shua, recalling his own foolishness from his first encounter with seasonings, maintained a serious demeanor. Oh, just some spices. They only emit fragrance when sprinkled on cooked food. This was a thoughtful gift prepared by Mu Zhizhi before his departure. Ah, I see, the orc replied, slightly disappointed but still fixated on the almost ready rabbit. With a sizzling sound, a drop of hot oil fell into the fire, causing the orc to instinctively swallow hard. Oh, that looks delicious. I want to eat it. Zhou Shua had no intention of sharing. Once the meat cooled slightly, he retrieved a bone knife and sliced the rabbit into pieces, wrapping them in crisp, fresh leaves. The aromatic rabbit meat oozed with rich juices, dripping onto the ground, mesmerizing the onlookers and extinguishing their appetites for the raw beast in their hands. What a torturous display! Unfazed, Zhou Shua elegantly shielded himself from the envious gazes of the others, savoring the meat with poise. Meanwhile, in the orc village, Aunt Gaofan's neighbors endured a similar torment. Ever since Mu Zhizhi had begun residing with Aunt Gaofan and her husband, their quality of life had dramatically improved. They had gone from sleeping on hard surfaces to cozy beds filled with soft cotton, and their meals had transformed into delectable feasts. Initially resistant to fire, Aunt Gaofan had gradually grown accustomed to sitting beside the flames. Consequently, every evening at mealtime, a number of orcs could be seen loitering outside her home, and before long, they would naturally settle in, hoping to partake in her meals. At first, Aunt Gaofan felt embarrassed by their presence, as Mu Zhizhi had provided the seasonings, and it hardly seemed fair to let them eat for free. However, Mu Zhizhi was clearly unbothered, believing that delicious food was best enjoyed when shared. Thus, every night, a bonfire feast was held outside Aunt Gaofan's home. From a gathering of 10 to dozens, the number of orcs steadily increased. They never came empty-handed, often bringing treasured food or fresh game, fostering a harmonious sense of community among the orcs as Mu Zhizhi swiftly integrated into their society. Nothing could not be resolved by a barbecue. In such a delightful atmosphere, a bit of liquor would have been the perfect addition, but that was available only at a higher-tier shop, requiring Mu Zhizhi to accumulate 5,000 star coins to unlock it. Thus, her desire for a drink would have to wait. The following morning, Mu Zhizhi, along with Aunt Gaofan and several orc women, hurried to the storage area for cotton to check on the status of the dyed garments. Wearing the rubber gloves exchanged from Wan Sui, Mu Zhizhi nervously yet diligently removed the stones. The orc women gathered around as the purple liquid had settled. Carefully, Mu Zhizhi lifted the soaked dress, displaying it under the sunlight. Is this a success? Ah Hua cautiously asked, eyeing the deep purple fabric. Mu Zhizhi did not respond directly. Instead, she placed the dress into a basin of prepared clean water for rinsing. As the fabric touched the water, it instantly turned the clear liquid a vibrant purple. Mu Zhizhi washed it repeatedly until the water remained clear, finally pausing her efforts. The dress's hue settled into a lovely lavender, and the group exchanged glances. Leaping up in joyous celebration, they had succeeded. As the dress hung out to dry under the sun, the purple fabric fluttered gently in the breeze, reminiscent of butterflies poised to take flight. Though not crafted from the most luxurious materials or adorned with the finest designs, Mu Zhizhi felt it was the most beautiful dress she had ever seen. It was a creation born from their collaborative efforts, and the sheer sense of accomplishment was exhilarating. With this initial sample, the subsequent garment making became a simple endeavor. They divided tasks. Some spun the threads, others wove the fabric, while Mu Zhizhi and Ah Hua focused on foraging the small purple fruits for dyeing. Each of them made a dress, and when they wore them around the village, they garnered the envy of every female orc. Orders began pouring in, with others offering trinkets or shells in exchange for dresses. The group found themselves busier than ever. Yet their days were filled with fulfillment and joy. The female orcs began to realize how tedious life had been when reliant on the males for everything in recent days, as they returned home with garments, cotton, and seasonings. Their partners transitioned from initial resistance to supportive allies. They felt a newfound sense of mutual reliance and happiness in managing their home together. 7 days had passed since Zhou Shua's departure, leaving Mu Zhizhi feeling somewhat melancholic. Sitting on a swing she had constructed, she gazed idly at the gathering clouds on the horizon. Rain was imminent, and she wondered if Zhou Shua had found a place to shelter from the storm. Wansui suddenly appeared, clicking his tongue. "Are you thinking of that little heavenly wolf?" Mu Zhizhi did not refute him but instead asked, "Why does evil exist in this world?" Wansui responded slowly, "Every existence has its reasons for being." "And why do you ask this?" "It is merely a perspective shaped by your own experiences." His tone was profound, suggesting that from her standpoint, she believed evil should not exist. Yet what of the perspective of the beasts living amid malevolence? How can you be certain that someone akin to you will not pose this very question? The dualities of existence dictate that with the conclusion of day, night must inevitably follow. The branches stand still, as if they comprehend, yet also as if they do not. A single droplet of rain cascades down upon my forehead. It has begun to rain. The rain arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly, and the sun rises as it always does. The branches, accompanied by Ahua, set forth once more to gather the small purple fruits, only to encounter Asha, who is furiously dragging the previous rabbit clan female in a particular direction. The rabbit female's eyes are red and filled with desperation as she struggles to break free from Asha's grip, but her feeble strength proves futile. Bullying, is it? This is unacceptable. Before the branches can react, the impatient Ahua throws down her basket and rolls up her sleeves, striding toward Asha with the intent to confront her. The branches stomp their foot and hurriedly follow suit. "Asha, let me go. I refuse to go." The rabbit female's voice trembles with impending tears. "No, today, I must demand an explanation. Whether you want to or not, you are going." Asha's voice, filled with fury, casts the rabbit female's fragility into sharp relief. "Asha, what are you doing? Let Xiao Xiao go." Chapter 20. "Look at the trouble you've caused," Ahua shouts angrily, unceremoniously rescuing the rabbit female Xiao Xiao from Asha's clutches. The branches rush over as well. "Ahua?" Xiao Xiao blinks in surprise, her red eyes wide and dazed, as if a sudden realization has struck her. She hastily bows her head, using her hair to shield the right side of her face. However, Ahua's keen eyes catch the hint. "What happened to your face?" She gasps, her eyes widening as she disregards the cover and brushes aside Xiao Xiao's hair. The sight of the swollen redness on the right side of her face, combined with her fair complexion, creates a chilling tableau. Xiao Xiao quickly covers her face, insisting, "I'm fine." "Asha, Xiao Xiao has never wronged you. What gives you the right to strike her? Don't think that just because your grandfather is the clan leader, you can act with impunity." Ahua fumes, glaring fiercely at Asha, wishing to claw at her. The branches observe the swelling on Xiao Xiao's face and frown. This seems excessively brutal, yet it is evident that such marks do not appear to be from a woman's hand. However, before she can ponder further, Asha storms over, pointing an accusatory finger at Ahua. "If you have the guts, say that again. When have I ever relied on my grandfather?" Ahua shields Xiao Xiao behind her, standing tall and defiant. "What of it? I said it. The old clan leader is such a kind man. If he knew you were bullying others, he would surely break your legs." No, it's not like that." Xiao Xiao, in a flurry, spins around, but her soft voice is drowned out by the two women who have lost their rationality. As their argument escalates, Xiao Xiao, on the verge of tears, clutches the branch's arm. "Zhizhi, please help me persuade them. This injury is from Asha. She merely wanted to help me seek justice." What a mess this is. The branches feel a tightness in their throat, unable to interject as the two appear ready to brawl. Ahua, undeterred, retorts, "What does this have to do with Zhizhi? She hasn't done anything wrong. It's Gao Ming who has the problem. Why doesn't he hit me when I come to help? Instead, he praises my capabilities." Asha, recognizing her own guilt, falls silent. "What now?" The branches muse, stroking their chin as they turn back to Xiao Xiao. Resolving this issue relies on her own decision. "Do you wish to leave him?" The answer is, naturally, a resounding no. Xiao Xiao bows her head, her fingers nervously fidgeting. Gao Ming is actually very good to me. He just struggles to express it, I can feel it. I just don't understand what has happened this time. A bashful yet blissful smile unconsciously spreads across her face. This declaration leaves both Ahua and Asha disheartened. Asha's tone is rigid. A hawk and a rabbit. I see you are hopelessly ensnared by him. A natural enemy. The branches cannot help but marvel at this unlikely pairing. Truly, it must be love. Gao Ming's mindset begins to make sense. From Ahua's descriptions, it appears he harbors some insecurities, fearing he cannot control her. Xiao Qiao's demeanor suggests she is entirely devoted to him, and if she were to gain her own strength, she might indeed leave. Chapter 21. You wish to stay here? It is not impossible, such a man, lacking in confidence or capability, is not uncommon in reality. However, the solution must be sought. No, today, I must confront him. The impulsive Ahua slams her thigh and rises from the ground. Asha concurs. If you wish to remain with him, Xiao Qiao, then he must demonstrate his commitment. If he shows no remorse, such a man is not worth keeping. In the tribe, the majority of the orcs are known for their generous nature, and the female orcs are particularly united, always ready to assist anyone in distress. Thus, it is quite touching to see how concerned they are about Xiao Qiao's situation. This initiative serves as the most effective solution, and several of them quickly reach a consensus. However, recalling that Aunt Gaofan and the others are still waiting for Zigua to dye the clothes, Mujizi suggests that she will go and pick the fruits, allowing them to handle the subsequent matters. At first, Ahua feels a bit uneasy, but since the two have traversed that path numerous times and no wild beasts have been encountered, she reminds Mujizi not to wander off before allowing Asha and her to depart. Alone, Mujizi arrives at the thicket abundant with small purple fruits, dons a pair of rubber gloves, and begins to gather the harvest. A slight mist envelopes the surroundings, and the distant mountains are adorned with flowing waters, while gentle mountain breezes bring forth the fresh and sweet air, creating an atmosphere of serene elegance. Mujizi takes a deep breath, a smile gracing her lips, and cannot help but hum a cheerful tune. Her spirits soaring. Wan Sui, do you think Zhou Shua and the others will successfully locate the source of evil? Wan Sui replies languidly, who knows? The forest is vast, and whether they can find it depends on their abilities. Continuing her work, Mujizi chuckles, Zhou Shua is incredibly capable. He will surely find it. Her naive demeanor exudes a sense of innocent charm. Wan Sui scoffs, ah, the young must not linger too long. Oh, a beast approaches. Mujizi pauses and turns around, only to find a fierce tiger with distinctive markings stealthily drawing near. Upon noticing her, the orange and yellow beast's eyes flicker with human-like surprise, clearly not expecting her to detect its presence so swiftly. Soon, the tiger no longer conceals itself, its forelegs transforming into a human form, revealing the long-absent Kadun. He shakes his hair and flashes a wicked smile. Long time no see, little female. Mujizi grips her wooden basket tightly, eyeing him warily. What do you want? Kadun replies with a slight smile, taking a couple of steps closer. I am naturally here to take you home. Mujizi's brows furrow in suspicion as she steps back, leaning against the thicket, her white dress now stained with the purple fruits. What nonsense are you spouting? Kadun's eyes gleam with an insistent determination. Little Gigi, Zhou Shuo will not return. Come with me, and I will take good care of you. As he speaks, his gaze fixates on Mujizi's flushed face, which has turned red with anger. Truly beautiful. Only such a visage is worthy of me. You must be insane. If your mind is muddled, seek a shaman, for Zhou Shuo will certainly return. Mujizi shouts in fury. Unperturbed by her outburst, Kadun expresses pity. Why deceive yourself? If he cannot locate the evil, it may be for the best. But if he does find it, will he not be the first to be infected? He shrugs. All right, even if he survives and returns, will you be content to wait for him forever? The infection from evil is incurable. His mocking laughter provokes Mujizi, and her extreme anger paradoxically calms her. Zhou Shua had once stated he was not from this continent and possessed the ability to resist evil, thereby nullifying the possibilities Kadun suggested. With unwavering resolve, she meets his gaze and calmly declares, no matter what Zhou Shua becomes, I will wait for his return. Leave now. Should anyone discover you harboring designs on his mate in his absence, you would surely face disdain. The chieftain would not let you off lightly. Ke Dun chuckles softly, seemingly anticipating her retort. Gigi, I truly cannot decide whether to commend your cleverness or deem you foolish. Whatever you can conceive, I can surely contemplate as well. His smile gradually fades, replaced by a chilling gaze, yet his tone remains nonchalant. Once I mate with you, we can claim you were unable to endure the loneliness after Zhou Shua departed, thus finding your way to me. Who would blame me then? An unknown little female, compared to me, whose words are more believable. Mujizi's face flushes crimson. You are shameless. Kadun smiles slightly, advancing towards her. Come home with me. Or, his grin takes on an innuendo-laden quality. Would you prefer to stay here? He licks his lips, eager for the outcome. The lascivious glint in his eyes disgusts Mujizi, and she quickly devises an escape plan. Wansui, calculate the quickest route to flee. Wansui responds seriously. The tiger can run at 80 kilometers per hour, while you can manage 20 at best. Therefore, the best escape plan is to lie down right where you are. Perhaps it will be gentler. Mujizi nearly succumbs to exasperation. Even now, you make jokes. Wansui clears its throat. All right, recalculating. Please hold. Ke Dun is now less than 5 meters away, and Mujizi grits her teeth, thinking to herself, there's no time left with that. She hurls the wooden basket at him with all her might and turns to flee. Ke Dun raises a hand to block the basket, yet the small purple fruits still strike his chest, leaving mottled purple marks. His eyes narrow as he fixates on Mujizi's rapidly retreating figure, a cold smile forming as he transforms back into a tiger and pursues her. The chieftain's position is his, and the little female must belong to him as well. Mujizi exerts every ounce of strength to run, her internal system guiding her. 100 meters ahead, turn right. Clenching her teeth, she decides to trust it for once and veers around the obstructing rocks and trees. Sprinting in the indicated direction, behind her, Kadun maintains a leisurely pace, always keeping about 10 meters behind, as if toying with his prey. After a while, Mujizi's stamina wanes, and she gasps for breath, her speed uncontrollably slowing. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Ke Dun, losing patience, closes the distance, his sharp teeth nearly grazing her clothing. Wansui issues the final command. Turn left, jump. With every ounce of energy, Mujizi dodges Kadun's jaws, shuts her eyes, and leaps without hesitation. The sudden sensation of weightlessness envelopes her, and she opens her eyes in shock, unable to contain a scream as she plummets rapidly. Below her lies a bottomless abyss. Watching Mujizi descend like a delicate white cloth, Kadun abruptly halts mere centimeters from the cliff's edge, several stones tumbling into the depths without a sound. Mujizi, too, disappears from sight. Chapter 22. Not dead? Ugh, what bad luck. Ke Dun transforms back into human form, spitting disdainfully before turning away. Didi detects the host's life is in jeopardy and will initiate an emergency transfer, deducting 10,000 star coins, leaving a balance of -8125. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Transfer successful. A white light emanates from Mujizi's body, enveloping her entirely, and in an instant, the light vanishes, taking her with it.in the depths of the forest. Zhou Shua continues leading his team. A pouch around his waist filled with recently discovered red fruits, sweet in flavor. He imagines how much Gigi would enjoy them and feels a pang of longing, wishing to see her soon. Through the dense canopy, accompanied by a scream, a white figure plummets rapidly, drawing the attention of many orcs. Zhou Shua looks up, his previously expressionless face suddenly stiffening, his gaze fixated. In the next moment, a massive white wolf leaps with great agility, catching the about-to-fall Mujizi safely. Having danced on the edge of death, Mujizi retches violently. Her small face pales, trembling as she collapses onto the wolf's back, utterly drained and unable to recover her senses. Curious orcs gather around. Some recognize Mujizi and exclaim, "Isn't this Zhou Shua's little mate? Why did she fall from the sky? Is she a bird?" Someone quips, "She must be unable to part from Zhou Shua. That's why she chased after him. Why partner can fly too, yet I never see such attachment." Laughter ensues among those nearby. However, Zhou Shua, aware that Mujizi is no bird, wears a grave expression. Something must have happened to her. He promptly commands, "Set up camp here." With that, he swiftly and carefully lifts Mujizi onto his back and dashes away. When Mujizi finally regains consciousness, she finds herself lying in a comfortable patch of grass. Zhou Shua kneeling beside her, his expression filled with concern. Am I dead? Why is Zhou Shua here? She mutters softly. Liar. You said you could resist evil. Why did I still die? The sunlight above is blinding. She attempts to shield her eyes but finds her arms too weak to lift. Her eyes flutter before she closes them again. Gigi, Gigi, Zhou Shua gently calls. Don't sleep. Wake up quickly. The worry in his tone is evident. Mujizi feebly raises her hand. Stop bothering me. I just died. Let me adjust for a moment. Zhou Shua finds her both amusing and heart-wrenching, and he gently pats her face. Open your eyes and see. You are not dead. Perhaps it was the gentleness of his voice that stirred her, for Mujiji slowly opened her eyes, instinctively extending her hands. Zhou Shua promptly lowered his body, allowing Mujiji to wrap her arms around his neck, using the momentum to sit up and lean against his chest. Yet, her body remained weak, her petite form occasionally twitching as if in spasm, which pained Zhou Shua deeply. After a considerable time, her spirit returned. Her eyes regained their luster, and as Zhou Shua's silver hair brushed against her face, Mujiji straightened herself. Her lips regained some color, and she turned her head in bewilderment, finally fixing her gaze on Zhou Shua's handsome face. Asking foolishly, I'm not dead? Zhou Shua affectionately ruffled her hair, replying, Of course not, silly. Look around, we are in the Guai forest. Mujiji was even more confused. Hadn't Tishi jumped off a cliff under the orders of Wan Sui while being pursued by Kadun? Wait, Wan Sui! She ground her teeth in frustration, blaming the unreliable death system. Wan Sui retorted defiantly, If not for that, how could you have escaped? I even brought you to Zhou Shua's side. Mujiji gritted her teeth. So I should be grateful to you, huh? Wan Sui's voice weakened. Well, you don't have to, but remember to pay back the debt from the emergency transfer. Seeing Mujiji seemingly lost in another world, Zhou Shua chose not to disturb her, quietly waiting beside her. However, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. He knew that the little female harbored many secrets, and while he wouldn't force her to reveal them, the unknown fears could truly drive a person to madness. What if she hadn't ended up here? What if he wasn't around? Unaware of Zhou Shua's myriad thoughts, Mujiji's attention was suddenly drawn back to Wan Sui's mention of repayment. Her eyes widening, How much do I owe? Wan Sui replied, After deducting the original amount of star coins, you owe 8,125 coins. Upon hearing this figure, Mujiji felt darkness cloud her vision. When would she ever repay such a sum? Perhaps her distress was too evident, for Zhou Shua furrowed his brow and asked with concern, What's wrong? Mujiji hurriedly snapped back to reality. Oh, it's nothing. Zhou Shua's gaze dimmed slightly as he composed himself, unfastening a leather pouch from his waist and retrieving several plump red fruits. Taste these. You'll like them, I've washed them. Mujiji beamed sweetly. Great. She took one and bit into it, the crisp, sweet flavor bursting forth, infused with a rich apple fragrance. Wan Sui interrupted, detected initial generation apple. Would you like to evolve it? Mujiji scoffed, Evolve? Where would I find the star coins for that? Besides, this fruit is tangy and sweet. Even better than apples. It doesn't need evolving at all. Meanwhile, Zhou Shua continued to pull out various rare trinkets, eventually producing a coin-sized beast core. The core, resembling a ruby in its exquisite beauty, glimmered under the sunlight, instantly capturing Mujiji's attention. Zhou Shua offered it to her, and she, neglecting the fruit, eagerly toyed with the core, unable to resist the allure of its brilliance. Soon, Wan Sui's unsympathetic voice chimed in again. Detected high-grade beast core, value 5,000 star coins. Would you like to exchange? Mujiji couldn't help but curse under her breath. Damn system. Gazing at the dazzling core in her hand, her heart ached with reluctance. But remembering her overwhelming debts, she steeled herself to choose the exchange. Watching the blood-red core gradually lose its luster in her palm, transforming into a mere stone, Mujiji felt utterly heartbroken, as if her soul had been lost. Zhou Shua noticed the core's transformation and found her reaction puzzling. One would expect joy at absorbing the core's power, yet here she was, despondent. What had transpired? Why was she here? Zhou Shua's brow furrowed. Concern gnawing at him, Mujiji scratched her head, unsure of how to explain, finally muttering, It was that guy. Kadun. He said you wouldn't be able to return and tried to force me. I escaped and jumped off the cliff, then ended up here. Chapter 23. Perhaps it's a python egg. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shua's expression darkened. He had entrusted the little female to Aunt Gao Fan to prevent Ku Dun's malicious intentions. Yet he had still managed to exploit a gap. Zhou Shua clenched his fists, the joints cracking under pressure, wishing he could rush back and crush him right now. Mugigi sensed his anger and cautiously hooked her pinky with his, murmuring, "I'm fine. Let us deal with him when we return. Don't be angry." Zhou Shua stroked her hair, his face still taut, the murderous intent radiating uncontrollably from his eyes. Unsure of what else to say, Mugigi suggested, "What about the other beastmen? They must be anxious. Shall we head back? By the way, have you found the evil one?" Zhou Shua replied stiffly, "Not yet." He stood and cradled the little female in his arms. As they returned to the beastmen's camp, upon seeing their return, one beastman couldn't resist teasing, "Zhou Shua, you're slacking. With such a beautiful partner by your side, just half an hour, and you can't satisfy her?" Laughter erupted among the surrounding beastmen. Mugi's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment as she attempted to hide herself. Zhou Shua noticed her shyness and shot a warning glare at the beastman, who merely covered his mouth with his hand, signaling that he would remain silent. He gently placed Mugigi under a large tree, carefully laying down a piece of beast skin for her to sit on. The returning hunters presented them with a basketball-sized unknown bird egg. "Here, found this on the way. Just what your little female needs to replenish her strength. Look how thin she is. How will she bear offspring later?" The beastman meant no harm, but his frank words left Mugigi momentarily stunned. The thought of living among these large men for an extended period filled her with dread, as if all hope had vanished. She was still a blank canvas. After a few days, she would surely turn yellow. Oh no. Zhou Shua, understanding his little female's delicate disposition, placed the enormous egg in her arms and walked towards the group of beastmen. Mugigi watched as he gathered all the beastmen, unable to hear what was said from a distance, but she noticed them casting ambiguous glances her way before quickly averting their attention under Zhou Shua's intimidating presence. "TSK, this little wolf cub is quite fond of you. Truly a flower blooming amidst the muck," Wansui lamented. Mugigi beamed. "Thank you for the compliment, but please don't call Zhou Shua muck. He is quite wonderful." Wansui replied monotonously, "Oh, pardon me, he is the flower." Mugigi was speechless, yet her curiosity was piqued. What were they discussing? Wansui's disdainful voice, laced with mystery, responded, "Men speak. Women should refrain from interrupting," Mugigi stammered. "Oh?" After a long pause, she finally managed to utter, "You're a man?" Wansui warned, "Warning. Host has made derogatory remarks towards the system. Electric shock punishment will commence. I'm sorry." "I'm sorry," Mugigi hurriedly pleaded. "Great and wise Wansui, please don't hold it against me. Just a little lady with long hair and limited knowledge." In her heart, she fervently bowed in submission. Wansui huffed, "I'll reluctantly forgive you this once." With a sigh of relief, Mugigi thought, "What a petty system." Wansui interjected, "I can hear your thoughts." Oh no. Mugigi turned the egg in her hands, scrutinizing it carefully, yet she couldn't determine what kind of bird it belonged to. The light blue patterns were adorned with dark specks, and when she tapped it with her finger, the shell felt exceptionally thick, heavy in her grasp. What kind of bird's egg could this be? It was truly massive. The largest egg she knew of was the ostrich egg, but this one was entirely unfamiliar to her. Wansui's voice turned ominous. "How can you be sure it's a bird's egg? What if it's a python egg? Just think about that enormous python that almost swallowed you. Its eggs could be unpredictable." Mugigi nearly dropped the egg in fright, her heart racing. Wansui reveled in her panic, delighting in her uncertainty. Meanwhile, Zhou Shua returned. Noticing Mugigi pushing the egg away, perplexed as he rolled it back towards her. "What's wrong?" Mugigi forced a smile. What kind of egg is this?" "A blue-billed stork." "Why?" Zhou Shua asked, bemused, noting how the little female, who had seemed fine moments ago, now appeared anxious like a timid mouse. "It's a bird, right? Of course, if we encounter one, I'll catch it for you to see." Hearing this, Mugigi finally felt relieved. Yet, Wansui's mocking laughter echoed in her mind, and she realized she had been played. Her heart simmered with indignation, but she found herself powerless to retaliate, allowing it to frolic as it pleased. In the distance, the beastmen had begun to feast, and Zhou Shua was not idle either. He gathered a pile of dry branches, took out a flint from his belongings, and skillfully started a fire. But how to cook the bird egg? As he pondered, Mujiji perked up, volunteering eagerly. I'll do it. I'll do it. Having found a sharp stone, she contemplated making an incision above the bird egg, striking the shell twice without leaving a mark. How remarkably hard it was. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze towards Zhou Shua, her watery eyes silently conveying, I cannot break it. Zhou Shua chuckled softly, ruffling her hair, and took the stone and bird egg to carefully chisel a hole. What a good little girl. Mujiji nodded in satisfaction before promptly inquiring, Are there any seasonings left? Zhou Shua nodded affirmatively, producing a box of seasonings from his satchel, revealing that more than half remained. By this time, Zhou Shua had successfully carved out a hole, and the clear, viscous egg white began to ooze from the small opening. Mujiji glanced at it, frowning. Pour some out, otherwise it will surely spill later. Zhou Shua complied, preparing to drink it, but recalling that the little female disliked him consuming raw food, he abandoned the thought, reluctant to waste it. He found a clean leaf to fold and store it away. Truly, he was a man who knew how to manage resources. Mujiji eagerly wished to tousle his fluffy wolf head. He added salt, pepper, and other seasonings into the bird egg, stirring them together with a clean twig, and finally secured it over the fire. Mujiji felt a flutter of nervousness in her heart. This was her first attempt at such a method, and she wondered if it would turn out delicious. As time passed, the egg mixture gradually solidified, and the delightful aroma of the bird egg melded perfectly with the seasonings, filling the air with a rich fragrance. Mujiji unconsciously swallowed, her empty stomach rumbling in response, her eager gaze fixated on the bird egg over the fire, unable to tear her eyes away for even a moment. In the distance, the gaze of the beastmen was similarly drawn to the scene. Oh dear, that detestable Zhou Shua family. As the fire began to dwindle, Mujiji observed closely and exclaimed joyfully, It's done. No sooner had her words fallen than a small figure dashed out from nowhere, making a beeline for the bird egg, scooping it up and fleeing. Chapter 24. The egg thief. The sudden turn of events left both of them momentarily stunned, but Zhou Shua reacted swiftly, transforming into a white wolf, ready to chase after the egg-stealing little rascal. However, before he could make a move, the small figure had already tossed the bird egg to the ground. With a hiss, the filthy little hands blistered from the heat. Mujiji did not hold back her laughter. You dare to touch something just roasted? How bold of you! The small face, hidden beneath a beast hide, suddenly lifted, revealing sharp little fangs as it huffed at her. Zhou Shua transformed back into his human form and seized the squirming little creature in his grasp. Hearing the commotion, the beastmen hurried over, questioning what happened. Upon seeing the dirty, wriggling little beast in Zhou Shua's hands, they exchanged puzzled glances. One of the beastmen scratched his head. This creature is not from the forest. Are there no beastmen living here? Could it be one evolved from a beast? How peculiar. You caught it. You decide what to do with it, Zhou Shua replied, and the group dispersed, although their glances continued to dart towards the bird egg that the little rascal had knocked to the ground. Mujiji curiously circled the little creature, observing that it was wrapped in a filthy beast hide, its hair as tangled and dark as her own, its body so dirty that its original color was indiscernible. Only its pitch-black eyes sparkled with a fierce light, resembling a young beast baring its tiny milk teeth. Unable to resist, she reached out a finger to poke its cheek. The stark contrast between her fair hand and its grimy face was striking. However, the moment her finger made contact with its skin, a searing pain shot through her, as if burned. She quickly withdrew her finger. Zhou Shua's brow furrowed deeply as he released his grip on the little creature and hurried to examine her. The little rascal seized the opportunity to flee, disappearing in an instant. What happened? Zhou Shua grasped her hand tightly, anxiously focusing on the small area where her finger had touched. The delicate tip was now flushed red, and when Mujiji gently prodded it, a burning sensation coursed through her. It really hurts, she admitted nonchalantly. Zhou Shua, filled with self-recrimination, murmured, I was careless. I couldn't discern the creature's race. Mujiji, intrigued, asked, Race? Zhou Shua gently blew on her fingertip, looking up to say, that little beast is likely a magical beast. A magical beast? Mujiji blinked in surprise. Is it one that escaped from the dark world? Zhou Shua nodded. It seems the boundary of the dark forest has weakened, allowing its entry. However, given its age, it likely wandered in unintentionally. His expression grew solemn. What remains uncertain is how many others like it have emerged. Mugigi blinked. Didn't you say that only a small portion of magical beasts from the dark world can adapt to this realm? There shouldn't be many, right? Zhou Shua nodded. Let us hope so. Fortunately, the shell of the bird egg was robust, and the liquid inside had solidified, so after the little rascal's mishap, it remained unbroken. The two picked it up and continued to enjoy their meal. The bird egg was extraordinarily delectable, smooth and tender without a hint of fishy taste. Mugigi's eyes squinted in delight. Then, she recalled something and asked with a mouthful, "Why did I get burned when I touched that little magical beast?" Zhou Shua patiently fed her while explaining, magical beasts are born from the dark world and inherently possess immense dark power. Although they have come to the Beastman continent, their original malevolence cannot be dispelled. I see, Mugigi nodded, initially thinking she would be like the heroines in novels, inherently equipped with the ability to resist evil, only to discover she lacked even that golden finger. What a pity. Having consumed only a quarter of the bird egg, Mugigi began to rub her round little belly, reclining comfortably against the tree while letting out satisfied burps, content as a cat basking in the sun. The rest of the bird egg naturally found its way into Zhou Shua's belly. As Mugigi, on the brink of sleep, suddenly opened her eyes, a thought struck her. She had vanished. What about Ahua and Aunt Gaofan? Would they be worried sick? But soon, she shut her eyes again. There was no use in fretting. They had ventured deep into the strange forest, and her only option was to find a way to return after Zhou Shua dealt with the evil. Besides, without a means to send word, she would have to let them worry for a while longer. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Mugigi thought to herself. Zhou Shua gently patted her cheek and said softly, "Come sleep on my back. We need to continue our journey." Obediently, Mugigi opened her eyes, gazing at the large white wolf before her, and affectionately stroked his smooth fur as she climbed onto his back. Resting her chin on Zhou Shua's neck, Mugigi lost her drowsiness, running her fingers through his fur, making Zhou Shua feel utterly relaxed, almost wishing to lie down and expose his belly for her to pet to her heart's content. By the way, Venerable One, do you have any way to locate the place where the evil seal has weakened? Mugigi engaged in idle conversation with Venerable One, feeling a bit bored. Blindly searching like this was not a solution. Venerable One replied, "I do have a method. Would you like to use the tracking spell? It costs 5,000 star coins each time." Upon hearing that staggering figure, Mugigi's enthusiasm waned immediately. 5,000? She had yet to repay the previous debts. Would she even survive with another 5,000? A wave of melancholy washed over her heart. When would she strike it rich overnight? At that time, she would throw the star coins right in Venerable One's face. However, she pondered, since that little magical beast had emerged from the place where the seal had weakened, couldn't they use it to locate that spot? But then again, if the little magical beast knew, how could it possibly want to go back? It was indeed a conundrum. Mugigi lay sprawled on the wolf's back like a lazy fish, one hand idly stroking Zhou Shua's ear, which felt soft and bouncy. Zhou Shua's ears turned an uncontrollable shade of red, yet he maintained a facade of calmness as he steadily pressed forward. After traveling for half a day, they still found nothing. As dusk fell, the group set up camp to rest. Mugigi's dinner consisted of a roasted fish, which tasted just as delicious, though there was still quite a bit of fish meat left over. And even Zhou Shua couldn't finish it all, casually placing it on a few leaves. The nights in the deep forest were exceedingly cold, yet Mugigi felt no chill under the warm cover of Zhou Shua's fur. As midnight approached, the moon hung high in the sky, and a small shadow quietly emerged, stealthily inching towards the leftover fish. Ag picked up a roasted fish, his hand trembling slightly from the burn he received from the bird egg during the day. But he still held onto the fish tightly, taking large bites. The fish was exquisite. Since his birth, he had never tasted such delicious food, and after days of hunger, he nearly swallowed his fingers along with it. So absorbed was he in the delectable meal that he failed to notice the white wolf behind him had awoken. Just as he was about to grab another fish, a firm grip seized the beast hide at the back of his neck, lifting him effortlessly. Ag's body bristled with alertness, and he immediately began to struggle, but Zhou Shua swiftly covered his mouth, whispering in his ear, "If you don't want to wake them, be quiet." Ag promptly settled down. Chapter 25. As long as there's milk, There's a mother carrying the wide-eyed Mujiji in the darkness. Zhou Shua held AG with his other hand and silently made his way towards a distant clearing. Arriving at the grassy area, Zhou Shua, disregarding AG's struggles and threats, subdued him with one hand while gently placing Mujiji on the ground, tucking the beast hide around her to reveal only her porcelain white face. Having completed these tasks, he turned to the squirming little rascal in his grasp. Upon noticing Zhou Shua's gaze, AG emitted a few warning growls, his pitch-black eyes filled with wariness, contemplating how to escape. Zhou Shua, why are we capturing him? Mujiji asked curiously, peering around. Zhou Shua tousled her hair. Once we locate the source of the evil, we will return him. This is not a place for him. Mujiji was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that this would lead to her feeling a bit fonder of him. What should she do? Zhaoyang playfully nudged. Little monster, did you hear that? Zhou Shua captured you to send you home. So no causing trouble, understand? The little cub, seemingly oblivious, bared his tiny milk teeth and huffed at her with a feigned fierceness. With a heart full of goodwill, Mujiji remarked, children are truly not charming at all. I don't like them one bit. Hey, would you like a suppression pill? Wansui suddenly interjected. Mujiji, confused, asked, what is that? Why would you so kindly offer me something? Wansui explained, it can temporarily suppress the darkness within the little cub, just like an ordinary beast man. That means you can interact with it without worry. Mujiji remained cautious. You're being so kind? Wansui retorted exasperatedly, is it wrong for your great father to do a good deed? All right, of course, Mujiji hurriedly flattered. After a brief moment, a lollipop appeared in her palm. And is this the suppression pill? She questioned. Wansui affirmed, yes, what's wrong? Is it not acceptable? Mujiji replied, it's fine. I just suspect this little cub might be Chinsui. Wansui inquired, what do you mean? Mujiji clarified, he is your son. Wansui was taken aback, and Mujiji, still curious, continued, this little cub can't possibly be your son, can he? So meticulous, and even made into a lollipop. Tut. Tut, I'm beginning to feel jealous. Shouldn't I be your cherished darling instead? Wansui was left speechless. Someone, please take this troublesome person away. Seeing Wansui quiet, Mujiji chuckled and offered the lollipop to Zhou Shua. Let him have this. It can temporarily suppress the darkness within him, so you won't have to worry about being discovered by other beastmen. Zhou Shua, slightly astonished, gazed at Mujiji, who resembled a treasure chest, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Even in his world, he had never heard of such a thing. He took the lollipop and brought it to Aji's mouth. The little cub opened his mouth to bite Zhou Shua fiercely but was swiftly caught. And the lollipop was delivered to him. With a crunch, the suppression pill split in two. Even the stick was bitten off. Saji prepared to spit it out. The sweetness overwhelmed him, and he suddenly couldn't bear to part with it. So sweet! He squinted his eyes in delight, his struggles noticeably lessening. Zhou Shua observed secretly. Indeed, the darkness on the surface of Aji's body was being suppressed. Such miraculous things truly exist in this world. Mujiji had always been confident in the items provided by Wansui, and she cautiously poked at his cheek with a finger. He glared fiercely at the one poking him, but upon recognizing it was Mujiji, his warning sounds diminished. Having milk is like having a mother, she exclaimed. Hey, little one, what is your name? When no response came, Mujiji raised an eyebrow. Could it be that you're a little fool? Upon hearing this, Aji let out a huff. Mujiji smiled. It appears not. Then you must simply be unable to speak. This time, Aji showed no reaction, continuing to savor the candy in his mouth. Completely enjoying himself, Mujiji tentatively reached out. Will you behave if I give you more candy? To clarify, she even pointed at his mouth. Aji whimpered, but still placed his grimy little paw in her palm. Elated, Mujiji called out, Zhou Shua, come hold me. She had no idea who had just claimed to dislike children. Zhou Shua, however, was concerned. Despite the cub's small size, he was still a fierce little beast. Mujiji promptly reassured, but you're here, aren't you? Zhou Shua, feeling a flutter in his heart, realized, oh no, it's that feeling of infatuation. Men are most vulnerable to such sentiments. He promptly handed Aji over to Mujiji. The little fellow, still cold and bony, felt weightless in her arms, akin to cradling a kitten. Once embraced, Aji did not struggle, nestling obediently in her hold. Zhou Shua dutifully sat down, enveloping both of them in his embrace, gazing at Mujiji with affection. Extend your hand, Mu Zhizhi instructed. Aji, still dazed, extended both tiny paws, revealing filthy palms covered in blisters, causing Mu Zhizhi's heart to ache. Her voice softened. Does it hurt? The little cub was not quite sure, but children can discern kindness, and upon seeing Mu Zhizhi's concerned expression, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Be good. Don't cry, Mu Zhizhi said, gently removing the beast hide from his head and tenderly massaging his tangled hair. In her heart, she bargained with Wan Sui. You've given me the suppression pill. How about also providing some burn ointment? You shameless woman, Wan Sui grumbled, yet he still handed the ointment to her. At this moment, Mu Zhizhi truly began to suspect that this little cub might be his illegitimate child. As she opened the wrapped ointment and gazed at the little cub's sooty hands, she hesitated. Applying it directly would surely lead to infection due to the filth. Zhou Shua, is there a place for him to wash? She inquired. Yes, he replied, transforming into his original form. The little cub visibly shrank back in fear. Instinctively wanting to flee, Mu Zhizhi quickly tightened her hold on him. Don't be afraid. This is your uncle. Aji looked puzzled. Zhou Shua quipped, what a surprise. I'm not just an uncle. He carried them both toward the nearest lake. Perhaps due to Mu Zhi's gentle embrace, Aji gradually relaxed, the sweetness of the candy gone, and he drifted into a light sleep. When Mu Zhizhi gently lifted him from Zhou Shua's back and began to wash his little paws in the lake, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. It's all right. Just washing so we can apply the ointment, Mu Zhizhi reassured, patiently pouring water over his injured little hand. Wash? Aji blinked, breaking free from her grasp. In the next moment, he discarded the beast hide and jumped into the water with a splash. Mu Zhizhi exclaimed, Zhou Shua, quickly fish him out. She fretted on the shore, worried about the cold water causing him to catch a cold. Watching Aji swim further away, only his little head visible above the surface, nearly sent her into a panic. Zhou Shua comforted her, wrapping his arms around her. Don't worry, the water is too cold. Although he is small, he has a strong resistance to the cold. He is just washing up. Perhaps hearing their conversation, Aji leisurely swam to the shore, splashing joyfully in the water, appearing carefree and relaxed. Mu Zhizhi finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Wan Sui, demanding bath soap. You're asking for this too? She urged. Hurry up. He is so dirty that just soaking won't clean him properly. Wan Sui was clearly infuriated by this brazen woman, yet the bath soap eventually landed in her hands. She squeezed some into her palm, lathering it up. As the little cub approached, she offered, let me help you wash. Aji obediently swam over, but just as she was about to begin, Zhou Shua suddenly stepped in front of her, declaring solemnly, I'll do it. Without hesitation, he took the bath soap from her hands and spread it across his own. Mu Zhizhi was momentarily stunned. It's fine. I can manage. Zhou Shua insisted. I'll do it. Ridiculous. This little cub is still a male. How could he allow a female to touch another male? He hasn't even touched himself. Mu Zhizhi was left speechless. I suspect you are being suggestive, but I have no proof. He demonstrated how to create lather on the little cub, while he stood a step away. Under the moonlight, Mu Zhizhi gazed at the thin, malnourished body of the child, feeling a pang of discomfort. She couldn't help but murmur, I wonder how long he has been here. Does he miss home? Zhou Shua paused. Wishing to ruffle her hair but unable to free his hands, he merely leaned forward to touch his forehead against hers. His azure eyes brimmed with gentleness. It's all right. We'll take him back. He hesitated, his voice slightly hoarse. If you wish, you can come along too. Mu Zhizhi was momentarily lost in thought, then broke into a relieved smile. Zhou Shua truly was. He leaned in to kiss the corner of her mouth. A fleeting contact. Zhou Shua stood frozen, his pupils dilated, staring at her in disbelief. Aji curiously observed the two. Mu Zhi's cheeks flushed, but she suppressed her shyness, feigning calmness. Once it's stamped, he is my wolf. She admitted to being drawn to him. Then, as if nothing had happened, she walked to the other side of the lake, though she considered that if she moved in sync, it would be even more convincing. Zhou Shua's smile could hardly be contained. He felt like running around the lake in his original form to express his joy. The little female finally accepted him. Noticing Aji's wide-eyed expression, Zhou Shua playfully flicked his forehead, diligently cleaning him. Last, after applying soap 3 times, the little cub returned to his original color. Zhou Shu quickly fashioned a small beast hide skirt for him. and a clean little boy stood before them. Just then, Mu Zhizhi returned, clearing her throat as if nothing had occurred. "Are you all clean now?" Fully aware of her intentions, she scrutinized the appearance of the little cub, raising an eyebrow in approval, for he was quite charming. The cub had a pair of round, sparkling eyes, long eyelashes, a delicate and prominent nose, complemented by rosy lips. Aside from being a tad slender, he truly was a child with lips as red as his teeth were white. Mu Zhizhi affectionately ruffled his hair, finding him rather adorable, and decided to name him Qinsui henceforth. Suddenly confronted with his new name, Aji looked perplexed. Meanwhile, the delighted Wansui seemed taken aback. Mu Zhizhi retrieved a burn ointment, meticulously applying it to the little one's hands. Before long, the cub succumbed to drowsiness, infecting Mu Zhizhi with his yawns, which came one after the other. Zhou Shua, with a tender gaze, watched the duo and transformed into his original form, enveloping them both in his embrace, urging them to sleep peacefully. As night fell, they enjoyed a tranquil slumber. At dawn, the eastern sky began to pale, the air tinged with a slight chill. Zhou Shua was roused from his slumber by an unusual cold that had settled, frost forming upon his fur. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Mu Zhizhi was also pressed against him, seeking warmth. His expression grew slightly grave. Something was amiss. He softly called out, "Wake up, Mu Zhizhi," who had been dreaming of being enveloped by a large box of ice cream. Groggily stirred at the sound of Zhou Shua's voice. The little Qinsui, however, remained blissfully asleep. Seemingly accustomed to the cold as Mu Zhizhi opened her eyes, she felt as though all warmth had been drained from her body. Even her breath emerged in white puffs. Trembling, she clung tightly to Zhou Shua, exclaiming, "Why is it so cold?" The temperature had plummeted below freezing. She reached out to touch the bare-chested cub beside her, who radiated warmth like a little furnace. Zhou Shua's expression turned serious. The source of the malice must be nearby. To their astonishment, after their long search, the origin of the evil was found to be in this very place. Mu Zhizhi's drowsiness vanished as she peered outside in search of it. "Where is it?" Zhou Shua shook his head. "It is still unknown," he continued. "I will first escort you both back." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Mu Zhizhi nodded solemnly and reached out to wake Qinsui. The little one opened his eyes sleepily, stretching with a yawn. "I haven't slept this soundly in a while," Mu Zhizhi remarked, pinching his cheek playfully. "No more sleeping. We must leave," Ati her urging. He perked up and obediently sat still as he climbed onto Zhou Shua's back. Mu Zhizhi shivered, her thin dress offering little protection against the chill, and clutched the little Qinsui tightly. She leaned down to inquire, "Aren't you cold?" The little cub looked up at her with confusion. Around them, the trees were coated in ice, encased in a crystalline layer. The surface of the lake appeared frozen in time, with mist swirling above, yet there was no sign of ice forming. Zhou Shua glanced back but, mindful of the trembling Mu Zhizhi, swiftly led them away from the area. Once they had distanced themselves from the lake by 100 zhang, the temperature finally began to warm, and Mu Zhizhi no longer felt the chill. Zhou Shua transformed back into his human form and examined her closely, relieved to find that aside from her cool skin, she exhibited no other issues. Mu Zhizhi huffed warm breath into her palm, rubbing her hands together. "This weather is truly peculiar. Here, the sun shone brightly." Zhou Shua explained, "This must be a transitional phase of the malice. The closer one gets to its source, the colder it becomes. You and Qinsui should stay with the beastmen while I investigate further." After saying this, he escorted the two back to the beastmen's encampment. Though Mu Zhizhi felt uneasy leaving him to face the danger alone, she understood that he was the only one capable of confronting the malevolence. No amount of worry on her part would change that. Watching his silhouette fade into the distance, the surrounding beastmen gathered around her. "Don't worry, Zhou Shua is quite capable. He will return swiftly," one reassured her. "By the way, who is this little one? Did you bring him back after being out for just one night?" "That's quite impressive." As the beastman approached to pat the cub's head, Qinsui deftly dodged, hiding beside Mu Zhizhi and huffing in defiance. "Oh, quite fierce. What species is he?" Mu Zhizhi offered an apologetic smile. "This child is the one we found yesterday. For the time being, we will take care of him until we can return him to his parents. As for his species, we are still uncertain." The beastman clicked his tongue. "You and Zhou Shua are truly kind-hearted. He has done so many good deeds." Mu Zhizhi blushed at the compliment. But her mind wandered to a pressing question. What species was the little cub? Surely, magical beasts must have distinctions too. Stealing a glance at Qian Sui, who was stealthily clutching her pinky, Mu Jiji's mind raced with calculations. She must find out before sending him away. Soon, Zhou Shua returned from his reconnaissance, and the beastmen eagerly surrounded him, inquiring about his findings. What did you discover? Zhou Shua? Did you locate it? Was it there? Zhou Shua, with water still dripping from his hair, nodded steadily and spoke in a low voice. The source of the malice lies at the bottom of the lake. We can send a message to the White Tiger clan. Yes, instantly, a beastman transformed into a giant rock and soared into the sky. With such good news, joy spread across the faces of the beastmen. Zhou Shua simultaneously ordered the area surrounding the lake to be sealed off, forbidding anyone from approaching while patiently awaiting the arrival of the White Tiger clan. Once everything was arranged in an orderly fashion, Zhou Shua walked over to the two, who were now waiting peacefully. The previously serious expression on his face transformed into one of warmth at the sight of Mu Jiji. Are you finished? Mu Jiji, unaware of his approach, was playing with Qian Sui, who was busy throwing small stones onto the ground. Zhou Shua's lips curved into a faint smile. Yes. When shall we return him? I heard that the little chieftain of the White Tiger clan possesses the ability to seal malice. If he discovers that Qian Sui is a magical beast, it could spell trouble. Mu Jiji expressed her concerns. Zhou Shua had also considered this, but the malice's behavior was quite peculiar, and the cold had only lasted for a short while. If he was correct, the emergence of the malice likely required specific conditions and timing. We will observe a little longer. Settling into the strange non-forest, Mu Jiji embraced her freedom, living like a wild child. By day, she hunted alongside Zhou Shua, and by evening, they would gather around a fire with the beastmen to feast and sing. Even Qian Sui, under their attentive care, gained a bit of weight, his cheeks becoming rounder. And he even managed to utter a few simple words. However, Mu Jiji had yet to witness his transformation into his original form. Every time she asked, the little cub would become defensive, refusing to comply. Over time, her curiosity only grew. Finally, on the 9th day of camping in the strange non-forest, they awaited the arrival of the White Tiger clan, while Mu Jiji was busy picking fruits with Qian Sui. Don't waste any, she urged, diligently collecting the bright red berries into her skirt, while also admonishing the mischievous little one who was causing mischief. Hurry up and pick more so we can make jam when we return. Do you remember that spread we put on the meat? It was made from this. Repeat after me, jam. Guoguojiang. With a slightly raspy voice, he pronounced the words clearly. Mu Jiji praised him. Ruffling his hair, well done. Qian Sui beamed with delight, casting eager glances at the small beast skin pouch tied around her waist, his eyes sparkling with anticipation like a little puppy. You little rascal, Mu Jiji chuckled. Securing the berries in her skirt before deftly untying the pouch to pull out a piece of meat, Qian Sui's eyes lit up, and he eagerly circled around her. Meat? He resembled a little glutton. And upon receiving the meat, he wasted no time stuffing it into his mouth, his eyes squinting with happiness as he chewed. Mu Jiji shook her head in exasperation. You little rascal, relying on those sharp teeth of yours. You eat without hesitation. This jerky took me considerable effort to create, as hard as stone, just so you would chew it longer. Once he swallowed the last piece, Qian Sui's gaze returned to her waist. Mu Jiji quickly tightened her grip on the pouch. No more for you. Disappointment washed over Qian Sui as he lowered his head, his tiny paws fidgeting restlessly, looking both pitiful and adorable. Yet Mu Jiji remained unmoved. She had previously been swayed by this very expression and had fed him a large chunk of meat, only to have him roll on the ground in discomfort afterward, yet still demanding more at the next meal. She almost wondered if the child was a bit simple-minded. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from nearby hay, and a gray wild rabbit peeked out. Qian Sui's eyes sharpened, and before Mu Jiji could react, he darted forward. Startled, the rabbit shrank and bolted away. Don't run too far. Come back soon, Mu Jiji shouted after him, embodying the image of a worried mother. Shaking her head, she resumed picking the red berries from the trees, occasionally brushing off the dirt from her clothes and popping a sweet berry into her mouth, savoring the delightful taste that lifted her spirits. Before long, she had harvested all the lower fruits from the berry trees, and she tiptoed to reach the higher branches. However, despite her efforts, her fingers still fell short by several centimeters. Straining with all her might, her lips pursed and her chin jutting forward, beads of sweat began to form on her delicate nose. Suddenly, an arm reached over her head, effortlessly pulling the branch down within her reach. Mugigi, assuming it was Zhou Shuo, didn't turn around, instead smiling as she gathered the berries into her skirt, cheerfully instructing. A little lower, please. The obedient arm gently tugged down the branch, and once all the berries were gathered into her white skirt, she finally ceased her efforts and turned to seek acknowledgement. Look, I have collected so many. And who might you be? The tone of her voice abruptly shifted, her previously cheerful expression now frozen in surprise. She hastily stepped back, distancing herself from the strikingly handsome man before her, with his tousled pure white hair and deep-set eyes that exuded an air of unyielding authority. He possessed a physique that was robust, reminiscent of a fitness instructor. Upon hearing her words, Bai Qi tilted his head slightly, responding with a teasing question. You don't recognize me yet you feel entitled to command me? His voice held an inexplicable magnetic resonance. Mugigi's cheeks flushed, and she swiftly retorted. I merely mistook you for someone else. My apologies. With that, she bowed and clutched her skirt, preparing to flee. Bai Qi, however, was not inclined to let her go so easily. He grasped her arm firmly. And you intend to leave just like that? The softness of her skin caught him off guard. How wonderfully soft, he thought instinctively. Although he had not exerted much force, Mugigi was still pulled off balance, causing the small berries hidden in her skirt to spill onto the ground. Chapter 28. What if I were a male that merely resembled a female? You? Mugigi furrowed her brow and shot him an incredulous glare, then crouched down silently to pick up the scattered berries. Her cheeks puffed out like a little pufferfish. Bai Qi scratched the back of his head, feeling slightly embarrassed, and murmured, Sorry. He joined her in gathering the berries. Mugigi ignored him, her baby-fat cheeks a pale white tinged with pink. Despite the hardships of living in the wilds, her skin remained remarkably flawless. Perhaps due to the unpolluted environment, a thought that often crossed her mind. Although Bai Qi stood tall and imposing, he fumbled awkwardly while picking up the small fruits, occasionally crushing the delicate berries with his fingers. Leaving his hands stained with their juice, Mugigi distanced herself slightly in disdain, hastening her own pace to save as many berries as she could. After they had finished collecting, she attempted to leave once more, only to be blocked by the man once again. Losing her patience, she queried, Excuse me, do you need something? A relaxed expression crossed Bai Qi's resolute face, his eyes sparkling with determination as he extended a hand towards her. My dear, do you have a mate? Mugigi replied curtly, I do. Her gaze flickered disdainfully towards his juice-stained hand. Bai Qi, undeterred, confidently asserted, Leave him, and I will treat you well. You shall become the most esteemed matriarch of the Baihu clan. Are you out of your mind? Mugigi was at a loss for words. How could the men here be so brazen? If Zhou Shuo were to hear this, he would surely teach him a lesson. There was no way to seize someone else's love. Yet, a realization dawned upon her. This was the Baihu clan's young leader, Bai Qi. She recalled Zhou Shuo mentioning him, though his description had not quite matched this rather eccentric impression. With a sullen expression, she asked, What is it that you find appealing about me? Bai Qi glanced at her, a hint of hesitation in his demeanor. Perhaps it is your beauty? Mugigi replied confidently. There is no perhaps about it. I am indeed beautiful. Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback by her self-assuredness. He had never encountered such a confident young woman before. Your reasoning is flawed. Your attraction is superficial. You are merely drawn by my appearance, Mugigi earnestly cautioned. One must not judge solely by looks. How can you ascertain my character? What if I were merely a male who bears a resemblance to a female? That would be quite unsettling for you, wouldn't it? Bai Qi sighed. Fine, that shall be the end of our conversation. Until we meet again, Mugigi waved her hand dismissively, leaving without a trace. After taking a few steps away, she quickened her pace, running back to the encampment, cherish life, and steer clear of those suffering from late-stage delusions. Left behind, Bai Qi remained in a daze for quite some time, still processing Mugigi's well-reasoned retort about being a male that resembled a female. Eventually, he chuckled softly, resting his forehead in his hand. She was truly an amusing young woman. Upon returning to the camp, Mugigi collided with Zhou Shuo, who was approaching to greet her. Like a little cannonball, she dashed into his embrace. Zhou Shuo barely managed to catch her, ruffling her hair helplessly. "Why are you running so fast?" Mujiji, still shaken, glanced back nervously. There was someone rather peculiar. Zhou Shua inquired, "What do you mean by peculiar?" Not delving further into that topic, she proudly displayed the small berries she had gathered, her demeanor radiating triumph. "We can make jam now." Zhou Shua looked at her with affectionate indulgence, but couldn't help but pose a serious question. "But didn't you wait for Qian Sui?" Oh, Mu Jiji's expression froze. She had completely forgotten. When she returned to her unreliable guardian, she had been so focused on gathering berries that she had overlooked the strong man who had also been present. A fleeting look of confusion crossed her fair face. Could it be that females truly could transform into males? Bai Qi had also noticed the small figure not far away. The moment he caught sight of the little creature, a hint of confusion crossed his mind. Why did this little one seem so unusual? Before he could approach for a closer look, the small child took off running with little legs, darting away. "Should I go look for him?" Mu Jiji tentatively suggested, glancing up at him. Zhou Shua found her amusing yet exasperating, tapping her forehead lightly with his finger. "No need. He will find his way back. Since you are here, don't wander off during these days. And as for Qian Sui, try to keep him from appearing before the Baihu clan leader." He instructed her carefully. Mu Jiji nodded obediently, her eyes drifting to the group of unfamiliar white-haired beastmen in the distance, one of whom was a flamboyantly dressed female. She paid little mind to them, instead pouring the berries from her skirt into the animal skin Zhou Shua had prepared, and began organizing them with him. Before long, Qian Sui's figure appeared in the distance. Without hesitation, the little one approached angrily, ready to cause trouble. Fortunately, Zhou Shua was quick to grab him by the scruff of his neck, preventing any mischief. "Humph! You didn't wait for me." The little legs kicked in frustration as he struggled to articulate his feelings. Mu Jiji stuck out her tongue, pulling him close and ruffling his hair. "Oh dear, I simply forgot. Don't be upset. Isn't this our little Qian Sui's catch?" She planted a kiss on his forehead. "Our little Qian Sui is truly amazing." Qian Sui, flattered by her praise, blushed and wriggled free from her embrace, a grin spreading across his face. Yet, still childishly, he placed his hands on his hips and declared, "You mustn't forget me again." It was unclear whether he meant she mustn't forget him again or that she mustn't kiss him again. With that, he picked up the wild rabbit and scampered behind a tree to prepare it. "Jiji," came a voice tinged with a hint of lament. Mu Jiji's scalp prickled, and she instinctively grasped Zhou Shua's hand. Realizing that coaxing children could be a delicate matter, Zhou Shua pressed his lips together, his long eyelashes fluttering slightly, concealing the emotions in his eyes, revealing a touch of melancholy and vulnerability. "Oh dear." Mu Jiji extended 4 fingers in a promise, "I will not forget again." After making her vow, she glanced around and, seeing that the beastmen were occupied with the Baihu clan members in the distance and had not noticed them, she leaned in to kiss the soft corner of his mouth. Just as she was about to withdraw, a hand suddenly encircled her waist, pulling her into his embrace, casting a shadow over her. Mu Jiji was momentarily dazed, only to have her breath stolen by Zhou Shua's domineering kiss. He possessed no finesse. His actions were purely instinctual, exploring her gradually, seizing every inch of her as she began to yield. In her mind, it felt as though fireworks erupted, dazzling and vibrant. Chapter 29. Is this your child? Mu Jiji, petite in stature, found herself tightly shielded by Zhou Shua's form, rendering the onlookers oblivious to their actions. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as their breaths grew increasingly heated, Mu Jiji gasping for air beneath his kiss. Finally, as they reached a critical juncture, Zhou Shua released her. Mu Jiji hardly had time to feel embarrassed before he enveloped her once more with greater intensity. She panted, her heart racing, seemingly synchronizing with Zhou Shua's own heartbeat. After a while, Zhou Shua let her go, his gaze brimming with intense emotions, as if he were on the verge of unleashing his pent-up feelings. Mu Jiji quivered under his gaze, her heart filled with a sense of retreat. However, Zhou Shua's expression gradually cleared, his fingers gently caressing her hair, his thumb brushing against her lips, as his gaze wandered down. He noticed the neckline of Mu Ji's garment, slightly opened from their intimacy, causing him to awkwardly avert his eyes. Mu Jiji's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes shimmering with moisture as her thick eyelashes cast a shadow over her onyx-like pupils. Zhou Shua's heart raced, and he reached out to adjust her clothing, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, his voice husky with desire. I wish to claim you right now. Yet, how could he bear for their first time to occur in such a place? Mujiji. She instantly felt a searing heat rise from her feet to the crown of her head, resembling a shrimp being boiled. It was truly unbelievable that such words came from Zhou Shua's lips. Soon, Zhou Shua calmed his restlessness and, appearing nonchalant, assisted Mujiji in arranging her garments. A gentle smile returned to his face as he continued to sort the berries on the animal hide. At that moment, the little cub had also finished skinning a rabbit and approached with an air of self-importance, though he was fortunate enough to be free of blood. Little chit, you've soiled your clothes again. Do you know how difficult blood stains are to wash out? Mujiji admonished, her brows furrowed, disregarding her shyness. Little Chit shot her a disdainful glance, as if to say, it's not like you're the one who has to wash them. Why are you so fussy? He eagerly handed the wild rabbit to Zhou Shuan. Mujiji felt an overwhelming urge to give him a good thrashing, but chose to rise above it. With a huff, she recalled something. I believe I just saw the White Tiger clan leader a moment ago. Zhou Shua turned to look at her, but before he could speak, a voice from ahead exclaimed, Is that you? The three of them turned to see Bai Qi approaching, his brows furrowed, eyes brimming with disbelief. Is this your child? His gaze locked onto little Chit. Mujiji was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized he had misunderstood. Embracing little Chit, she decided to play along. Yes. Little Chit blinked in confusion, his tiny fists clenching unconsciously, a flicker of joy blooming in his heart. Zhou Shua, unaware of the exchange, sensed an undercurrent of tension and stood in front of Bai Qi. Blocking his line of sight, his fist clenched against his chest. Clan leader. Bai Qi nodded slightly, shifting his gaze to Zhou Shua. He couldn't deny the aura of excellence that emanated from the man before him. Their eyes met, both recognizing a fierce fire within. Clan leader, a sweet voice called from a distance. Bai Qi's expression soured, revealing a hint of impatience. Zhou Shua returned to Mujiji's side, just in time to catch the lingering look in her eyes. Compelled pairings, indeed. I am my own worst enemy, Mujiji mused. A flirtatious female, fluttering like a butterfly, sprinted over and landed beside Bai Qi, her gaze filled with affection. Clan leader, where have you been? I've been so worried. Both Mujiji and little Chit shivered, goosebumps rising on their skin. Bai Qi, clearly accustomed to her demeanor, replied coldly, Am I the clan leader? Or are you? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? The hurt flickered across Bai Mimi's face as she bit her lip. On the verge of tears, I was just concerned for the clan leader. That's unnecessary. Go back and stay put, Bai Qi interrupted her. His tone devoid of emotion, Mujiji couldn't help but shake her head. Truly, his heart was as hard as iron. Yet, Bai Mimi's infatuation was palpable. Even after such treatment, she still wore an expression brimming with affection. Suddenly, Bai Mimi turned her venomous gaze toward Mujiji, her chest heaving with anger. Was this the vixen who had ensnared the clan leader? Clearly, the clan leader had shown her some patience before. It must be her. Feeling the weight of Bai Mimi's glare, Mujiji instinctively clutched Zhou Shua's arm in a gesture of innocence. This is my partner. In Bai Mimi's eyes, it seemed that this female had a partner yet was still pursuing the clan leader. Absolutely unforgivable. Being the daughter of the White Tiger clan shaman, she had always been revered, and no one dared to cross her. Her mother had long set her sights on the capable clan leader, hoping to arrange a marriage, and Bai Mimi was keen on the idea. Yet, Bai Qi had never given her a second glance. Who are you? Bai Mimi's hostile gaze bore into Mujiji. Startled and caught off guard, Mujiji could only respond instinctively, Huh? Bai Mimi's voice turned sharp. What business do you, a mere female, have here? This is important work. She was venting all the frustrations she had felt from Bai Qi onto Mujiji. Mujiji, confused, retorted, Aren't you a female too? Bai Mimi faltered, glaring back. My mother is a shaman. I'm here to ensure the clan leader's safety. Mujiji was even more perplexed. What does your mother being a shaman have to do with you? Bai Mimi nearly exploded with rage. You're twisting my words, Mujiji. To be honest, she was merely stating facts. Bai Mimi, enough. Finally unable to tolerate the scene, Bai Qi barked. Clan leader, Bai Mimi whimpered. Bai Qi, exasperated, looked at the chaos she had created. She had insisted on coming along, and now she was stirring up trouble. It was utterly vexing. In stark contrast, The composed and gentle female beside him was a sight to behold. He didn't even know her name. But he noticed how tightly she clung to Zhou Shua's arm, a pang of jealousy stirring in his heart. How had she secured a partner? Bai Mimi's intuition flared, sensing Bai Qi's burgeoning interest in Mu Zhizhi. Jealousy clouded her judgment, her fists clenched tightly, her once pretty face contorting with fury. I command you, along with your partner and this illegitimate child, to disappear from here. The ceiling of evil is not for lowly beings like you. Chapter 30. Perhaps she is unhinged. Mu Zhizhi furrowed her brow. Was this woman out of her mind? Such hostility. Zhou Shua's expression turned cold, while little Chit bared his tiny, sharp teeth in a fierce manner. By Mimi! Bai Qi roared, veins throbbing at his temples. The mere existence of such a troublesome woman was giving him a headache. His eyes brimmed with disdain. If anyone should leave, it should be you. Don't embarrass the White Tiger clan here. He then commanded the nearby White Tiger clan members who had rushed over, take her back. Clan leader. Bai Mimi looked at him in disbelief, reading his serious expression, and panic filled her heart. She shook her head, trying to evade the clan members who were attempting to lead her away, tears welling in her eyes. No, I won't leave, clan leader. I know I was wrong. She had come here to cultivate a relationship with him, and if she left now, how could that ever happen? Bai Qi, visibly impatient, asked, what are you waiting for? Send her back. This woman's presence could lead to unnecessary trouble, and it was best to send her away early. Despite his order, the White Tiger clan members hesitated to force Bai Mimi, as she was the beloved daughter of the shaman. If they angered her, it would be difficult to seek aid from her family in the future. Bai Jiao, who had accompanied her for her safety, could only plead with her gently, Miss Mimi, please return with us. The ceiling of evil may encounter unforeseen dangers. It is too perilous for you to remain here. Bai Mimi disregarded his words, shaking her head vehemently, her voice cracking with suppressed sobs. I won't go back. She acted as though she had suffered a great injustice. Bai Jiao, helpless, turned back to Bai Qi, clan leader, please allow Miss Mimi to stay. She is young and naive. She realizes her mistake now. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch over her. He then turned to Mu Zhizhi and Zhou Shua. Apologizing, please forgive us. Miss Mimi means no harm. I hope you won't take her words to heart. As he spoke, he produced a beast core from his pocket, offering it as a gesture of goodwill. His demeanor was exceedingly pleasant, and his expression of regret was perfectly timed. Mu Zhizhi thought to herself, what a skilled negotiator. She had no intention of stooping to this woman's level, so she comforted little Chit and said, I accept your apology, but there is no need for this beast core. With a light laugh, she added, this place is temporary for our partner. I won't be sending you off. This was a clear dismissal. Bai Ju nodded slightly, not pressing the beast core upon her, acknowledging it as a personal favor owed to them, and assured them, if you ever need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. With such words, Bai Qi could hardly insist on sending Bai Mimi away any longer, though his expression remained foul. He truly wished to be rid of this foolish woman, with no further reason to linger. As they were leaving, Bai Qi suddenly turned back to Mu Zhizhi. What is your name? Huh. Mu Zhizhi was taken aback, struggling to comprehend, but she replied honestly, Mu Zhizhi. Bai Qi smirked slightly, your skirt is quite beautiful. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and strode away. His actions only deepened Bai Mimi's resentment toward Mu Zhizhi. As they watched the group depart, the two returned to their unfinished work with the jam. Mu Zhizhi couldn't help but mutter, that woman must be out of her mind. I haven't done anything, yet she came at me with insults. It's quite amusing. Really, thankfully, I have a good temper. Otherwise, I would have ended up in a fight with her. Lowly beasts? Pa, I am the highest of them all. Such trash. Zhou Shua chuckled, his eyes full of indulgence as he regarded her like a child. Yet he still reminded her, no foul language. Mu Zhizhi stuck out her tongue, feeling as though she had found a fatherly boyfriend. Meanwhile, little Chit sat with his back to them, his posture radiating sulkiness. Mu Zhizhi turned him around, noticing his lips protruding in a pout. She playfully flicked his forehead. What's wrong, little cub? Are you upset? Qian Sui cast a glance at her, curling up into a pitiful little ball, leaving one to wonder if she comprehended the derogatory term wildling. All right, Mu Zhizhi, she said, gently embracing his small shoulder. Let's not stoop to her level. If we truly anger her, wouldn't that play into her hands? How about we roast some wild rabbit tonight to tantalize her? Little Chinsui nodded vigorously, then wrapped his tiny arms around her neck. Burying his small head into the nook of her neck, inhaling the faint fragrance that lingered on Mujiji, and embracing her warm body at that moment. He had never felt so secure. It was the first time they had encountered such a fragile little creature. Mujiji exchanged a blank stare with Zhou Shuo, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. Could he truly be an orphan? Abandoning such a frail cub was not uncommon in the Orc continent. And judging by Chinsue's appearance, it did seem plausible. Before long, the little cub, revived with vigor, lifted his head, disdainfully pushing Mujiji away, gesturing towards the darkening sky and then to the rabbit beside them. Eat? Truly a heartless little cub, Mujiji chuckled, yet complied with his request. All right, let us eat. Now, could you fetch some firewood? She was adept at squeezing out labor from others. Little Chinsui nodded, rushing to the place where the firewood was stored, grabbing a hefty bundle and dashing back. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuo proceeded to clean the rabbit meat further, sprinkling it with spices, ready to place it over the flames once ignited, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Several fires sprang to life in the woods. Ever since the orcs had tasted the delights of cooked food under Muji's guidance, they could never return to their previous lifestyle of raw meat and blood. Their proficiency in using fire had steadily improved. The orcs chatted and laughed, creating a lively atmosphere, while the food roasting over the flames released an enticing aroma. Not far away, a dozen or so orcs from the White Tiger clan were visibly astonished at their ability to wield fire. Their keen sense of smell detected the delicious scents wafting from the food, causing saliva to pool in their mouths. Only Bai Chi's eyes flickered with profound contemplation. The use of fire was clearly not a trait expected of a primitive tribe. Even among their own clan, there were scarcely any orcs skilled in the art of fire-making. The crux of the matter lay in the preservation of fire. He could not fathom how they managed to keep the flame alive. Maintaining an eternal fire was an exceedingly complicated endeavor. As the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, the dozen or so orcs lost all interest in the bloody raw meat in their hands. Bai Mimi, already in a foul mood, cast aside the carefully prepared meat that Bai Jiu had painstakingly gathered, declaring, "I won't eat it," transforming into a petite white tiger with a patch of unruly fur atop her head. She lay down on a nearby hide, her gaze filled with envy as she glared at the jovial Mujiji and her companions. Bai Chi could perceive the distracted demeanor and lack of appetite among his clansmen. Seizing the opportunity to gather information, he stood up, stating, "I shall borrow some fire. Let us also indulge in a meal of cooked food." Chapter 31. The sheep you eat was caught by little Chinsui with that. He headed directly toward Mujiji and the others. Bai Mimi raised her head, her black pupils brimming with indignation. Why must he run to that woman when there's fire nearby to borrow? Her tiger teeth nearly ground to dust in frustration. The trio, who were enjoying their meal, were suddenly interrupted by the uninvited guest, Bai Chi. Upon seeing him approach, Chinsui, who had been smiling, immediately sulked, disdainfully chewing on a rabbit leg. Turning her back to him, Mujiji had no intention of acknowledging him either, shifting slightly to sit beside little Chinsui. Continuing their meal, it was Zhou Shuo who wiped his hands, stood up, and politely asked, "Has the chief of the White Tiger clan dined yet? If you don't mind, why not join us?" Bai Chi glanced at the wild chicken still roasting over the fire and readily nodded. Sure, he seated himself on a nearby log without any pretense. Zhou Shuo thought to himself, he was merely being polite. Little Chinsui, however, was far less composed. She abruptly turned around, incredulous as she looked at this brazen man. Reaching out to snatch the still roasting chicken, determined not to give him a bite. But Zhou Shuo, quick of hand, seized her small hand. "Be good. Don't cause a fuss. Eat the rabbit." He then courteously placed the roasted chicken in front of Bai Chi. "My culinary skills are lacking. I hope the chief will not mind." "Not at all," Bai Chi replied, unceremoniously accepting it. Gazing at the perfectly roasted chicken, its skin crispy and fragrant, he felt his appetite stir. He gently blew on it and took a bite from the tenderest part of the leg. Mujiji and little Chinsui felt their hearts shatter. Meanwhile, the clansmen waiting for the chief to return with fire felt utterly bewildered. Why is he sitting down and eating? All they could do was weep as they nibbled on the raw meat in their hands, their noses filled with the delightful aroma. The moment Bai Chi bit into the chicken, he was utterly stunned. He glanced in disbelief. wondering how the meat could possess such a flavor. It was a taste he had never encountered before, so delicious it made one want to swallow their own tongue. Not even the high-ranking cities he had previously visited offered such exquisite flavors. What had they added to it? In an instant, all his previous thoughts vanished, leaving only the chicken meat on his mind. Zhou Shua affectionately ruffled the heads of the little gluttons, then retrieved 2 pieces of marinated meat from a hollow in the tree, placing them over the fire to continue smoking. Bai Qi had entirely shed his pretense. Eagerly awaiting his meal, it wasn't until he had devoured a wild chicken and half a sheep that he finally felt satisfied enough to stop. The formerly prominent 8-pack abs on his stomach were now noticeably softer. Realizing he had consumed their provisions, Bai Qi cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed. I will send you some game. Zhou Shua, however, paid no mind to such trifles, merely hoping he would keep his distance from Mu Zhizhi. He shook his head in refusal. No need. It was just a little food. The chief must have come for a matter of discussion, right? Only then did Bai Qi remember his purpose for coming. He glanced at the clansman who had eaten their fill and fallen asleep, pursing his lips as he feigned calmness. I primarily wish to discuss the source of the malevolence, and I would also like to inquire how you two preserve fire. That's simple enough. We use friction to create fire, Mu Zhizhi mumbled. That old tiger, claiming to be a chief, devouring all their food. Go ahead and create fire with friction. Bai Qi immediately turned to her, adopting a humble demeanor. Pray tell, what does it mean to create fire through friction? Would you be willing to explain it to me, Zhizhi? His phoenix eyes shimmered with a hint of softness. Zhou Shua's expression darkened as he subtly shielded Mu Zhizhi, asserting, allow me to instruct the chief. My wife lacks the strength to demonstrate effectively. Mu Zhizhi nodded in agreement. Yes, let Zhou Shua teach you. With that, she and little Qian Sui meandered around the tree to digest their meal. A tinge of regret flickered in Bai Qi's heart as he met Zhou Shua's stiff face. His tone grew somber, carrying an air of warning. It would be best if the chief refrained from pursuing my wife. Bai Qi dismissed his threat with a low chuckle. Those words are futile, and no one can stop a male from pursuing a female. Zhou Shua's eyes, adorned with intricate patterns, seemed to swirl, resembling a vortex that could consume all. Bai Qi felt a chill run down his spine under Zhou Shua's gaze, clenching his fists as if facing a formidable foe. The two males, locked in a silent confrontation, were unwilling to yield. Suddenly, Mu Zhizhi's anxious voice broke through the tension. Zhou Shua, come quickly. What's wrong with him? Is he overstuffed? In one moment, he had been joyously frolicking. In the next, he collapsed to the ground, rolling in distress. Zhou Shua took him into his arms, first soothing Mu Zhizhi. It's all right, don't worry. Let me take a look. Little Chinsue's face was pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Bai Qi, taken aback, leaned closer to observe, but Mu Zhizhi obstructed his view with a firm expression. I kindly ask the chief to return. This is our private matter. Bai Qi parted his lips, but ultimately remained silent. As he turned to leave, little Chinsui suddenly emitted a pained wail, shrinking before their eyes into a fluffy little black ball. The three of them froze in astonishment. Bai Qi's mind raced, his gaze sharpening, as he murmured, a magical beast. Mu Zhizhi gasped in shock, immediately spreading her arms in a protective stance, her bright eyes shimmering ominously in the firelight. I warn you. Do not harm him. Bai Qi's brow furrowed deeply, yet he remained still, not alarming the distant orcs. Did you not claim he was your cub? How has he now transformed into a magical beast? Mu Zhizhi bit her lip, defiantly meeting his gaze. Is it not permissible to adopt him? Bai Qi appeared to find the notion absurd. Adopt? But he is a magical beast. Mu Zhizhi clenched her small fists, retorting, so what? He has committed no wrongdoing. Bai Qi's incredulity turned to laughter as he looked down at Zhou Shua, who was channeling energy into little Qian Zui. Do you not understand? Magical beasts should not exist in this world. Zhou Shua raised his gaze to Bai Qi. Do you think he desires this? Such a small child. Do you believe he came here willingly? You, Bai Qi stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, as Mu Zhizhi chimed in. Exactly. We keep him close only to return him when the seal of malevolence is lifted. Just look at him. Does he seem like one who would bring calamity to the world? In this world, is there truly an absolute distinction between good and evil? Moreover, the lamb you consumed this evening was captured by the little Qian Sui. Bai Qi's face tightened, rendering him speechless, in his understanding. The monsters of this wicked realm ought to be unequivocally malevolent. Chapter 32. Ultimately, separation is inevitable, so do you insist on protecting this beast? Bai Qi's voice was strained. Zhou Shua gently placed the now calm little Qian Sui into Mu Ziji's arms, shielding them behind him, and met Bai Qi's gaze with a tranquil demeanor. His thin lips parted to utter words imbued with a comforting magic. I only know that this is a lost child, and all we wish to do is guide him home. Mu Ziji felt warmth flood her heart, her eyes glistening. Encountering such a compassionate, principled man, she considered herself quite fortunate. Bai Qi pursed his lips, struggling to find words. The glance at Mu Ziji and the little black ball in her embrace revealed his reluctant concession. His voice was stern. This is a one-time exception. Once we locate the inhabitants of the wicked realm, he must be returned immediately. Joy illuminated Mu Ziji's face as she instinctively tightened her embrace around the fluffy little Qian Sui. She had prepared herself to spend a few thousand star coins for an urgent transfer, but this saved her from that expense. Bai Qi departed with a cold demeanor, leaving Mu Ziji to exhale in relief. Her fingers unconsciously stroking the sleeping little Qian Sui. Zhou Shua's expression softened as he gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her. It's just a minor issue. He has merely spent too long in the Orc continent. His body has been deprived of the essence of evil, resulting in a stress response. However, I have temporarily soothed the unrest within him. He will awaken after a short rest. Oh, I see. Mu Ziji nodded. Her heart finally at ease, as she caressed Qian Sui's soft, delicate fur. She mused. He truly is tiny. This little black ball is hardly larger than a bowl, resembling a small coal from an animated series. Where is his face? Her curiosity led her to part the thick fur, finally uncovering the small, closed eyes and the damp little nose. Absolutely adorable. Zhou Shua. What race is he? Zhou Shua observed carefully but could discern nothing definitive. Shaking his head. It remains unknown. Some species of monster cubs do not reveal their specific appearance until they reach maturity. Quite mysterious indeed. Mu Ziji poked his small nose playfully. Yet, why has the system remained silent this time? And does the Orc Encyclopedia not contain information on little Qian Sui's race? Or is it solely limited to the species of this realm? Pondering this, she felt at a loss. Nevertheless, she found herself unable to part with the little creature. Rolling him in her hands to Zhou Shua's mild annoyance, as night deepened, he urged, "It is time to sleep." Transforming into his original form, his lustrous fur glimmered with a faint silver sheen under the moonlight. Mu Ziji's gaze was instantly captivated, her steps drawn toward Zhou Shua's warm belly. She nuzzled against him comfortably, unaware of where little Qian Sui had vanished, hidden away by Zhou Shua in some corner. The night was serene, tranquil, and ethereal. The silvery light cascaded upon the earth, as if cloaked in a dreamlike veil, hazy and indistinct. Before dawn on the following day, Zhou Shua roused the still slumbering Mu Ziji. The crisp morning air was imbued with the faint scent of dew-soaked flora. Mu Ziji rubbed her eyes, propping herself up from his embrace, yet struggled to fully awaken. Zhou Shua attended to her long hair with care, expertly braiding it. Shortly, I shall accompany Bai Qi to search for the entrance to the realm of evil, and we will take little Qian Sui with us. If we find it, we shall return him directly. Mu Ziji's sleepiness dissipated as she searched for little Qian Sui, finally spotting the small black bundle behind Zhou Shua. She grasped him firmly. "Why are you hiding?" At that moment, Qian Sui had awoken and immediately began to struggle in her grip. His small, bean-like eyes full of indignation, tinged with a trace of almost imperceptible insecurity. "What gives? After caring for you all this time, you won't even let me touch you." Ungrateful little thing, Mu Ziji vigorously rubbed him. Laughing at the round, squished little creature in her hands, yet her heart felt a twinge of melancholy. They would soon part ways. Bai Qi was prepared, standing at a distance, awaiting Zhou Shua to lead the way. "I shall go now." Zhou Shua tenderly caressed her face, intending to take little Qianzhuang. Mu Ziji leaned back, her gaze evasive. I wish to accompany you," she added hastily. "I will just stand by the lakeside. I won't cause any trouble." Deep down, she was reluctant to part. Zhou Shua's brow furrowed slightly, but he did not refuse. Silently, he retrieved the fur clothing he had prepared. He had anticipated her decision to follow. Mu Ziji paused for a moment, then shyly scratched her head. Once everyone was ready, They prepared to set off. Most of the White Tiger clan accompanied them, including Bai Mimi. Upon seeing Mujiji bundled up, she disdainfully snorted. How utterly spoiled Mujiji ignored her. After all, she would not be the one feeling the chill shortly. The group transformed into their beast forms and headed toward the lakeside. With Mujiji riding on Zhou Shua's back, devoid of her orc form, cradling little Qian Sui, she chattered incessantly. You must behave well in your home, do you understand? If you have parents, seek them out. If not, do not be afraid. I believe you can take care of yourself. At this point, her heart ached anew. How could such a tiny creature manage on its own? Yet, he could not survive in this world for long. Little Qian Sui nestled in her arms, motionless, but if one looked closely, they would see the glimmer of tears in his small eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall. Gathering her thoughts, Mujiji continued her admonitions. I have packed jerky and seasoning in your bundle, along with flint stones. You know how to use them, right? But be cautious when using fire. Do not burn yourself, understood? Oh, I've also brought burn ointment, but first and foremost, you must avoid getting hurt. She spoke in fragments throughout the journey, while the little cub remained silent in her embrace. Wansui, your son is leaving, and you have not uttered a word? Truly a scoundrel. Mujiji could not help but criticize Wansui. Wansui, caught off guard, could only respond with silence. As they drew nearer to the lakeside, the temperature steadily dropped. With frost now covering the trees ahead, Mujiji's breath turned white in the frigid air. The White Tiger clan, lacking resistance to the cold, found their steps becoming laborious, while only Zhou Shua and Bai Qi maintained their usual pace. Bai Mimi, shielded by several male orcs, trembled from the chill, casting resentful glances at the warm Mujiji. Upon reaching the lakeside, a thin veil of mist lingered over the still water, the air seemingly frozen. Despite her thick fur clothing, Mujiji still felt the biting cold. Chapter 33. A Big Black Rat? Who? Not to mention the other orcs. Bai Qi glanced back, observing the shivering clan members, and immediately commanded, You all should return first. The clan members, however, were unwilling to comply, insisting on remaining nearby. Bai Mimi, desperate to return to warmth, nearly cursed them all in her heart, yet maintained a facade of concern for him. Gently placing Mujiji on the ground, Zhou Shua meticulously tucked her clothing around her, leaving only her small face exposed. Do not move here. I will go buy some oranges, Mujiji blurted out. Zhou Shua responded in surprise. Mujiji smiled shyly. It's nothing, nothing at all. She stroked little Qian Sui in her arms, wondering if she should take him now. At that moment, Qian Sui stiffened, a hint of resistance flashing in his eyes. He did not wish to return, no need. It can wait until we confirm the entrance. Zhou Shua gently ruffled little Qian Sui's head, fully aware of the cub's reluctance to leave. All right, Mujiji nodded, tightening her hold on the little black cub. Then you be careful. Finally, Zhou Shua and Bai Qi transformed into their beast forms and leaped into the lake. As the splashes faded, the lake surface returned to tranquility, and Mujiji anxiously awaited their return. Her hands stroking little Qian Sui's fur, her eyes filled with worry. Bai Mimi, still trembling in her beast form, scrutinized the solitary Mujiji. She turned to Bai Jiu, her gaze malicious. Go, strip her of her fur clothing. Bai Jiu frowned, resolute. I cannot. I said you must. She was losing her patience. Are you ignoring my orders? Bai Jiu? Do you not remember what my mother said when we left? Bai Jiu fell silent, his eyes filled with restraint. Yet he stubbornly refused to obey her command. He had mentioned owing the little female a favor. And now, how could he possibly go back on his word and harm her? A flash of sorrow crossed his eyes. Bai Mimi's temperament over the years had truly become irreparable. Very well, you are quite formidable. Bai Mimi's face flushed with anger, her sense of crisis intensifying. Even Bai Jiu, who had always been obedient to her, was now defying her orders. She longed to eliminate her swiftly, since he would not comply. She would take matters into her own hands. Bai Mimi strode towards Mujiji with a fierce demeanor. Although she was a female of smaller stature, she still appeared considerably taller in comparison to the human-shaped Mujiji. Upon seeing the suddenly approaching white tiger, Mujiji was momentarily taken aback, subconsciously sensing the ill intent of the newcomer. True to her instincts, Bai Mimi commanded, Take off your beast skin. Her tone was remarkably authoritative. Mujiji stared at her as if she were a fool and promptly shook her head. No, if she were to remove it, she would surely freeze to death. Bai Mimi huffed, but I am very cold. Mu Zhizhi, utterly speechless, retorted, what does your coldness have to do with me? Who told you not to prepare in advance? With that, she disdainfully stepped aside, distancing herself from this woman who seemed to have a few screws loose. Furrowing her brow, she suddenly thought of something and inquired of Wan Sui, why did you stop broadcasting the Orc Encyclopedia upon encountering the White Tiger tribe? Wan Sui replied with a slight gasp, I forgot. Mu Zhizhi scoffed, how unreliable. Immediately challenged by her skepticism, Wan Sui cleared his throat and began to introduce, Bai Mimi, White Tiger tribe, skills, tantrums and whining, talent, none, overall ability, subpar. The description of tantrums and whining was indeed quite vivid. The introduction for Bai Qi was much more formal. Bai Qi, chief of the White Tiger tribe, skills, tiger's roar, dragon's chant, talent, turning illusions into reality, overall ability, above average, take off your beast skin. Bai Mimi was relentless, resembling a crazed white tiger. In response, the little Qian Sui in Mu Zhizhi's arms became agitated, fiercely huffing at her. However, Bai Mimi dismissed him, unable to discern what kind of race he belonged to, likening him to a large black rat. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her suspicious gaze fell upon Mu Zhizhi. Why was she not transforming into her beast form? Why wear such heavy clothing? Could it be that her beast form was something shameful? Seeing the dark mass of her child, did she belong to a lowly, contemptible race of rats? No wonder she had always refused to reveal her true form. Bai Mimi, feeling as though she had unraveled Mu Zhizhi's secret, immediately held her head high, her demeanor exuding arrogance and disdain. She had no intention of wearing this rat's clothing. Unaware of Bai Mimi's inner thoughts, Mu Zhizhi blinked, thinking her truly deranged. She took a few steps away, fearing she might catch whatever ailment she had. A quarter of an hour had passed since Zhou Shua had submerged into the water, and Mu Zhizhi was becoming increasingly anxious about his failure to resurface. Meanwhile, Bai Mimi continually approached, her gaze a mix of disdain and disgust, inciting Mu Zhizhi's own irritation. She shot back angrily, what are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? Bai Mimi couldn't help but laugh, looking at her with contempt. What is there to be proud of as a big black rat? Mu Zhizhi was taken aback. What is she talking about? Noticing her silence, Bai Mimi assumed she was too ashamed to respond and continued her bravado. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? After all, what right does a lowly rat have to compare with me? Stretching lazily, she added, you might as well wear your own beast skin. I refuse to don a rat's clothing, lest I catch some disease. Mu Zhizhi couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. This woman was truly unhinged. A rat? Me? Miss Tiger, if your brain is not functioning properly, perhaps you should stay indoors to avoid causing trouble for the tribe. Is your mother not a veterinarian? Why hasn't Tishi filled the holes in your head? Oh, wait, perhaps it shouldn't be filled. If it were filled with dirt, it would just become mud. Deske. How pitiful. With a disdainful glance, Mu Zhizhi retorted without reservation. Look who is trying to slander me. Just wait until I get you back. Bai Mimi, enraged, turned crimson with fury, her eyes bloodshot, and in a fit of rage, she lunged at Mu Zhizhi, aiming to bite her neck. With a wide-open mouth, she charged. Mu Zhizhi's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly happening? Clutching little Qian Sui tightly, she rolled to evade the attack. Meanwhile, Bai Jiao and his companions rushed over to intervene. Let go of me. I want to kill this wretched woman, Bai Mimi screeched, struggling against Bai Jiao's hold. Mu Zhizhi, still shaken, patted her chest, realizing how close she had come to being bitten. However, it was utterly absurd. She was the one who had provoked the situation, yet now she wanted to kill her. What heinous crime had she committed? Amid this farce, they remained oblivious to the once tranquil surface of the lake beginning to churn violently. Look! A white tiger beast man suddenly shouted, pointing at the lake's surface. The crowd immediately turned their gazes towards it. The dissipating mist revealed the water rising in small whirlpools, as if it were boiling. Before long, two shadows emerged from the depths, Zhou Shua and Bai Qi breaking through the water's surface. Chapter 34. Welcome to the monster continent. Mu Zhizhi hurriedly approached, but Zhou Shua halted her. His fur was still dripping with water. Once he had moved a bit further away from Mu Zhizhi, he shook his body to rid himself of excess droplets before walking towards her. How did it go? Did you find anything? Zhou Shua transformed into human form, his damp silver hair swept back. Yes, he replied. That's good. Mu Gigi's eyes sparkled with joy. They could finally leave this place. However, little Qian Sui, the small black ball in her arms, appeared dejected. Its fur drooping, Mu Gigi gently stroked its fur, saying, "Don't forget us once we return." She pretended to be light-hearted, hoping perhaps they might meet again in the future, though she knew the chances were slim. The water continued to boil, forming a massive whirlpool in the lake. Bai Qi stood in midair, leaving behind a series of star-shaped imprints beneath his feet as he approached the center of the whirlpool. The onlookers were spellbound, and Mu Gigi looked on in amazement, finding it incredibly impressive. She unconsciously edged closer to the lake's edge. The whirlpool grew larger, yet no creatures were visible within it, the mist swirling into its depths. Zhou Shua took little Qian Sui from her, stating, "I will send him away." Mu Gigi's eyes glimmered with reluctance, but in the end, she surrendered him. Tears streamed down the little black ball's eyes, yet it stubbornly concealed its emotions within its fur. Zhou Shua leaped onto the lake's surface. Heading towards the center point, Mu Gigi watched nervously as he approached the edge of the lake. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Mimi had silently positioned herself behind her. Her eyes brimmed with vengeful hatred as she gritted her teeth. Seizing the moment when everyone was focused on Bai Qi, she thrust her hand forcefully against Mu Gigi's back. With a splash, Zhou Shua's pupils dilated in shock as he rushed towards her. Gigi? Yet it was too late. Like a fallen leaf, Mu Gigi was swept into the turbulent whirlpool, disappearing from sight. At that moment, Bai Qi's seal was complete, and only little Qian Sui managed to escape through the whirlpool back to the wicked realm. Zhou Shua plunged into the water without hesitation, scouring the depths but failing to catch even a glimpse of Mu Gigi's clothing. Mu Gigi fell into the lake. Her mind was a blank slate until the malevolent water surged into her nose, plunging her into darkness, and she lost consciousness. When she awoke again, she found herself lying in the midst of a desert, the blazing sun overhead scorching her. The sand's heat nearly roasted her alive. Struggling to sit up, she looked around in confusion. Where is this? Sweat uncontrollably trickled down her forehead into her eyes, prompting her to close them in discomfort. She removed the heavy beast skin, leaving only a layer of white dress. Feeling the searing sun prick her skin painfully, lifting her gaze, she saw no structures around, only an endless expanse of desert. What on earth is this place? Wansui, 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 she internally screamed, desperately calling for the system. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Mu Gigi's heart finally eased a little, and she quickly inquired, "Where am I?" A vague suspicion began to form in her mind, though she dared not pursue it further. "Indeed, it is just as you suspect. This is the monster continent, the place where little Qian Sui was raised," Wansui replied without hesitation. Mu Gigi was taken aback, her gaze vacant. "Then how do I return?" She could only imagine how worried Zhou Shua must be if she vanished without a trace. Wansui's voice grew weary. "You cannot return for the time being. I used all my energy to protect your body from evil influences. Your star coins are limited, and I am powerless to assist you further. For now, your priority is to acquire star coins to fill the gap. Once you accumulate a sufficient amount, I will be able to bring you back." He paused before continuing. "However, it will be impossible for you to find food and water here. This is my final assistance." With that, a cloth bag appeared in Mu Gigi's hands, and Wansui's voice faded away. "Wansui?" she tentatively called out, but there was no response. Filled with concern for Wansui's condition, she pouted in disappointment. Lowering her head, she felt utterly useless, not only failing to earn enough star coins but also struggling to ensure her own safety. She couldn't help but curse Bai Mimi internally. What a wicked, heartless woman. Subsequently, she began to inspect the contents of the cloth bag. 2 bottles of water, several pieces of bread, a flint, and a bone knife. Upon seeing the modern-looking plastic water bottles and bread, Mu Gigi was momentarily struck by a sense of dislocation, as if she had been transported to another era. The sun blazed down mercilessly, and she licked her parched lips, realizing she hadn't yet opened the water. Still unaware of when she would escape this desert, she would have to wait until her thirst became unbearable before drinking. Gathering her resolve, she slung the cloth bag over her shoulder, glanced at the discarded animal hide, and a look of indecision crossed her face. Ultimately, she picked up the lightest piece and stowed it in her backpack. With the blazing sun overhead, She chose a random direction and pressed on. The earth felt like a steamer, and she was akin to a bun in a steamer basket. Her lips cracked, and the searing sunlight seemed to drain every drop of moisture from her body. By the time the sun set, she had still not managed to escape the desert. Her body was covered in sand, her face smeared with dirt, rendering her unrecognizable as the once pristine little female. She was so exhausted that she could scarcely utter a word, and in the distance, she spotted a rocky forest. Thirsty and hungry, all she desired was a place to rest, as the sun dipped below the horizon. A hint of coolness crept into the air. However, before she could feel any joy, the dropping temperature extinguished her smile. The temperature fluctuations between day and night here were utterly extreme. Seizing the moment before the sunlight vanished entirely, Mu Zhizhi mustered her strength and ran toward the rocky forest, finally finding a cave to slip into before nightfall. She donned the animal hide she hadn't discarded, yet she still trembled from the cold. This situation was untenable. She would surely freeze to death. Remembering the many tumbleweeds that the wind hadn't scattered in the rocky forest, she resolved to venture outside in search of something to ignite for warmth. Wrapping the hide tightly around her, she bit her lip and rushed out, only to collide with a tall figure. The impact staggered her back a step, her nose hitting the man's hard chest. And tears sprang unbidden to her eyes. Before she could react, the figure before her swayed precariously and fell to the ground with a thud, his head striking a protruding rock. Panic surged through Mu Zhizhi. Had he been injured? Forgetting everything else, she hurried to help him. "Hey, are you all right?" Just as she uttered these words, she suddenly felt a burning sensation on her skin. It had begun to rain. The rain was highly acidic, causing her to wince in pain. Grabbing the man by the shoulders, she dragged him into the cave, then risked another trip outside to bring in a tumbleweed. What a bizarre weather phenomenon! The rain poured down more heavily outside, making her heart race with anxiety. Fortunately, the cave was situated slightly higher, so she wasn't too worried about flooding. Muji leaned in to check on the man again, placing her fingers under his nose to see if he was breathing. A chill ran down her spine. He was not. Chapter 35. Mu Zhizhi sprang back, trembling as she huddled in a corner. Dead? He had seemed fine just moments ago. Was it her collision that caused this? The thought nearly brought her to tears. She swore it hadn't been intentional. Outside, the rain fell in a relentless downpour, and the oppressive atmosphere made her feel small, pitiful, and utterly helpless, like he must be a mistake. Gritting her teeth, her watery eyes sparkled dimly in the darkness as she cautiously approached the man once more, extending her finger towards him. Just as she reached above his face, his eyes flew open, his hand shooting out like a claw to grasp her wrist. Mu Zhizhi cried out in pain, her delicate features contorting as she fell to her knees. "Who are you?" The man's voice was cold and hoarse, laced with a palpable malice. "Let go of me. I saved you, for goodness sake." Mu Zhizhi was both indignant and aggrieved. Who was this person? Had she known, she would have let him drown outside. Saved him? The man seemed to find this notion amusing, yet he released her, propping himself up against the stone wall, his gaze languid yet imbued with a serpentine chill as he scrutinized the small female before him. With her arm freed, Mu Zhizhi's eyes brimmed with tears of pain as she glared at Yin, cursing him silently 1,000 times over in her mind. Yin's voice was icy as he remarked, "If you don't want your eyes, then just dig them out." Mu Zhizhi flinched, immediately averting her gaze, her heart swelling with indignation. What had she rescued? She vowed never to do a good deed again. Her emotions were transparent, evident on her face, a mixture of fury and frustration that piqued Yin's interest. His night vision eyes studied her in the dark, causing her to feel as if she were being scrutinized by an abyss. "What is your name?" Yin asked languidly, his body still weak, yet showing no signs of injury. Mu Zhizhi had no desire to respond, but fearing for her life, she begrudgingly replied, "Mu Zhi." "Oh." The question ended, and silence fell once more. The rain outside fell incessantly, creating a sense of irritation. Yin appeared like a lifeless corpse leaning against the wall, devoid of any sound. Yet Mu Zhizhi could feel his unwavering gaze, assuring her that there was still a living presence. Her wrist throbbed painfully, and she trembled from the cold. Finally unable to resist, she took out the flint and ignited the tumbleweed. The flames offered her a measure of warmth and illuminated the cave. By the flickering light, she surreptitiously glanced at the man, catching a glimpse of his features. His face was shrouded in a faint layer of gray mist, while she could discern each of his features. Comprehending his full visage proved exceedingly difficult. Even so, it was apparent that he was extraordinarily handsome. Clad in a loose black robe, his silver hair was carelessly tied at the back, with a few strands draping over his broad shoulders. Exuding an air of nonchalance, his skin was pale, devoid of any color, and his demeanor appeared languid. Yet he was undeniably not someone to be trifled with. Mujiji pouted and squatted beside the fire to warm herself. The two of them coexisting in an uneasy peace. She retrieved the water from her cloth bag, attempting to twist the cap open, but the moment she applied pressure, a sharp pain shot through her wrist. Causing her face to scrunch up in agony, under the firelight, her delicate features appeared exceedingly fragile. Yin regarded her with amusement. "Shall I help you?" Mujiji shot him a wary glance. She intended to refuse, but the thirst was unbearable, so she hesitantly passed the water to him. Observing the clear, pure liquid contained within the unknown vessel, Yin's interest piqued as he effortlessly twisted the cap off. He brought the bottle to his nose, inhaling its scent before taking sip. It tasted no different from ordinary water. Yet there was an indescribable flavor to it. He wrinkled his nose in distaste. "That's mine," Mujiji exclaimed indignantly. Yin lazily glanced at her before returning the partially drunk water. Infuriated, Mujiji felt as if she might burst. If it weren't for the scarcity of water, she would have smashed the bottle on the ground right before him. For now, she could only wipe the lip of the bottle repeatedly with her sleeve, glaring at him with resentment. What a strange person. The rain continued to pour outside, and with the warmth of the fire, Mujiji briefly relaxed. Yet, the presence of an unknown danger in the cave kept her on high alert, as the flames flickered warmly. Her eyelids grew heavier, and despite her efforts to stay awake, she succumbed to sleep, cradling her knees against her chest. Yin cast a fleeting glance at her, showing no reaction as he too closed his eyes. After a night had passed, the acidic rain outside had ceased, and daylight broke, illuminating the cave. The fire had long since extinguished, and Mujiji lay curled up, sleeping fitfully. Suddenly, a small stone struck her head with precision. "Ugh," she groaned, clutching her head as she sluggishly sat up, her sleep-laden eyes stifling a yawn. Then, she jolted awake, turning to confront her assailant, her tone laced with irritation. "What is the matter?" Yin shifted slightly, his elongated eyes narrowing as he uttered ominously. "Have you decided how you wish to die?" Mujiji's mind went blank. "What?" She could hardly believe her ears. "What are you talking about?" Yin's expression remained languid. "Choose your own method of dying." This was beyond absurd. Mujiji struggled to comprehend his thought process. "Why would I want to die? I saved you. Why are you repaying my kindness with malice?" She stood, determined. "Let us part ways here. I want to be a bother to you." At this moment, all she wanted was to distance herself from this lunatic. "Did I allow you to leave?" Came Yin's drawl from behind her. And Mujiji immediately felt her body freeze, as if it were beyond her control. Yin had already stepped closer, standing before her. "What do you want?" Mujiji felt her composure fraying. How could such a person exist in this world? Yin tilted his head, contemplating her question. What did he want? It seemed he didn't even know. The last person who had been this close to him had been killed the moment they drew near. Yet this one had spent the night unharmed beside him. This was a predicament. Perhaps it was best to kill her, sparing him the necessity of thinking too much. A murderous glint flickered in his eyes as his long fingers inched toward Muji's neck. He was born from malice, and wrongdoing required no justification. Mujiji panicked. He truly intended to kill her. Every muscle in her body strained against his grip, yet her efforts were akin to an ant attempting to shake an elephant. Despair washed over her, and she squeezed her eyes shut, thinking that if given another chance, she would assuredly have killed him the moment she encountered him. Uncertain if the heavens had indeed heard the heartfelt whispers of Mujiji. The moment Yan's fingers brushed against her skin, the air around them shimmered, reality warped, and time swiftly cascaded back to the previous evening. Chapter 36. A truly formidable little brute. As dusk descended, Mujiji found herself inexplicably unharmed. Reappearing in the events of the prior night, she touched her neck in astonishment, struggling to regain her composure, only to find the cave devoid of any male presence. Had time truly reversed? It was utterly surreal. Calculating the moments, she steeled herself once more and dashed outside, only to collide with Yin yet again. This time, Mu Zhizhi was wary. Clutching her sore nose, she quickly regained her footing, drawing her bone dagger with resolve as she fixed her gaze on the unconscious man before her. Yet, she found herself paralyzed by hesitation, missing the perfect opportunity to eliminate Yin. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, springing to his feet with an urgency that shattered his previously nonchalant demeanor, his piercing gaze locking onto Mu Zhizhi as he incredulously questioned, "What have you done?" Mu Zhizhi was taken aback. Was he also retaining memories? Gritting her teeth, she swung her bone dagger at him with fervor. However, Yin was not one to remain passive. In the heat of the moment, he too harbored lethal intent. Thus, time once more unraveled into reverse. This cycle repeated 5 times without her succeeding in vanquishing Yin, who was gradually losing his patience. On the 6th attempt, he effortlessly pulled Mu Zhizhi into his embrace as she swung the dagger. "Let go of me," she protested, struggling futilely against his grasp. Yin wore an expression of resignation, saying, "I'm truly afraid of you now. I want to kill you." Mu Zhizhi paused, her tone stiff with disbelief. "Really? Indeed. This is more exhausting than fighting someone. Then release me," she demanded. Reluctantly, Yin acquiesced. Mu Zhizhi's complexion had grown pale. The tumultuous time shifts were undoubtedly taking a toll on her body. Fortunately, her previously swollen wrist appeared healthy now. "Let us be forthright. We shall each pose a question to one another." Weary, she plopped down, igniting a tumbleweed as she inquired, "I am Mu Zhizhi. What is your name?" Yin tilted his head, mimicking her posture, and replied, "Yin. What a peculiar name," Mu Zhizhi thought inwardly. "Why are you here?" Yin succinctly stated, "I am being pursued." With such a deranged personality, it was hardly surprising. "Then why did you attempt to kill me?" she exclaimed, her voice rising in indignation. Yin rubbed his nose, his gaze evasive. There wasn't a specific reason. Mu Zhizhi felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. "Who are you? Where is this place?" Just as she was about to ask more, Yan's expression shifted as he accused, "One question per person? You've exceeded your limit." Caught off guard, Mu Zhizhi waved her hand dismissively. "Fine, you ask." Yin pondered for a moment, seemingly devoid of questions, for he had little interest in anything. This world held nothing of significance for him. Seeing his silence, Mu Zhizhi felt both exasperated and resigned. Interacting with him required an abundance of patience. "Since you cannot inquire, I shall pose my question to you instead." Yin nodded earnestly and then, recalling her question, replied, "I am simply me, the Yin that was born. As for where this place is." He stroked his chin contemplatively. "Perhaps it is the sands of forgetting." Mu Zhizhi was taken aback and immediately pressed. "Is there a way to leave? To a tribe of beastmen?" If she could reach a beastmen tribe, surely there would be a way to earn star coins, allowing her to awaken Wansui and return home. Yin chuckled as if she had told a joke. "Leave? You?" He scrutinized her from head to toe. "You should instead contemplate how best to meet your demise." Mu Zhizhi felt drained, then thought, "But aren't you capable? Surely you could escort me out, right?" She adopted a submissive tone, ready to shift her approach in conversation. Her display of humility seemed to please Yin, who lazily leaned against the stone wall, a smirk gracing his lips. Very well. Mu Zhizhi's heart raced at this unexpected concession. Gazing at Yan's inscrutable face, she felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if she were seeing the gentle and attentive Zhou Shuo. Had her longing for Zhou Shuo conjured an illusion? How could this capricious man possibly compare to her tender Zhou Shuo? She forcefully cast aside such thoughts, continuing her flattery. "I knew you were broad-minded, my lord. You truly are a good person." "A good person?" Yin savored the words, laughing heartily. "It's truly the first time someone has called me that." Mu Zhizhi retorted. "Of course. Others aren't blind." Yet, her tactic of feigned weakness proved effective with this unpredictable man. The two finally coexisted peacefully. As dawn broke once more, Mu Zhizhi felt a sense of relief, and it was then that she noticed the scene outside the cave. She was taken aback by the sight before her. The barren wilderness of yesterday was now a riot of chaotic vegetation, sprawling endlessly for thousands of miles, with unfamiliar creatures emerging from the foliage. Yin stirred awake, lazily making his way over to her. Mu Zhizhi spoke, bewildered. "What on earth is happening?" Yin, seemingly unfazed, stretched and replied slowly, It rained last night. But it couldn't have grown this quickly. That defies logic. A rustling sound emanated from the towering plants, and a massive watermelon insect creature barreled toward them. Instinctively, Mujiji flinched to evade it, but Yin effortlessly subdued the creature with a single hand, lifting it effortlessly before tossing it away, where it quickly vanished from sight. Turning to her, Yin's face bore little expression, yet Mujiji sensed something peculiar in his gaze. Mechanically, she raised her hands, forcing a smile as she clapped. That was impressive. Yin, satisfied, redirected his attention. Impressive? Let us move. He spoke lethargically. Hey, Mujiji exclaimed. Her spirits lifted, but as she gazed at the dense jungle before them, her steps hesitated. With all the bizarre plants around, would she even make it through alive? Yin shot her an exasperated glance. Transform into beast form. Beast form? She thought, feeling utterly stifled. I don't have a beast form. His interest piqued. Yin scrutinized her. Then what are you? You're the one who has something. Mujiji struggled to suppress her frustration, plastering on a false smile. My lord, you don't understand. I've looked this way since birth, so there's no beast form. Might I humbly request you to assist me? Yin grimaced, but his mood seemed to lighten slightly. Fine, I'll help. Mujiji sighed in relief, realizing how difficult it was to navigate his whims. His behavior was akin to that of a mischievous child with boundless destructive potential. How old are you? She couldn't help but ask. Yin tilted his head in contemplation before answering. I don't remember. I could be your ancestor, Mujiji thought. Conversing with him was a constant exercise in self-restraint. Chapter 37. The Devil Fruit. Let us go. Yin, as if unconcerned, wrapped his arm around Mujiji's waist and leapt into the air, racing toward the horizon. The howling wind whipped past her ears as Mujiji's eyes widened in terror, gripping Yin's clothing tightly, fearful of plummeting. The creeping vines below attempted to ensnare them, but Yin merely waved his hand, obliterating them with ease. Bored, Yin aimlessly wandered with Mujiji, passing several city tribes without the slightest intention of stopping. She could only watch, too afraid to utter a word, lest she provoke this capricious being and find herself cast down. A soft growl emanated from her stomach, drowned by the rushing wind. Yin's pale ears twitched slightly as he hovered in midair. Glancing down at her with a lazy expression, hungry? Mujiji eagerly nodded. Yes. Her heart raced with hope. Perhaps this meant he would take her to a tribe. Yin furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. I'll take you to eat. Without specifying what they would eat, he tightened his hold around her waist and sped off into the distance. In an instant, they landed, and as her hair whipped wildly in the wind, Yin released her, causing her legs to buckle as she nearly fell to the ground. Yin, full of enthusiasm, pointed at a massive tree nearby. Eat this. Mujiji followed his gaze, spotting a towering tree, its bark ebony and stretching toward the clouds, adorned with dark fruits resembling hearts, while its maple-like leaves danced in the breeze, shrouded in a veil of black mist. Quick, go pick it, Yin urged. What? Mujiji turned to him, bewildered. Why should I pick it? Seemingly reading her thoughts, Yin replied matter-of-factly, this place has restrictions. I can't fly up there, so you must climb. I can't climb trees. She shook her head. Muttering her protest, she added, why don't you climb? I am not climbing in a skirt. Upon hearing the last remark, Yin's gaze sharpened. Then take off the skirt. Do you need help with that? Startled, Mujiji instinctively clutched her chest and took 2 steps back. Pervert, with a blank expression and lifeless eyes reminiscent of a dead fish. Yin's tone took on a threatening edge. If you do not pluck it, I shall have no choice but to consume you to satiate my hunger. Mujiji jolted in alarm and promptly exclaimed, I have other methods. A quarter of an hour later, Mujiji returned from a distance, having broken off a branch and fashioned a lasso from vines at its tip. Straining, she lifted the branch towards the fruit, and as the lasso ensnared it, she tugged forcefully from below. The connection at the top snapped instantly, and the fruit fell with a resounding thud. Yin, quick as lightning, caught it deftly. Mujiji repeated her method, ultimately harvesting 5 fruits before she deemed her task complete. Discarding the branch, she cheerfully boasted, well, how about that? This method is quite effective, wouldn't you agree? Yin offered no rebuttal and graciously handed her one of the fruits. Curiously, Mujiji inquired, what is this? Yin lazily replied. A devil fruit? With that, he took a bite, and his face contorted in displeasure as he spat out the pulp, disdainfully grimacing. It tastes terrible. However, Mu Zhizhi was astonished. Is this truly a devil fruit? It can purge the evil within beasts. Cautiously, she took a bite, only to find the flavor surprisingly sweet and delectable. For a fleeting moment, her mind went blank, and she felt as though she were floating on clouds. Her brows relaxing as if experiencing the most exquisite sensation in the world. Nothing like Yan's description of it being distasteful. Yan observed her reaction with raised eyebrows, yet chose not to comment. Indeed, the devil fruit's taste could vary based on the eater's heart. His was inherently dark, hence the bitterness he experienced. As for this little female, Mu Zhizhi devoured the fruit eagerly, and soon only the pit remained in her hand. She licked her lips in delight and placed the pit into her cloth bag, pondering whether it could be cultivated later. Noticing her small gesture, Yin merely raised an eyebrow and remained silent. Mu Zhizhi's gaze then fixated on the 3 remaining fruits in his hand, her eyes gleaming with desire. You're not eating them. Just give them to me. Yin rolled his eyes in disdain. Yet his hand faithfully extended the fruits toward her, including the one he had bitten. Mu Zhizhi had no intention of consuming it, but under his piercing gaze, she reluctantly swallowed it down, tears welling in her eyes. Now I'm tainted, she lamented. Are you full now? Yin asked, lifting his gaze. Mu Zhizhi nodded, stuffing the remaining 3 fruits into her bag. Since you are satiated, it is my turn to eat. His tone was enigmatic, and a glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes. Mu Zhizhi flushed at his words. Such statements could easily lead to misunderstandings. Yin, oblivious to her inner turmoil, grasped her wrist and whisked her away. Before long, they halted in front of a caravan traversing the desert. Yin transformed, adopting the guise of a middle-aged man around 40 years old. He pulled Mu Zhizhi along, resembling a father with his daughter. Captain Xiao, Yin called out, his voice echoing with the weariness of a father. The caravan came to a halt, and Mu Zhizhi was left bewildered. What was he up to? As they approached, she realized that the members of this group were all pig-faced beings. Each dressed impeccably, adorned with sparkling gemstones, yet possessing an odd appearance. At the forefront, Captain Xiao, a large wild boar, glared at Mu Zhizhi and Yin with sharp, protruding tusks. Yin hunched slightly, presenting Mu Zhizhi. Captain, my daughter claims that the devil fruit is extraordinarily delicious. I can no longer keep her, and I wish to trade something with you. Mu Zhizhi gasped in shock, casting a bewildered glance at Yin. Yet he did not meet her gaze at the mention of the devil fruit. Captain Xiao's eyes sparkled with fervor, his gaze fixated greedily on Mu Zhizhi, while his subordinates looked at her with avarice. The allure of the devil fruit was immense to any magical beast, with few having truly savored its ecstasy. Thus their desire to experience its taste intensified. Without hesitation, Captain Xiao agreed, not bothering to inquire what was to be exchanged, as his coarse hand reached for Mu Zhizhi. Drool glistening at the corners of his mouth, Mu Zhizhi panicked. They clearly intended to consume her. Hearing Captain Xiao's words, Yin chuckled softly, straightening his posture and lifting his eyelids, his tone inscrutable. You said it yourself. Before Captain Xiao's fingers could touch Mu Zhizhi, Yan's form suddenly morphed, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, and an unknown beast surged forth, the darkness sweeping toward the entire caravan as if to engulf them whole. Chapter 38. Your great daddy revives. Fully Mu Zhizhi barely had time to react before a waft of refreshing air brushed past her, and without any warning, all the beasts in the caravan vanished, leaving only their abandoned goods behind. Yin reverted to his human form, contentedly burping. Mu Zhizhi stood dazed, her eyes wide open, resembling a bewildered goose. Yin approached her, ruffling her hair. What's the matter? Mu Zhizhi retorted. What do you think is the matter? She felt utterly overwhelmed. This was pure madness. To have survived in his hands felt like a miracle. Yin scrutinized her, his long, elegant fingers stroking his chin as if suddenly coming to a realization. Did I not leave you anything? Understanding his intention, he patted her head again. My apologies for not considering you. I will be sure to leave you something next time. Who wants any of it? Mu Zhizhi felt tears welling up. She wished someone would rescue her from this devil. As he patted her head, she genuinely feared he might swat her into the desert. Let us go. Yin resumed his languid demeanor. Mu Zhizhi dared not speak further, hastily following his lead. but she couldn't help glancing back at the cargo that had lost its owners, asking, "What will happen to those things?" Yin lazily raised his eyelids. "They'll be discarded. If you want them, they're all yours." The system detected 10 unattended carts of goods, equivalent to 100,000 star coins, and automatically deducted the amount. Deduction successful. Host balance, 2031. 2030, 2029.10 carts of goods vanished into thin air, and Mu Zhizhi felt a sense of fulfillment in her mind. Yin raised an eyebrow but did not inquire about the goods' fate. Instead, he gave her a thumbs up. Before Mu Zhizhi could explain, the voice of Wan Sui suddenly sprang to life in her mind, brimming with energy. "Your great daddy has fully revived." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Mu Zhizhi's face lit up with joy. "Wan Sui, you're finally awake." Her excitement was palpable, and a smile spread across her face. Well, look at you. So much loot. You might as well stay here and enjoy this. Your yin is far more impressive than Zhou Shua." Mu Zhizhi rolled her eyes. "Stop right there. Don't say such things. He is just an unpredictable madman. One day he might swallow me whole. How can he compare to Zhou Shua?" Thinking of Zhou Shua, a look of nostalgia crossed Mu Zhizhi's face, and the thought that they could not meet again filled her with disappointment. Noticing her mood, Yin's expression turned cold. "Is being with me so distressing?" Mu Zhizhi's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly shook her head. "No. It's just that I was thinking of my partner." "Then kill him." Yan's voice was devoid of any emotion. Truly a capricious madman. With the system backing her, Mu Zhizhi felt emboldened. "What is wrong with wanting a partner? He is the one I wish to share my life with." Yin pondered for a moment, then replied matter-of-factly, "Kill him, and you can also share your life with me." Perhaps fearing she wouldn't believe him, he added, "I won't kill you." With his tone sincere, Mu Zhizhi almost found herself believing his words. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder. Had he never had a partner before? But then again, it made sense. She quickly understood. With that foul temperament, what woman would ever fancy him? Moreover, he was someone whose face was hardly discernible. A relationship requires mutual affection. If he doesn't like me, how could we ever share our lives together? She implored earnestly. Yin looked at her as if she were speaking nonsense, his eyes widening in disbelief. "I'm not killing you." "And that doesn't count as affection?" Mu Zhizhi countered. "You're not killing me because you fear time will reverse again." "I have nothing more to say," Mu Zhizhi declared, wishing to end the conversation, and continued her internal inquiry to Wan Sui. "Wasn't that cargo worth 100,000 star coins? Why is there only 2,000 left?" Wan Sui responded, "Incorrect. There's actually only 1,400 remaining." "Why is it so little?" "You were greedy," Wan Sui exclaimed. "How rude. Do you know how much effort I put in to prevent you from being sucked into that vile black mist? 1 star coin per second is already quite reasonable. And do you think reversing time is that simple?" "Ah, so it was you. Who else would it be? Did you think you were favored by the heavens, able to easily defy fate? It's all thanks to me." Mu Zhizhi felt sheepish. All right, thank you." Just as she was lost in thought, Yin's footsteps suddenly halted ahead. Unprepared, she bumped into him, rubbing her nose in irritation. "What is going on?" "Sure." Yin turned, covering her mouth, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the distance. Muttering to himself, "They tracked us this far." With that, he wrapped his arms around Mu Zhizhi's waist, enveloping her completely before swiftly retreating. Moments later, several figures emerged at their previous location, one of whom, with a sharp snout and jagged teeth, sniffed the air, recognizing that they had been here. Chapter 39. When heaven calls, it does not respond. When earth calls, it remains silent. Yin swiftly retreated with Mu Zhizhi, having covered several hundred miles in mere moments. Unaware of the unfolding chaos, Mu Zhizhi couldn't help but glance back, only to see a shroud of black mist enveloping an unknown creature rapidly pursuing them. Frustration etched on Yan's face, his already pale lips appeared even more ghostly. "Enemies?" Mu Zhizhi was utterly astonished. Did this mean she was being unjustly implicated? This was hardly fair. Perhaps sensing her turmoil, Yin stole a glance at her while in flight. Scoffing, "What is the matter? Are you frightened?" "How can I not be frightened? I never intended to face danger alongside you." The relentless assaults from behind closed in on the pair, yet Yin deftly evaded them. However, this very agility slowed his pace, allowing their pursuers to catch up. Shadows emerged from all directions, encircling them in a tight grip. TSK. Yin clicked his tongue in annoyance, a cold, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Panic filled Mu Gigi's gaze as she surveyed their captors, brutal orcs with menacing features, exuding a feral aura. Leading them was a lizard-like orc, dragging a grotesque tail behind him, his yellow slit eyes glinting as he spoke. His long tongue flicking out intermittently. It's been a while. Lord Yin, he rasped, his voice grating and harsh. His cold, predatory gaze swept over the two, making Mu Gigi feel uneasy, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Yin lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a dismissive glance at the orc as if he were a mere ant, his words dripping with scorn. Miss your father so soon? You couldn't he wait a day before chasing us down? Perhaps you should rename yourself to Mongrel. The lizard orc, clearly accustomed to Yan's taunts, grinned. Ah, I would gladly pay homage to you each day. What a pair of cunning individuals! The atmosphere turned stagnant, the oppressive air stifling. Mu Gigi longed to shout, you two continue your conversation. I'll take my leave. However, the lizard orc's gaze fell upon Mu Gigi, though his words remained directed at Yin. Found a companion so quickly? Rest assured, after you die, I shall enjoy her thoroughly. His eyes glimmered with lewd intent, a sinister chuckle escaping him. Mu Gigi felt her face flush with anger. Enjoy my foot? Yin, seemingly unfazed, shrugged nonchalantly, pushing Mu Gigi forward. Suit yourself. Mu Gigi? She had known he was no good. What a scoundrel! She glared at Yin, her eyes ablaze, wishing to bore holes into his face. The lizard orc observed their interaction, his slit pupils narrowing. Unable to gauge Yan's true feelings, if this little female was acquired elsewhere, he would be inclined to enjoy her, but coming from Yin, he felt wary. Thankfully, he had no concerns about leaving a witness. His predatory gaze fixed on her, he sneered, since he doesn't want you. Don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he lunged at Mu Gigi with his sharp claws. Mu Gigi's pupils dilated in terror, watching helplessly as the lethal claws approached her heart. Just as she was about to react, a flash of white light surged forth, severing the claws before her, warm blood splattering onto her already soiled white dress. Ah! A cry of agony escaped the lizard orc as he staggered back, clutching his severed arm, supported by his subordinates. Yin? His voice, filled with rage, echoed in Yan's ears, seething with a desire to rend him to pieces. Unperturbed, Yin casually dug at his ear, his posture relaxed, his tone dismissive. I said I wouldn't kill her. You are violating our agreement. You? The lizard orc's chest heaved violently as his severed hand rapidly regenerated. Returning to its original form, Yin expressed disappointment. The lizard's regenerative ability was quite nauseating. Flexing his hand, the lizard orc's eyes glinted with malice. Yesterday, you escaped by chance. Today, I shall not be so lenient with that. He swiftly arranged his subordinates, encircling Yin with an air of determination. Today, he was set on eliminating him. He produced an ancient circular disc, chanting incantations while biting his fingertip to draw blood, which he then poured into the disc before hurling it at Yin. Mu Gigi felt an immediate pressure, the air seeming to withdraw, creating a vacuum around them, leaving no sounds in her ears. Yin pursed his lips, lifting Mu Gigi and tossing her aside, extending a finger to meet the oncoming force. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, sending dust and debris flying, obscuring everyone's vision in a cloud of yellow sand. Though Mu Gigi was cast aside, she was inevitably caught in the aftermath, her insides twisting painfully as she coughed up blood. She could only see Yan's attire billowing in the distance, his long hair swirling like a ghost, his steps unwavering, though his complexion grew paler. The lizard orc fared no better. His subordinates were knocked to the ground, blood trickling from their lips. His abilities were terrifying. Mu Gigi was struck with awe. Who was he truly? Yin taunted, though his breath faltered slightly down my turn. His voice became low and languid, his gaze chilling, as an intense black mist enveloped him. Surging toward the terrified yet immobile group of lizards, before they could utter a plea for mercy, a dozen beastmen were consumed, vanishing as if they had never existed. The wind ceased, leaving an eerie silence behind. As the black mist dissipated, Yan's figure emerged, standing still, his head bowed. Mu Gigi, suppressing her pain, rose unsteadily to his side. You did well. Just as her hand made contact with his shoulder, Yin sagged against her. Hey! Mu Gigi gasped, quickly supporting him, her small stature bending under his weight. Upon glancing at his face, her eyes widened in shock. He was utterly devoid of color, his lips frighteningly pale, and the gray mist that had enveloped him began to fade, revealing a visage strikingly similar to someone she knew. Yet before she could scrutinize further, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The sky darkened ominously, as though an ancient voice from the depths of the earth called out Yan's name. Yan! In an instant, the world shifted, warning. Level 1 alert. Evacuation imminent. The voice in her mind sounded urgently, leaving Mujiji no time to react as she and Yin vanished into the distance. 3 days passed. And the voice had led them to various locations, yet it always found them swiftly. Meanwhile, Yin lay in a deep slumber, unresponsive for 3 days, leaving Mujiji to truly understand what it meant to call out to heaven and earth in vain. After much wandering, they returned to the stone cave where they had first met. The voice had momentarily lost their trail, granting Mujiji a rare moment of respite. She propped Yin in a corner, gazing at his ghastly face, unable to suppress a sigh. She truly felt indebted to him from a past life. What kind of enemies had he provoked? The anxiety of the past few days made her want to abandon him and flee. Yet, the moment she beheld his face, so reminiscent of Zhou Shua's, her heart softened, and she found herself unable to bear it. Chapter 40. Do not morally bind me here. Ever since the gray mist had dissipated from Yan's face a few days ago, Mujiji had been filled with shock and confusion. Could it be, as the voice had suggested, that in this malevolent world, another Zhou Shua existed? Yet they were worlds apart. Zhou Shua was upright and virtuous, while Yin epitomized malevolence, acting solely on whims without regard for right or wrong. Her heart brimming with questions, yet no answers to be found, she nearly simmered with frustration. The voice had once again rapidly depleted its energy in their urgent retreat, leaving her with no response despite her calls. The remaining food had been consumed, compelling her to venture out in search of sustenance. Days passed, the vegetation vanished, and the surroundings reverted to an expansive desert. Under the blazing sun, Mujiji ventured deeper into the stone forest. With nothing around her, she trudged forward, each step heavy with fatigue, her attire now a tattered mess. After a long while, she finally stumbled upon a patch of yellowing unknown grass behind a rock. Elated, she rushed over, drawing out her bone knife to kneel and dig into the earth. Where there was grass, there must be water. She worked tirelessly, when suddenly, a voice called out from ahead. Little girl. Little girl. Mujiji paused, looking up towards the sound. Not far away, beneath a stone pillar, stood an old man with a white beard. Seeing her gaze, the old man smiled benevolently and waved. Mujiji regarded him with indifference, then resumed her digging. The old man, undeterred by her lack of response, approached her. Mujiji kept her head down, her grip tightening around the bone knife, ready to strike at the slightest hint of danger. The days of fleeing had drained her patience, rendering her numb. The old man, sensing her tension, kept his distance, speaking soothingly. Young friend, there's no need to be anxious. I am not a bad person. Mujiji ignored him, scoffing inwardly. How could a bad person ever claim to be one? Not receiving any slack from her, the old man hesitated on how to continue the conversation. Surely he was aware she was rather naive. He stroked his beard, finally uttering words that changed Mujiji's expression. I have come regarding the beastman you concealed in the stone cave. Mujiji abruptly raised her head, her eyes filled with vigilance, the bone dagger in her hand poised for action. How did he know? The old man explained. I did not lay a finger on him. With an expression that conveyed innocence, Mujiji remained on high alert. Who are you? The old man smiled benignly. You need not know who I am. But do you not wish to know Yan's identity? Mujiji pressed her lips together, firmly refusing. I will inquire about who he is directly, rather than hearing it from someone else. The old man chuckled softly, gazing at Mujiji as if she were an ignorant child. He shook his head. Naive, do you truly believe that by asking him, he will divulge the truth? Have you not discerned his nature? Mercurial and prone to indiscriminate slaughter. Do you think that simply saving him will invoke his gratitude? Do not dream, he concluded with a chilling remark. A beast is forever a beast. No matter what, it cannot transform into a human. Mujiji's heart skipped a beat. He spoke of a human. Even so, you would still protect him? Are you attempting to enact the fable of the farmer and the snake? To kill him is the righteous path in this world. It could also prevent him from endangering it. Do you wish to shield such a person? The old man's expression lost all warmth. Yet he spoke with a fervor for justice. Mugigi clenched her fists, her gaze unwavering as she met his. Do not attempt to morally bind me, if you have so much to say. Why do you not kill him yourself? Why burden me, a woman utterly defenseless? Why should I assist you? Even if I do not protect him, what gives you the right to expect my help? The old man was momentarily stumped by her retort. His lips moved, but he could find no words to counter her, ultimately shaking his sleeve in frustration. Stubborn fool. His murders bear your share of responsibility. Mugigi's temper flared. She retorted. So my not killing Yin equates to killing others. What nonsense logic is this? This old man is merely attempting to morally coerce me. She raised her bone dagger in a threatening manner. Listen closely, you should leave at once. I have no desire to harm an elder. What happens to Yin in the future is his own affair. It bears no relation to me or you. If you wish to be a savior, then do so yourself. Do not drag me into it. I have no such lofty ambitions. At your age, you should return home to tend to your fields. The old man's expression darkened, completely devoid of his earlier benevolence. It appears you are resolute in your decision to protect him. In that case, you are of no use to me. He gathered his fingers. A golden light coalescing in his palm, as he aimed it at Mugigi felt every hair on her body stand on end and swiftly dodged to the side. The light struck the stone where she had just stood, emitting no sound, reducing the stone to dust. Seeing her evade, the old man launched another attack. Mugigi summoned all her strength to dodge, but her body was still struck, sending her flying several meters like a kite severed from its string, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. The old man approached menacingly, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. Gathering golden light once more in his hand, preparing to deliver a final blow. This is of your own making. Mugigi lay on the ground. Every bone in her body felt dislocated, unable to move. She managed a bitter smile, never expecting to meet her end here when she had done nothing wrong. If she agreed to kill Yin now, would she even survive? How ironic. The old man stood before her. And Mugigi resolutely closed her eyes. If death were to come, then so be it. At worst, she would be reborn 18 years later as a better person. Is this how you give up? TSK. Suddenly, her wrist was grasped, and she was pulled into a familiar yet foreign embrace. Zhou Shua. She opened her eyes wide, a fleeting disappointment washing over her. No, it can't be. The expression on Yan's face was briefly twisted, as he gripped her chin with force, causing her lips to involuntarily pout. Who did you think it was? Your companion? Mugigi, feeling utterly exhausted and in pain, could not muster a rebuttal and closed her eyes wearily. Yin gritted his teeth, unable to do anything to her, and redirected his fury towards the old man, his eyes darkening with malice, coldly mocking. After all these years, you still pursue me relentlessly. You must truly be infatuated with me. Huh? Do not speak nonsense, the old man shouted, his eyes reddening with rage as he charged at him. Yin met him head-on, while still protecting Mugigi in his embrace, but after a single clash, his entire body swayed unsteadily, blood trickling from his mouth. The old man, too, was not faring well, clutching his chest and regarding Yin warily. Suddenly, the old man smiled. You've revealed your flaw. Gathering all his strength, he targeted Mugigi. Chapter 41. Mugigi, do not let me catch you. Mugigi felt a tightening sensation all around her, as if a great mountain were about to crush her to smithereens. Yan's gaze turned icy, and he abruptly turned his back to shield her from this lethal blow. PFF. Cold blood splattered across Mugigi's face, and she opened her eyes wide, disbelief flooding her pupils. Yin looked down at her, his pale lips stained with blood. Yet his face bore that familiar roguish grin. What are you staring at? I told you I wouldn't let you die. Mugigi's eyes reddened, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. You stubborn fool, she murmured. Yin scoffed, steadying his trembling legs as he placed her on the ground, then yanked a pendant from around his neck and thrust it into her hand. Before Mugigi could discern its appearance, he turned away. Old fool, is that all you've got? You think you can kill me? TSK. His eyes brimmed with disdain, taunting the old man. Yin, you should not exist, the old man roared furiously. the air around him swirling as he emanated an overwhelming aura, reminiscent of the ancient voice that had been pursuing them. Yen ceased to underestimate his opponent, his thin lips pressed into a line. A dark glint in his eyes, a great battle was imminent, as dark fog enveloped the sky. Yen and the old man became entwined in a fierce struggle, rocks and sand flying, the stone forest reduced to powder, while Mu Zhizhi remained untouched beneath the protection of the pendant. Even so, the oppressive air weighed heavily upon her, making it hard to breathe. Unbeknownst to her, the pendant's glow softly nourished the energy-depleted system. Beep, beep. The detection system identified a Beast King-level core, and the system was set to reboot. Initially, Mu Zhizhi felt a surge of joy, but quickly became anxious. This ISNT mine. I can't exchange it for star currency. The mechanical voice replied emotionlessly, system reboot successful. The pendant in her hand remained unchanged, and Mu Zhizhi breathed a sigh of relief. Emergency transfer countdown. 10, 9, 8. Mu Zhizhi's eyes widened in shock. Return now? Her anxious gaze darting through the dark mist. She wished to go back, but not at this moment. Can we wait a bit? She negotiated. 5. For the unyielding tone continued, and white light began to emanate from Mu Zhizhi, her body growing increasingly transparent. Yen noticed the situation and his expression hardened, pushing the old man back as he rushed to grasp her. A fire ignited within him. He would not allow her to leave. Not even if it meant her death. Mu Zhizhi forced a smile. I'm leaving now. You want to die, will you? Before she could finish her sentence, she became entirely transparent and vanished from sight. At that moment, a small black creature emerged from the void, its beady eyes filled with urgency, rushing toward her, but it missed her entirely. Mu Zhizhi. Yan's furious roar echoed, an overwhelming malevolence radiating from him, his pupils turning pitch black, embodying a force capable of annihilation. The old man was struck by the dark energy, spitting blood, fear evident in his eyes. He formed a hand seal and swiftly fled into the distance. Yan's body was engulfed in blazing black flames, veins bulging on his forehead. His voice low and hoarse, Mu Zhizhi, do not let me catch you. Beastman continent. Mu Zhizhi plummeted from the sky, her head striking a rock, and she immediately lost consciousness. In the distance, a passing carriage approached. Young master, it's a small female. She seems injured. A melodious yet slightly weak voice emerged from within the carriage. Cough, cough. Bring her up. Mu Zhizhi was unaware of how long she had been unconscious. As her consciousness returned, she felt her throat parched and painful, her head buzzing, and someone was carefully feeding her water with a spoon. She coughed with her eyes closed, inadvertently startling those nearby. You're awake. It was a voice she had never heard before, laced with youthful innocence. Where was she now? The tension in her body from the past few days heightened her alertness, and she sat up abruptly, colliding her forehead with that of the young man. Ugh! Before she could voice her pain, the young man winced and covered his forehead, letting out a soft cry. This left Mu Zhizhi momentarily bewildered. What happened to the young master? Concerned voices came from outside the carriage. The young man rubbed his forehead and replied, It's nothing, just a little bump on the head. Then I will drive more carefully. Mu Zhizhi touched her increasingly resilient head and looked up at the young man. His complexion was pale, almost translucent, clad in a snow-white fox fur coat, exuding an air of cleanliness and nobility. Resembling a resilient young pine, he had captivating peach blossom eyes, with elegantly arched brows, emanating an aura of delicate fragility. The spot on his forehead where Mu Zhizhi had collided was slightly red, making him appear quite pitiful indeed. He looked pitiful, possessing an air that invited bullying. Under Mu Zhizhi's gaze, he flushed slightly, lowering his head in embarrassment. Mu Zhizhi was taken aback. Accustomed to the brazen demeanor of beastmen, she found herself unaccustomed to this little puppy-like appearance. But wait, where was she now? Suddenly pulling back the curtains to gaze outside, she observed a group traversing an unknown road. Surrounding the carriage were several male orcs, who appeared delicate yet possessed an undeniable strength. Upon noticing her peering out, they offered her friendly nods. Without a thought for propriety, Mu Zhizhi settled back into her seat, overwhelmed by a sense of unreality. Where was this? The Orc continent? The youth beside her paused momentarily, his expression reflecting confusion. Naturally, at last, she had returned and Mu Zhizhi felt a pang of melancholy, uncertain whether to rejoice or mourn. if not for the pendant given to her by Yin. She might have believed her experiences in the monster beast continent were merely a dream. She had departed so abruptly, leaving Yin to contend with that old man. Surely, he would be furious, and upon their next meeting, he would likely seek to harm her. She pressed her lips together, fastening the pendant around her neck, hoping for an opportunity to return it to him, though perhaps it would be best if they never met again. A quiet dread crept into her heart. Dismissing such thoughts, she steadied her emotions and turned to the youth beside her, her face brightening into a genuine smile. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Mu Zhizhi." The boy shyly returned her smile. "I am Chang'an." After uttering these words, he became breathless and succumbed to a fit of coughing. Mu Zhizhi frowned slightly, concern etched on her features. "Are you all right?" It took a while for Chang'an to regain his composure, managing a pale smile. "It's nothing, just a chronic ailment." What a frail yet handsome youth. Mu Zhizhi felt a surge of affection for him. However, now was not the time for such sentiments. Her expression grew serious. "I must return home. It would be best for us to part ways here." Chang'an looked taken aback and promptly inquired, "Which tribe are you from? Where is it located? We should escort you back. It's unsafe for you to be alone out here." "Which tribe?" Mu Zhizhi faltered, trying to recall. Perhaps the Evergreen Mountain tribe. She racked her brain, but she had no knowledge of its exact location. Chapter 42. Why don't you accompany us to the holy city? She could only rely on the youth before her, her tone hopeful. "Do you know of the Evergreen Mountain tribe?" Chang'an's eyes flickered with confusion as he shook his head, apologetically replying, "I haven't heard of that tribe. I'm sorry." Seeing the disappointment in Mu Zhizhi's eyes, he quickly added, "I'll ask Uncle Xuanshan. He is well-traveled and might know." Mu Zhizhi nodded repeatedly, her gaze filled with gratitude. Chang'an shyly smiled, lifting the curtain to call out to Uncle Xuanshan outside. "Uncle, do you know where the Evergreen Mountain tribe is?" Xuanshan pondered for a moment before replying, "I've heard of it. It's considered a low-tier tribe, isn't it?" Mu Zhizhi, who had leaned out eagerly, nodded vigorously. "Yes, do you know where it is?" "Uncle?" Xuanshan shook his head. "There are too many tribes on the continent, especially low-tier ones that aren't even documented. I only know of it due to its mixed orc population." He stroked his chin thoughtfully and then glanced apologetically at Mu Zhizhi. "I am afraid I really don't know its specific location." Hearing this, Mu Zhizhi felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, yet she forced a smile, expressing her gratitude. "It's all right. Thank you nonetheless." Inside the carriage, Mu Zhizhi felt listless. Calling out for Wan Sui yielded no response. She realized that her journey to the monster beast continent had truly taken a toll on it, prompting her to cease her calls. She needed to rely on herself. Not wishing to see her so despondent, Chang'an spoke up at the opportune moment. "Why don't you come with us to the holy city? We are also going to seek medicine from the sage. He possesses great abilities and might help you find your way back." The mention of a sage invigorated Mu Zhizhi. Apart from this, she had no other viable options. She nodded in agreement, but then hesitated, her face reflecting uncertainty. "But won't this be too much of an imposition on you?" "Not at all," Chang'an replied with a smile. Shaking his head, "It's merely a convenient detour." "It's no trouble at all." Mu Zhizhi felt immense gratitude and clasped her hands in a gesture of thanks. "Your kindness is beyond words. If ever you require my assistance in the future, I will certainly oblige." Her grand declaration brought a smile to Chang'an's face, though it also triggered another bout of coughing. However, his eyes radiated joy. As Mu Zhizhi settled back into the carriage to recuperate, she couldn't ignore the discomfort of several days traveling without a bath. She felt utterly unpresentable. By evening, the group paused beside a small stream to rest. Unable to endure her own filth, Mu Zhizhi quietly slipped upstream to wash up, donning Chang'an's clothing afterward. Their group was shorter than other orcs, and Chang'an, at only 17 and burdened with frail health since birth, was even shorter, standing a mere half a head taller than Mu Zhizhi. Thus, his clothes fit her quite well. After cleansing herself of the grime, Mu Zhizhi felt as though she were floating, shaking her damp hair and tightening her belt as she walked downstream. She couldn't help but be curious about the clothes. They resembled ancient robes, yet were more practical, made from a fabric akin to cotton linen but lighter and softer, gliding pleasantly against her skin. Observing Chang'an and his companions, their attire and demeanor suggested they were not of ordinary orc stock, but rather from a higher-tier tribe. Not far downstream, Mu Zhizhi caught sight of Chang'an, who stood with his back to her. illuminated by the moonlight reflected in the stream. She raised an eyebrow, wondering what this silly boy was doing there, and an impish thought crossed her mind. She tiptoed closer, crouching lightly like a mischievous cat, poised to tap him on the shoulder and shout. However, before she could reach him, he turned around with surprising swiftness. Ah! Her playful intent was fully transparent to Chang'an. Ha! He chuckled, the mirth evident in his eyes. I heard your footsteps long before. Yet, upon clearly seeing Mujiji, his expression momentarily froze. The girl before him, bathed in moonlight, stood gracefully, her damp black hair cascading over her chest and back, accentuating her delicate features. Her round, glistening eyes sparkled with mischief, and her long lashes fluttered. Her petite nose was exquisitely shaped, and her freshly washed skin glowed with a radiant brightness, making her appear like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. What are you staring at? Noticing his daze, Mujiji blinked and waved her porcelain-white hand in front of him. Chang'an snapped back to reality, his face flushing crimson, unable to meet her gaze as he turned away. Striving to sound composed. Let us head back, Mujiji shrugged, puzzled by his sudden shyness, and obediently followed his lead. Did you come looking for me? She inquired, tilting her head to observe him. Chang'an, still blushing, cleared his throat and replied, there may be wild beasts lurking about at night. It's unsafe for you to be alone. What a little warm-hearted boy he was. Mujiji felt a strong urge to ruffle his hair and call him a good boy. If she had a younger brother, would he be like Chang'an? She had already unconsciously accepted the role of an elder sister. As autumn had set in, the temperature had dropped considerably. Upon returning to their previous spot, the orcs kindled a small fire and invited Mujiji to come warm herself. Upon seeing her transformed appearance, their eyes sparkled with admiration. Xuanshan teased, why not stay with us? We could use a lady of the house. Laughter erupted among the orcs, while Chang'an's face turned beet red. He protested, claiming they shouldn't to jest, though a flicker of something stirred within him. Mujiji, understanding the jest, no longer blushed as easily as before. With a nonchalant wave of her hand, she replied, wouldn't that make me an old cow grazing on tender grass? Besides, my partner would certainly disapprove. You have a partner? Xuanshan exclaimed in surprise, while Chang'an's heart sank. Indeed, Mujiji replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Xuanshan frowned. How could you roam freely if you have a partner? With a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of a long story, Mujiji replied, it's a long tale. I can't explain it all in just a few words, but we are indeed in love. She had no intention of delving deeper, and Xuanshan, sensing her reluctance, refrained from pressing further. Meanwhile, Chang'an felt a bittersweet pang in his heart as the flickering flame of hope was extinguished by a splash of cold water. Hey, why are you spacing out again? Mujiji asked, biting into a fruit that Xuanshan had given her. Tossing one to Chang'an as she noticed his distracted demeanor, her face full of curiosity, Chang'an caught the fruit and attempted a smile. It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired. I'll turn in for the night. The carriage is yours. With that, he walked over to a tree nearby. Gigi, come eat some fruit. Xuanshan called out from the fire. I'm coming, Mujiji replied, her small nose twitching in confusion as she hurried over to join Xuanshan and the others around the fire. Enjoying the fruits. Chapter 43. Could it be that she was cast out for being too foolish? What tribe is Gigi from? How did she end up in a place like the Evergreen Mountain tribe? Xuanshan inquired, perplexed. Given that she is female and quite beautiful, how could she be abandoned by her kind? Mujiji, munching on her fruit, answered nonchalantly, I'm from the Yinran. She explained that her ancestors had evolved from apes, making it easier to understand. Apes? Xuanshan replied, slightly surprised, casting a cautious glance at her to avoid hurting her feelings, yet unable to suppress his curiosity, he sincerely asked, you weren't cast out for being too foolish, were you? He has indeed heard of such matters. The Simian clan has always been a symbol of high intelligence, each member well-versed and prideful. Previously, he even witnessed them expelling a rather simple-minded orc from their tribe. Mujiji remarked, the fruit in my mouth suddenly lost its flavor. Several nearby orcs turned their gazes toward her, curious whether she was truly foolish. That uncle is too much. I'm quite clever. As for why she had left her group, she vaguely explained that she had merely wandered off by accident. She would absolutely not admit to being dim-witted. So, that's how it is, Sun Shan said with an awkward smile, beckoning Mujiji, come, eat up. He then produced a large pile of fruits and stuffed them into her arms. Mujiji gladly accepted, though she found the gossiping uncle's antics amusing yet exasperating. Initially, she had thought him to be a scholarly figure, refined and somewhat seasoned, but to her surprise, he turned out to be an elder brother who relished all sorts of peculiar tales. Nevertheless, he was quite endearing. "What race are you, uncle?" Mujiji propped her chin up, inquiring with curiosity. Sun Shan replied with a hearty laugh, "We are the Hound." "Hound?" Mujiji blinked, quickly realizing, isn't that a divine beast mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas? How exalted! Sun Shan, unfamiliar with the tome she referred to, simply chuckled. "We are merely ordinary orcs, hardly deserving of the title of divine beast." Coughing violently echoed from afar, and Sun Shan's expression turned serious as he swiftly approached Chang'an, followed anxiously by the other orcs. Chang'an's face was flushed, as if he might choke at any moment. Sun Shan supported him, worry etched on his face, retrieving the last red pill from his pocket and placing it in Chang'an's mouth. After a moment, the coughing gradually subsided. Though he appeared utterly weakened, Mujiji furrowed her brow, suggesting he rest in the carriage while she was accustomed to sleeping outdoors. "It's nothing." Chang'an managed a weary smile. Closing his eyes, "Uncle, please take him inside." However, it was unreasonable to let the ill suffer in the cold while she enjoyed herself. Sun Shan did not decline her request, nodding solemnly before assisting Chang'an toward the carriage. Observing their retreating figures, a nearby orc sighed. "When will the young master's illness be cured? We have but one pill left, and I wonder if he can endure until we reach the holy city." "Nonsense, we'll arrive shortly. Worrying about that is futile. Be careful, or Sun Shan will sew your mouth shut." Another orc retorted. Mujiji's brows knitted together. What affliction does Chang'an suffer from? He is always coughing and struggles to breathe. Could it be asthma? One of the orcs, seeing her inquiry, hesitated before sighing, ultimately revealing, "Our Hound clan serves as the most capable left and right arms of the sage. Long ago, we fought valiantly in battles, and our clan's chief and his wife achieved great feats, earning widespread respect. However," his expression turned sorrowful, "our clan's greatest ability is to transform into a higher state, but this comes at a tremendous cost. Each transformation damages the body, shortening our lifespans. The chief and his wife suffered from an incurable affliction because of this, and the young master was born only through the lady's utmost efforts." Upon hearing this, Mujiji comprehended everything. It was an ailment he had carried since birth. Such a revelation was indeed heart-wrenching. It was their fate. If more wars were to arise, the Hound clan would likely be left with nothing. Hearing a familiar voice, Mujiji initially froze, then was overwhelmed with immense joy. "Wan Sui, you are finally awake." She longed to give it a fervent embrace. Hey, I've only been gone a few days. Look how much you missed me. Please don't get infatuated with me. I'm just a legend." It was still annoyingly cheeky, but one could sense its delight without needing to listen closely. "Keep talking nonsense," Mujiji responded with a smile, then became concerned. "You won't disappear again, will you? I knew you were worried about Dad." "Don't fret. The beast core around your neck is brimming with power. While it cannot be absorbed, its aroma is still pleasant." Mujiji instinctively touched the pendant, relieved. "But what did you mean by that earlier statement?" she inquired, puzzled. Wan Sui yawned humanely. "What do you mean?" "It means that our Hound clan's orcs are few in number, and the transformation impacts their progeny, making breeding difficult. If another few wars occur, they will surely charge into battle again. With such significant physiological defects, who else will perish if not our clan?" Mujiji stood in stunned silence. Realizing that such immense power came with a hefty price, is there no way to avoid this flaw? How can one avoid it? Don't be foolish. It's impossible to have the best of both worlds. To gain power, one must also pay the price. "That's true," Mujiji pouted. "But what about that sage's medicine? He surely has his methods." "How would I know? It certainly treats the symptoms but not the root cause. No one can defy the laws of nature." "All right then." The conversation concluded as night deepened, and the orcs grew weary. Seeking places to rest, Mujiji found a tree to lean against. The starry night was vast, and the sounds of insects filled the air. All the orcs had fallen asleep, yet Mujiji felt little fatigue. She propped her hands behind her head, gazing up at the twinkling stars while conversing with Wan Sui in her heart. "Will that emergency transfer still work? Perhaps I could jump off a cliff, and you could send me back to Zhou Shuo?" I see you're thinking nonsense. Wan Sui immediately cut her off. Give up. The emergency transfer won't be available for at least 2 months. So you'll have to find your own way back. I can't assist you. Fine. She wondered how Zhou Shua was faring. After her disappearance, he must be frantic, Mu Zhizhi sighed, wishing she could appear by his side immediately. And that fair beauty, she must not encounter her again, or she would surely not let her off easily. Her mind raced with wild thoughts, and before long, she could no longer resist her drowsiness, slowly closing her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, after she fell asleep, a sphere of white light emerged from her heart. Quietly hovering before her, with a sigh, a venomous snake that had aimed to strike Mu Zhizhi was suddenly flung several meters away, and the white light returned to her heart. Chapter 44. Arrival at the Holy City. The journey ahead was swift. Day and night, to prevent Chang'an's condition from worsening. They hastened their pace and finally reached the Holy City after 5 days. The Holy City, as the foremost of high-tier cities, is situated at the very center of the Orc continent. A bustling hub of activity, a colossal stone statue loomed at the city gate, its face veiled, obscuring its features, but it was vaguely discernible as Mu Zhizhi craned her neck, curious to observe. And upon noticing her interest, Chang'an explained, "This is the sage, the person we are to meet shortly." Mu Zhizhi nodded, continuing to gaze around. At the city gate stood a squad of guards, each towering and imposing. Sun Shan approached and conferred with the guards, who immediately became respectful and allowed them entry without hesitation. As they neared the holy city, Mu Zhizhi felt a surge of anticipation. Surely the standards here surpassed those of Chongqing Mountain 100-fold. Upon entering, her eyes widened in awe. The city was even larger than she had imagined, with neatly arranged buildings lining the streets and numerous shops selling a variety of goods. The orcs on the streets were rarely clad in just a single animal skin skirt. Most wore garments akin to those made of hemp, reminiscent of descriptions from ancient texts. The city had designated inns for visiting orcs, and Sun Shan led the group there to settle in before meeting the sage. Since an audience with the sage required appropriate attire, Mu Zhizhi needed to change out of her male clothing. Fortunately, as the inn catered specifically to the Hound clan, it was well equipped, and clean garments were provided for Mu Zhizhi. The clothes were lightweight and white, giving her an ethereal appearance. Once ready, they set off toward the sacred palace. They rode in a carriage to their destination, where Mu Zhizhi stood outside, utterly astounded. The sacred palace was situated at a significant elevation, offering a view of the entire holy city. Ascending the tiered steps of white jade, for divine beasts stood at the corners, surrounding a magnificent treasure hall. The golden gates shimmered brightly, guarded by a sentinel in platinum armor whose face remained concealed. "Lord Ming Chun, it has been a while," Sun Shan greeted with a smile, and Chang'an wore a faint smile as well. Ming Chun nodded in acknowledgement, his icy blue eyes warming slightly as they fell upon the awestruck Mu Zhizhi. Mu Zhizhi felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze, suddenly experiencing the sensation of being scrutinized by a stern principal, prompting her to stand up straighter. Sun Shan quickly explained, "This is a young female we encountered on our journey. She wishes to meet the sage to request assistance." Mu Zhizhi nodded in agreement. Ming Qian, embodying integrity, regarded her with a frosty gaze devoid of warmth. Declaring, "No unauthorized persons may enter," it was clear he refused her entry. This? Chang'an interjected on her behalf. "Zhizhi arrived here out of necessity. Brother Ming Chun, please allow her to enter. Whether the sage is willing to assist her is another matter." As Ming Chen uttered the words of refusal, a gentle voice resonated within the palace. "Ming Chen, let them in." This voice was exceedingly melodious, exuding a warmth that evoked the comforting embrace of a mother. With this, Ming Chen fell silent, acquiescing to their entrance without further protest. Mu Zhizhi, however, found herself intrigued by this sage. As the group stepped into the hall, they were greeted by a brightness that illuminated the space. With a faint, ethereal mist swirling around their feet, towering crimson pillars adorned with auspicious carvings surrounded them. The hall was vast and open, with a wooden table positioned by the window on the left side, where a man draped in a flowing white robe, reminiscent of mountains and rivers. Saturday, his long hair cascaded down to his waist, and his face was veiled by a fine mesh, yet the gentle curve of his lips was discernible. Once the guests were ushered inside, Ming Chen silently took his place behind the sage, resembling a monk in deep meditation. Xu and Shan and the others bowed respectfully, and Mu Zhizhi mimicked their gesture. The sage spoke softly. There is no need for such formality. He slightly raised his arm, revealing his fair skin and slender figure, which inexplicably instilled a sense of tranquility in those around him. Xuanshan stepped forward, ready to speak. But the sage, smiling, interjected, I am aware of the purpose of your visit. The medicine has already been prepared and will be delivered to you in 2 days. Xuanshan's heart soared with joy, and he expressed his gratitude by attempting to bow in reverence. The sage gently lifted his hand, as if a soft force was raising Xuanshan's knee. Immediately, the sage's reassuring words reached his ears. There is no need for such gestures. This is something I ought to do. Xuanshan pressed his lips together and stood, bowing once more in deference. The sage smiled and gestured towards Mujiji. Xuanshan spoke again. This young lady is someone we encountered on our journey. She is lost and unable to find her way back to her tribe. We hope the sage might offer her some guidance. Upon being mentioned, Mujiji quickly bowed. The sage's voice remained gentle as his smiling gaze fell upon her. Might I inquire, dear lady, do you wish to return to your tribe or meet someone special? His words struck a chord, causing Mujiji to suddenly lift her head and meet his eyes through the veil. She glimpsed the depth of understanding in his gaze. She quickly averted her eyes, but responded eagerly. I wish to meet someone special. I hope the sage can provide guidance. At that moment, Chang'an's expression darkened, and he quietly lowered his gaze. And my goodness, this person is truly remarkable, he thought, his internal monologue overheard by Wan Sui, who scoffed derisively. What is so impressive about that? If you called upon me, I could do the same, but such matters are too damaging, and you are far too inept. I am not yet at that level. He quickly reassured himself. It's not that I am incapable. It is your lack of ability. Do you understand? Mujiji paid him no mind, as the sage continued speaking. There are many delightful places to explore in the city. How about you, Miss Gigi? Spend a couple of days here. Mujiji, however, had little inclination for leisure. Not wishing to contradict him, she diplomatically replied, without my companion by my side, wandering alone would be rather dull. It would be better to wait until I see him, and then we can explore together. The sage laughed heartily, and Mujiji felt a slight flush of embarrassment. After calculating the days, he thoughtfully said, It seems you will not be able to meet him just yet, but what is meant to be will come to pass. Miss Gigi, please rest assured and enjoy your stay in the city for a couple of days. I shall have Mingchen accompany you. Hearing that she would not see Zhou Shua immediately made Mujiji feel a twinge of disappointment, but she mustered her spirits and politely declined his offer. There's no need to trouble him. I can manage with Chang'an and the others. She thought to herself that this icy figure might freeze her to death. Mingchen glanced at her. Mujiji felt a shiver run down her spine and quickly diverted her gaze. Pretending nothing had occurred and staring off into the distance. Oh dear, this is frightening. The sage laughed heartily. There is no need to be afraid, Miss Gigi. Mingchen is merely a bit reserved, but he is a truly good person. Chapter 45. A visit to the auction house Mujiji could no longer refuse, and she had no choice but to awkwardly express her thanks to him. As she observed Mingchen's expression, which seemed utterly indifferent, she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The group returned to their temporary lodging, with Mingchen silently following Mujiji. Gigi, would you like to join me at the auction house? Chang'an's voice broke through her reverie, bringing her back to the moment. She opened the door to find him waiting outside, a bashful smile on his face. Shall we go? There are quite a few intriguing items inside. Mujiji's interest piqued immediately. Yes, however, a serious thought struck her. But I have no money. The epitome of a broke individual, that was indeed her situation. Wan Sui, could you conjure up some money for me? I'm counting on you. She hoped eagerly. Wan Sui replied, Hey, is this the police? Someone is counterfeiting money here, Mujiji exclaimed. What a disaster. She resolved to simply be a spectator. This time, it was just the two of them, and Chang'an felt a sweet sensation in his heart at the prospect of being alone with Mujiji. Although he knew she had a partner, he still could not resist the urge to draw closer to her. Once she found her partner, he would cease to intrude upon her. Chang'an pondered silently, feeling a mix of bitterness and longing for why he had not encountered her sooner. The moment they stepped outside, they ran into Mingchen. Realizing he was out due to their presence, Mujiji considered this and politely offered. We are heading to the auction house. Would you care to join us? Recognizing the politeness in her words, Mujiji did not expect this imposing figure to agree, yet to her surprise, Mingchen responded succinctly. He then silently positioned himself at her side. Mujiji's expression faltered momentarily. Was he truly coming along? Nevertheless, her good upbringing compelled her to maintain her composure and exit with the two of them. Chang'an pressed his lips together, feeling a slight discomfort in his heart. Mingchen had appeared by the sage's side several years ago. No one knew his identity or had ever seen his face hidden beneath armor. All that was known was his formidable prowess, which even their hound clan could not contend with. The prevailing impression of him was that of an unattainable and powerful male, as for his character. It was difficult to ascertain. He typically maintained distance from those who were irrelevant to him. Yet, what was happening now? If he were unwilling, the sage could not compel him to engage in activities he disliked. So why had he consented to accompany a young female? Such circumstances stirred unease within Chang'an. As they walked, the striking trio drew the attention of many, with several bold females approaching to strike up conversations. For Mingchen was nothing short of a walking embodiment of allure. However, his frigid gaze was enough to scare off all but the most persistent. Mujiji, observing this, could not help but click her tongue in disapproval, finding him a rather unromantic blockhead. The auction house was located at the end of the most bustling street in the capital, where affluent beastmen frequently entered. Upon their arrival at the entrance, Chang'an produced a jade stone from his pocket, prompting the guard to respectfully usher them inside. The interior of the auction house resembled a modern sports arena, with a large stage at the center where a beastman was introducing the auction items, and rows of seats arranged in descending order around the perimeter. The trio found a less crowded spot to sit, and Mujiji craned her neck in curiosity at the item currently being auctioned. It was a piece of black fabric the size of a tablecloth. According to the auctioneer, this fabric, when draped over an object, rendered it invisible. Demonstrating this, she unfolded the fabric and wrapped it around herself. In an instant, her form vanished from sight. When the fabric was removed, she reappeared in her original position. The audience erupted in excitement, their eyes gleaming with desire at the prospect of the invisibility cloth. And Mujiji found herself equally captivated. How fascinating! She had not anticipated that an invisibility cloak truly existed. However, the price was enough to make anyone hesitate. Although she was unaware of the value of crystal stones, she knew she had none to spare. "Do you want it?" Chang'an inquired. Glancing at her, Mujiji quickly shook her head. No. Even if I wanted it, it would be useless to me. In fact, it would only bring trouble. Let others fight over it. To her, the invisibility cloth was nothing but a source of complications. With such an item in hand, should any mysteries arise in the city, the finger of blame would undoubtedly point towards its owner. After all, possessing such a thing would make engaging in clandestine activities exceedingly effortless. Ultimately, the invisibility cloth was sold for 55,000 crystal stones to a rather rotund beastman. One peculiar item after another was presented, initially sparking Mujiji's interest, but as she realized her inability to purchase anything, her enthusiasm waned. Resting her chin on her hand, she appeared utterly bored. Meanwhile, Mingchen had remained motionless since they sat down, resembling a statue. Yet, Mujiji felt as if an elusive gaze was upon her, and when she turned to investigate, Mingchen's attention was fixed ahead, devoid of any acknowledgement towards her. Was she merely being overly sensitive? Confused, she scratched her head and turned back. A new auction item was presented, and as the red silk was lifted, it revealed a deep blue beast core. The air around them seemed to chill at the unveiling. Before Mujiji could scrutinize it closely, Wansue's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "Is that the core of an Arctic snow beast?" "Host, I want it. Bid on it quickly." "The Arctic snow beast?" The female beastman on stage began her introduction. This core was obtained by a valiant warrior who vanquished a snow beast in the Arctic. It contains a potent ice attribute and is a rare find. With an opening bid of 100,000 crystal stones. Oh my goodness, the bidding price has soared to match the final sale price of that invisibility cloak. It seems even selling her wouldn't suffice to acquire it. Meanwhile, the wealthy patrons in the stands are in high spirits, rapidly driving the price of that beast core to astronomical heights. Mujiji clicked her tongue, having just inquired about the value of the Chang'an crystal. A mere 100,000 crystals could purchase a small city. With all due respect, Wansui exclaimed, "Did you hear that? The price of this beast core has already risen to 500,000. Where on earth am I supposed to procure such a sum?" Wansui threw a tantrum in her mind, insisting, "I don't care. I want it. I'll turn it into crystals for you." Mu Zhizhi retorted, "Hey, hey, hey. I report that someone here is illegally minting currency." Wan Sui continued to whine. "I don't care. You must help me." Mu Zhizhi, channeling the tender tone of a grandmother soothing a child, urged, "Listen, let us not pursue this. Once we find the governor, he can help you capture a sperm whale and procure a beast core. We can do without this. What if you catch a cold?" Wan Sui replied, "I can't believe I'm falling for your nonsense. That filthy pig-s beast core can't even compare to this one. Here is my trump card. If you manage to get this for me, I'll trade you 100,000 star coins to unlock the second-generation shop, where there might even be medicine to cure Chang'an sickness." The temptation was indeed enticing. Mu Zhizhi's eyes sparkled with desire as she gazed at the beast core, but the question remained. Where could she possibly gather such a fortune? She hesitated, casting her gaze upon the obedient Chang'an's face. "Oh?" Chang'an, fidgeting and unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, she barely opened her mouth when Mingchen suddenly announced a bid. 1,000,000 crystals. Chapter 46. Are you not disgusted? The auction house fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into a cacophony of astonishment. As everyone scrambled to identify the wealthy bidder, when they finally recognized Mingchen, clad in his distinctive platinum armor, silence washed over the crowd. 1,000,000. What madness! The female beastmen had never witnessed such a sum. Their eyes gleamed with fervor, leaving no room for Mingchen to reconsider as they proclaimed, "Congratulations to this valiant warrior for securing the polar snow beast's core." Mu Zhizhi stood there, dumbfounded. Was it truly so lucrative to work for a sage? Perhaps she should consider it too. She would even clean toilets if necessary. In her heart, she conveyed to Wan Sui, "Look, it's not that I don't want to buy it for you, but the opportunity simply doesn't exist." Wan Sui whined, "I don't care. You must seize it." Mu Zhizhi, exasperated, replied, "If I were to seize it, you might as well suggest I go die. Do you really think I could overpower him? I'd be knocked out with a single punch." "Don't be ridiculous. Then use your charm to ensnare him. I see you would do anything for that beast core." Mu Zhizhi felt an overwhelming urge to kick her. What nonsense was this? "I don't care. I don't care. You must not love me anymore." Wan Sui, like a petulant child, continued her tantrum, prompting Mu Zhizhi to choose to ignore her. As the auction drew to a close, the three of them lost any desire to linger. Once Mingchen completed the transaction and retrieved the beast core, they departed the auction house together. However, no sooner had they stepped outside than they were targeted. The leader of the beastmen from earlier, who had auctioned the beast core, called out an offer of 800,000 crystals, a sum that seemed to ensure his victory. Unexpectedly, a newcomer appeared, disrupting his plans. "Lord Mingchen," he said, his expression laced with malice, "I wish to propose a transaction." He was flanked by a dozen robust male beastmen. Although he had heard of Mingchen's name, he had never witnessed his prowess in battle, and thus felt emboldened by his ignorance. Surely, one man could not possibly defeat them all, especially with a frail-looking young man and a delicate female by his side. What a burden! He anticipated that after defeating Mingchen, he could enjoy the spoils. The beastman's eyes glinted with predatory intent. Mingchen's gaze remained icy, dismissively regarding them as if they were mere ants. "Step aside." The beastman, undeterred, chuckled sinisterly, "If Lord Mingchen refuses, then I'll have my companions assist you in agreeing." With a signal, the dozen beastmen surged forward, their attacks aimed mercilessly at Mingchen's vitals. "Stand back," Mingchen instructed the two, then faced the oncoming assault with calm determination. Mu Zhizhi, aware of her own lack of combat skills, hastily pulled Chang'an aside, anxiously watching the ensuing battle, yet the fluidity of their movements and their stances bore an uncanny resemblance to the governor. Mu Zhizhi rubbed her eyes vigorously, but the likeness remained. "Perhaps I've become so obsessed with the governor that I'm losing my mind," she thought, tormented by the sight. Why did everyone look like him? Taking advantage of Mingchen's distraction, the beastman approached with a lecherous gaze. Extending his hand toward Chang'an, Chang'an's expression hardened, positioning himself protectively in front of Mu Zhizhi. "Get away!" Yet, his stance was hardly threatening, and he struggled to suppress a cough, but his strong will kept him steady. Mu Zhizhi, feeling his tremor and fearing he might succumb to his illness, stepped forward resolutely, arms outstretched, declaring fiercely, "If you have a problem, come at me. I'm not afraid of you. The beast man roughly shoved her aside, his disdain palpable. Get out of my way. Mu Zhizhi could only stare in disbelief. The beast man spat, his contempt evident. Just look at yourself. Why would I target you? How disgusting. Mu Zhizhi felt her spirit deflate. Wan Sui burst into laughter, nearly choking from amusement. The beast man turned his gaze toward Chang'an, his eyes filled with desire. My dear, come with me. Chang'an, enraged, violently shook off the beast man's grip, flushing with indignation as he wiped his hands on his clothes. Get lost. The beast man's demeanor shifted swiftly, his tone growing cold. I warned you not to refuse my hospitality. With fury coursing through her veins, Mu Zhizhi seized a stone from the ground and hurled it at the beastman's head with all her might. Thud! The beastman was momentarily stunned, touching his head in disbelief before collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Mingchen had dispatched the other male beastmen, striding toward them, his aura menacing. Are you injured? He inquired, though his gaze was fixed on Mu Zhizhi. Mu Zhizhi turned, dazed. Am I really that ugly? Mingchen hesitated, his throat dry. Not ugly. Quite beautiful, he silently added in his mind. Then why did that filthy man say I was disgusting? Mu Zhizhi fumed, wishing she could shake him awake and strike him again. On their way back, Mu Zhizhi fumed while Chang'an wore a grim expression. Being called my dear by a male beastman was a direct challenge to his masculinity. The three of them had gone out, and two returned displeased, leaving Xuanshan utterly bewildered and eager to ask Mingchen what had transpired, but he was filled with a murderous aura that instilled fear in all who beheld him. After escorting the two back to the inn, Mingchen departed for the sacred palace. The sage, engaged in a solitary game of chess, smiled upon his return. Care to join me for a match? Mingchen approached silently. The sage moved a white piece onto the board, casually remarking, Have you acted? Mingchen paused momentarily, acknowledging with silence, If you cannot restrain your bloodlust, you will not survive the maturation phase. Mingchen remained silent. Reaching up to remove his helmet, his face bore no unblemished skin, marred by grotesque scars that spread like a horrific tapestry across his body, reminiscent of scalding water cascading down. The previous battle had reopened his wounds, blood seeping profusely, yet he seemed impervious to pain, his expression devoid of emotion. Had Mu Zhizhi been present, she would have instantly recognized him as the governor she had been yearning for. The sage sighed, raising his hand slightly, allowing a gentle thread of warmth to drift toward the scarred figure, soothing his pain. After a while, the injuries on the governor's face visibly improved, and he relaxed his previously taut form. The governor was Mingchen, and Mingchen was the governor. When he first arrived in this land, the sage was the first he encountered, and he spent several years by his side as Mingchen. Eventually, he sought a tranquil life and retreated to the Evergreen Mountain tribe. This time, when Mu Zhizhi inadvertently ventured into the realm of beasts, he was compelled to seek the sage's assistance, yet he had not anticipated the sudden onset of his maturation phase, which unraveled all his plans. The maturation phase was a necessary metamorphosis that every member of the Tianling tribe must undergo. Only after this period could they be considered truly mature. Logically, his maturation phase should have commenced in a few years. Yet it unexpectedly erupted. He had intended to suppress it and venture into the beast realm to rescue Zhizhi, but the sage had intervened. Chapter 47. Is it an elf? The banyan tree symbiotic beast. Fortunately, he returned safely. He donned his helmet once more, transforming back into the cold Mingchen. Why not meet her? I doubt Miss Zhizhi would disdain you. The sage spoke softly. Mingchen lowered his gaze. I do not wish for her to see me. Is it to spare her feelings? Not entirely. Perhaps it's simply because you are a coward. You fear that she might be frightened or repulsed by your appearance. Even though he knew she was not that kind of person, he still hesitated. How could he, in his current state, stand before such a radiant young woman? The sage shook his head, his expression gentle. I truly cannot comprehend the youth of today. Very well, you shall remain here for a few days. Go and soak in the hot springs on the back mountain. As dusk fell, Mu Zhizhi savored the local delicacies delivered by the saintly envoy, a vibrant red mushroom known for its distinctive appearance. Initially, she hesitated to partake, as it resembled the notorious toxic varieties that could lead one to a grim fate. Yet, observing Sun Shan and the others relishing the dish without any signs of poisoning, her curiosity prevailed, and she could not resist a taste. She vowed she was not treating them as mere experimental subjects. Upon tasting, a subtle, natural freshness enveloped her senses, and a warmth spread through her being. Leaving her feeling invigorated, she recalled the seeds of the devil fruit she had brought from the malevolent realm. She rummaged through her pocket and retrieved 3 fruit cores. She pondered whether they could thrive in this land, contemplating waiting until her return to Chongqing Mountain to experiment further. The voice of Wansui echoed in her mind, gently reminding her that such seeds could only flourish in the soil and water of the sacred mountain's rear slopes. What about growth agents? Mujiji pressed on, refusing to yield to despair. No, very well then. She caressed the smooth fruit cores in her hand. Mujiji contemplated how to reach the sacred mountain's rear slopes. Should she be forthright? Eagerly, she wondered if the saint would seize the cores from her. Despite the saint's seemingly gentle demeanor, human nature is inscrutable, and one can never truly know another's heart. The seeds of the devil fruit were exceedingly precious, and she could not take such a risk. After much deliberation, she resolved to keep her intentions concealed, planning to feign a desire for sightseeing during her next visit, and would simply procure some soil for herself. 2 days passed, and once more, an envoy from the sacred palace arrived, announcing that the medicine refined by Chang'an was ready, but it required proper administration for effective healing. Thus, the group made their way back to the sacred palace, only to be greeted this time by a tall, graceful female figure, the Holy Maiden. Sun Shan bowed respectfully. The Holy Maiden? Mujiji blinked in surprise, discreetly assessing the woman before her. The Holy Maiden possessed long, flowing emerald green hair, adorned in garments crafted from various types of leaves. Her deep-set eyes glimmered with a faint shade of light green, and her ears were slightly elongated, hinting at her ethereal nature. Is she an elf? Mujiji mused, filled with curiosity about this enigmatic race. Greening caught the subtle gaze Mujiji cast her way and smiled knowingly. You must be Mujiji, am I correct? Mujiji was taken aback. How did she know her name? I am, she stammered, shyly scratching her head and asking, do you know me? A glimmer of intrigue danced in Green Ying's eyes. I have heard others mention your name. Others? It must be the saint, Mujiji thought, and she offered a polite smile in return, refraining from further conversation. Green Ying affectionately ruffled Chang'an's hair. Come now, let me administer the treatment. Then, turning her gaze back to Mujiji, she added, are you planning to explore the rear slopes? There is a delightful hot spring there. What a fortuitous opportunity. Mujiji struggled to contain her excitement, placing a hand over her mouth to suppress a delighted cough, forcing her lips to remain straight. All right, you all go about your business. There's no need to mind me. She overlooked the deeper meaning behind Green Ying's smile as thoughts of the path she had been indicated occupied her mind. Walking alone along the steps leading to the rear slopes, she encountered no one along the way. Wansui, what race is that Holy Maiden? She is truly beautiful, almost like an elf, Mujiji inquired curiously. Pretty much what you described. Their kind is a symbiotic beast, derived from the banyan tree, known as tree spirits. However, they are exceedingly rare, numbering no more than a few dozen across the entire Beastman continent. Now it makes sense why she is called the Holy Maiden. Mujiji mused as she absent-mindedly plucked a blade of grass to play with. But one must not speak so lightly. Tree spirits are ordinary beastmen. Her status as the Holy Maiden must be due to her exceptional medical skills. Medical skills? Wansui continued, because they are symbiotic beasts of the banyan tree. They possess a heightened sensitivity to flora. Thus, every tree spirit possesses some knowledge of medicine and can utilize herbal remedies. Quite remarkable indeed. It's as if they are born with the knowledge of herbalism. Just as they spoke, Mujiji arrived at the rear slopes, where the trees grew thick and faint wisps of cloud floated in the distance. A picturesque scene. She knelt down, scooping up a handful of soil. Is this soil suitable? She asked, receiving an affirmative response. Then let us begin. She produced a small, homemade trowel and unfurled a piece of thin beast skin, preparing to transport soil back with her. Hey! Wansui hurriedly called out. What do you think you're doing? Mujiji replied nonchalantly. Digging for soil. Wansui was at a loss for words, finally clarifying, let me put it this way. This soil can only be cultivated here because of the specific conditions of this rear slope. Do you understand? So, I should uproot this land? Mujiji responded with a spark of brilliance. Wansui retorted, it seems you might be a bit misguided. Just plant the seeds here. No one recognizes what the devil fruit looks like, and that saint is unlikely to care about it. Let it grow here. Oh, is that so? What else could you suggest? Wansui wished he could just kick her. Finally, Mujiji complied, finding a patch of sunlit ground to plant the fruit cores. Her hands becoming quite dirty in the process. She felt a flicker of interest in the hot spring that Greening had mentioned. At that moment, within the hot spring, a massive wolf lay curled in the water. Its body marred by wounds, with its once lustrous silver fur now a disheveled mess. It appeared fearsome, and the waters around it were tinged with a faint red hue from its blood. It hurts so much. The giant wolf emitted a weak whimper, its entire body trembling, sending ripples through the water. It had never anticipated that the pains of maturation would be so intense, even with a determined will. It was difficult to endure. I longed to see Gigi, but would she despise me in this state? He thought, loathing his appearance as he closed his eyes, replaying her visage in his mind as if it might soothe his suffering. As starborn companions, their understanding of the stars was shallow before maturation. Only through the true experience of maturing, shedding their flesh and blood, could they become genuine guides of the stars. Yet, the transformation was no easy feat. Chapter 48. Is that you, Zhou Shua? Once more, a wave of agony surged through his limbs, and he clenched his teeth, suppressing the pain deep within. His bones felt as if they were being shattered and reassembled, leaving him in a state of near paralysis. Is this the place? The sound of Mu Gigi's voice echoed from outside the hot spring cave, her silhouette growing clearer. Why is she here? Zhou Shua instinctively sought to hide, but his feeble limbs betrayed him, rendering him powerless. There was no escape. He shut his eyes in anguish, wishing fervently that Mu Gigi would not recognize him. However, that was clearly impossible. Mu Gigi halted abruptly, her voice trembling as she called out, "Is that you, Zhou Shua?" It seemed she was on the verge of tears, her sorrow eclipsing the pain he felt. Zhou Shua turned his back to her, unwilling to face the truth of his appearance. No, his voice transformed into that of Ming Qian, forcing himself to remain composed. "You're lying." He had once asserted that he was the only celestial wolf in existence. Mu Gigi descended into the hot spring, inching closer to him, her trembling hand brushing against his body. Tears welled in her eyes as she could hardly fathom that the one she longed for was so near. Yet he had transformed into this wretched state. She fought back her tears, retrieving the elixirs that Wansui had silently provided, turning away. Her voice bore no trace of emotion, reminiscent of a detached healer. The sudden shift in her demeanor unsettled Zhou Shua, compelling him to muster the strength to turn towards her, his face marred and grotesque. "Don't look," he urged, his voice strained. Mu Gigi ignored him, her tone icy. "Open your mouth." Zhou Shua complied, his mouth agape, swallowing whatever she offered without a second thought, his eyes fixated on her. As the pill slid down his throat, the pain that had consumed him lessened significantly, allowing for slight movement. The first thing he did was gently grasp Mu Gigi, tossing her outside the cave. "Mu Gigi?" The muffled sounds from within the cave echoed. "Wait until I recover to find you." Mu Gigi was nearly beside herself with rage, shouting towards the cave, "Fine. When you're better, don't come looking for me. You can stay here for eternity." Fuming, she turned and stormed down the mountain. "Damn Zhou Shua. Cursed Zhou Shua. I shall never speak to him again," she muttered angrily, but after walking a distance of several meters, she glanced back only to find the cave silent, with no intention of pursuing her. Ugh! Mu Gigi felt a mix of fury and resignation, ultimately trudging back. The giant wolf remained curled in the water, appearing pitiful and helpless. Upon hearing the faint footsteps at the cave entrance again, his ears perked up, brimming with an indescribable joy. Mu Gigi stepped through the water, approaching him. Zhou Shua's pale blue eyes remained silent, simply gazing at her. With tightly pressed lips, Mu Gigi showed no sign of disdain as her fingers gently brushed against the reddened, blood-soaked skin on his face. "Does it hurt?" Zhou Shua shook his head, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. "That's Li," Mu Gigi murmured softly, caressing him again and again. She gently leaned closer, her body cautiously pressed against his. "What is happening?" Zhou Shua fell silent for a moment, reflecting on the maturity phase that every celestial wolf must inevitably undergo. A twinge of unease gripped Mu Gigi's heart as she embraced his neck. "Shall we go home?" Home. A bittersweet yet sweet sensation filled Zhou Shua's heart. All right, as they descended the mountain, Mujiji cradled a small white wolf, its body marred by countless wounds. The little creature, a mere bundle, was ragged and stained with blood seeping from its skin, hardly a sight to behold. Chang'an and Xuanshan, who had completed their injections, were waiting at the foot of the mountain. Upon seeing the little wolf cub in her arms, Xuanshan inquired curiously, "How come you found a little wolf?" Mujiji candidly admitted, "This is my partner, Zhou Shua." Hearing her unreserved introduction, Zhou Shua felt a mixture of bitterness and sweetness in his heart, his little paw gently clutching her clothing. Upon hearing this revelation, Xuanshan's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized the pair, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Chang'an felt a sharp pang in his heart at those words. "Shall we head back, everyone? Oh, by the way," Mujiji interjected with a soft gasp, "I am setting off for Chongqing Mountain today. Thank you for your care over these past few days. I will surely repay your kindness in the future." She smiled lightly, stroking Zhou Shua. "Once he recovers, we will visit your tribe." Having arrived empty-handed, Mujiji intended to depart immediately, but was unexpectedly called back by Levying. "Little female, wait a moment," Mujiji blinked. "Is there something?" Levying glanced at Zhou Shua in her arms and replied with a smile, "I fear you cannot leave just yet." "Why?" Mujiji asked, somewhat puzzled. Levying explained, "Mingchen's injuries have not yet healed. He has not passed the most dangerous period. If you leave now, he may encounter peril that he cannot face alone. It would be best to stay here until he recovers. With the saint present, he will surely be safeguarded." Mujiji pressed her lips together. And before she could respond, Zhou Shua spoke up, "No need, I can manage." Levying disregarded him and focused her gaze on Mujiji. "All right, we will stay." Mujiji looked up at her. Zhou Shua's safety was of utmost importance. Though she possessed a system, Venerable was not omnipotent. With the saint here, Zhou Shua would have an added layer of protection. Levying beamed. "That is for the best." Wait. Xuanshan, still processing the information, exclaimed, "Mingchen?" He stared blankly at the little wolf. Having forgotten to introduce himself, Levying smiled gently. "This is Mingchen's true form. I suppose you have never seen it before. He also goes by another name, Zhou Shua. Mingchen is his title here." Xuanshan and the others were taken aback. Realizing there was more to this than they had understood, Mujiji tugged at the corner of her mouth. "I only just learned that too. I didn't mean to keep it from you." "All right." Levying clapped her hands and turned back to Mujiji. "Are you staying at the saint's palace, or returning to Mingchen's residence?" "Residence?" Mujiji pondered, recalling that Zhou Shua had indeed purchased a beast core worth $1 million. It would be normal for him to have a house. Wait, had she overlooked something? 1 million beast cores. Zhou Shua's dwelling in the holy city was situated at the foot of the sacred mountain, boasting an excellent location and expansive space. Its interior was simply decorated, yet its overall layout bore similarities to the saint's palace, suggesting they had been constructed together. As Mujiji walked inside, she couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast to the humble cave of Chongqing Mountain. At the far end of the residence was Zhou Shua's resting area, containing only a large bed, with nothing else inside. She gently placed him on the bed, squatting beside it to carefully touch his body. Her eyes filled with concern. Chapter 49. Demon? Zhou Shua seemed unable to take his eyes off her, his gaze lingering on her without a hint of desire to look away. "Are you hungry?" Mujiji teased, pinching the tip of his ear. The little wolf nodded honestly. Then he emitted a sound. "There's food in the back room. Good." She stood up and walked outside, spending over half an hour before returning with a bowl of meat soup. Inside, Zhou Shua had already succumbed to sleep. His body curled up and occasionally twitching. Mujiji bit her lip, placing the meat soup on a nearby table, and took out some ointment to gently apply to his numerous wounds. The moment her fingers made contact, Zhou Shua immediately opened his eyes. "Don't move. I'm applying medicine," Mujiji softly reassured him. The little wolf's sharp ears flushed slightly as he extended his damp little tongue to lick her fingers. Looking both pitiful and adorable, Mujiji ruffled his small head, her fingers coated in the cool herbal ointment gliding over his skin, leaving behind a trail of stinging and tingling sensations. "How long does the maturity phase last?" Mujiji's brow furrowed with worry. "It most a month, at least 10 days. Zhou Shua replied quietly. "It has already been 10 days since my maturity phase began. It should be ending soon." Mujiji felt a pang of sympathy, flipping him over to apply the ointment to his belly. When she caught sight of a certain area beneath him, she had no immediate reaction. But Zhou Shua's face turned crimson, his entire little body blushing as he struggled to escape her grasp. Mu Zhizhi, quick on her feet, pulled him back. What are you hiding from? Her fingers danced over his flushed ear tips, nearly making the little wolf faint from embarrassment. Holding the small wolf in her arms, Mu Zhizhi lay down beside him, her fingers pinching his soft paw pads as she spoke. Did little Qinsui return? I haven't seen him. I must have missed him. Suddenly, Mu Zhizhi recalled Yan's matter, turning on her side to gaze intently at Zhou Shua. I saw an orc in the beast world that looks remarkably like you, but his personality and temperament are nothing alike. He is practically a great demon, Mu Zhizhi pouted, continuing to play with Zhou Shua's little paws. It must be a coincidence. Zhou Shua didn't delve deeper, nestling his small head against Mu Zhizhi's neck, inhaling her faint fragrance, his heart filled with tranquility and contentment. Mu Zhizhi chattered on, eager to share everything about her experiences in the beast world, subconsciously neglecting the most perilous situations, treating it all as merely a journey. However, how could Zhou Shua be unaware of the dangers lurking within? Also, I brought back seeds of the devil's fruit. Once they bear fruit, we can use them to save Grandpa and Grandma. They sent me many fruits before as a token of gratitude. All right. Zhou Shua affectionately agreed to each point, but could not resist the fatigue of his body. Gradually closing his eyes, the sound of his steady breathing filling the room, Mu Zhizhi stole a glance at him, silently sighing as there a way to alleviate his suffering. Mu Zhizhi felt despondent as she conversed with Venerable. Gazing at Zhou Shua, whose body was marred with wounds, her heart aching deeply. Venerable's voice was harsh. This is a phase that their entire clan must endure. Any method can only temporarily relieve his pain. To safely weather it, it ultimately depends on him, Mu Zhizhi sighed. Her fingers gently stroking his furred eye in her mind. Venerable cleared his throat. That? He hesitated. Speak your mind, Mu Zhizhi rolled her eyes. Venerable chuckled, not bothered by her attitude, and continued, since Zhou Shua is Mingqian, does that mean the beast core is within reach? Mu Zhizhi immediately rejected the notion. Zhou Shua must have his reasons for acquiring it. It's certainly important to him. You can take your schemes elsewhere, Venerable stubbornly countered. What use could he possibly have? He is a celestial wolf, absorbing the power of the stars. What need does he have for a beast core? It must be intended for you. Mu Zhizhi ignored him, continuing to groom Zhou Shuai's Lord Mingqian home. Just as Mu Zhizhi was slipping into a drowsy state, she suddenly heard a call from outside. Rousing the little wolf beside her, Zhi gently patted his small body. You sleep? I'll check. Zhou Shua forced his eyes open, but ultimately could not resist the pull of sleep, his eyelids gradually closing. The calling outside ceased, followed by intermittent knocking on the door. Mu Zhizhi quietly stepped outside, closing the door behind her, and hurried to the front entrance. Coming. At the door stood a tall, robust male orc, exuding a powerful aura, though his appearance was rather simple, resembling a hippopotamus. He had knocked for quite some time without seeing Mingqian, preparing to leave in vain when he suddenly heard soft footsteps from within. Followed by a deliberately lowered gentle voice, he halted, and soon saw a petite female open the door. Dio, you need something? The little female's fair face bore a hint of confusion, her beauty and cuteness evident. He's dark complexion immediately flushed red as he flusteredly explained, I am looking for Lord Mingqian. His voice was booming, yet the little female before him slightly furrowed her brow, placing a finger to her lips to signal him to lower his volume. Zhou Mingqian has just fallen asleep. I am his partner. If you have something to say, please tell me, and I will relay it to him. Only then did he recall his purpose for coming. Setting aside his embarrassment, his expression turning grave. Could you please wake the Lord? I have something very important to discuss. Mu Zhizhi found herself in a predicament. Zhou Shua had finally settled into a peaceful slumber, and she was reluctant to disturb him. Biting her lip, she looked up at the towering orc, standing at an imposing height of 2 meters, and insisted, could you please tell me first? I can offer some advice. And if I am unable to assist, I can wake him up, all right? Hesitatingly, she added. Mingqian is feeling somewhat unwell, a brash young male, was almost unable to contain his thoughts, nearly letting slip a dismissive remark. Biting his tongue, he ultimately restrained his disdain, fearful of hurting the feelings of this delicate female, especially since she was the partner of Lord Mingqian. Faced with no other viable options, he gritted his teeth and finally spoke. A female orc from a household in the western part of the city has been infected by evil and is suspected to be carrying a demon offspring. She is now on the verge of giving birth. But the mother has lost her sanity, and we are at a loss regarding how to handle the situation. Evil again? Mujiji frowned, pondering why even the holy city was not immune to such afflictions. He done wore a look of helplessness. While it is merely a suspicion of a demon offspring, it is still a life. Moreover, the female's partner is desperately trying to protect both her and their child. I truly have no other recourse, which is why I sought out Lord Ming Chun for guidance on how to proceed. Mujiji did not rush to respond, but instead inquired of Wansui. When will the demon fruit bear fruit? Wansui negotiated. If you help me obtain a beast core, I will ensure it blossoms immediately. Chapter 50. You are not welcome here, you vile creature. Mujiji could not help but curse, but ultimately relented, saying, all right, I will go see. In her mind, Wansui cheered exuberantly. She then looked up and said, please wait here. I will return shortly. He done, assuming she meant to wake Zhou Shua, was visibly pleased and nodded obediently. Standing at the door like a guardian, Mujiji hurried back inside and, upon glancing, saw that the little wolf had already awakened. How did you wake up? Did we disturb you with our conversation? She approached and sat by the bed, and Zhou Shua, with soft eyes, shook his head. He then asked, what is the matter? Mujiji, avoiding his gaze, mumbled, it's nothing. You can continue to sleep, I can handle it. She was capable of standing on her own. He needed his rest. Zhou Shua fell silent for a moment before pulling a box from beneath his pillow, inside which lay the beast core that Wansui had longed for. Take this with you. This was tantamount to his silent approval. Mujiji felt a surge of emotion. If she were to leave with he done today, it would represent him, and he was so trusting of her. Just as she was about to express something heartfelt, Wansui's incessant voice rang in her mind. Give it to me, give it to me. It even attempted to control her body to seize the beast core. Mujiji was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Though the force was weak, it was undeniable that her arm had involuntarily leaned forward slightly. You can control me? Huh? What did you say? I didn't understand. Let's hurry, that big guy outside must be getting anxious. Wansui feigned ignorance, acting as though its previous actions were not its doing. Mujiji pressed her lips into a tight line, leaving her with an underlying sense of unease. Holding the beast core in her hand, the icy energy gradually flowed from her palm to her heart, chilling her to the core. I will go now. You stay home and rest well, awaiting my triumphant return. She said half-jokingly, rest assured, I will not fail. With a smile, she watched him leave, and the little wolf, regaining his composure, silently jumped off the bed, his limbs trembling with weakness, nearly collapsing to the floor. Yet he persevered through the pain, his gaze resolute, quietly following behind her. Let us go, she called out as she opened the door again. Looking up at He Dun appeared somewhat dazed and could not help but glance back into the room. Where is Lord Ming Chun? Mujiji blinked, suddenly realizing, oh, I let him rest, I will accompany you. He Dun felt a lump in his throat, caught between frustration and helplessness. What business do you, a mere female, have meddling in this? Mujiji bristled at his words, furrowing her brow. What do you mean by meddling? Lord Ming Chun has no means to treat the evil, does he? If he can be of help, why can't I? He Dun had no retort. How can it be the same? Why is it not the same? Mujiji was growing increasingly angry. She had thought the holy city was different from the lower tribes. Yet she discovered that discrimination against females persisted here as well. Was it truly the case that females were only meant for reproduction? What kind of absurd ideology was this? With a defiant expression, she declared, I can treat the orcs infected by evil. He Dun's body trembled in shock. What did you say? Mujiji, uninterested in explaining herself further, retorted, are we going or not? At this rate, the food will be cold. Are you not deceiving me? He Dun still could not believe it. How could this young female achieve what even the saints could not? Mujiji was reaching her limit with his skepticism. I am Ming Chen's partner. You must trust him, at the very least. If I fail, you can deal with me as you wish, all right? With her words hanging in the air, He Dun found it difficult to refute. He began to harbor some belief in her words, though skepticism still lingered in his heart. How could an issue that had gone unresolved for a century be so easily encountered by him? Which way to go? He Dun snapped back to reality. Oh, Just go straight ahead from here, all the way to the end, then turn left, and you will see it soon. Mujiji nodded. Good. Then can you help me fetch something? As she spoke, she conjured the enhanced growth agent that Wansui had given her. Huh? Following He Dun's directions, Mujiji quickly discovered a stone courtyard surrounded by an orc army. A crowd of onlookers gathered around. And as she approached, an orc immediately blocked her path. This is a restricted area. No outsiders may enter, she explained. I came with Commander He Dun. He has urgent business to attend to, and I arrived first. The orc was clearly skeptical of her words, but due to her beauty, he refrained from harshly ordering her to leave. This place is dangerous. You should play elsewhere. Mujiji felt defeated. How could there be no reasoning? Just as she was about to argue further, the orc suddenly stiffened, straightened up, and respectfully bowed. Lady Saintess. Turning around, Mujiji saw the unexpectedly familiar face of Lu Ying, who greeted her with a smile and a wink. We meet again. Mujiji returned her smile politely. What brings you here? Did He Dun send for you? She stepped forward, addressing the orc soldiers. She is with me. The orcs immediately allowed her passage, and Mujiji hurried to catch up. Responding to Lu Ying, yes. Lu Ying nodded. Do you possess medical skills? Mujiji was taken aback and quickly shook her head. Not really, just, I have some medicines that yield quicker results. As they spoke, the two women had already arrived at the stone house, where the anguished cries of a female echoed from within. Isn't it said that evil infection does not cause madness, only erodes the body? Mujiji questioned. Puzzled, Lu Ying glanced at her and pulled out a white cloth from her waist, covering her mouth and nose before stepping into the stone house. Though that may be the case, being from the world of magical beasts, this cannot be entirely accurate, can it? Upon entering the dimly lit stone house, Mujiji finally beheld the female's appearance. The female was petite and plump, her skin fair, clearly well cared for. Yet, she was bound tightly to the bed with coarse ropes, her belly swollen, hair disheveled, struggling desperately while emitting cries of distress, evoking a sense of pity. Standing before her was a weary male orc, who, upon hearing Lu Ying's words, became frantic, glaring at her and taking a defensive stance to prevent anyone from approaching the bound female. What is the Lady Saintess saying? A Mion has merely been infected by evil. She is just an ordinary female. Lu Ying calmly regarded him. Isn't it clear to you what lies in your heart? The male orc gritted his teeth, his fists trembling with rage. Please leave. This is my home, and you are not welcome here. Chapter 51. Her power? Mujiji was taken aback. So they were indeed involved in a forbidden romance? But how did they come to be together? Wouldn't ordinary orcs be burned by the evil that magical beasts carried? Lu Ying's gaze remained gentle, yet it inexplicably chilled Mujiji's heart. Harboring a magical beast and being in love with it is a grave crime. The male orc's eyes reddened, his neck strained, still unwilling to admit. How many times must I say it? A Mion is an ordinary orc. You must leave this place at once. With a resounding roar, the majestic red-crowned crane revealed its true form. At this moment, it was gracefully flapping its immense, pure white wings, driving away intruders from its territory, ensuring that none could approach its beloved. Mujiji pressed her lips together, her heart a tumult of emotions. Lying, with an expression of indifference, spoke. If you cooperate, we will return her and her unborn child to the mortal realm unharmed. However, should you persist in obstructing us, I cannot guarantee their continued existence. Send them away. The crane's wings ceased their flapping, a flash of helplessness and sorrow flickering in its eyes as it turned to glance at its bound and distressed partner. It let its wings droop in resignation, reverting to the form of an elegant orc, the frenzy on its face now replaced by an enduring sadness that was difficult to quell. Allowing her to leave was indeed the best way to protect her. Yet how could it bear such a thought? A crystalline tear trickled from the corner of its eye as it turned to grasp its partner's hand. A Mion, it tenderly called her name. Disregarding the scratches left by her nails on its skin, its gaze fixed upon her as if wishing to etch her visage into the depths of its heart. General He Dun. A soldier bowed his head, acknowledging the figure that cast a shadow over them as He Dun entered the stone dwelling. Here, the items you requested. He extended his palm, revealing 2 devil fruits resting quietly within. Mujiji was momentarily taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, "Just 2? I distinctly planted 3 seeds." He Dun scratched his head. I followed your instructions and found 3 trees. but only the one at the far end bore fruit. Wan Sui interjected slowly. Only one deviltree can exist in a given location at a time, and no matter how many you plant, only one will grow, while the others will be absorbed as nutrients. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Mu Zhizhi lamented. Wan Sui replied nonchalantly, well, you never asked, Mu Zhizhi thought to herself. I could just kick you to death, but the fruits now seemed unnecessary. Cradling the black fruits, she noticed Liang's intense gaze fixed upon them, a flicker of suspicion in her eyes. What tree do these fruits come from? Liang tentatively probed, attempting to connect with them through her spiritual awareness, but it was as if she were confronting a cold-hearted man, utterly unwilling to open up. What kind of fruit is this? Liang inquired aloud, astonished that there existed something she had never encountered before. Mu Zhizhi gasped and improvised. I stumbled upon this in a small forest. It has no name, and I'm not sure what to call it. How curious. I have never seen such a thing. Liang mused, her gaze fixated on the fruits, her interest in the devil fruits piquing immensely. Feigning ignorance to Liang's insinuations, Mu Zhizhi hugged the fruits tighter. Indeed. I only have two. If I had more, I would gladly gift you one. She shrugged, her expression one of feigned regret. With this, Liang refrained from asking for them, instead committing their appearance to memory for further study once next encountered. He done, perplexed, scratched his head. Didn't you say you could treat those afflicted by the evil infection? Isn't this what you needed? Upon hearing the notion of a cure for the malevolent, all eyes in the room turned towards her. Under the weight of so many stares, Mu Zhizhi felt a surge of pressure and laughed awkwardly to deflect. I read it in a medical book, but I haven't had the chance to put it into practice yet. Such words elicited disinterest from the crowd, who turned their attention elsewhere, as if her statement were inconsequential. What veterinarian had not encountered such information in literature? You lied to me, he done exclaimed incredulously. Mu Zhizhi felt helpless, unable to explain herself. Yet, an inexplicable voice within her urged caution. She could not disclose the truth just yet. As for the reasoning behind her hesitation, she could not fathom. Only that her subconscious insisted it was not the right time. On the bed, Mion's voice was hoarse, her limbs growing increasingly weak. Her form drenched as if she had just been pulled from the depths of water, her complexion ghastly pale. Yet still, the child within her refused to be born. Mion. The crane orc's face was etched with worry, longing to bear the pain in her stead. The surrounding orcs remained emotionless, watching the scene with detached indifference. Mu Zhizhi, unable to bear the sight, took a few steps forward, if her assumptions were correct. This orc was similar to the little Qian Su she had encountered before, having spent too long on the orc continent, deprived of the nourishment of the evil, and compounded by the child within drawing from her strength. Leading to such a dire state, if the child could not be born in time, it would result in a tragic demise for both mother and child. What should be done? Mu Zhizhi felt a surge of urgency. She could not stand by and watch two lives extinguish before her eyes. If it were Zhou Shuo, he would never remain idle, would he? Wan Sui, is there a solution? A solution requires star coins. Wan Sui's shamelessness was infuriating. Why did it suddenly forget their previous agreement? Didn't you absorb that last beast core for free? Wan Sui, feeling guilty, divulged the method to her. Place the devil fruit over her heart. Then channel your energy to assist her in absorption. My energy? Mu Zhizhi was taken aback. What energy did she possess? Wan Sui, exasperated, replied, do you think I absorbed all the beast cores? You took half, remember? At this, Wan Sui could hardly contain its frustration, for it believed it was rightfully entitled to all the fruits. Mu Zhizhi was bewildered. How had she not known this? Mion, what has happened to you? Please don't scare me. The crane orc's expression was one of panic as it noticed Mion had ceased struggling, her pupils losing focus. The crane orc stumbled to Liang's feet, pleading, Saintus, I beg you to save Mion. A grown man weeping inconsolably stirred pity in all who witnessed. Liang shook her head. I am a magical beast. I cannot heal her. There is no evil here, and it is too late to send her back to the magical beast continent. If she can endure, I will send someone to escort her away. If not, with that, no further words were necessary. She pressed her lips together and turned to leave the stone dwelling, the orc soldiers trailing behind her. The crane orc, filled with sorrow, lamented, You are our Saintus. Why can't you save a Mion? Lying paused, her back to them. Her voice drifting back, you are correct. I am the saintess of the Orc continent. The implication was clear. A Mion was not one of her people. Chapter 52. Do not fear, for I am here. I in the room. Only the Orc couple and Mujiji remained. Lying's words echoed in Mujiji's ears. Though they held truth, they still stung. She recalled Wan Sui's earlier sentiments. How could she be certain that another Mujiji did not exist in the magical beast continent? And why did the Orc continent even exist? Setting aside race, a Mion was merely an ordinary female, was she not? Orcs could be benevolent or malevolent, as could magical beasts. She had thought that as a saintess, she would possess a deeper understanding of this matter. How could a flesh and blood being stand by and watch two lives vanish before their eyes? Mujiji felt a heaviness in her heart. Enough. Saving her comes first. Casting aside her distractions, she inhaled deeply and hurried to a Mion's side. Upon getting closer, she realized the situation was far graver than she had anticipated. A Mion's breaths were faint, her pupils severely dilated, as though she were on the brink of departing from this world. What are you planning to do? The crane orc noticed that Mujiji had not left, but fatigue rendered him powerless. If a Mion were to perish, he would not wish to live either. Mujiji shot him a glance, urging him to help her. The crane orc trembled, disbelief flooding his gaze as he stared at her. What did you say? Mujiji, struggling to untie the ropes binding a Mion, searched for a way to proceed. I said I'm going to save her, big brother. Can you move at all? Do you want her and the child to die? The crane orc's eyes welled with tears. Hope blooming within him as he quickly approached to assist her in untying the ropes. His eyes glistened with anticipation. Can you truly save her? Why are you asking so many questions? Mujiji snapped. Her anxiety mounting. The crane orc promptly fell silent, gripping a Mion's hand tightly, his tear-brimmed eyes fixed on Mujiji's actions. Then, Mujiji placed one of the devil fruits over a Mion's heart. Outside, he Dun inquired, has Lady Ming Chin's wife not accompanied her? Should I go look for her? He Dun glanced back, not spotting Mujiji among them. Lying paused, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. There is no need. What should be done now? Mujiji felt utterly at a loss, seeking guidance from Wan Sui. She had never realized that she possessed the powers it spoke of. Wan Sui urged, focus your energy and feel it. This relies entirely on your perception. Mujiji furrowed her brows. Perception? Wan Sui continued, the beginning is always the hardest. If you can grasp the energy within your body, employing it will be as effortless as a fish in water. But if you cannot sense it, sorry, it may remain within you for eternity, utterly ineffectual. Mujiji felt a swell of urgency. It was akin to a bride on her wedding day, completely unprepared. Where could she find such understanding? As she gazed at the gradually cooling body of a Mion, her mind became increasingly chaotic despite her attempts to calm herself. The immense psychological pressure nearly suffocated her. With her palm resting on the devil fruit, she was unable to sense the power that Wan Sui had described. Her lips turned pale from biting them, and just as despair threatened to engulf her, a cold armor plate suddenly pressed against her back. And a large hand grasped her wrist. The warm, deep breath brushed against her ear. Do not fear, close your eyes. I shall take care of everything. Upon hearing those words from Joshua, Muji, she felt a warmth wash over her, almost bringing her to tears. But how did he arrive here? There was no time to ponder that now. With Joshua's support, she felt an immediate surge of encouragement, and her tense body gradually relaxed as she focused intently on her surroundings. It was as if the world around her had fallen silent, leaving only the sounds of her own breathing and heartbeat. Where could it be? Following the meridians downward, she finally sensed a warm, glowing orb coiled in her dantian. Was this it? She cautiously approached it, and the moment she made contact with the luminous sphere, her entire soul quivered, an indescribable sensation of elation coursing through her. Compelling her to shout with joy, she guided the glowing orb to flow like a stream along her meridians, ultimately directing it into the devil fruit. The dark fruit gradually became vibrant, pulsating like a beating heart as it slowly seeped into a Mion's body. Revitalizing her heart with its nourishing essence, a Mion's breath returned, her pale complexion slowly tinged with a delicate blush, and she radiated newfound vitality. At that moment, a loud cry of a newborn echoed from her skirt. A new life had entered this world. A Mion, the child. The crane beast man was overwhelmed with joy, frantically attending to the subsequent matters. As he withdrew his hand, Mujiji felt a wave of darkness wash over her, her strength waning as she began to slump. Only to be caught by Joshua's strong arms, Mujiji looked up at him, her eyes glistening with tears. Oh no, I've become too sentimental. Joshua embraced her gently, patting her back softly, his voice deep and soothing. You did wonderfully. The crane beast man carefully wrapped the child, kneeling heavily before them. His voice choked with emotion. Thank you both for saving us. Joshua lifted him with one hand. There is no need for such gratitude. You should prepare yourselves and leave this place as soon as possible. The crane beast man nodded, casting a fond glance at the wrinkled little bundle in his arms, then looked over at his peacefully sleeping wife. Mujiji strained to peer into his embrace. Is it a girl or a boy? The crane beast man, already radiating paternal affection, replied. It's a girl. As he spoke, he presented the child to Mujiji. She scrunched her nose and murmured, She's rather ugly. Perhaps sensing her disdain, the now quiet baby pouted her lips and let out a wail. Mujiji hurriedly nestled back into Joshua's embrace. It wasn't me. Joshua looked at her with a mix of affection and helplessness, gently scratching her little nose. Hearing the baby's loud cries, the slumbering Amion awakened. Amion! The crane beast man exclaimed joyfully, rushing to the bedside with the child on a phone. Amion murmured, propping herself up in a daze. What has happened to me? It's all right. It's all right, a phone replied, tears in his eyes, smiling tenderly at her. We must not delay. You should leave quickly. The beast cart is ready at the back door. Joshua spoke up. If you travel north from the holy capital, it may be a bit colder. But the restrictions are slightly looser there. You can settle down. A phone nodded earnestly, bowing deeply in gratitude. We will forever remember your immense kindness. Quickly gathering their belongings, a phone held the child in one arm and took Amion's hand with the other. Overwhelmed with gratitude for the two of them, just before they departed, he couldn't help but turn back. Might you bestow a name upon this child? Naming someone? Mujiji perked up. Glancing at the little bundle, let us call her Lele. I hope she can always be joyful. Chapter 53 Joshua. It's time to go home. Watching the beast cart drive away, Mujiji spoke to Joshua behind her. A white orb of energy surged from her dantian once more, slowly distributing throughout her body. The fatigue quickly dissipated. Joshua nodded, taking her hand as they walked down the street. Having resolved to worry, Mujiji chattered on. Why did you follow me? Didn't I say I could handle it myself? You need to rest, you know, she spoke earnestly, resembling a little caretaker. Joshua did not refute her, merely gazing at her with tenderness, causing her voice to gradually diminish. Pouting, she muttered. You're so good at using your charm. Joshua chuckled helplessly. By the way, how did Amion and a phone fall in love? Her brows furrowed, unable to suppress her curiosity about the fact that they could touch each other. Joshua explained. Some higher-level magical beasts can freely control their malice. Love between them is not impossible. Are such occurrences common in your world? Mujiji tilted her head, her bright eyes filled with curiosity. Joshua ruffled her hair. It's not particularly extraordinary. There is no fundamental difference between magical beasts and beastmen. The enmity between the two realms arises solely from the spread of malice. But isn't it true that magical beasts wish to invade the beastman continent? She recalled Joshua mentioning this before. That is only a small faction of ambitious magical beasts. They are divided into various factions. Some advocate for peace, while others glorify violence. These cannot be measured uniformly. Ultimately, it still boils down to the spread of malice. Mujiji nodded, somewhat understanding. Upon returning home, the sky hung low, and the stars appeared unusually early tonight. Joshua gazed up, a trace of gloom settling upon his face. It's coming, in the dead of night. As Mujiji slept soundly, she vaguely heard a noise from the courtyard. Instinctively, she reached for Joshua beside her, only to find an empty space. Her drowsiness vanished instantly. She donned her clothes and stepped into the courtyard. Yet Joshua was nowhere to be found. The stars twinkled brightly in the sky, a sight she had never witnessed before. Creak. The courtyard door opened softly, and Mujiji turned to see a fleeting silver figure disappearing outside. Joshua, where are you going? She hurriedly chased after him, following until they reached an open field. Joshua, Mu Zhizhi slowed her pace, just as Zhou Shua's heavy breaths reached her ears. "Do not come any closer," he said, his voice low and hoarse, struggling to keep it calm. "Be good, return home. I will be fine soon." Stars fell from the sky, cascading into his body, each one bringing him immense pain. Mu Zhizhi's heart ached for him, her steps faltering, yet she resolutely rushed to embrace the trembling wolf in her arms. "You?" Zhou Shua's voice faltered as he met Mu Zhizhi's determined gaze. A shining star passed through her body and vanished into Zhou Shua's brow, sending a wave of sweet and tingling sensations throughout her. "Go back." Zhou Shua barked angrily. Mu Zhizhi, undeterred, made a playful face, smiling. "While I know that the stars in the sky are massive celestial bodies, that doesn't stop me from wanting to pluck a star. The stars are falling into your body now. From now on, you shall be my star." Another twinkling star descended, and with Mu Zhizhi's body cushioning its impact, Zhou Shua's path of refinement became less arduous. Zhou Shua felt both touched and pained, striving to break free from her embrace, but Mu Zhizhi held on tightly, refusing to let go. The power of the stars layered upon one another, and the vast galaxy erupted in an extraordinary meteor shower. On the holy mountain, the sage stood high in the pavilion, quietly observing this visual spectacle. Greening emerged from the shadows, stopping not far behind him. "Should we go seek him?" The sage remained silent for a moment before letting out a melodious laugh. "No need. Even if we went, we would be superfluous as the power of the stars increased." Mu Zhizhi's body gradually glowed with starlight, her lips pale, and she found herself bending over. A warning echoed in her mind from Wan Sui. "Host's bodily functions have suffered significant damage. Please cease any dangerous actions immediately." But Mu Zhizhi paid no heed. She clung tightly to the little wolf's body. "Mu Zhizhi, can you not be a bit more obedient?" Wan Sui exclaimed in frustration. "What are you trying to prove? This is a crucial period for our Tianlang. Whether they survive depends entirely on fate. What are you trying to accomplish?" Mu Zhizhi ignored him, gasping. "He is my partner. I love him. What good is love?" Wan Sui couldn't restrain himself from cursing, ultimately giving up. "Do as you please. If you perish, so be it." Did she have any idea how great the threat of the star power was to an ordinary person? She was using her physical body to absorb it. In the final surge of stellar energy, a multitude of stars converged, resembling a colossal meteor slicing through the air, hurtling towards the two individuals. Zhou Shua's gaze sharpened as he gathered his strength, violently breaking free from Mu Zhizhi's embrace. His body suddenly expanded, bracing itself to meet the immense impact head-on. The resounding crash echoed for miles, rousing the slumbering orcs from their dreams. Meanwhile, Mu Zhizhi, overwhelmed by the force, succumbed to unconsciousness. As dawn broke, the stars retreated behind the clouds, and the morning light gently illuminated Mu Zhizhi's face. Her eyes fluttered open, revealing a magnificent silver wolf silently observing her. The intricate patterns within its deep, soulful eyes seemed to deepen, ensnaring anyone who gazed too long. Mu Zhizhi parted her lips, but her parched throat rendered her mute. Yet, her body felt inexplicably light. She propped herself up, momentarily dazed. Before her stood the silver wolf, its fur sleek and shimmering softly in the morning light, its agile form no longer bearing the remnants of its previous disarray. This transformation unmistakably signified the wolf's successful metamorphosis. "Zhou Shua, you're back?" Mu Zhizhi exclaimed joyfully, leaping into his fluffy embrace and nuzzling against him. The wolf, having assumed human form, wrapped his arms around her and murmured. He then added, "Promise me you won't engage in such perilous endeavors again." Mu Zhizhi, with a playful glint in her eyes, lifted her chin and replied cheerfully, "Just a minor issue." Her carefree demeanor stirred something within Zhou Shua. He couldn't help but lean down, pressing his lips against hers. For a moment, Mu Zhizhi was taken aback, but then she boldly wrapped her arms around his neck, returning the kiss. This section omits 1,000 words. Once the kiss ended, Mu Zhizhi felt utterly limp in his arms, while Zhou Shua tightened his grip around her slender waist, burying his face in her hair. She could sense his fervor, a mix of shyness and anticipation swelling within her, as she prepared to surrender herself to him. Yet, Zhou Shua lifted his head and stated, "Let us return to Chongqing Mountain." Chapter 54. Do you recognize me? Chongqing Mountain lay hundreds of miles from the holy city. After bidding farewell to the sage, the two immediately set off for home. Reclining on Zhou Shua's back, Mu Zhizhi swung her legs, pondering how she had managed to irritate him. Hadn't she merely said goodbye to Chang'an, who then gifted her a beast core? Lost in thought, she remained perplexed. Swinging her legs, she decided to dismiss the matter, munching on jerky and chatting with Wan Sui. Meanwhile, Zhou Shua, awaiting her explanation, was exasperated. What a vexing wolf. How could she accept a beast core from another male? He scratched the ground in frustration, his resentful aura unnoticed by the woman lost in her own world. Wan Sui, why do I feel as though the stellar energy has permeated my body, leaving me invigorated? She felt as though she could run 10 kilometers without breaking a sweat. Wan Sui, having been bribed by the beast core, lazily replied, "Consider yourself fortunate, as misfortune has turned into blessing." How so? This stellar energy is the purest form of power in existence. If it had been absorbed by anyone else, their body would have sustained damage. However, you've previously consumed the devil's fruit and possessed the polar beast core, which enhanced your physique. Thus, you've absorbed a significant portion of this celestial force. Pausing, Wan Sui added, "Haven't you noticed how your skin has improved?" Mu Zhizhi touched her face, finding it smooth and supple. Unable to contain her pride, she boasted, "Look at my skin. It's as flawless as a peeled egg, delicate and radiant." Wan Sui remarked, "The other party has no desire to converse with you and even threw a piece of dung at you." Time swiftly passed, and the two finally returned to the Chongqing mountain tribe on the third day, at the entrance. Zhou Shua transformed back into human form. Mu Zhizhi, beaming, was about to approach him when he raised his hand to evade her. "You're quite the tsundere," she pouted, puffing out her cheeks. She jumped up, wrapping her arms around his arm, determined to keep him close. Zhou Shua remained silent, resembling a reluctant spouse. Mu Zhizhi proudly raised her chin, thinking, "You can't escape me." Suddenly, a dull thud echoed. "Zhou Shua?" The two turned towards the source of the sound, only to find the orc Ashan, with a plump goat lying on the ground beside him. He was the male orc who had been discarded in the streets earlier. Ashan stared at them in disbelief, tears welling in his eyes. "You finally returned," Mu Zhizhi blinked, baffled by her newfound popularity. "Why is he crying?" "No, wait." Ashan's expression shifted to panic as he rushed over to push them away. "What are you doing back? Go, quickly, while they haven't discovered you." His eyes brimmed with fear, urging them to flee. Zhou Shua and Mu Zhizhi exchanged a glance, both sensing the confusion in each other's expressions. Zhou Shua grasped Ashan's arm, his voice low yet soothing. "What is happening? Why must we leave? Where's everyone?" Ashan, unable to explain, continued to urge them, "You must leave. The farther, the better. Never come back." "Ashan, as a guest, is it truly appropriate for you to hasten our departure?" A rough voice suddenly boomed from the entrance of the tribe. Ashan froze, his grip on Zhou Shua's arm tightening, his whole body trembling in fear. Zhou Shua's expression darkened as he looked ahead. Mu Zhizhi, puzzled, stepped around Ashan to see the speaker. Upon recognizing him, her pupils dilated in shock, her eyes widening as if she had witnessed something unfathomably astonishing. "Isn't he the one who was devoured by Yin?" "No. How could a beast that was consumed appear in the orc continent?" The figure before her was none other than the boar-headed orc, Qiu Tuan, the leader of the caravan she had encountered in the sands of oblivion. Mu Zhizhi's mind was a whirlwind of confusion as she fixated on him. Qiu Tuan took a few steps forward, his robust frame halting behind Ashan. He reached out a hand, covered in coarse fur, and patted Ashan's shoulder, each pat resonating like a drumbeat in Ashan's heart. "Don't block my way," Ashan trembled, immediately stepping aside, his body quaking uncontrollably. Zhou Shua towered over them, and even at less than 6 feet tall, Qiu Tuan had to tilt his head to meet his gaze. This dynamic was decidedly displeasing for him. "Who are you?" He feigned politeness, his voice dripping with insincerity. Before Zhou Shua could respond, Mu Zhizhi interjected, stepping between them with piercing eyes. "Do you recognize me?" Both Qiu Tuan and Zhou Shua paused, bewilderment crossing their faces. Qiu Tuan's mind raced, but he quickly composed himself, presuming the young female was simply captivated by his handsome visage. He tossed his hair, smugly declaring, "Though I don't know why this beautiful young lady would say such a thing. I am honored to make your acquaintance." Unfamiliar, Mu Zhizhi's expression faltered. "So, he wasn't a beast from that realm?" Seeing her silence, Qiu Tuan, unable to suppress his curiosity, reached toward Mu Jiji's delicate hand with his grubby paw. Zhou Shua's eyes turned icy. Before Qiu Tuan could succeed, his arm transformed into a claw, slicing through the air toward the offending hand. Fortunately, Qiu Tuan withdrew just in time, preventing any further damage. You? Qiu Tuan glared at Zhou Shua, his pig-like nostrils flaring with rage. However, after a moment of contemplation, he managed to quell his anger in a daze. Mu Jiji remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, perplexed as she questioned Wan Sui about this bizarre situation. Why is there a Qiu Tuan here? What on earth is happening? Wan Sui offered a vague response. The laws of the world are such. Do not dwell on it too much. Without obtaining any answers, Mu Jiji felt a weight in her heart, as if an invisible fog obscured the truth. Let us return to the tribe. Are you too from this tribe? I don't believe I've seen you before. Qiu Tuan remarked with a smile. Zhou Shua's expression remained stern as he replied, Shouldn't we be the ones asking you? Who are you, and why are you here? Given Ashan's fearful demeanor, something must have transpired within the tribe, and everything must be linked to this orc before them. Qiu Tuan chuckled, What a curious question. I am merely a merchant traveling various lands, having stumbled upon this place, wishing only to trade some goods with you. He turned to Ashan. Isn't that right, Ashan? Ashan trembled, not daring to contradict him. Yes, yes. It was evident to any discerning eye that he was being coerced, yet Qiu Tuan acted as if they were blind. Let us return to the tribe. Where are you residing? I shall escort you back. His tone was as casual as if he were the rightful owner of the tribe. Zhou Shua's heart was filled with suspicion, and before he could speak, Ashan hurriedly interjected, They are the children of Aunt Gao Fawn. You've met them before. Chapter 55. What exactly happened? Gao Fawn. Qiu Tuan clicked his tongue, clearly impatient, as he cast a sideways glance at Ashan. What business is it of yours to speak? Ashan shrank back, his gaze evasive, unable to meet his eyes. Although the reason behind Ashan's words was unclear, Zhou Shua and Mu Jiji chose to remain taciturn. Deciding to return to the tribe first, they walked down the central street of the village. The once bustling market was now eerily quiet, with very few passers-by, and it was increasingly difficult to spot familiar faces from the tribe. Instead, they were surrounded by a cacophony of orcs led by Captain Qiu. Upon catching sight of Mu Jiji, many male orcs displayed a glint of greed in their eyes, their intentions all too evident. Zhou Shua cast a cold glance their way. Having embraced the power of the stars, he emanated an aura of authority that was palpable, and merely standing there exuded an undeniable pressure. The orcs felt a tightening in their chests. Hastily averting their gazes, no longer daring to entertain any ulterior thoughts as they passed through the residential area, all orcs had blocked their caves with stones, peering anxiously through the gaps, yet none dared to emerge. The stifling atmosphere was nearly suffocating, but Captain Qiu continued to wear a smile, humming an unknown tune through his tusked grin. Eventually, they arrived at the fence outside Aunt Gao Fawn's stone house, where Captain Qiu halted, courteously gesturing, Please, you too. Zhou Shua shot him a glance, taking Mu Jiji's hand as they approached the door. Captain Qiu, still smiling, turned to lead Ashan away. Wait, Zhou Shua called out to him. The handsome male inquired, Do you have something to discuss? The words, spoken from his rugged and unappealing visage, seemed oddly incongruous. Zhou Shua glanced back at the timid Ashan behind him, stating, It has been a long time since I last saw Ashan. I wish to catch up. Captain Qiu tilted his head towards Ashan, his smile intact but his eyes brimming with menace. Ashan, do you wish to stay? Ashan trembled, shaking his head fervently. No, no, no. I have matters at home. Zhou Shua, let us talk another time. Zhou Shua furrowed his brow but ultimately refrained from voicing any objections, simply remarking, I shall come to find you another day. Very well. We shall not intrude upon your return home. Until next time, Captain Qiu waved them off. Turning to leave with Ashan, it was not until their figures vanished that Zhou Shua retracted his gaze, his deep-set eyes lost in contemplation. Mu Jiji, concerned, clasped his arm. Raising her delicate face to him, frowning, Do you remember the caravan I mentioned encountering in the Beast Continent? The leader resembles him exactly. It is all too strange, almost unfathomable. Zhou Shua gently ruffled her hair, assuring her, It is nothing to worry about. Regardless of the reasons, I shall protect you. Mu Jiji nuzzled against his palm like a cat, her expression turning serious, that Captain Qiu is not a good man. and Ashen appears to be under his threat. We do not know what has transpired in the tribe. Let us observe the situation. It seems everyone holds something over him, so we should take our time. Zhou Shua replied, his demeanor resolute as he led her toward Aunt Gao Fan's courtyard. Knocking on the wooden door fixed to the stone house, a cautious voice called from within, "Who is it?" Recognizing the voice of Aunt Gao Fan's partner, Mu Zhizhi felt a wave of warmth and quickly replied, "Uncle, it's me, Zhizhi." A flurry of commotion erupted from inside, and suddenly the door swung open. Uncle Gao Fan, unkempt and weary, stood before them, disbelief etched on his face as he looked between Zhou Shua and Mu Zhizhi, his eyes reddening with emotion. You have finally returned." Seeing his state, Mu Zhizhi felt a pang of discomfort. After all, she had stayed here for several days and remembered Uncle Galfin as kind and cheerful. How had he become like this? "Uncle," she began, but was interrupted as Uncle Galfin glanced warily outside before pulling them into the stone house. "Let us talk inside." He shut the door tightly behind them. Mu Zhizhi, quick to notice, saw that he limped on his left leg and immediately inquired, "What happened to your leg?" Uncle Galfin attempted to conceal it. Shifting his leg slightly to its nothing, just a minor issue, he said dismissively. "Uncle, what exactly happened?" Zhou Shua pressed, his voice somber. Uncle Galfin sat on a stone bench, sighing heavily, caught between words. Eventually, under their questioning, he divulged the truth. "When Zhizhi went missing, we feared the worst in our sorrow. Galfin suspended the making of cotton clothing. It was only when news came that you were safe that we breathed a sigh of relief." Galfin and Ahua, along with the tribe's females, resumed work, producing many garments. He sighed again, his gaze falling to the ground. Everyone in the tribe began wearing these clothes, and we all started paying attention to hygiene. The village was improving, and we awaited your return. But one day, that Xiao Ren, with his caravan, passed through our village and looked upon our garments with ill intent. His expression grew agitated, fists clenched in anger. He brought many curious items, seeking to trade for our clothing. Gao Fan, recalling your initial intentions, agreed to his demands, but little did we know his true ambitions. He led the caravan to seize the garment-making area. The females of the tribe were captured, forced to toil day and night to produce clothes for them. Even the young ones were taken as hostages. We rose in rebellion, but were overpowered, he bitterly smiled. Glancing at his leg, this injury was inflicted upon me during that time. Upon hearing this, Mu Zhizhi felt a surge of rage and guilt swell within her. After all, it was her cotton that had sparked this endeavor. Ultimately, it was her actions that had placed them in jeopardy. Without absolute power to support you, possessing something valuable can lead to disaster. You must leave quickly before they notice you, Uncle Galfin urged. His expression earnest as he looked at Mu Zhizhi. "We did not reveal that you were the one who cultivated the cotton. We only claimed it was discovered in the forest, oh please. Leave as soon as you can. I know Zhou Shua is formidable, but one person cannot stand against many. Once the cotton in the cave runs out, you can return." He spoke with a hint of regret. "But it seems we will lose the cotton." Mu Zhizhi felt a mix of bitterness and gratitude. Even in this dire situation, he still expressed such concern. Shaking her head resolutely, she declared, "We will not leave. In good times and in bad, we share all." Since they had stood by her thus far, she would not abandon them now. Besides, how could a few orcs intimidate her? They would all become pig-head meat. "Right? Long live, long live," came the response, though it was somewhat lackluster. Chapter 56. They have all arrived. Why the rush to leave? Uncle Galfin sighed, shaking his head, not due to the fear of Chiorin capturing her for clothing but because Kudan, that treacherous scoundrel, had allied with them. If he were to see her return, he would surely harbor ill intent. He urged them earnestly. Currently, Kudan has risen to the position of chief with Chiorin's aid. He has kept your situation as a trump card, but now that you two have appeared, the risk is too great. You must leave at once. Kudan? Mu Zhizhi almost forgot about the man who had driven her to the brink of a cliff. Now, she could not leave. With vengeance yet to be avenged, she could not act as a coward. Moreover, she was no longer the same Mu Zhizhi. With the beast core, the devil fruit, and the power of the stars, someone like Kudan would be no match for her. Exchanging a glance with Zhou Shua, they silently understood each other's resolve. There was no possibility of retreating now. "Uncle, let me take a look at your leg," Mu Zhizhi said, shifting the conversation away from the earlier topic as she focused on Uncle Gao Fan's injury. Are you even listening to me? Uncle Gao Fan sighed in exasperation, bewildered by their stubbornness. Mu Zhizhi blinked innocently. What did you say, Uncle? Kadun? Understood, understood. Now extend your leg so I can examine it. You child. Uncle Gao Fan looked at Zhou Shua with a mix of resignation and hope. Yet he saw the faint smile on Zhou Shua's face, indicating his reluctance to dwell on the matter. Unable to resist their insistence, Uncle Gao Fan sighed again, placing his injured leg on the stone bench. Without a hint of disdain, Mu Zhizhi carefully unwrapped the makeshift bandage, revealing 3 deep gashes on his ankle, bloodied and raw, with glimpses of bone visible. The lack of proper treatment had caused the wounds to fester, prompting Mu Zhizhi to furrow her brow in concern. Uncle Gao Fan remained unfazed, explaining nonchalantly, the old shaman is also under their control, so I did not tend to the wound. It will heal in time. This is unacceptable. Mu Zhizhi felt a shiver run down her spine, recalling the countless instances in ancient times when improper treatment led to inflammation, fungal infections, amputation, or even death. This was no trifling matter. Fortunately, ever since Wansui absorbed the power of the Arctic Beast Core, the shop had progressed from a basic level to an advanced one, allowing many medicines to be purchased without restrictions. Following Wansui's instructions, Mu Zhizhi exchanged for iodine, gauze, and medicinal substances to promote healing. With a serious demeanor, she carefully tended to the wound of Uncle Gao Fan, pulling out the supplies from her small bag as if to conceal her actions. As the iodine made contact with Uncle Gao Fan's injury, he visibly flinched. Mu Zhizhi bit her lip, wiping with even greater care, ensuring that all debris was thoroughly cleaned from the wound before applying the healing ointment and wrapping it with gauze. Finally completing her task, she let out a deep sigh of relief, and beside her, Zhou Shua kindly wiped the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Mu Zhizhi smiled at him, then handed Uncle Gao Fan some oral anti-inflammatory medication, saying, "These are to be taken 3 times a day in a few days. I will check on how the wound is healing." The medical environment here was rudimentary, and her limited skills felt like a makeshift solution. Fortunately, it was merely an external injury, and the medicines provided by Wansui were of the highest quality. Otherwise, she truly would have struggled with such delicate work. Upon raising her gaze, she caught Uncle Gao Fan looking at her with a mixture of shock and reverence. As if he wished to worship her, Mu Zhizhi was taken aback, blinking in confusion as she looked at Zhou Shua, questioning, "What is going on?" Zhou Shua chuckled silently. "You are also a shaman?" Uncle Gao Fan exclaimed. Mu Zhizhi replied, "How does treating a wound and applying antiseptic make one a shaman? Even a 10-year-old could do this, at least in modern times." She quickly clarified, "I am not. I simply happen to have these medicines. Without Wansui, she would be utterly insignificant." However, Uncle Gao Fan paid no heed to her words, filled instead with admiration. In the Beastman continent, anyone capable of identifying herbs and treating minor wounds was held in high esteem by the Beastmen. So his reaction was not surprising. "First, let us discuss where the young ones are being held," Zhou Shua interjected, rescuing Mu Zhizhi from the topic of being a shaman. Upon hearing about the young ones, Uncle Gao Fan immediately grew serious, stating, "They should be held in the home of the old chieftain." "And where is the old chieftain?" Mu Zhizhi instinctively inquired. At this question, Uncle Gao Fan's eyes dimmed. "The old chieftain was forcibly stripped of his rights and has suffered physically. He is currently under the care of Asha. We have not seen him for a long time, and only know that his condition worsens by the day." Zhou Shua placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, his voice imbued with a reassuring power. "He will get better. We will rescue all our kin and drive Chiu Ren out of the tribe." Uncle Gao Fan rubbed his moist eyes, forcing a smile. "I am fine, but you should avoid taking unnecessary risks. Just stay here for now." In the dead of night, Zhou Shua, sharing a bed with Mu Zhizhi, opened his eyes and gently kissed her forehead. He quietly got up, but before he could leave, a small hand suddenly grasped his arm. Turning, he found Mu Zhizhi wide awake in a hushed tone. "Careful not to disturb Uncle Gao Fan next door," she said. "I knew you wouldn't, to be honest." Wrapping her arms around his strong arm like a koala, she pleaded, "Don't leave me behind." Zhou Shua was both amused and exasperated. With one hand supporting her petite frame, he stealthily carried her out into the night. They swiftly made their way to the old chieftain's home. The full moon hung high in the sky, with not a star in sight. Upon arriving at the stone house where the old chieftain resided, They could vaguely see two dozing wild boar beastmen at the entrance. Zhou Shua and Mu Zhizhi exchanged glances and quietly approached the two, swiftly incapacitating them before they had a chance to react. Setting Mu Zhizhi down, they discovered that the door was firmly secured with a thick rope. Without hesitation, Mu Zhizhi produced a bone knife from her pocket and cut through the rope with determination. The long-neglected wooden door creaked loudly in the stillness of the night, causing Mu Zhizhi's heart to race. Thankfully, no disturbances arose. They quickly slipped inside and shut the door behind them as they surveyed the interior. Their expressions shifted dramatically. The room was empty, devoid of any sign of the young ones. Zhou Shua immediately sensed something was amiss and, embracing Mu Zhizhi, turned to leave. "Why the rush? We've come all this way." A sinister voice echoed from the dark corner of the room. Suddenly, the room was illuminated by firelight as a dozen beastmen emerged from the shadows, encircling them. The light was blinding, and Mu Zhizhi shielded her eyes. Regaining her composure to see a familiar figure stepping forward from the darkness, it was Kadun, adorned with the chieftain's crown, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze upon them. Zhou Shua returned without even a greeting. Zhou Shua's face remained impassive, silently meeting his gaze. Kadun, finding little amusement in this, shifted his attention to Mu Zhizhi. "Long time no see, little female. You have no idea how heartbroken I was when you fell from that cliff. Sleepless nights filled my days. Thankfully, you are safe." His feigned concern made Mu Zhizhi's skin crawl. With a forced smile, she retorted, "Thanks to you. If you hadn't forced me to jump, I might not have met Zhou Shu so soon." She shot him a provocative glance. "Forced you to jump? Kadun, you didn't say it like that back then." Nearby beastmen exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with questions and reproaches toward Kadun. Hurting a precious female was unacceptable in any tribe. Even if they chose to follow him, this was a matter of principle. Kadun's expression darkened, his already sharp features becoming more ominous as he declared loudly, "I am the chieftain now. Do you trust her or me?" In an instant, the beastmen fell silent, their expressions sobering, unwilling to speak further. "Seize them," Kadun commanded coldly. He then cast a glance toward a dim corner. "Ashan, why aren't you coming out?" Mu Zhizhi was taken aback, watching as Ashan, hunched and trembling, stepped forward, failing to lift his head. Kadun smirked, intentionally provoking Zhou Shua. "If it weren't for Ashan alerting me to your return, I would have been oblivious. Truly, I owe him a debt of gratitude." Ashan avoided Zhou Shua's gaze, his heart heavy with pain and guilt, lowering his head in despair, as if he had become a mere speck of dust. Betraying a friend was the most despised act among beastmen. He forced a bitter smile, but for the sake of the children, he had no choice but to make this decision. Zhou Shua would surely hate him. Zhou Shua remained indifferent, his expression unreadable, which only served to infuriate Kadun further. This was the very demeanor he loathed. It only deepened his sense of shame. He clenched his fists, reminding himself that he was the chieftain and that Zhou Shua was merely an inferior beastman. "Take them away." As Zhou Shua held Mu Zhizhi's hand, they were escorted out. "Wait," Kadun halted them, his eyes greedily assessing Mu Zhizhi. "Leave her with me." Zhou Shua's expression turned icy, his gaze sharp as daggers directed at Kadun. Unable to withstand the pressure, Kadun broke out in a cold sweat, instinctively taking a step back. But then, realizing something, he became furious. "I am the chieftain. Do you dare defy me?" Zhou Shua glared at him, his voice low and laced with frost. The defeated have no right to speak to that moment. Kadun felt a rush of blood to his head, humiliation consuming him. He longed to kill Zhou Shua with his gaze. He sneered repeatedly, advancing toward Mu Zhizhi, gritting his teeth. "Today, I will show you how I claim her before your very eyes." His wicked hand reached out toward Mu Zhizhi, but before it could touch her, Kadun suddenly convulsed violently, rolling his eyes back before collapsing to the ground, his legs twitching uncontrollably. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Shua merely raised an eyebrow, and Mu Zhizhi shyly smiled, raising her hand to reveal the electric baton. "Self-defense electric baton, a must-have." Zhou Shua chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. The beastmen were still processing the bizarre turn of events when Kadun's loyal follower, Kude, shouted, "You dare harm the chieftain? Seize them with that." He charged forward, but Zhou Shua swiftly subdued him, pinning him to the ground. The other beastmen stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. With their leader incapacitated, they were at a loss for what to do to Shan. With a mournful expression, slumped to the ground, you've knocked him out, but when he wakes up, the ones who will suffer are still the young ones. Currently, all the young ones were under Kudun's supervision. If he grew angry, the innocent children would be the ones to pay the price. Then let us not give him that chance. Mujiji glanced at him, quickly exchanging ropes with Zhou Shua to bind Kudun and his followers tightly. To prevent the remaining beastmen from alerting Xiuren, Zhou Shua transformed into a formidable force, driving them all into the stone house and locking them inside. After completing everything, Zhou Shua turned to Ashan. Where are the young ones being held? He shook his head in despair. I don't know. Kudun feared I would betray him and secretly move the young ones. Zhou Shua nodded, grasping Mujiji's hand, intending to depart from this place. Just then, Ashan called out to him, hesitating to speak. Zhou Shua paused in his steps but did not turn back. I apologize. I too have my own unavoidable difficulties. Zhou Shua offered no reply, striding out of the courtyard with Muji. Betrayed by his companions, though he could not inflict harm upon them, his heart must have felt heavy nonetheless. Muji cautiously observed Zhou Shua's reaction. And when he glanced her way, she quickly turned her head away, feigning ignorance as if nothing had transpired. Her mischievous demeanor was so endearing it was hard not to smile. Zhou Shu, helpless, rubbed his forehead and halted, turning her body towards him. Are you worried that I might be upset? Mujiji, maintaining a nonchalant air, averted her gaze. Not at all. I know you are very strong. Zhou Shua chuckled, his silver hair glinting softly in the moonlight. He scooped her up like a child, his warm breath close to her, making Mujiji instinctively shrink her neck, wanting to evade him. Yet he firmly held her head down, leaving her no chance to escape. With their foreheads touching, Mujiji's eyes darted around, nearly captivated by the depth of his gaze. Zhou Shua's voice dropped, tinged with a slight huskiness, as he playfully teased, "You little fool." Hearing him call her that made Mujiji blush fiercely, almost swooning from the affectionate endearment. Catching her breath, she blew a puff of air at him, but Zhou Shua, unaware, succumbed to a fit of coughs. Seizing the opportunity, Mujiji declared, "You know, the beauty trap doesn't work on me." Yet the flush on her cheeks betrayed her true feelings at that moment. She had nearly succumbed to her impulses, almost shedding her modesty in an uncharacteristic manner. How perilous! Fortunately, her reason prevailed just in time. As Zhou Shua regained his composure, her words made him chuckle, bemused by the antics of this little fool. Come here. No. Mujiji shook her head in warning, taking small steps back, wary of his movements. Zhou Shua's lips curled into a sudden smile as he lunged towards her. Mujiji squeaked, spinning to flee, but how could a mere prey escape the clutches of a predator? She was swiftly scooped up from behind, her slender legs futilely kicking. I was wrong. Call me daddy. Chapter 58. We can use wine. Mujiji silently scorned the inherent flaws in men's nature, defiantly lifting her chin. You can give up on that. I want to say a word. Her playful spirit ignited. The two of them frolicked for a while as Zhou Shua carried her up the mountain, intending to check on Aunt Gao Fawn and the others. They stealthily approached the familiar courtyard, and Mujiji felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. The withered cotton tree had been felled, and the yard was now filled with cotton clothing drying in the sun, among which she spotted vibrant shades of red and light green. It seemed Aunt Gao Fawn and her companions had made remarkable progress. Zhou Shua concealed Mujiji behind some distant bushes. The entire mountainside was now under the control of Qiu Ren's and Lian. It would not be an easy task to infiltrate without alerting them. After all, this group of beastmen traversed the land, their vigilance and courage far surpassing that of the narrow-minded Kidu. Settling Mujiji in a hidden spot, Zhou Shua gently instructed, "Stay here and wait. I'll go take a look." And Mujiji obediently nodded, cautioning him, "Be careful, Donamim." With that, Zhou Shua transformed into his original form, shrinking to the size of a cub, and nimbly slipped through the fence. Mujiji watched anxiously, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes, her lips pressed into a thin line. The silver-haired little creature deftly evaded the patrolling beastmen, gradually disappearing from sight. The surroundings were eerily quiet, the night breeze rustling the leaves, accompanied by a haunting sound that seemed to echo from the darkness, evoking an unknown fear. Mujiji's heartbeat quickened, her throat tightening with apprehension. Wait, where is that sound coming from? As her mind cleared, she suddenly realized, Wan Sui, Wu Wu Mu Jiji, you're quite the actor. Wan Sui, naturally, we are professionals. Oh, she had been caught. Mu Jiji smirked. Not receiving an Oscar for you is a true injustice. Wan Sui, feeling sheepish, fell silent as Mu Jiji continued to tease. Is it amusing to play tricks? Should I turn you into a ghost instead? It would be a waste for you to be reduced to a mere system. As she was jesting, a slight noise caught her attention, and she turned to see Zhou Shua returning. She quickly opened her arms to catch the little furball. This place is not safe. We should leave, Mu Jiji nodded vigorously, clutching him tightly as they hurried down the mountain. They stealthily returned to Aunt Gao Fan's residence without alarming him. Zhou Shua transformed back into human form, positioning himself beside Mu Jiji, his arm lightly resting on her waist. From the next room came the sound of Aunt Gao Fan's deep snores. Mu Jiji whispered. How did it go? Zhou Shua shook his head. Aunt Gao Fan and the others are confined in a cave where the cotton is stored, and Qiu Ran is residing right next to our home. What? Mu Jiji immediately raised her voice but quickly lowered it, fearful of waking Aunt Gao Fan. He is living in our house? Anger surged through her, and she clenched her small fists tightly. Let them be. Zhou Shua grasped her fists, patiently calming her. Once we drive them away, we can build a new home. There's no need to be angry with them. Mu Jiji remained indignant, imagining that brutish wild boar feasting from their bowl and sleeping in their bed. She couldn't help but fantasize about turning him into pork. What about Aunt Gao Fan and the others? Is there any way to rescue them? Zhou Shua pursed his lips, shaking his head slightly. There are black stones placed in that cave. If they try to leave, it will trigger a noise that could awaken them. Furthermore, if they manipulate the device, the black stones will explode. Black stones were a type of mineral that emitted sound under pressure. Akin to natural explosives, could we use some kind of drug to put them to sleep? Mu Jiji suggested. Wan Sui should have something. Zhou Shua still shook his head. Their tribe is highly sensitive to scents. Any drug would be easily detected. Does Wan Sui have a colorless and odorless drug? Wan Sui, are you referring to air or plain water? Don't dream. Something that is colorless and odorless is transparent. Mu Jiji wiped her sweat. She thought what was depicted on television might exist in reality. All right, I was naive. Now, the only thing to contemplate was how to make them lose their vigilance and ability to act. Zhou Shua considered several methods, but the risks were considerable. He could not jeopardize the safety of all the females in his tribe. As Mu Jiji furrowed her brows in contemplation, an idea suddenly struck her. She grasped Zhou Shua's arm, her eyes sparkling. Wine. We can use wine. Zhou Shua paused. What is wine? Mu Jiji excitedly patted his arm. It's a drink that can numb the nerves. People like them, who wander through storms and winds, are most susceptible to such things. I'll just add a bit of high-proof liquor. She truly was a clever little girl. Wan Sui, do we have white liquor? Can it be exchanged? Wan Sui, speechless. Yes, yes, yes. Then please pour me some. I want to show it to Zhou Shua. Wan Sui complied, pouring the white liquor into a bamboo container. Sitting up, Mu Jiji eagerly handed the drink to Zhou Shua. Take a look. Zhou Shua accepted it, examining it closely before bringing it to his nose for a sniff, detecting an unfamiliar yet delightful aroma. Try it, Mu Jiji urged, just a small sip. Zhou Shua hesitated, but eventually mustered the courage to taste it. The intense spiciness surged to his brain, causing him to break into a sweat. However, soon, a profound sense of exhilaration enveloped him, as if all his worries had evaporated. Mu Jiji watched him with anticipation. So, how is it? What does it taste like? Zhou Shua nodded. The flavor is quite good. Mu Jiji beamed as she took the drink back, preparing to taste it herself, but Zhou Shua promptly stopped her. This is harmful to your health. You shouldn't try it. Clearly, Zhou Shua regarded the wine as a form of poison. Mu Jiji understood his concern, feeling both touched and pained. This fool, did he think he would drink poison even if she offered it to him? She playfully thumped her small fist against his chest. Are you foolish? This isn't poison. It just makes you a bit tipsy, and long-term consumption is good. People from my world love it. But children shouldn't touch it. Understanding her explanation, Zhou Shua smiled slightly but still set the drink aside, forbidding her to consume it's too late. Tomorrow we need to interrogate Kidu. You should rest early. Mu Jiji cast a wistful glance at the liquor on the table, secretly regretting that she had never truly tasted alcohol, only having a tiny bit fed to her by her grandfather when she was little. Chapter 59. Do you want to try chili water or the tiger bench? On the following day, the two stealthily returned to the place where Kadun was imprisoned. At that moment, he had regained consciousness, struggling desperately yet unable to free himself from the nylon ropes that bound him. His mouth was also taped shut, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. Upon seeing them push the door open, his eyes bore a fierce hatred, as if he wished nothing more than to annihilate them. This operation had been conducted in secrecy, and now, bound as he was, no one knew of his predicament. Moreover, no one could possibly come to his rescue. Kadun's chest heaved violently with rage, his gaze sharp and menacing. Zhou Shua and Mu Zhizhi chose to ignore him completely, closing the door securely before stepping closer to him, with Zhou Shua tearing the tape from his mouth. "Zhou Shua, if you have the capability, then release me," he bellowed, his pale yellow hair disheveled across his face, presenting a pitiful sight. Zhou Shua regarded him with indifference, his words almost causing Kadun to choke with fury. "What? Release you? Only to have you hit me again?" "You?" Kadun gasped, his body straining against the bonds, his wrists reddening yet remaining trapped. "Where are the cubs?" Zhou Shua looked down at him from his elevated position, his silver hair shimmering like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Kadun ceased his struggles, suddenly breaking into a grotesque grin. "Do you think I would divulge that information?" He cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Shua, leaning back against the stone wall. "Release me, and perhaps in a moment of good humor, I might offer you a hint." Mu Zhizhi stepped forward, clicking her tongue. "Why waste words with him? Do you wish to try the chili water or the tiger bench? What business do you have, you little girl?" "Get lost," he retorted, glancing at Mu Zhizhi with disdain. "Is this gender discrimination I hear?" Mu Zhizhi was almost amused by the absurdity of his words. Was he truly in a position to speak such nonsense? Being the one captured? Zhou Shua grasped her hand gently, his expression still cold as he looked at Kadun. Encouraged by his demeanor, Mu Zhizhi fiercely retrieved a small whip from her bag. Glaring at Kadun as she threatened, "Are you going to talk or not?" She bared her teeth in a mock display of ferocity. Kadun was unfazed by her threats, closing his eyes in a bid to find calm. Zhou Shua seized the whip from Mu Zhizhi's grasp and struck Kadun's thigh with a resounding cracked "ah." The shock of the blow caught him off guard, a red welt blooming on his exposed thigh. The pain twisted his features into a grimace, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet he defiantly sneered, "Strike me dead. Let all the cubs perish alongside me. As long as I am gone, none of you will ever find them." Zhou Shua remained impassive, delivering another harsh lash to his elegete. Kadun gasped sharply, curling in on himself as he collapsed onto the ground. This strike was purely to vent the frustration of the little female. Once the whip was stowed away, Zhou Shua cast a casual glance at the surrounding beastmen, who dared not make a sound, shrinking back and avoiding his gaze. "Leave." He rewrapped the tape around Kadun's face, taking Mu Zhizhi's arm as they exited. The immediate concern was how to incapacitate Captain Chiu and his party. Mu Zhizhi had exchanged several large jars of potent liquor from Wang Sui. Placing them in Uncle Gao Fan's courtyard, she uncorked the bottles. The intoxicating aroma wafted into the air. As the saying goes, the fragrance of wine is not afraid of being deep in the alley. With just this hint of scent, she was confident that Captain Chiu would find his way to them. The first to be drawn in was Uncle Gao Fan, who limped over with a wooden stick, his eyes glistening at the sight of the jars. How fragrant! Without hesitation, Mu Zhizhi shooed him away. "Uncle, your leg is still healing. You mustn't drink." Before long, the aroma spread, enveloping the entire area in its rich scent. A wild boar beastman caught wind of it, drooling as he stepped into the courtyard. "What is this?" One beastman stared eagerly at the jars, his eyes glued to them. To his surprise, this lowly tribe harbored such fragrant treasures. Just the scent alone intoxicated him. Seeing her goal achieved, Mu Zhizhi smiled brightly, adopting the demeanor of a simple village woman. "This is called baijiu, typically enjoyed at gatherings. Once you drink it, warmth fills your being, allowing you to forget all your troubles. I brewed this a few years back, and now it's finally ready for consumption. I heard from my father that we could trade with you. And that's why I thought this might work." She smiled bashfully. The wild boar beastman gulped, his eyes fixated on the jars, nodding eagerly at her words. "Of course, we can trade." Another beastman, still retaining some rationality, glanced cautiously at Uncle Gao Fawn, a thread of wariness creeping into his mind. Uncle Gao Fan caught his gaze, trembling slightly, his stick wobbling as he shook his head frantically, signaling that he had not revealed the truth to them. The wild boar beastman remained unconvinced, ordering Mujiji, "You drink a bit for us to see." It was evident they did not trust her. Mujiji cursed inwardly while maintaining a composed exterior, smiling as she scooped a spoonful from the jar, ready to drink, only to be stopped by Zhou Shua. "Let me." The wild boar beastman's sharp gaze swept over the tube. Mujiji quickly pouted, feigning a pitiful look. "I know this is precious, but we brewed it together. Can't I have just a taste?" Joshua pursed his lips tightly, glancing at her with a helpless expression that was hidden from others. A glint of mischief flickered in Mujiji's eyes as she took a sip of the liquor. The strong alcohol scorched her throat, nearly causing her to spit it out. Internally, she questioned Wang Sui. "What proof is this?" Wang Sui replied innocently, "Didn't you want something with a high proof? 65 degrees. I thought it was just all right." Mujiji felt as though she could steep ginseng in the jar. The two wild boar beastmen were closely watching her reaction, noting the pink flush creeping onto her cheeks and the glimmer of moisture in her eyes, making her appear alluring and inviting. With a hint of something more in her gaze, Zhou Shua's expression darkened, and he immediately pulled her into his embrace, shielding her from their view. The wild boar beastmen felt a twinge of regret in their hearts. From within Zhou Shua's embrace, Mujiji's muffled voice emerged. "I apologize, gentlemen. I truly cannot handle my liquor. I turn red when I drink too much." The two wild boar beastmen dismissed their doubts and eagerly approached to sample the liquor. As the first sip crossed their lips, they grimaced, struggling to endure the fiery sensation. Yet once they began drinking, they found it hard to stop. Mujiji kindly warned, "You too should not overindulge. Most people become easily intoxicated. And it might not end well." Her words sparked their competitive spirits. Could they really get drunk? What a joke. As they continued to drink with increasing fervor, Mujiji, fearing they would ruin everything, opened her mouth to speak. But Zhou Shua interjected coolly, "This liquor is precious. Do you not fear Captain Xiu's wrath? It would be unwise to indulge selfishly." Chapter 60. Simpleton easily deceived? As soon as those words left his lips, the two wild boar beastmen paused mid-drink, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. They were well aware of their captain's nature, selfish and petty. If he discovered that the two of them had indulged without him, what fate awaited them? It was common sense that such behavior would not end well. Yet, the liquor was undeniably delightful. Once it reached Captain Xiu, it would be like a meat bun thrown to a dog, never to return. Troubled, they pondered. Mujiji could easily discern their thoughts and stepped forward eagerly. "You two can take these jars to Captain Xiu. Since you enjoy them so much, it brings me joy as well. I will set aside another jar for you, so before you leave the tribe, you can come back here to enjoy it. Provided you have the chance," she added slyly. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the two beastmen brightened simultaneously, eagerly pressing her for confirmation. "Is that true?" Mujiji nodded earnestly. "Of course. Would I lie to you? I'm counting on you to trade us for more goods." The implication was clear. The two beastmen understood, responding affirmatively while inwardly scorning her. More goods? That depended on whether they even survived. The existence of cotton in a lowly tribe was a mistake in itself. Once all the cotton was processed into finished products, how could the captain allow them to remain? If not, how had they become the premier trading convoy of this beastman continent? To ensure their continued prosperity, they must monopolize all rare items. However, Mujiji's mercantile demeanor had thoroughly lowered their guard. What a delightful aroma! More wild boar beastmen were drawn in by the scent of the liquor, and upon seeing their kin in the courtyard, they clamored, "What are you doing? Why didn't you call us for the good stuff?" The beastman caught in the act felt his face flush, shoving aside his drooling kin at the liquor jar's edge. Go, go! This is for trading. Hurry and call the others to take it up the mountain." His kin inhaled deeply, wiping away the drool. "What is this? I've never seen anything like it. Let me have a taste." The beastman kicked him sharply. "Dare to go against the captain? Are you looking to die?" The kin's skin tightened at the threat, and he quickly fell silent. "Come, you all go with us. Whatever you wish to trade must be confirmed with the captain." Mujiji looked at him gratefully. "Thank you." Carrying several large jars of wine along the path, The intense aroma of the liquor attracted all the wild boar orcs, who followed closely behind, making their way up the hillside in the daylight. The hillside was filled with an array of fabrics and garments fluttering in the breeze. Already resembling a fledgling weaving workshop, Mugigi brazenly stepped into the courtyard, her heart filled with emotion. The clamor around her roused the numb female orcs in the cave. They looked out to see Zhou Shua and Mugigi among the crowd. Aunt Gao Fan and Ah Hua could not help but widen their eyes in surprise. Unable to restrain themselves from standing up, "What are you staring at? Get back to work," barked the orc guard, cracking his whip menacingly. "Mother!" Mugigi naturally noticed them and waved innocently. "Dijin, that is my mother. May I speak with her?" Her hopeful gaze fixated on the familiar wild boar ORC. Jijin glanced over dismissively and replied, "Aren't you supposed to be trading for something? Better hurry along. You can talk to your mother anytime. But it will be harder to see the captain again." "All right then," Mugigi pouted, her expression forlorn. Zhou Shua immediately wrapped her in an embrace, tenderly comforting her, appearing as a simple and easily deceived little female. Gao Fan and Ah Hua were both anxious and worried. How had they arrived here? However, the guard's whip cracked sharply beside them, and they dared not defy him, continuing their weaving with heavy hearts. In the cave, Chiu Run was still asleep. Upon hearing the commotion outside, he was filled with rage and emerged with a dark expression. "What is all this noise?" His intimidating voice silenced the wild boar orcs in the courtyard, who lowered their heads, afraid to speak, lest they attract his wrath. Zhou Shua observed for a moment, then stepped forward. "Captain Chiu, I wonder if you remember us?" Chiu Ren wore an impatient expression, squinting at him with disdain. "Oh, it's you too. What brings you here?" At this moment, Gu Jin stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Captain, these two wish to exchange this wine for something, and seeing their sincerity and the quality of their goods, I took the liberty of bringing them." Chiu Ren cast a sidelong glance at the wine jars, his tone still frigid. "You better be able to present something worthwhile, or else." The threat was unmistakable. Gu Jian felt a cold sweat trickling down his back and hurriedly opened the wine jar, pouring some of the liquid before him. "Please, Captain, have a taste." Chiu Ren narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the transparent liquid in the cup. Its fragrance was indeed enticing. He cast a suspicious glance at Zhou Shua and Mugigi, then brought it to his lips for a cautious sip. The initial taste was bitter and spicy. Just as he was about to fume, an indescribable flavor washed over him, dissipating his bad mood interrupted by sleep, leaving only a sensation of sheer delight. He couldn't help but take another sip, and then another, until he had drained the bamboo cup, still yearning for more. "Is this what you call wine?" He looked up at Zhou Shua and Mugigi. "Indeed, it's quite good." This was the highest form of praise. The wild boar orcs present collectively sighed in relief, having narrowly escaped disaster. "What is it made from?" This time, Mugigi spoke up. "Oh, this is a crop I stumbled upon in the forest a few years ago. Yellow and about the length of a finger, filled with tiny grains. But I haven't been able to find it again since it was truly a pity she didn't pursue a career as a screenwriter." "Not anymore." Upon hearing this, Chiu Ren frowned, his thoughts lingering on obtaining the recipe to brew more of it. It would surely sell well in the higher cities. What a shame it was. "What do you wish to exchange for it?" Chiu Ren once again donned a false benevolence. Looking at her warmly, Mugigi was taken aback by the attention, her expression troubled. "Ah, I haven't thought it through yet." Chiu Ren, ever understanding, replied, "No worries. Take your time to decide." Mugigi nodded gratefully, then suddenly added, "You probably don't know how to enjoy this wine properly, do you?" Chiu Ren looked puzzled. "Is there a way?" "Of course," Mugigi nodded earnestly, starting to elaborate. "Drinking alone is merely a means to relieve fatigue, but when a group gathers around, sharing roasted meat and sipping wine, that's what true enjoyment is. Why not host a bonfire party? It's the most joyous occasion in our tribe." Her words captivated all the wild boar orcs, who yearned for the scene Mugigi described. Chiu Ren surveyed his fellow tribesmen and finally commanded, "Tonight, everyone rests." Chapter 61. The overbearing captain doesn't grow boar noses. Nice. The corners of Mugigi's mouth couldn't help but lift, though her expression remained sincere as she earnestly said, "Then how about I and Zhou Shua help you prepare?" "I adore lively gatherings." Chiu Ren cast her a glance, not relaxing his guard. "No need. Come to me once you've decided what to exchange, oh, I see. Mu Zhizhi lowered her eyes, feeling dejected. Well then. Zhou Shua wrapped an arm around her waist, patiently coaxing her. Let us plan a gathering later, all right? You can take care of the preparations. Muji's frown transformed into a smile. Her spirits lifted anew as she nodded vigorously. Okay? Qiu Ran maintained his haughty demeanor. Fools, Captain, may I visit my mother? I haven't seen her in so long. Mu Zhizhi looked at him with anticipation. Qiu Ran felt impatient. They were currently busy making garments and had no time for pleasantries. Wait until they finish their work, and then you can reunite. You can gather underground instead. Zhou Shua, ever perceptive, patted Mu Zhizhi's head. Let us heed the captain's words. We'll see her soon. All right, Mu Zhizhi waved her tiny fist, turning to the wild boar orcs with a naive wave. Goodbye then. As the two departed from the hillside, Mu Zhizhi's expression shifted instantly. She playfully winked at Zhou Shua. How did I perform? Quite well, right? Zhou Shua affectionately pinched her cheek. Clever girl, Mu Zhizhi chuckled. As night fell, a bonfire blazed in the village's central training ground, with captured prey from the forest roasting over the flames, while the orcs drank and boasted, reveling in the merriment. Initially, Qiu Ran remained somewhat vigilant, noticing Kadun was missing, sending someone to search for him, but to no avail, raising alarm bells in his mind. Captain, I toast to you. A drunken orc wobbled over, raising his cup and downing it in one go. Refreshing. Seeing this, Qiu Ran couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with you? The orc burped and chuckled. That girl said it's a normal reaction to drinking, called getting drunk. A good sleep will fix it. But I'm not drunk. Not drunk, Captain. Drink up. If you don't, it means you look down upon us brothers. With that, he thrust the bamboo cup towards Qiu Ran, pressing him to drink. With so many eyes upon him, Qiu Ran could only suppress his anger and comply, draining the cup. Just as he finished, a stream of orcs clamored to toast him, one after another, causing any lingering issues to fade from his mind. The hillside, Gu Jin and Ali gazed enviously at the bonfire below, sighing repeatedly. They were indeed unfortunate, having been selected to guard the females at this moment, feeling as if they were suffering in silence. It must be because they took the initiative to bring those two up here. Gu Jin, brother, a soft voice called from the nearby grass. Who? Gu Jin instinctively tightened his grip on the bone knife at his waist. It's me. The figure of Mu Zhizhi emerged from the grass. Gu Jin, already frustrated, snapped. What are you doing here? Mu Zhizhi feigned ignorance, cheerfully emerging from the grass, cradling a jar and carrying something wrapped in leaves that smelled quite fragrant. Brushing off the grass clippings from her clothes, Mu Zhizhi skipped over to them, raising her delicate face with a smile. I didn't see you at the foot of the mountain, so I inquired and found out you were here. Look what I brought for you, Tada. White wine and roasted meat. Gu Jin and Ali's hearts instantly lifted, but after a moment's thought, Gu Jin shook his head. Take it back. We can't eat. Mu Zhizhi blinked. Why not? They are enjoying themselves down there, yet you can't go. That is not fair, she protested indignantly. Her words somewhat consoled the two. Gu Jin felt a growing fondness for her, while Ali couldn't help but vent his frustrations. If we hadn't taken you up here on our own, perhaps we wouldn't be standing guard today. Oh, Mu Zhizhi frowned. I'm truly sorry. In that case, you should eat and drink. You didn't do anything wrong. This all happened because of me. How about this? You enjoy your meal while I keep watch for a bit, and if anyone comes up, I'll let you know right away. How does that sound? Her sincere demeanor swayed Gu Jin and Ali. After all, they hadn't done anything wrong. Why should they suffer? All right, he replied, pursing his lips. That is the spirit. One shouldn't suffer while others enjoy. Mu Zhizhi handed the jar of wine and roasted meat over to them, saying, You eat slowly. I'll just stand by. Having spoken, the diligent Gu Jin set the wind in motion. While still observing her, Ali could hardly contain his eagerness to uncork the wine, immediately taking a large bite of the charred, fragrant lamb. Brother, this is delicious. He eagerly gestured for Gu Jin to partake. Ignoring him, Gu Jin's gaze remained fixed on Mu Zhizhi. Are you willing to come with me, Mu Zhizhi? She was utterly flabbergasted. Gu Jin stood up, unable to resist taking a couple of steps towards her. Shall I take you to the grand city? I will buy you the most exquisite garments and the most splendid jewelry. This declaration bore a hint of the domineering Zhao's aura, assuming the CEO did not have a pig's nose. Momentarily taken aback, Mu Zhizhi quickly regained her composure, playfully pushing him away. Gu Jin, you are insufferable. I already have a partner. Insufferable, you big-headed fool. Zhu Beiji, it's over for you. Zhao Shu silently watched him. Gu Jin's heart fluttered, convinced that Mu Zhizhi harbored feelings for him. Invigorated, he declared, I knew you liked me. Let us make a promise when we leave. I will come to find you. Such innocence, coupled with an understanding of tenderness, is a rarity indeed, especially when he could perceive her admiration for his charm. Mu Zhizhi playfully shoved him. Oh, never mind you. Hurry and eat. It would be dreadful to remain hungry. Eugene nodded vigorously, reluctantly moving away. With a smile on her face, Mu Zhizhi secretly ground her teeth. Hooray! Let me swap that wine for something 80 proof. Let him drink alcohol. Get this pig drunk? Still fond of him? Truly an ordinary yet self-assured fellow. After consuming a barrel of potent liquor, Gu Jin and Ali were thoroughly intoxicated. Mu Zhizhi approached, disdainfully kicking them. Hey, hey, hey! The two showed no signs of response. At that moment, Zhao Shu emerged from his hiding place, his tightly pressed lips and darkened eyes revealing his current unrest. His sharp gaze fell upon the sprawled Gu Jin, wishing he could vent his frustration by eliminating him. Let us quickly rescue Aunt Gaofan and the others. Mu Zhizhi waved to him. By the way, are Qiu Ren and the others drunk too? Chapter 62. Where are the young ones? Zhao Shu's expression soured, his voice flat. Drunk? That's good. Mu Zhizhi nodded. Then let us act swiftly. Zhao Shu crouched down, rummaging through Gu Jin's belongings until he found the black stone lever, during which he accidentally knocked Gu Jin's head against a rock twice and slammed his hand down 3 times. Mu Zhizhi pretended not to notice his antics, and once he retrieved the lever, she grabbed his arm and ran into the courtyard. Upon entering, they discovered a cave tightly sealed by stones. She mustered all her strength to push, but the stones did not budge, leaving her to look expectantly at Zhao Shu. Stand back, Zhao Shu whispered, handing her the lever before transforming into his original form, with a gentle push. The massive stone rolled aside with a thunderous sound. Moonlight streamed into the cave, awakening the sleeping females, who huddled together in fear, uncertain of what had transpired. Just then, Mu Zhizhi's voice rang out from outside. Aunt Gaofan. Ah hua! Aunt Gaofan's eyes sparkled with hope. Zhizhi, it's Zhizhi. Her voice was hoarse, yet she could not suppress her overwhelming joy. Torches flared to life outside as Mu Zhizhi and Zhao Shu stepped in, revealing the females curled up within. Aunt Gaofan, Mu Zhizhi exclaimed joyfully, dashing into her embrace. Aunt Gaofan trembled, placing a hand on her slender back, her eyes filled with disbelief. It's really you? Mu Zhizhi hugged her frail form, her heart aching. It's me. We come to rescue you. I'm sorry we're late. The females organized themselves to exit the cave, the black stones beneath them scraping noisily, causing the entire cavern to tremble ominously. The sounds traveled to the foot of the mountain, where the wild boar beastmen lay sprawled on the ground. Some stirred by the noise, only to be knocked unconscious by Uncle Gaofan's club. All the female beastmen escaped from that place, which had been both a source of hope and a prison, each supporting one another as they glanced back, uncertain who began to softly weep. Their cries soon echoed collectively. Mu Zhizhi bit her lip, feeling a tumult of emotions. Zhao Shu silently wrapped her in his embrace. As dawn broke on the horizon, heralding a new beginning, the pressing matter at hand was dealing with Captain Xiao and his associates. All the wild boar beastmen were bound and tossed into the square, where the tribe's members gathered, their eyes filled with rage directed at them. Qiu Ren wore a grim expression, glaring intensely at Zhao Shu and Mu Zhizhi. Unfazed, Mu Zhizhi returned his glare defiantly. Who has the bigger eyes? She was never one to shy away. Qiu Ren gritted his teeth in hatred. After a lifetime of pursuing rare treasures, to think I'd fall victim to this. Do as you wish, whether to kill or maim. The surrounding beastmen were incensed. Kill them. Gu Jin, lost and forlorn, kept his wounded gaze trained on Mu Zhizhi, as if seeking a response from her. But Mu Zhizhi had no time to entertain him. Zhao Shu, give the order, execute them, lest they venture out to harm others. Uncle Gaofan declared vehemently. Ke Dun and his followers were also brought forward. Upon seeing Qiu Ren in a similar predicament, a flicker of panic crossed his face as he sensed the tide turning against him. The beastmen continued to incite chaos, their hostile glances wishing for immediate retribution against them. Zhao Shu remained silent, raising a hand to signal for quiet. The beastmen, who had regarded the duo as their backbone, immediately fell silent. Unfazed, Zhao Shu spoke calmly. Though they have committed numerous atrocities, the implications extend far and wide. Their lives are not ours to decide. I have sent word to the holy city, and the saint will dispatch individuals to apprehend them. The saint will not spare any beastman who has wrought havoc. We must simply exercise patience. Upon hearing this, the beastmen settled down, and soon someone questioned Kadun. Speak. Where are the young ones? Unable to address Chioren's matters, surely they could handle their own tribe's affairs? Thus, all eyes turned to Kadun. Even now, Kadun still attempted to negotiate. Let us leave safely, and I will tell you where the young ones are. You? Regardless of his protests, he continued to feign indifference. As if he had ample confidence, Zhao Shu turned his gaze toward his tribe, seeking assistance. Mujiji grasped Zhao Shu's arm, offering a reassuring glance, then calmly approached Kadun. Kadun glanced at her dispassionately before turning to whistle. Unperturbed by his provocation, Mujiji knelt, meeting his gaze head-on. The young ones must be starving by now, having gone an entire day without food, correct? Kadun, confused, shot her a glance. You bound me? Naturally, they are starving. Upon hearing this, the beastmen, having lost their young ones, felt a pang of anguish. Mujiji shrugged and stepped closer, continuing their conversation. I find it quite puzzling, with so many young ones. How did you manage to relocate them all at once? And under everyone's noses, no less? Propping her chin up, she wore a curious expression. Not even your loyal followers knew. Do you possess some sort of extraordinary ability? Can you turn invisible? Kadun paused, then adopted a dismissive attitude. Your questions are pointless. You might as well release me. Otherwise, their starvation is not something I will be held accountable for. The beastmen were anxious. Not wanting such a fate to befall the young ones, Mujiji remained unruffled. What is the rush? I haven't finished my questions. Yet. Kadun grew increasingly impatient, growling under his breath. Then just kill me. Let all the young ones die alongside me. Very well, Mujiji readily agreed, leaving all the beastmen dumbfounded. Chioren cackled mockingly. It seems you are no better than I, willing to sacrifice all the young ones. Your heart is even colder than mine. The beastmen were bewildered, expressing their confusion. Gigi, no. The young ones are still in his grasp. We cannot kill him. Yet at that moment, Mujiji appeared unervingly indifferent. Zhao Shu? Kill him. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Shu advanced, unsheathing his claws, his gaze towards Kadun as frigid as that directed at a lifeless corpse. The beastmen were bewildered and sorrowful, some even uttering extreme remarks. Do you have no heart? They are not your children. Uncertain if she remembered that she had just been rescued from them, Zhao Shu remained silent, his claws aimed directly at Kadun's chest. As he approached his heart, Kadun finally grasped that Zhao Shu was indeed intent on ending his life. A chill coursed down his spine as he cried out in despair. I'll tell you. The young ones are not even in my possession. Zhao Shu calmly retracted his claws. What? The beastmen were thrown into chaos. What is going on? Mujiji, seemingly unfazed by the revelation, stretched her back. Now you're willing to speak the truth. It would have been better to do so earlier, saving us all this trouble. In truth, she had sensed something amiss from the outset. They had arrived at the tribe at noon, and Ashan must have alerted him by the afternoon. How then could he have stealthily relocated the young ones all by himself in such a brief span of time? Unless the young ones had never been in the old patriarch's stone house to begin with. Chapter 63. The secret passage behind the wall. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to say. So, this was all to coerce him into revealing the truth. Were they not wronging Zhao Shu's family? Upon reflection, several orcs who had previously harbored grievances against her shamefully lowered their heads. Mujiji remained unfazed, for she had not disclosed her thoughts to them in advance. Children and strangers, who truly cares for whom? It was of little concern to her. She had neither the time nor the inclination to ponder the intricacies of human nature. Where are the cubs? Speak. The orcs pressed Koduin, only to see him shaking his head, his gaze evasive. I don't know. They just disappeared all at once. What have you done with our children? One orc cried out in anguish. Glaring at him with fury, Mujiji, maintaining her composure, questioned, "When did the cubs go missing?" Koduin struggled to articulate, "The day after we captured them." "What? What?" The orcs gasped in unison, their disbelief palpable as they stared at him, causing Koduin to involuntarily shrink back. "How dare you? Why didn't you tell us?" A female orc collapsed weakly, finally unable to suppress her tears. The day after they were captured, it had already been half a month. They could not fathom how a group of helpless cubs, lacking even basic survival skills, could endure, nor could they comprehend how they had vanished. What if they had been taken by the giant python clan that thrived on devouring cubs? They dared not dwell on such thoughts. Among them, Ashen was the most incredulous. His eyes bloodshot, his body trembling, he demanded, "What about Shinger?" Koduin glanced at him, speaking softly, "Of course, one is missing. Koduin, you did not say that back then." He bellowed, his eyes wide as if they could devour him whole. Were it not for the children, how could he have resorted to such treachery against a friend? And now he was being told that his child was gone. Koduin could not meet his gaze, instinctively shifting to the side. The orcs, consumed by grief over their lost children, were further driven mad by their hatred. "Give me back my child, Koduin. How could you be so cold-hearted?" "Kill him!" the crowd clamored, surging forward. Mujiji was pushed aside, but Zhou Shu quickly caught her, preventing her from falling. Qiu Ren observed the unfolding scene with amusement, entirely unperturbed by his own predicament, calmly enjoying the farce. He even had the audacity to propose to Mujiji, "Release us, and I will assist you in finding the cubs. But whether they are alive or dead is of no concern to us." He chuckled. Mujiji shot him a frosty glance, replying, "If you have such skills, go search for truffles in the earth." Qiu Ren retorted, "What?" The cries of Koduin and his followers echoed through the crowd, causing Mujiji to furrow her brow. They had yet to find the children. What purpose did venting their anger serve? In her heart, she called out, "Viva, can you locate the cubs? Deductions of 100 star coins will be made." "I am about to provide an answer for the host. Query failed. I can only confirm. The cubs are alive." Knowing they were safe was a relief to Mujiji, who pondered deeply. Since the cubs had vanished without alarming anyone, there must be some intrigue surrounding the old chief's stone house. She resolved to investigate it first. After sharing her thoughts with Zhou Shuo, he readily agreed. Not bothering to intervene with the beaten Koduin, they informed Uncle Gao Fun of their intentions and promptly departed. Koduin had brought this upon himself. The two companions arrived at the old chief's stone house, where the entrance was muddled with footprints, and the door stood wide open, devoid of any signs of life. Upon entering, Mujiji scanned the small space, which was completely visible, and discerned no apparent issues. Zhou Shuo crouched in the corner, fiddling with the soil beneath his fingers, lost in thought. Curiosity piqued, Mujiji approached him, asking, "Have you found anything?" Discarding the dirt from his fingertips, Zhou Shuo stood and fixed his gaze upon a bamboo basket hanging on the stone wall. Mujiji blinked in confusion. "What is it?" She reached out to take down the basket, only to discover a conspicuously protruding stone behind it. There is indeed something amiss. Mujiji's eyes widened, and she earnestly tapped on it. "Did you hear something?" Zhou Shuo inquired. "Hollow?" she suggested tentatively. Receiving Zhou Shuo's approving look, she exclaimed in disbelief, "Really? I guessed." Zhou Shuo explored the perimeter of the round frame and then pulled on two handles at either side. With minimal effort, the stone was easily removed. Peering inside, Mujiji found only darkness, unsure of where it led. "I will go take a look," she declared. "I will accompany you." Mujiji assessed him, gesturing to the size of the opening, and shook her head. "No, you cannot fit." Zhou Shuo sighed, then transformed into his beast form. A Cub Mujiji delightedly scooped him up, affectionately petting him until his fur turned red. "Let us go." After indulging in her affection, Mujiji picked up a torch discarded by the orcs earlier, ignited it, and ventured into the stone cave. The passage was narrow, suitable only for individuals under 1.50 meters to traverse comfortably. Though Mujiji was petite, she had to bend down to proceed. How could there be a secret passage here in the old chief's residence? Does he know about it? Or was it constructed by him? She mused aloud to the little wolf in her arms. Zhou Shuo replied softly, "This stone house was built when the old chief succeeded to power. The passage must have been excavated at that time. But what purpose did he have in creating this?" she speculated. "Could there be treasure? Mu Ziji's imagination began to run wild. That is uncertain, but it is now nearly confirmed that the cubs likely left through here. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Ziji remarked, only the old chief would know about this secret passage. Did he rescue the cubs? But he is ill. How could he possess such capability? Zhou Shua reminded her. Do not forget, he has someone looking after him. Mu Ziji pondered for a moment before asking, are you referring to Asha? Uncle Gaofan had mentioned that Asha was the only one currently by the old chief's side. Zhou Shua said no more, simply stating, we are about to exit. Mu Ziji looked up to see light streaming in from the end of the passage. They had unknowingly reached the exit. As they emerged, the two squinted against the harsh sunlight, momentarily blinded. Someone is coming. Quickly, alert Sister Asha. Intruders. Be on guard. A vigilant, childlike voice reached their ears. As Mu Ziji opened her eyes, she found herself encircled by a dozen young cubs, each brandishing sharp tree branches. The leader, appearing around 10 years old, tightened his grip on the branch, growling, state your identity. How did you enter? Mu Ziji, still somewhat dazed, instinctively uttered, Chapter 64. The magical candy, what a fool. A little boy with braided hair sniffled, glaring at her with a fierce expression. Beside him, a young girl scratched her head. Why does she look so familiar? How does she resemble the big sister who gave me candy before? Yet, all she could recall was the shape of that sweet treat, not the big sister's face. The little girl frowned in confusion. I am not a fool, Mu Ziji immediately refuted, earnestly explaining to the little ones. I am here to rescue you. You may not know me, but you must recognize him. She lifted the little wolf in her arms and couldn't help but tug at his tiny ears, whispering, you should revert to your human form. How could she manage all these little cubs? Zhou Shua, however, found amusement in the situation, curious to see if his little female companion could charm this rowdy bunch. He comfortably nestled in her arms, closing his eyes. Mu Ziji was at her wit's end, silently cursing him while maintaining a gentle, warm smile. The little cubs peered into her embrace but shook their heads in unison, each proclaiming they did not recognize her. Then, brandishing their branches, they threatened her, indicating that unless she revealed her true intentions, they would take matters into their own hands. With no other choice, Mu Ziji unveiled her trump card. Viva! Exchange for a bucket of lollipops. Deductions of 500 star coins will be made. A bucket of lollipops has been exchanged. Please check your receipt. Host, a large bucket of candy appeared in her arms. Mu Ziji was taken aback, incredulous. Wasn't it only 50 star coins last time? Are you inflating prices? I will report you to the price bureau. Humph, Viva replied. That was a first-tier shop, and the items were ordinary. Now that the second-tier shop has opened, these lollipops are no ordinary treats, are they? Of course, the price has increased. Dare to report me, and I will shut down, leaving you with star coins but nowhere to spend them. Malicious. The little cubs, drawn by the sudden appearance of the bucket in Mu Ziji's arms, could not suppress their curiosity. What is that? One exclaimed, his eyes glued to the colorful assortment. Entranced, I know. It's candy. Sweet candy, the little girl interjected excitedly, finally recognizing Mu Ziji. Dropping her branch, she lunged at Mu Ziji's legs, exclaiming, Sister Ziji. Mu Ziji affectionately ruffled her hair. Little Coconut. This was Ahua's daughter. Little Coconut beamed, her round face earnest as she declared to her companions, everyone, don't be afraid. Sister Ziji is a good person. Mu Ziji was left with a face full of blood after being playfully pinched by her, completely neglecting the little Xiaoshua in her arms as she eagerly opened a lid to share sweets. Little Coconut was overjoyed, calling for her friends to join in an instant. The little ones unilaterally declared, Sister Ziji is their best friend. Upon receiving news of an intrusion, Asha hurried over to calm her grandfather, only to stumble upon a heartwarming scene. Just this? Seeing Mu Ziji surrounded by children, her brows furrowed deeply. Asha, come and have some candy, called the snotty little one, waving joyfully at her. Mu Ziji lifted her gaze and caught sight of Asha in the distance. Asha approached, her tone sharp. What are you doing back? Where's Xiaoshua? Mu Ziji pointed with her chin at the small wolf nearby, elegantly licking its paws. Asha's heart sank, taking a couple of steps back, her voice trembling slightly as she forced a bitter smile. You even have young ones now, Mu Ziji? Big sister, are you overthinking this? Just as she was about to explain, she noticed Asha's sadness fading as quickly as it had come. Wiping away non-existent tears from her eyes, Asha resolutely interrupted. You need not say more. Consider it a loss for me. Since you already have young ones, I will no longer pursue Zhao Shua. Then, she shot a fierce glare at Mu Zhizhi. Her teeth clenched in warning. But you better behave. Do not betray Zhao Shua. Otherwise, I will not let you off lightly. The dozen or so little ones, enjoying their lollipops, looked curiously at the two, wondering what was being discussed. What are they talking about? It sounds incomprehensible, I don't know. Mu Zhizhi found it both amusing and infuriating. The conversation was utterly nonsensical. She chose not to elaborate further, simply stating, let's take the children outside. Chiorin and the others have already been captured, and our clan members are now safe. Asha's eyes flickered with disbelief. Is that true? She had been tirelessly caring for the old patriarch during the day, sneaking out to hunt for this group of little ones, completely unaware of the outside world. Mu Zhizhi nodded. Indeed, everyone thinks the young ones are in danger and are quite anxious. We should leave quickly. As she spoke, she scooped up Zhao Shua from the ground. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the little ones, noticing various colors shimmering on their foreheads. Panic surged through her, and she hurriedly grabbed a little girl to inspect closely. Zhao Shua, look at them. Zhao Shua, momentarily taken aback, replied in confusion. What's wrong? The little girl, licking her lollipop, blinked her big eyes at Mu Zhizhi. Can't you see? Mu Zhizhi called over Asha, who also shook her head. Could it be that only she could see it? She had no choice but to consult Wansui. Wansui scoffed. I already told you, these are not ordinary candies. They can help the young ones unlock their untapped potential, which is akin to the elemental powers of this world. Mu Zhizhi couldn't help but press on the little girl's red forehead. So this is fire? Exactly. She then glanced at the boy beside her. And this is green, representing wood? Yes. What is the matter? Zhao Shua gently placed his paw on her hand. Mu Zhizhi snapped back to reality. I'll tell you when we get back. With that, she and Asha hurriedly led the young ones away like a flock of little sheep. Upon exiting, Mu Zhizhi realized that the young ones had been staying in the very center of Evergreen Mountain, and they emerged at the foot of the mountain. Arriving at the square, the orc parents, who had lost their young ones, sat vacantly on the ground, as if life had drained from them. Mother! Little Coconut joyfully shouted, running towards Ahua, while the remaining young ones rushed into their parents' arms. The orcs, reunited with their young, wept with joy amidst a chorus of laughter and tears. Mu Zhizhi picked up the smallest one, Shinger, and approached Ashen, whose eyes sparkled with hope as he struggled to rise from the ground, only to fall back hard due to his bound hands and feet. Why, son? A female orc rushed over from a distance, snatching Shinger from Mu Zhizhi's arms, causing the little child to wail. The female orc held Shinger tightly, soothing him patiently, though her eyes shot daggers at Ashen. You are unworthy to be with Shinger. Chapter 65. A kiss. Ashen's face was filled with bitterness. His lips moved, but no words came forth as he gazed longingly at the mother and child. A strong male orc approached, naturally wrapping his arm around the female's shoulder, not even casting a glance at Ashen. Let us take him back and raise him together, he said casually. Ashen suddenly looked up, pleading yet humble. Lure. I beg you. Shinger was taken away, and Ashen's eyes dimmed. Sitting on the ground in a daze, lost in despair, Mu Zhizhi pursed her lips, remaining silent. Perhaps this was his punishment. The wild boar orcs were confined in a designated area, under constant watch, waiting for the holy city to send someone. Meanwhile, Koduin and his group were expelled from the tribe, becoming lost souls. Following this incident, everyone seemed to mature overnight. The male orcs began to renovate the dilapidated training grounds, and it became commonplace to see orcs practicing and sparring daily. Remarkably, the system issued its first official directive to Mu Zhizhi. Please assist the tribe in advancing to the intermediate level. Reward, the art of traversing. Could it be that she could return? Mu Zhizhi felt a mix of excitement and hesitation. Did she truly wish to go back? But what about Zhao Shua? Wansui, sensing her thoughts, offered a friendly reminder. You can only traverse the space-time of this era. Upon hearing this news, Mu Zhizhi was unsure whether to feel sorrow or relief, as she found herself unexpectedly nostalgic for this world. Not wanting to dwell on it, she inquired about how to elevate the tribe's status. The first step is undoubtedly to transform Evergreen Mountain. Currently, their living conditions are too rudimentary. All the orcs reside in hollowed-out caves in the mountains. scattered and disorganized, lacking the semblance of a tribe. It must be changed. But this seems a bit challenging. While contemplating, Zhao Shua returned from hunting. They still resided halfway up the mountain. The cave previously occupied by Churin had been filled in, and they had carved out a new home on the left side. Zhao Shua, come and take a look, Mu Zhizhi called, intending to share her thoughts with him. Having caught fish and shrimp, Zhao Shua approached her. His damp hair dripping with water, Mu Zhizhi's mouth watered. She found him utterly tantalizing. The sight of him left her yearning. Zhao Shua, amused by her longing gaze, effortlessly lifted her and settled her on his lap. Mu Zhizhi stared at his abs, unable to resist reaching out to touch them, smooth and firm. Zhao Shua seized her chin and captured her lips in a deep kiss. In the end, they nearly lost control, causing Mu Zhi's blouse to become wrinkled from his affectionate grasp. Her cheeks flushed with a captivating hue, her eyes glistening with emotion. She emitted soft whimpers, resembling a small animal lost in desire. Zhao Shua held her tightly, his heated breath brushing against her delicate neck, rendering that small area rosy. After a long while, they both managed to compose themselves, but Zhao Shua's gaze still held an uncontainable flame of desire. He gently traced her lips with his thumb, displaying a wild and lustful demeanor. Mu Zhizhi felt as though she were a delectable treat, sensing the imminent loss of her chastity. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her wildly racing heart, her trembling fingers pressed against his chest. I was wondering if we could possibly rebuild the tribe. Her voice was soft and sweet, making her cringe at her own lack of restraint. Zhao Shua grasped her hand, his actions still somewhat unruly, but upon hearing her words, his expression changed, deep in thought. Even the Mu Zhizhi in his arms seemed to be set aside. Indeed, the male's passion for significant matters often eclipsed that of a female's. She shared her ideas with him, picking up a small stick to sketch on the ground, gradually outlining a rough design for a fortress. What do you think about building the tribe like this? Mu Zhizhi gazed at him with anticipation. 15 minutes passed, yet Zhao Shua remained fixated on her drawing while Mu Zhizhi playfully twirled his hair, soon braiding it into two small pigtails. Arrange me, she teased, sticking her little head between Zhao Shua and the drawing, blinking innocently and flashing her neat little white teeth. Zhao Shua pushed her head aside. Stop it, Mu Zhizhi. Just a moment ago, during our kiss and cuddle, you weren't like this, you insufferable man. She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, preparing to leap down, but Zhao Shua held her tightly, refusing to let go. How greedy! You want both? After a while, Zhao Shua finally finished examining the drawing. His gaze lingering as he withdrew, his expression filled with delight. This structure is quite good. Though rudimentary, he could grasp the general idea. Lowering his head, he met Mu Zhizhi's resentful gaze. He paused, concern etched on his face. What's wrong? What is wrong? She replied sarcastically. Nothing at all. What else could it be? Zhao Shua, puzzled, reflected on his behavior, which seemed innocent enough, and thus nodded with reassurance. That's good, Mu Zhizhi. You're infuriating. You plan to use this drawing for the tribe? Mu Zhizhi raised her voice, and Zhao Shua nodded. Very well. I shall consult the old chief regarding this matter. The clansmen will surely be willing to establish the tribe in such a manner. With that, he stood up and placed Mu Zhizhi gently on the ground. Do not wait for me to dine. I know not when I shall return, so you may eat first. As she watched Zhao Shua's hurried descent down the mountain, Mu Zhizhi nearly bit down on her small silver tooth in frustration. Let him and his construction be today. She was relishing a seafood hot pot. How delightful it would be to tease him. Wait, it seemed he had forgotten to untie the small braid atop his head. If he did not notice, she could not be blamed. Wan Sui, with an air of admiration, exclaimed. Now, this is the epitome of an ambitious man. He shall not be ensnared by foolish women, Mu Zhizhi retorted. I would kick you away with a single blow. Care for some seeds in exchange? Wan Sui returned to the topic at hand. What? Mu Zhizhi resumed her place on the swing, idly swaying. The newly released mutated seeds from the shop. Are they as large as the previous cotton ones? Certainly not. This time, they are from Plants vs. Zombies. Come now. I have no place to catch zombies. Mu Zhizhi shook her head in refusal. Wan Sui scoffed. If you do not wish to exchange, then so be it. I had intended to offer you a discount, but since you decline, it is of no consequence. A discount. Mu Zhizhi suddenly perked up with interest. What sort of discount? Wan Sui declared. Do not miss this opportunity. A clearance sale. 10 sunflower seeds for 1 bitter melon seed. A rare chance not to be overlooked. Is that all? Mu Zhizhi rolled her eyes dismissively. I thought it might be something more worthwhile. Do you not wish for some seeds to snack on? Chapter 66. The Red Worm Plague Snack on Seeds? Mu Zhizhi had to admit, her interest was piqued. Life here was already leisurely and dull. If she had some seeds to munch on, how delightful it would be, she promptly decided. I shall exchange, however. Recalling her previous lesson, Mu Zhizhi was uncertain about what peculiarities might sprout this time. To be safe, she exchanged only for 10 sunflower seeds, along with the complimentary bitter melon seed. Mu Zhizhi planted the seeds in a sunny spot beside the courtyard and casually tossed the bitter melon seed aside. She wasn't particularly fond of bitter melon. 2 days passed, and the news of the tribe's construction had spread throughout the community. Zhou Shuo led the orcs in their labor, commencing excavation while ensuring the stability of the mountainside. The orcs of the tribe worked fervently, knowing that once the fortress was completed, they would no longer fear harm from any outsider. Zhou Shuo was absent for days, yet Mu Zhizhi enjoyed her freedom. Often visited by many females who came to play and share amusing stories from the tribe. The large quantities of cotton textiles produced were distributed by Mu Zhizhi, as she had no need for star coins at the moment, sparing them the trouble. Nevertheless, the females continued to present her with various gifts. Days later, the people from the holy city finally arrived, taking Ran and others away, and life in the tribe settled into a peaceful routine. At last, Mu Zhizhi remembered the seeds she had sown. She hurried to the vegetable garden and squatted down. The sunflower seeds had sprouted, their tender green leaves shyly peeking out, quite adorable indeed, embracing a laid-back farming philosophy. Mu Zhizhi watered them and then dashed off, forgetting about the seeds altogether. Time flew by, and after several more days, Zhou Shuo had imparted all his skills to the clansmen, taking a step back to enjoy some time with the fragrant, soft little female at home. Perhaps due to the mutation, the sunflower seeds grew rapidly, now matching Mu Zhizhi in height and even budding pale yellow flowers atop. Yet aside from their swift growth, Mu Zhizhi had not observed anything else unusual. As for the bitter melon seed nearby, it showed no signs of germination, leading Mu Zhizhi to suspect it had perished. Inside the house, Zhou Shuo was packing his belongings, gathering everything Mu Zhizhi might need, and said, "Let us go." Mu Zhizhi was taken aback. "Where to?" Zhou Shuo's profound gaze held a hint of determination. To take revenge. Mu Zhizhi blinked, and before she could react, Zhou Shuo lifted her and carried her on his arm, striding down the mountain. As they made their way to the White Tiger tribe, Mu Zhizhi felt somewhat surreal. She had nearly forgotten about Bai Mimi. She needed to contemplate how to exact her revenge on the one who had nearly caused her demise multiple times. However, before she could take action, Bai Mimi had already encountered trouble. Upon arriving at the White Tiger tribe, they discovered that every household had tightly shut its doors, and those who ventured outside hurried past with anxious expressions. In the distance, several orcs, heavily wrapped in animal skins, were carrying a foaming-at-the-mouth orc toward the northern part of the city. Mu Zhizhi exchanged a solemn glance with Zhou Shuo, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. "Wansui! Wansui! Bring 2 sets of gas masks quickly. This could very well be an outbreak of plague, and she certainly did not wish to be infected." Wansui scoffed. "What a fanciful thought! Gas masks? Why not just ask for 2 full protective suits instead? The only thing that can fend off the virus is this." 2 pure white cloths appeared in her hand. Mu Zhizhi handed one to Zhou Shuo. "Use this to cover your mouth and nose." Zhou Shuo complied obediently. As they observed further, the entire tribe was enveloped in a morose atmosphere. Mu Zhizhi frowned. "It seems we have arrived at an inopportune time. Should we leave?" Zhou Shuo agreed, but just as he turned to leave, they collided head-on with a hurried orc. "Zhou Shuo? And you, little female? You are unharmed." A vaguely familiar voice reached their ears, but the figure was so thoroughly covered that it was difficult for them to recognize him. "It's me, Bai Jiao. I wonder if you still remember me." Seeing their bewildered expressions, the orc explained. Mu Zhizhi suddenly realized it was the orc who had previously followed by Mimi. "You too have come here. What brings you?" he inquired. Another orc rushed by, carrying the sick individual. "This is not a place to talk. Follow me." He gestured for them to follow and led them to a secluded cave. Removing the veil from his head, Bai Jiao gasped for breath, sweat glistening on his forehead. Mu Zhizhi furrowed her brow and inquired, "What has happened here?" Zhu sighed heavily. It's the red worm plague. What is that? Mu Zhizhi asked. Puzzled, beside her, Zhou Shua explained. It is a parasitic worm that resides in the bloodstream. Once it invades the human body, it lays eggs voraciously until it completely takes over. The thought of that imagery. Mu Zhizhi shuddered involuntarily. Zhu hunched over, utterly drained. Currently, over 100 tribesmen have contracted this affliction, yet the source remains unidentified, leaving us to watch as our clansmen are infested one by one. Zhou Shua's voice grew somber. Isn't the holy light capable of eliminating the red worms? Zhou glanced at him and sighed. It should be, but for reasons unknown, this time the red worms are particularly aggressive. The holy light can only eradicate the fully formed worms. The eggs persist within the bloodstream, endlessly cycling. Several tribesmen have already succumbed. Have you sought out the saint? We sent someone, but there has been no word as of yet. Zhu sank despondently to the ground. The chief hardly has a moment's rest, tirelessly using the holy light to heal the tribe's members. Miss Mimi and the veterinarian have both been infected. Suddenly, he knelt before Mu Zhizhi. I know why you two have come, but Mimi has already succumbed to the red worm plague, so please forgive her transgressions. What are you doing? Get up. Mu Zhizhi was flustered by the grand gesture and hurried to assist him up. I am not so petty as to hold a grudge against one who is near death. Please rise. Hearing the phrase near death, Zhu offered a bitter smile, yet he found himself unable to counter. Before she could exact her revenge, she herself was on the brink of collapse. Disque, Mu Zhizhi shrugged at Zhou Shua. Shall we return then? Staying here serves no purpose. Zhou Shua nodded, lifting Mu Zhizhi into his arms and turning to leave. Zhu called after them. If my tribe can survive this calamity, I shall personally bring Mimi to apologize. Mu Zhizhi waved her hand without looking back. No need. Let her stay in the tribe and refrain from causing any more trouble. She certainly did not wish to see that face again. Suddenly, Zhou Shua's arm tensed, his gaze fixed on a certain direction, exclaiming, Who goes there? Chapter 67. The Dark Night Python tribe. Mu Zhizhi followed his gaze. Spotting a furtive orc swiftly fleeing, disappearing around the corner, Zhu rushed over to inquire. What happened? Zhou Shua's deep eyes remained locked on the spot where the orc had vanished. He pursed his lips in silence, and after a long pause, finally spoke. This red worm outbreak appears to be a deliberate act by an orc. Zhu froze, his brow furrowing deeply. But our tribe has had no animosity with others. How could this be? Zhou Shua turned to him, stating plainly. Whether there is animosity is a matter for your tribe to address. I merely advise you that the orc we just saw bears a striking resemblance to those from the Dark Night Python tribe. Zhu's expression hardened, and he replied solemnly, I understand. Thank you both. Sitting upon Zhou Shua's back, Mu Zhizhi could not suppress her curiosity and asked, The Dark Night Python tribe? Are they all snakes? The elegant and noble silver wolf emitted a low, captivating voice explaining. To be precise, they are more akin to dragon-like pythons. Dragons? Will they transform into dragons in the future? Zhou Shua shook his head, stating that the dragon race had long been extinct, having not re-emerged for centuries. Why did they become extinct? Mu Zhizhi murmured. Because they were powerful yet extinct? Mu Zhizhi was perplexed. Zhou Shua patiently elucidated. It is precisely due to their immense power that their sensitivity to the forces of the five elements was exceptionally strong. Consequently, once their bodies reached a certain threshold, they would disintegrate to nourish all living things in the world. Feeling a tinge of pity, Mu Zhizhi reclined on Zhou Shua's back, listlessly gazing at the clouds above. Do you think the White Tiger clan can cure this peculiar ailment? Zhou Shua pondered. It's hard to say. If they can capture the root cause and eliminate the source of the red worms, they could minimize the casualties among their kin. However, if they cannot locate it, it will be difficult. Is the Dark Night Python clan malevolent? Indeed. For many years, they have sought to invade various tribes, attempting to enslave them. However, years ago, a sage severely wounded them, and they have remained dormant for a long time. Who would have thought they would cross paths with us this time? As they conversed, a colossal black python stealthily approached from behind Zhou Shua, its vertical pupils gleaming with malicious intent as it bared its fangs and lunged for Zhou Shua's hind leg. Ha! Mere parlor tricks! Zhou Shua suddenly leaped into the air, his sleek fur shimmering in the sunlight. Upon landing, he placed Mu Zhizhi on a protruding rock in the open grassland and turned to engage the giant python. The python's strikes were fierce and lethal, exhibiting a determination to take Zhou Shua down with it. Managing to land several blows, a few times, its gleaming fangs grazed Zhou Shua's body, causing Mu Zhizhi to gasp in horror. Clenching her fists as she intently watched their movements, what she failed to notice was that several more black pythons were surging toward her from behind. One python ensnared her tightly with its tail and swiftly whisked her away. Zhou Shua sensed her capture, his eyes instantly bloodshot as he howled towards the heavens, summoning a tempest. With a resounding boom, all the pythons were thrown back several meters, motionless. Yet, Mu Zhizhi's figure had already vanished without a trace. Mu Zhizhi found herself taken to a pitch-black cave, having bumped her forehead several times before her vision finally cleared. However, she was nearly terrified to death by the sight before her. The cave was vast, densely packed with black pythons, sending shivers down her spine. What kind of human suffering is this? Save me. Alas, I am powerless, came a voice. I can only temporarily blind you. A flash of white light enveloped her, plunging her world into darkness, rendering her unable to see anything. How much more bizarre can this get? Mu Zhizhi despaired as the python that had captured her coiled around her, gliding toward the center of the cave before depositing her onto a cool, slippery surface. Though she could not see, she could feel that she was sitting atop a python at least 1.5 meters wide. Mu Zhizhi felt like crying, her body stiffening as she dared not move. What kind of misfortune had befallen her? Had she failed to check the calendar before venturing out? The pythons showed no signs of aggression. Instead, they all coiled together, reverently bowing to the python beneath her. Who will save me? Should I make a run for it? The pythons remained motionless, as if they were meditating, the surroundings enveloped in a deathly silence. Mu Zhizhi swallowed hard, cautiously sliding down the python's body. Suddenly, the python moved, sending a jolt through her as every hair on her body stood on end. She maintained a rigid stance, refusing to budge. Rustling sounds ensued as the python began to shift. Something glimmered above her, light illuminating the python's body, as it seemed to undergo a transformation. In a violent upheaval, Mu Zhizhi was thrown against a protruding rock, gasping as she clutched her arm. Essence. A sudden, urgent voice pierced her thoughts. Host. Host? I need that. Above your head. Instinctively, Mu Zhizhi looked up to see a blinding light descending from the cave's ceiling. The essence slowly falling, poised to merge with the python's body. I want it. Come here. The multicolored essence passed by her, initially directed toward the python, but unexpectedly veered and plunged into her heart. In an instant, though she could not see, she felt all the python's eyes fixated upon her. The undulating body of the python collapsed to the ground. My master. The pythons roared, their fierce, hostile gazes seemingly piercing through Mu Zhizhi's body. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead as she instinctively took 2 steps back, nervously swallowing. Can I say it's not my fault? No, listen to my defense. Curse system. The python stirred restlessly. She is fused with the essence. What will happen to our master now? Devour her. Devour her. Please, no. Mu Zhizhi's legs turned to jelly. Oh, my fate is sealed. Can't you think of a way out? The voice of the system, now satisfied, burped. Give me 3 more minutes, and I will initiate an emergency transfer. 3 minutes. She couldn't even wait 3 seconds. The pythons drew closer, and Mu Zhizhi scrambled back onto the python's body. The pythons hesitated, unwilling to approach. Get down, they shouted from below. Only a fool would descend. Mu Zhizhi rolled her eyes, feeling justified in remaining perched above. Unless this python springs to life, I shall not move an inch. A pair of enormous vertical pupils locked onto Mu Zhizhi, their keen perception freezing her in place, even her head refusing to turn. Trembling, she stammered, Can you check what's on my left? The system replied nonchalantly, Nothing much, just that he is awake. Chapter 68. The sunflower that admires handsome men. My master has awakened. The pythons below erupted in cheers, transforming into human forms. The python that had been before Mu Zhizhi vanished, replaced by a group of men clad in black robes, their skin an unhealthy pallor. Mu Zhizhi's vision gradually returned, and the python beneath her was gone. Replaced by a handsome man standing beside her, he was strikingly beautiful, his skin pale and devoid of color, with long, slightly curled black hair cascading down, resembling a delicate beauty in poor health. Yet, The coldness in his vertical pupils revealed no emotion. Oh my, I must not gaze. Mujiji quickly covered her eyes, nearly feeling remorseful towards Zhou Shua. The awakened Luo Han noticed the unexpected presence of this small female, his gaze lightly scrutinizing her. The beastmen below presented him with clothing, assisting him in dressing, before explaining, "This is our master's designated companion. We hope he will accept her graciously." Mujiji was taken aback, exclaiming, "I have a companion. Did you not clarify before capturing me?" Luo Han shot her a cold glance, causing Mujiji to quickly silence herself. The beast man who spoke earlier wore a displeased expression, his tone menacing. If she has a companion, then she is merely a snack for our master. Mujiji immediately fell silent. Oh no. It has already been 3 minutes. Is the transfer not ready yet? Oh, it's ready. The system, caught up in the excitement, responded nervously. Then hurry and take me away. Countdown to transfer. 10, 9, 8. With brazen confidence, Mujiji made a silly face, declaring, "Goodbye, fools." 3, 2. She closed her eyes, bracing herself. 1. Transfer failed. Mujiji? Countless sinister eyes were fixed upon her. Who are you calling a fool? Mujiji burst into tears. What the hell? The beast men bared their fangs, rolling up their sleeves as they advanced toward her. Transfer commencing, a ripple of energy surged through the space, and Mujiji vanished from sight. Where did she go? The beast men exchanged bewildered glances, scouring the cave for her figure. Yet finding nothing, a flicker of surprise crossed Luo Han's cold eyes as he smirked slightly. Interesting. In the next moment, Mujiji appeared out of nowhere. Landing on Zhou Shua's speeding back, Jiji? He quickly halted, transforming into his human form and enveloping her in his arms, scanning her for injuries with concern. Are you all right? Mujiji dazedly shook her head. What an exhilarating experience! The system would never admit it had orchestrated the entire ordeal. One must be accountable for their words. Zhou Shua held her tightly, relieved to have her back. It's good that you are unharmed. Mujiji snapped back to reality, anxiously stating, the leader of the Dark Knight Python clan has awakened. Zhou Shua furrowed his brow, his lips pressed tightly together as he reassured her. I understand. I will send a message to the sage afterward. For now, we must return home. Mujiji obediently nodded, recalling the densely packed pythons, her heart still trembling. The pair returned to their tribe 2 days later, where significant progress had been made on the construction of Evergreen Mountain. Upon reaching their home halfway up the mountain, they encountered Uncle Galfon, who emerged from their dwelling, his face bruised and swollen. A sense of unease gripped them both. Could something have happened at home? In a hurried manner, Uncle Galfon lamented, during the days you were away, I diligently watered the vegetable garden every day, and I watched those sunflowers grow larger and larger. However, today, for reasons unknown, as I approached them, those sunflowers began to spit seeds at me with precision and force, striking my face painfully. Mujiji, sensing an ominous premonition, remarked, Is this a case of plants versus zombies? Sunflowers are supposed to produce sunlight. How have they transformed into machine guns here? Come, let us return and investigate. With that, Mujiji and Zhou Shua hurried back home. After a few days apart, the sunflowers had grown exceedingly tall, surpassing Zhou Shua in height, their massive flower heads laden with plump, firm seeds. But they're not as Uncle Galfon described. They didn't strike anyone. Just as Mujiji was about to approach for a closer look, Zhou Shua stopped her. Wait, Mujiji nodded. Be careful, then. Zhou Shua gently ruffled her hair and calmly walked toward the sunflowers. Yet, nothing unusual occurred as Uncle Galfon had claimed. Zhou Shua then raised his hand and placed it upon a petal. The sunflowers seemed to come alive, affectionately brushing against his palm. Zhou Shua turned to Mujiji, who looked perplexed. Could it be that these sunflowers have a preference for handsome individuals? From a distance, Uncle Galfon felt a crushing blow to his pride. Just when Mujiji, astonished, approached, the sunflowers suddenly raised their enormous flower heads and began a frenzied barrage, each seed expertly avoiding Zhou Shua. Ouch, Mujiji jumped back. Sprinting to safety as soon as she distanced herself, the sunflowers resumed their gentle demeanor, shyly nuzzling Zhou Shua and extending their flower heads toward him. What is going on? Mujiji exclaimed, nearly exasperated. This is outrageous. Why are they attacking me with seeds? She inwardly protested, and the mischievous voice of the system chimed in, Dear host, as I previously informed you, these are mutated seeds, and such behavior falls within the realm of normalcy. Please adapt accordingly and consider leaving a 5-star review. How dare you? Mujiji retorted defiantly. Why don't they attack him? She gestured toward Zhou Shuo, who was busy collecting sunflower seeds. Well, each mutated seed possesses its own consciousness and character. It's not surprising that they might favor handsome individuals. Please be understanding of their little quirks, the system explained. Fuming, Mujiji felt an urge to plant the system in the ground. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuo returned with a generous handful of sunflower seeds. Presenting them proudly, look, Mujiji glared at him, her irritation bubbling to the surface. I'll roast all of these. Thanks to Zhou Shu's charming face, they had managed to gather a beast skin bag full of seeds. The sunflowers, deprived of their seeds, gradually began to produce new ones. Under Mujiji's guidance, Zhou Shuo successfully roasted a pot of fragrant, crispy seeds. With a mischievous glint, Mujiji ran to the edge of the vegetable garden and, in front of all the sunflowers, began to snack on the seeds. This is what you get for attacking me. The sunflowers were heartbroken, their children being consumed. Devastated, they drooped their flower heads, their vibrant green leaves turning yellow. Eventually wilting entirely, Mujiji blinked. Are they dead? She hung the special pouch prepared by Zhou Shuo for holding the seeds around her neck and dashed over to poke at a flower head. No worries, they're still edible. As winter approached, the cold weather arrived unusually early this year, forcing the beastmen to halt their work and stockpile prey before the deep freeze set in. Fortunately, with the cotton clothing gifted by Mujiji, they had also mastered some fire-making skills, allowing the young and vulnerable to endure the harsh winter comfortably. Wrapped up like a little bear, Mujiji sat contentedly in the yard, snacking on sunflower seeds. The previously planted bitter gourd seed had sprouted, standing sentinel at the courtyard gate, releasing a pungent odor to deter anyone who approached. Its potency far exceeded that of the sunflowers. Thankfully, the bitter gourd remained amicable toward Mujiji and Zhou Shuo. As the sun climbed higher, the rays offered little warmth. Zhou Shuo dragged a massive wild boar from a distance, and Mujiji rushed to greet him, noticing Ahua following closely behind. She called cheerfully, sharing a knowing smile with Zhou Shuo. Ahua, what brings you here? Mujiji inquired. Looking delighted, Ahua replied, Let us go. Xiao Xiao just had a little female cub, and everyone is eager to see it. I'm heading over to check if I can reserve one for my little ones. Wiping her brow, Mujiji thought, it's just been born. Isn't that a bit premature for a betrothal? Shall we go? Let us take a look, Ahua urged, beckoning Mujiji. After a moment's consideration, Mujiji agreed. All right, I'll let Zhou Shuo know. Ahua called out from behind. Do you have any of those sunflower seeds left? Bring me some. Got it. She hurried into the food storage cellar, where Zhou Shuo was tending to their recent catch. Mujiji rushed over and wrapped her arms around his waist. Nuzzling his back, I'm off to see the little baby. With a tender smile, Zhou Shuo turned to her, affectionately rubbing her cheek. Go on, and come back for hot pot later. Okay, Mujiji beamed. You're like a perfect dad. She knew that as long as she taught him something once, he would remember it. Don't forget to pick some chili peppers. I want it spicy, she reminded him, worried he might serve her a bland broth. Zhou Shuo playfully scratched her nose, understood. Now off you go. With a giggle, Mujiji skipped out. Let us go, Ahua. The two of them munched on sunflower seeds as they made their way to Xiao Xiao's home. Ahua, being a little squirrel, had an insatiable love for seeds and nuts, and she continued to snack without pause. Had it not been for her previous experience of getting a sore mouth from overeating, she would have devoured an entire bag this time. After finishing her handful of seeds, she praised, These seeds are delicious. Mujiji, her mouth full, mumbled, Well, it depends on who roasted them. Proudly, Ahua couldn't resist pinching her cheek. They soon arrived at Xiao Xiao's home, where the cave was surrounded by curious beastmen, many bringing their own young ones, hoping Xiao Xiao would favor their cubs. Seeing the commotion, Ahua's eyes widened, and she grasped Mujiji's hand, urging her to push through the crowd. My daughter-in-law cannot be taken by others. Inside the cave, it was warm and cozy, with several female beastmen whispering around the bed, casting envious glances at the mother and daughter on the stone bed. Ahua squeezed past them, leading Mujiji to the innermost part, while a few beastmen behind them grumbled. Mujiji cast apologetic glances at them. Ahua, you've come. Xiao Xiao greeted warmly, glowing with maternal radiance. Her petite chin had filled out slightly, indicating she had been well-fed. Mujiji peered curiously at the infant, who, true to form, resembled the previous little Lele in being rather unattractive. Reaching into her pouch, she retrieved a longevity lock exchanged from the system and placed it beside the wrinkled infant. Here, let her wear this. It symbolizes longevity in our culture and can bless her with good health as she grows. Xiao Xiao expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much. Feigning annoyance, Ahua pretended to scold Mujiji. You holding out on me? How could you give her a gift without including me? You wicked woman. Mujiji stuck out her tongue, unable to stop smiling. Just then, the baby opened her eyes. Xiao Xiao gently waved the longevity lock before her, and the little one smiled, revealing a tiny white bunny nestled in her swaddling. Wow, she looks just like you. Ahua exclaimed in astonishment, unable to resist teasing. I thought your baby would resemble him more, but it's great. A little female should take after you. Xiao Xiao blushed, smiling bashfully. Mujiji, puzzled, blinked and asked curiously. Ahua explained, when beastmen pair up, they are usually of different species, so their offspring may also belong to different species. However, generally, the cubs tend to resemble the stronger partner, like my little ones. Apart from Tiao Tiao, who looks like me, the rest take after their father. Understanding dawned on Mujiji as she nodded. Her thoughts wandered, pondering whether her and Zhou Shua's child would be human or a wolf. It seemed Zhou Shua was slightly stronger, so perhaps a little wolf? She shyly contemplated. On their way back, Ahua, ever the gossip, cast flirtatious glances at Mujia. So, when you and Zhou Shua are intimate, is it comfortable? He is quite handsome. After all, Mujiji's face turned crimson. What are you talking about? This is scandalous. Ahua, unabashed, shrugged. What is wrong with that? I isn't it perfectly natural for partners to engage in such activities. Why should it be taboo? With a teasing tone, she added, I hope Joshua hasn't been a saint all this time. I must say, she has revealed the truth. Upon seeing Mujiji's silence, Ahua was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously exclaimed, No way? You two have been together for so long and still haven't mated? Shoo, keep your voice down. Mujiji's face flushed crimson, hurriedly covering her mouth. Ahua, still in disbelief, pulled her hand down, her gaze probing like a spotlight as it swept over her. Pondering with a hand on her chin, she mused, this can't be right. You're so beautiful, how could any male resist? As a female, I can hardly contain my desire for you. This is simply unacceptable, Mujiji. What did you mean by that? She instinctively took 2 steps back from her. Could it be that Zhou Shua is inadequate? Yet he appear to be incapable. Ahua's imagination began to wander, and just as her thoughts ventured into dangerous territory, Mujiji promptly grasped her arm. Sister, you're my blood relative. Can we not discuss this? Otherwise, I might just burst into tears. Chapter 70. Then let us not hold back. Yuvi's sleeves were wrinkled from her own fidgeting. In truth, she and Zhou Shua had attempted intimacy before. It simply wasn't suitable. Mujiji felt both shy and embarrassed. It wasn't that she was being coy and keeping him at bay. But Zhou Shua's towering height made their physical compatibility rather challenging. They had tried, but it proved exceedingly difficult. At that moment, she had cried, snot and tears pouring down her face, utterly devoid of dignity. Now, reflecting on it, she couldn't help but berate herself for her cowardice. Zhou Shua had been heartbroken, hesitant to continue after witnessing her distress, which caused the matter to fizzle out. Even though he toiled daily, he never broached the subject again. Contemplating this, Mujiji couldn't help but feel disheartened. Who wouldn't desire to share a tender bond with their beloved? She yearned for it just as much. Oh dear, she accidentally let slip her true feelings. You know, that Mujiji stammered, scratching her head, uncertain how to pose the embarrassing question. Ahua, being rather impatient, patted her on the back. Just say it. Mujiji nearly choked in exasperation. Could her sister be any rougher? Digging her nails into her palms, she whispered, when you're, engaged in that, does it hurt? She noticed that Ahua, who was of similar height, had a more voluptuous figure, yet she was a mother of 5. How had she managed it? Ahua blinked, puzzled. Not at all. It feels pleasant. Why would it hurt? Ahua pondered for a moment and then exclaimed. I understand now, Mujiji asked. Understand what? Ahua's expression turned knowing. It's probably because you're too short. Everything is small, so it must be uncomfortable. Although hesitant, she had to admit there was some truth to it. Mu Jiji nodded, her face flushed. In truth, she initially found it quite painful, but every experience has a first time. And once you endure it, it gets better. It's impossible for it to feel pleasant right from the start. Wouldn't you agree? So, just endure it for the sake of future happiness. Mu Jiji hesitated. She knew Ahua spoke wisely, yet she felt timid. Ahua pressed on. Think of Zhou Shuo. Don't you want to have adorable little cubs with him? I believe in you. One must admit, Ahua was a skilled persuader. With just a few words, Mu Jiji had made up her mind. After all, if she didn't overcome this hurdle now, how would it be in the future? She was ready to spend her life with Zhou Shuo. Bidding farewell to Ahua, Mu Jiji hurried home, her heart racing with determination. Upon entering the yard, the aroma of hot pot filled the air. For the first time, Mu Jiji didn't rush indoors to eat, but instead stealthily crept into the vegetable garden, whispering to the sunflowers. I am telling you, Zhou Shuo is mine. In a few days, I'll have his cubs. The sunflowers responded with a round of playful slaps. Childish, they scoffed. Zhou Shuo, having sensed her presence since she entered the yard, noticed she hadn't come inside for a while and stepped out to see what she was up to. He found Mu Jiji crouched in the vegetable patch, seemingly engaged in some secretive activity. Dodging the sunflower's playful attacks, she stood up, brushing the dirt off her hands, only to turn and find Zhou Shuo watching her from the entrance. Feeling guilty as if caught in the act, she jumped slightly. What are you doing? Zhou Shuo raised an eyebrow. Yuji feigned calmness. I'm not doing anything, just tending to the seeds. Loosening the soil for the vegetables, she urged him. Why are you just standing there? Hurry inside. I'm starving. She darted past him and into the cave. Zhou Shuo gazed at her retreating figure, unable to shake the suspicion that the little female was hiding something from him. As the days passed, every time Zhou Shuo returned from hunting, he would find Mu Jiji squatting by the vegetable patch, muttering to herself. He had secretly observed her, but aside from the increased weeds, nothing unusual was happening, leaving him utterly perplexed. On the third day, Mu Jiji finally felt ready. During dinner, she even poured a little wine and discreetly shielded it from Ahua. When the two of them retired to bed, Zhou Shuo immediately transformed into his beast form to serve as her pillow. Mu Jiji bit her lip and suddenly stopped him, her voice barely above a whisper. Let us not transform tonight. She kept her head down, blushing furiously. Zhou Shuo chuckled softly. He too wished for that, yet with her warm, soft body in his embrace, how could he possibly resist? Misunderstanding her intent, he gently stroked her hair, patiently saying, Darling, I fear I might lose control. Mu Jiji bit her lip, her eyes obscured in the dim light of the night. Then let us not hold back. Zhou Shuo froze. What did you say? Mu Jiji shyly clutched at his shirt, murmuring, I've thought it through. I can do this. He might hurt a bit, but just once. After uttering those words, Mu Jiji buried her face in his chest, overwhelmed with shyness. Zhou Shuo's heart was a torrent of emotions, filled with immense joy and surprise. He held her gently, as if cradling the most precious treasure in the world. His voice was soft enough to melt. Even if we don't mate, you will always be my lifelong companion. Mu Jiji felt a pang in her heart. In this lifetime, it was only him. She closed her eyes and pressed her lips against Zhou Shuo's. Their lips met, and both felt a shiver of excitement. Everything fell into place, and they grew even closer. The moon gradually gave way to a sky full of stars. When Mu Jiji awoke, it was already midday the next day. Zhou Shuo's strong arm was draped over her, holding her possessively. As she moved slightly, a wave of soreness washed over her. The firm chest behind her pressed against her back. Awake? Zhou Shuo's voice was husky, laced with a magnetic allure. Startled, Mu Jiji whimpered. No more. Her voice was so hoarse it ignited a desire to tease her. Zhou Shuo's pupils darkened, his throat tightened. Yet considering her well-being, he managed to quell his own impulses. Gently ruffling her hair, he soothed, Don't worry. There won't be any more. Mu Jiji felt like crying. In the end, she had caved in. Zhou Shuo was simply too gentle, and she couldn't resist him. However, it truly hurt. She felt as if she had been thoroughly beaten and stuffed into a sack. Woo-woo, beauty can be so misleading. Zhou Shuo was indeed a charming little imp. Thankfully, it had been successful. She didn't want to endure this pain again. Task accomplished. Chapter 71. The Dark Knight Python Clan's Search for Something. Zhou Shua arose, attentively preparing warm water to cleanse Mu Zhiji's body, his eyes brimming with tenderness and deep affection. Mu Zhiji squinted, leisurely relishing his care. Even the meals were meticulously prepared by Zhou Shua, who fed her as if she were incapable of chewing on her own point. One might think she was in confinement after giving birth. Thus, she spent an entire day in this idle state like a prominent figure. Mu Zhiji, fully rejuvenated, meandered towards the vegetable garden in the back mountain. Besides a small patch of land in their courtyard, the back mountain had also been cultivated by the orcs of the tribe, who planted a variety of mutated seeds. Mu Zhiji had employed a group of orcs in the tribe specifically to manage this area, and the vegetables they grew were sold to other tribes, thereby granting Chongqing Mountain a burgeoning reputation. The old chieftain had several times attempted to persuade Zhou Shua to succeed him as chieftain, but Zhou Shua had consistently declined. Nevertheless, the orcs within the tribe had already regarded the couple as their cornerstone. The market within the tribe adopted a more organized model. Their previously used shells for transactions were replaced with crystals, akin to those used in other regions. Fortunately, Zhou Shua had amassed a considerable savings, which he lent to the tribesmen as a starting fund. They were diligent, and once their business took off, they quickly repaid their debts. On this particular market day, the orcs displayed freshly harvested vegetables, attracting a throng of orcs from other tribes who came seeking their wares. Mu Zhiji was bundled up snugly, sitting beside Zhou Shua, who assumed the role of a detached proprietor. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, the orcs, while not requiring hibernation, found the winter on this continent excessively cold. Even those with robust physiques preferred to nestle within their caves rather than venture out, favoring slumber over exposure between companions. The opportunity to conceive offspring arose. Mu Zhiji exhaled into her palm, her cheeks flushed with cold, yet her eyes sparkled as she gazed towards the bustling crowd. Zhou Shua sat beside her, draped in a pristine white fox fur, his silver hair lending him an air of aristocracy. Beside him, Mu Zhiji appeared somewhat delicate and dependent. Suddenly, an orc adorned in colorful feathers approached, first bowing slightly before inquiring politely, "Do you still have those melon seeds you sold previously? My mate is particularly fond of them, and I wish to purchase more to keep her entertained during this winter." Melon seeds? Mu Zhiji paused, momentarily taken aback. She had indeed sold them once, but the orcs in the tribe struggled to master the roasting process, and Zhou Shua's efforts to prepare them had pained her. Thus she had ceased selling them. She apologized. "I'm sorry, but we haven't sold them for quite some time." The feathered orc appeared somewhat disappointed, yet still courteously thanked them before moving on to explore other stalls. "Wait," Mu Zhiji called after him, "would you like some seeds? If it's not too much trouble, you could plant some at home. I can share with you how to roast the melon seeds." Although selling the seeds was not feasible, providing seeds was certainly within her means. The feathered orc pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, that would be much appreciated," Mu Zhiji waved dismissively. "No need for formality. We're in the business of commerce." Handing him a bag of seeds, the feathered orc then offered 10 high-quality crystals in return. What a wealthy customer! Mu Zhiji's smile became genuinely warm. Just as she was about to depart, the feathered orc paused, turning back to them. "You should advise your tribesmen to refrain from wandering about carelessly. The Night Python tribe has been quite active recently, seemingly searching for something. Tribes targeted by them have invariably been infested with red worms. The saints have sent people to capture them, yet they remain elusive." Uncertain of which tribe would be the next victim, he urged them to exercise caution. Had it not been for the seeds, his typically aloof demeanor would likely have kept him silent. Mu Zhiji stood frozen, unable to process the information for a long while, until Zhou Shua expressed his gratitude. Searching for what exactly? Mu Zhiji's expression twisted slightly. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable connection to this matter. Hadn't Wan Sui consumed some essence before? Perhaps they were indeed searching for that. In a panic, Mu Zhiji hurriedly asked Wan Sui, "Can you return the essence you consumed?" Wan Sui replied defiantly, "Can you regurgitate something you've swallowed? It's gone." Digested and absorbed, Mu Zhiji felt exasperated by this bumbling ally. "You just took someone else's property without a second thought. Do you have no shame?" Wan Sui, unfazed, retorted, "Who says that essence belonged to him? It is a gift from nature. Whoever consumes it owns it. But what if they come looking for it? Many tribes have already suffered because of this." Wansui scoffed, "It's merely a red worm. I can help you deal with it." "You have a solution?" "Indeed. The great Wansui is capable of anything." "What is the solution?" Mujiji listened intently, as it was best for him to resolve this issue that originated from him. She certainly didn't want to suffer the consequences alongside him. Wansui succinctly stated, "Devil fruit." "Another devil fruit?" She had given the remaining one to the mate of an orc grandmother, alleviating his years of suffering, and the fruit's core still lay at home. "But didn't you say only the soil of the holy city could cultivate it?" "I can't just run back there, can I?" "No need, no need. The secondary shop has been upgraded. I can upgrade the seeds of the devil fruit for you, allowing them to be planted anywhere." Wansui insisted confidently. At least he still had some conscience. However, what to do about the night python tribe? Mujiji felt it necessary to inform Zhou Shua of this development. With this in mind, she tugged at Zhou Shua's sleeve. "It seems I've gotten myself into trouble." Clearly, it was Wansui's fault. Zhou Shua displayed no surprise, gently ruffling her hair in a comforting manner. "It's all right. I will handle it," Mujiji pouted. "I haven't even told you what it is yet." Zhou Shua chuckled softly. "Is it about the night python tribe?" "How did you know?" He merely smiled and stated, "You need not worry about this matter. Capturing them is also my responsibility." Yet Mujiji still planned to recount the events to him. "What the night python tribe is searching for seems to be what I warning." "Warning!" The alarm echoed in her mind once more, prompting Mujiji to quickly amend her words. "What I consumed." Now she was to be blamed. That wretched Wansui. Zhou Shua hadn't considered this angle. But he still patiently reassured her, "It's fine. What you consumed may not necessarily belong to them." Such unwavering support was indeed limitless. Mujiji began to doubt whether Zhou Shua would agree with her even if she claimed black was white. "Do not worry. The orcs have trained for so long. It is time to witness their results." As the sun began to set, the orcs who had come to purchase goods returned home laden with their spoils, and the flow of customers gradually dwindled, leaving only a few vegetables remaining. The crowd began to dismantle their stalls, preparing to return home. Mujiji distributed most of the crystals earned to her helpers, for she had merely provided the seeds. The rest was left to their efforts. Zhou Shua informed the tribesmen about the night python tribe, and rather than inciting fear, the orcs were invigorated, each one eager to prove they would no longer be subjugated as before. Having witnessed the might of the python beasts, Mujiji, feeling uneasy, planted some potent bitter gourd seeds at the edge of the tribe, hoping to alleviate the pressure on her kin. Thus, a week passed peacefully, with the sky beginning to sprinkle snowflakes, covering the earth in a thin white layer. The plants remained unaffected by the weather, still displaying vibrant green hues against the chill point. One night, deep in slumber, the celestial wolf suddenly opened his eyes. With the slightest movement, Mujiji stirred in his embrace, groggily rubbing her eyes. "What's wrong?" Zhou Shua lowered his voice. "They're here." Upon hearing this, Mujiji's sleepiness vanished, her heart racing with tension. "The night python tribe?" Zhou Shua nodded. "I heard the sound of the stars. I'll go take a look." As he began to rise, Mujiji quickly grasped his tail. "I'll go with you. It's best to divert them, considering there are elders and younglings in the tribe. I fear for their safety." Zhou Shua acquiesced, waiting for her to don her garments before swiftly carrying her down the mountain. He moved with remarkable speed, yet made not a sound, leaving Mujiji's face stinging from the cold wind as they traversed to the woods outside the tribe, where they concealed themselves, discovering over 100 members of the python tribe standing not far from their home. However, the leader, Luo Han, was absent. The duo held their breath, quietly observing. Several python beasts clutched something in their hands. But the answer was evidently clear. It must be the red worms. They couldn't allow them to toss the red worms into the tribe. Mujiji's expression grew grave as she leaned close to Zhou Shua's ear, whispering, "Lead them to the cliff at the back mountain. They've planted many vines there. We can use them to ensnare them and hurl them over the edge." Zhou Shua whispered back, "Hold on tight." With that, he shot forward like a dart. This indeed captured the attention of the python beasts. One of them narrowed his eyes. "Capture them. The essence is on that female." As all the serpentine beasts sprang into action, they pursued the direction from which their quarry had fled. Mujiji clutched tightly to the fur on Zhou Shua's back, unable to resist glancing over her shoulder. The dense throng of black pythons melded seamlessly with the night, ominously closing in on them. A chill ran down her spine, prompting her to shut her eyes and turn away. It was dreadfully terrifying, dreadfully terrifying. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain, Joshua ran effortlessly, while the serpentine creatures flailed about like headless flies in disarray. Before long, he led them to the back mountain, where the bitter melons planted on either side took the lead, exuding a potent bitterness accompanied by a hint of paralyzing toxin. It was as if they were preparing for a battle against zombies. All the serpentine beasts were taken aback. They had never encountered such vicious flora, momentarily forgetting their evasion tactics. Following this, the sunflowers struck them with painful, numbing seeds, quickly throwing them into disarray. However, the damage inflicted by the sunflowers was insufficient to vanquish them entirely, and the serpentine beasts swiftly devised a countermeasure, uprooting the plants entirely. The vegetation soon withered, prompting a pang of sympathy from Mujiji. The chase resumed, but the serpentine beasts were evidently more vigilant, constantly on the lookout for any suspicious entities nearby. Yet, the vines lay hidden beneath the snow, waiting for the serpentine beasts to step into their trap. As soon as they did, the vines sprang to life, ensnaring the serpents and tossing them into the air like whips, creating a gusty spectacle before hurling them down the cliff. The commotion finally roused the slumbering beastmen, who rushed in droves to the back mountain. Various races of beastmen transformed into their primal forms, each utilizing their abilities to engage in a fierce struggle with the serpentine beasts. Though their combat experience was inferior, with the assistance of the vines, the clan members gained the upper hand. Before long, over half of the serpentine beasts were cast off the cliff, while the remaining few were battered and weary. Ultimately succumbing to retreat in this battle, they emerged victorious. The triumphant beastmen were enveloped in a sense of disbelief. Had they truly triumphed over the superior beastmen? The exhilaration was overwhelming, nearly bringing them to tears. Although many beastmen were injured, the joy of their victory overshadowed their minor ailments. Nevertheless, Mujiji still exchanged herbs to distribute among them. Their fame skyrocketed. The tale of Chongqing Mountain's victory over the night pythons spread throughout the beastman continent. As they marveled at their achievement, they could not help but feel a sense of caution. The next tribal ascension would undoubtedly present the most formidable adversaries. The tribal ascension, proposed by the sage years ago, was held every 4 years, allowing tribes of all sizes to participate. Lesser tribes would compete in various aspects, selecting the most outstanding few for elevation to intermediate status, and so forth. However, Mujiji remained deeply concerned. The Night Python clan undoubtedly knew of her presence here, and it was uncertain when they might launch another attack on their tribe. Given their newfound experience, a confrontation would not be as effortless as today. A solution needed to be devised. At this moment, she had to understand the significance of the essence to the serpentine beasts. Upon returning home, Mujiji lay back down beside Zhou Shua, but sleep eluded her. Nestled in Zhou Shua's warm embrace, her mind engaged in a dialogue with the ancient spirit. Why did the Python clan seek the essence? What purpose did it serve? The ancient spirit languidly replied. The essence is the purest product derived from the crystal mines of our lineage. The pythons desire it. His voice lacked conviction. Perhaps it is to transform into a jiao. Transform into a jiao? What on earth? Puzzled, she pressed for clarification. Can pythons really transform into jiao? But didn't Zhou Shua say they couldn't become dragons? How then could they become jiao? The ancient spirit hissed slightly. How should I explain this to you? Transforming into a jiao is merely a metaphor, akin to Zhou Shua's maturation period. You see, there may not be visible changes on the surface, yet internally, he is fundamentally altered, intricately linked to the stars. Their transformation is somewhat similar, but they evolve to a deeper level. With this explanation, Mujiji began to comprehend. Thus, the essence was of paramount importance to them. However, if their leaders were allowed to transform into jiao, would that not pose a grave threat to the surrounding realms? What should be done? Mujiji found herself troubled, her body unable to remain still, unable to sleep. Zhou Shua's low voice reached her ears. Mujiji turned to face him, scratching her head. Did I wake you? No, I haven't slept yet. Zhou Shua caressed her back. What is it? Mujiji pressed her lips together. I'm still thinking about the Night Python clan. Chapter 73. I will not hold a grudge. She was troubled and felt a tinge of guilt. Although the essence had been consumed by the ancient spirit, they were now akin to a shared fate. The troubles caused by one party naturally affected the other. The serpentine beasts were cold-hearted and vicious. If they truly brought calamity upon the tribe, how could she live with herself? Joshua gently ruffled her hair. Do not dwell too much on these matters. Even if we haven't provoked them, they would still instigate war. The entire continent would remain engulfed in crisis. Now that we have drawn the main fire, we are contributing to the continent. He eased the atmosphere, his expression devoid of pressure. Mujiji couldn't help but smile, marveling at how he could twist the narrative. Yet, her mood lightened considerably. Zhou Shua continued. Though the Night Python clan is troublesome, they are not without weaknesses. Their kind inevitably enters a hibernation period during winter. As long as we establish our tribe properly, we need not fear their attacks. All right, Mujiji nodded earnestly, resolving to plant a plethora of vegetation around the tribe, building an army of flora to counter any threats. With her thoughts organized, her spirits lifted, but the excitement kept her awake for the time being. Seeing this, Zhou Shua flipped over, pinning her beneath him. The corners of his mouth curled upwards, his voice deep and alluring like a siren's call. Since you can't sleep, let us engage in something meaningful. With that, he leaned in to seal her lips with his own. The weather had turned decidedly cold. Ever since the last encounter, the Night Python clan had fallen silent, presumably entering their hibernation period. Against the biting wind, the construction of the tribe resumed. A month swiftly passed, and Chongqing Mountain had undergone significant changes. The lower levels had been excavated into neatly arranged caves, now habitable. The devil fruits cultivated by Mujiji yielded bountiful harvests. And with Zhou Shua's help, they were transformed into juice, subsequently distributed through the sage's hand to all tribes afflicted by the red worms. The two were tasked with delivering the supplies to the nearby White Tiger tribe. They embarked on the journey once more. Due to the temporary calm of the Night Python clan, the spread of red worms within the White Tiger tribe had been suppressed, though many beastmen remained infected. Upon seeing Bai Qi again, Mujiji noted his haggard appearance. He no longer bore the previous air of confidence. There was a newfound weariness in his eyes, a sign of profound maturation. Zhou Shua handed him the juice, saying, "This is the antidote for the red worms. Administer it to them." In the vast cave lay all the afflicted patients. Each one appeared gaunt and emaciated, their veins pulsating with the red worms. Evoking a sense of dread in onlookers, without pausing for gratitude, Bai Qi immediately distributed the antidote, hoping his kin could soon be free from suffering. Yet Zhou Shua had other matters to address. If other tribes were infected with red worms due to the pythons seeking Mujiji, the White Tiger tribe had been afflicted even before that, and the cause must lie elsewhere. Before he could voice his inquiry, a commotion arose among the patients. "I won't drink it. She wants to kill me." The feeble yet piercing voice belonged to the long-absent Bai Mimi, who curled into a ball, adamantly refusing to consume the antidote. All eyes turned to her. Mujiji raised an eyebrow. This girl seemed to suffer from a persecution complex. Even though she had not held a grudge, she was behaving in such a manner. Beside her, Bai Mimi's mother, Bai Li, continuously urged, "Mimi, be obedient. If you drink it, your body won't hurt anymore." Bai Mimi shook her head vigorously, seemingly deranged, her gaze fixated on the ground. "I won't drink it. I won't drink it." "Mother, you shouldn't drink it either. She's a demon beast. She's come to kill me, Mimi." Bai Li's face was a mixture of helplessness and heartache, her expression filled with bitterness. "Mother, you mustn't drink it. How could I survive in the world of demon beasts?" She was certain that she would not return alive. She must be a devil. In an unexpected burst of strength, she forcefully knocked the antidote from Bai Li's hands, spilling the precious liquid onto the ground. The dozens of beastmen who had yet to receive the antidote watched in despair as the small amount of juice was wasted. Bai Qi's expression darkened, his voice icy. "If you don't wish to drink it, no one will stop you, Bai Jiao. Do not give her any more." Bai Jiao, standing nearby, showed signs of hesitation, biting his lip, but ultimately refrained from offering her more antidote. Mujiji's face remained impassive. She couldn't care less whether the girl chose to consume it or not. The antidote was distributed, and the trembling within the beastman's blood gradually subsided. The living red worms dissolved into their bloodstream, sustaining their lives. The agonizing pain and itchiness that had plagued them for days vanished, and the beastmen felt as though they had been reborn, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they supported one another, approaching Zhou Shua and Mujiji to express their gratitude. Upon witnessing their recovery, Bai Li could no longer remain seated. A sense of resentment toward her daughter welled up within her. Grasping her frail arm, she quietly urged, "Go and soften up to the chieftain." Bai Mimi was just about to shake her head when her gaze met her mother's heavy stare, causing her heart to tremble and refrain from uttering any retorts. Instead, she curled up tightly, preferring to endure physical pain rather than plead for mercy. She must be a beast, indeed. She would never bow down to her. Bai Li, filled with both urgency and anger, was well aware of her daughter's stubborn nature, which she had inadvertently nurtured. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to stand and approach them step by step. Upon seeing the shaman arrive, the orcs instinctively parted to create a pathway. Kneeling before Bai Li implored, "I beseech you, chieftain, to forgive my disobedient child." She spoke in a moment of confusion. "Given my years of healing countless tribespeople, I humbly ask for your pardon for my ignorant daughter." She secretly harbored her resentment deep within. As a tribe shaman, she was accustomed to reverence. Even this young chieftain addressed her as aunt. Yet now, she was compelled to kneel before him. A hush enveloped the surroundings, with no one daring to speak. Bai Chi's expression remained indifferent. "Bai Li, please rise. Bai Mimi has harmed their partners. Forgiveness depends on them, and besides, the antidote is also brought by them." Bai Li's face contorted. Was she to apologize to two outsiders of unknown origin? Fury blazed within her, yet the thought of the antidote compelled her to comply. "I beg your understanding." She struggled to maintain her composure, but her voice still bore an edge. "Old hag," clearly insincere, Mu Zhizhi shot her a sly glance. However, in front of so many witnesses, she had to project an image of magnanimity, though she certainly wouldn't let Bai Li off easily. With a smile, she said, "Dear aunt, please rise. So much time has passed that I almost forgot how Miss Mimi pushed me into the monster realm. It's quite all right. I have returned safely, haven't I? You need not dwell on it. After all, I am not one to hold grudges. It was merely a push, I assure you. I bear no ill will." What nonsense. Chapter 74. The Snow Fox Tribe. Yujiji's saccharine smile only served to pierce Bai Li's heart deeper with every word she spoke, nearly causing her to spit blood. The incident of Mimi pushing her into the monster realm had been tightly sealed among those in the know. How could she now reveal it? What would they do in the tribe moving forward? As anticipated, the tribe's people's expressions were a mix of shock and anger. Pushing someone into the monster realm? What kind of malice must one possess to commit such an act? Before Mu Zhizhi could finish, her face turned sincere. "Aunt, do not take it to heart. I owe her a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, I might not have found the antidote for the red bug disease. Thus, Miss Mimi deserves some credit for healing everyone." Watching her, Bai Li felt utterly nauseated. Was she really so unwilling to seek the antidote, expecting everyone to coddle her? At that moment, Bai Li gritted her teeth, wanting nothing more than to slap her twice. The tribe's people felt ashamed and grateful, their resentment towards the mother-daughter duo growing. They had never realized Bai Mimi was capable of such treachery. A little mischief was one thing, but now she sought to harm lives. This was utterly unforgivable. "Bai Jio, quickly give them the antidote. The sooner they take it, the better," Mu Zhizhi said with understanding. She was unafraid that they might cause trouble after taking the antidote. The revelation of the truth would be punishment enough for them. After all, she was a kind-hearted fairy. How could she stand by and watch someone perish? Bai Li trembled with rage, wishing to hurl the antidote Bai Jiu handed her to the ground. However, she lacked the courage to do so. Defeated, she returned with the antidote, and although Bai Mimi wished to resist, she was met with a predatory glare that compelled her to drink it down. Once the antidote was ingested, they finally experienced relief. Bai Li clenched her fists in secret. As long as she remained the tribe's sole shaman, her authority could be restored. After resolving the issue at hand, Zhou Shua inquired about something he had not previously mentioned. "Why did the Dark Knight Python tribe target you?" Bai Chi hesitated, instinctively withholding the truth. "Didn't they say they were looking for something? My tribe must have suffered from unwarranted misfortune." Zhou Shua's eyes darkened. His voice grave. "That is a matter for later, I assent it." Bai Chi pursed his lips, averting his gaze. "This does not concern you. It was a matter of their entire tribe. He would never divulge it to an outsider." Mu Zhizhi listened with curiosity, tilting her face to observe, her expression full of intrigue. Zhou Shuo did not press further. Suit yourself. Just a reminder that the Dark Knight Python tribe will not let this go easily. Bai Qi remained silent, his silence confirming his stance. Zhou Shuo merely cast a fleeting glance at him, then lifted Mu Zhizhi into his arms, preparing to depart. Bai Jiu caught up, puffing out white breath. Standing in front of them, why not stay a few more days? We have yet to express our gratitude. Mu Zhizhi was about to decline when Bai Jiu continued. Now that our tribe's crisis has been averted, the winter gathering can proceed. It would be a great delight for you to stay and enjoy the festivities. A gathering? What might that entail? Mu Zhizhi felt a flicker of interest. Zhou Shuo frowned slightly, evidently unimpressed by the notion. However, seeing the eagerness in the little female he cradled, he ultimately refrained from voicing his objections, giving a slight nod. Very well, Bai Jiu smiled. I will prepare accommodations for you. As they passed by Bai Qi, Zhou Shuo exchanged a glance with him, both remaining silent as they walked past. Mu Zhizhi's curiosity flared, wrapping her arms around Zhou Shuo's neck and resting her chin on his shoulder. What were you two discussing? Facing her, Zhou Shuo's expression softened as he recounted everything. The White Tiger tribe was once one of the mightiest clans on the Beastman continent, dominating alongside the Rabbit Roar and Dragon clans. Among others, however, as time passed, certain events led to the decline of these great tribes. Although some remnants of their legacy still lingered, he paused, lifting Mu Zhizhi's little bottom, suddenly asking, have you gained weight? Caught off guard, Mu Zhizhi replied, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhou Shuo feigned innocence. You seem a bit heavier than before. Mu Zhizhi bit his ear. Humph. It's just that I'm wearing more clothes. She would never admit to gaining weight. Zhou Shuo's ear turned red from her bite, yet he smiled indulgently, continuing. It is said that the White Tiger tribe holds onto remnants from the past, and I suspect the Dark Knight Python tribe's actions may stem from this. Remnants of what? Mu Zhizhi was immensely curious. Zhou Shuo shook his head. I do not know. After all, this is merely hearsay. All right, it did sound intriguing. What about their gathering? Mu Zhizhi pressed on, wondering if it was similar to modern fairs. Zhou Shuo's expression grew peculiar. I fear it may differ from what you imagine. Mu Zhizhi was perplexed. Different? The gathering is for procreation. Mu Zhizhi was stunned. How could that possibly be connected? Zhou Shuo explained. Not far from here lies the Snow Fox tribe, predominantly composed of females who dwell in the icy mountains and only emerge during the frigid winter months. As the White Tiger tribe thrives in the cold. They are the most compatible match, and thus, the gathering becomes a means for them to seek partners and reproduce. Isn't that akin to matchmaking? Mu Zhizhi mused. However, she believed the snow foxes must be as she imagined, only emerging in winter because that was when they looked most beautiful. She had previously seen a series of photographs showcasing snow foxes in winter, resembling enchanting fairies amidst the ice and snow, while their summer appearance was quite the opposite. Would you like to see? Zhou Shuo inquired. Mu Zhizhi snapped back to reality. Of course, why wouldn't I? With nothing else to do, she genuinely wished to see them. After spending 2 days in the White Tiger tribe, the Snow Fox tribe finally arrived. Mu Zhizhi eagerly dragged Zhou Shuo to join the excitement. Though they watched from a distance, the throngs of fair-skinned beauties with long legs were undeniably captivating. Mu Zhizhi watched with drool-worthy eyes, her gaze unblinking, showing more interest than any man would. Zhou Shuo, amused yet exasperated, decided to indulge her. Zhou Shuo, look at that one. She's stunning, and she's walking towards us. Mu Zhizhi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Quick, tell me if I have any flaws. In that moment, she understood the joy of the tyrant Zhou. Approaching was a female named Shui Dai, her skin whiter than snow and her features exquisitely delicate, as if kissed by angels. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes, innocent yet alluring, made one's heart flutter. Many male beastmen from the White Tiger tribe cast adoring glances her way. Shui Dai glided gracefully towards them, eventually stopping right in front of Mu Zhizhi. Her gaze fixated on her, lips parting slightly. May I mate with your partner, Mu Zhizhi? Mu Zhizhi was taken aback, truly at a loss for words. Noticing her daze, Shui Dai lazily smiled, gathering her flowing strands of dark hair, her lips curling into a confident smile that implied her inevitable success. The arrangement of enjoying the companions of other females had long become an unwritten agreement between them and the White Tiger clan. As long as they desired, the female must willingly offer herself. After all, they would only remain here for half a month to a month, and once the time was up, they would leave on their own. raising any offspring themselves. The males would be more than delighted, so why would they refuse? As for the females, she smiled enigmatically. Who would care about their feelings? If they truly did not wish for their partners to be sought after, they simply needed to keep them from coming out. The female before her had brazenly brought her partner here, which was clearly an agreement, was it not? From a distance, Baiju noticed the situation and hurried over to explain. Miss Shuedai, they are not from our clan of beast men. I kindly ask you to consider our other males. Shuedai didn't even spare him a glance, gracefully bypassing Mujiji, her gaze fixated on Zhou Shuo. Her eyes glistening with a sorrowful charm, her red lips parting slightly. Are you willing? She could not believe any male would refuse her invitation. Zhou Shuo merely cast her a fleeting glance, wrapping an arm around Mujiji's shoulders as if he had heard nothing. Let us go. Shuedai's expression soured, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to being ignored. Mujiji blinked, allowing Zhou Shuo to lead her away. Shuedai, relentless, called after them. If you have a change of heart, remember to come find me. Zhou Shuo did not falter in his pace, his fingers entwined tightly with Mujiji's. Once they returned to their temporary dwelling, it seemed as if Mujiji finally comprehended the situation. She hung onto Zhou Shuo's arm, lifting her chin in a huff and began to pout. Are you not pleased? Zhou Shuo, perplexed, gazed at her with deep-set eyes. Pleased about what? Mujiji, feeling envious, exclaimed. Such a stunning beauty professes her feelings to you, and you're not happy? Unable to restrain herself, she continued. I've never seen such a bold girl, and she did it right in front of me. If I hadn't been here, would she have simply clung to you? Zhou Shuo, both exasperated and amused, chuckled. But I've already turned her down. Haven Ti? Rejecting her was of little consequence. Who was to say she wouldn't take the opportunity to pursue him when he was absent? Mujiji pouted, her demeanor full of sulkiness. Zhou Shuo found her antics amusing. Lifting her effortlessly, wrapping her slender legs around his waist, playfully pinching her cheek, his eyes sparkling with delight. Then you must keep a close watch on me. Otherwise, if she succeeds, I may not remain innocent. Mujiji leaned in and playfully bit his nose, ruffling his smooth hair, scoffing in feigned disdain. Very well, I shall endure. Zhou Shuo gazed at her with adoration, etching every expression of hers deeply into his heart. The gathering had lost its significance for them. The two prepared to return to the Evergreen Mountain tribe. However, a certain event involving the White Tiger clan took them by surprise. Bai Qi and Shuedai were about to become partners. Upon hearing this news, Mujiji took on the role of a concerned matron, instructing Zhou Shuo. Do you see? This is how women are. One moment, they profess their affection for you, and the next, they are ready to bond with another. How heartbroken would Bai Mimi be? She was genuinely curious to see her reaction, as watching drama was her favorite pastime. As expected, upon hearing the news, Bai Mimi was inconsolable. Refusing to accept the blow and disregarding Bai Li's attempts to stop her, she rushed to Bai Qi for answers. Tribe leader, tribe leader. Tears welled in her eyes as she stood before Bai Qi's cave. Calling out, hearing her voice, Bai Qi emerged, frowning. What is it? Bai Mimi's heart leaped with joy, but upon seeing Shuedai following closely behind, her smile froze before it could fully form. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Tribe leader, are you truly going to marry this woman? Bai Qi replied with visible annoyance. Who I marry is none of your concern. Bai Mimi forced a smile, though it was tinged with despair. But I like you. Shuedai, watching the scene unfold, wore a mocking smile. This, she gracefully approached Bai Qi, draping her slender arm over his shoulder, her gaze provocative. Who says that liking someone necessitates responsibility? If that were the case, perhaps Bai Qi should just take on a few more partners. You? Bai Mimi's fingers trembled as she wiped her tears and fled. After her departure, Bai Qi coldly shrugged off Shuedai's arm. Shuedai, unfazed, playfully whispered in his ear. Tribe leader, do not forget our agreement. This concerns the millennia-old legacy of the White Tiger clan. Bai Qi's expression hardened, a hint of irritation in his voice. You had better fulfill your promise. If you cannot prevent the moon's crystal from fading, I will ensure you do not have it easy. Meanwhile, Bai Mimi, distraught, ran out of the tribe, wandering aimlessly until she found herself in a snow-covered forest. Leaning against a large tree, she wept bitterly, completely unaware of the cold, watchful eyes observing her from above. Why are you crying? By Mimi suddenly heard this question. She looked up, startled. Who? Perched on a branch was a man clad in a dark robe. In the freezing cold, he wore only a thin cloak, his porcelain skin resembling exquisite, fragile porcelain, his expression indifferent, and his bare feet resting on the snow as he looked down at her. By Mimi stared. Momentarily entranced, unable to gather her thoughts. Why are you crying? He repeated. By Mimi snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing slightly. She lowered her head to rub her swollen eyes, dejectedly admitting, the one I love is to become a partner with another woman. Then just take him back. What is stopping you? He replied, tilting his head, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. By Mimi shook her head. He doesn't like me. How could I take him back? The man jumped down from the branch, stepping closer to her, his pale fingers lifting her chin, his voice enchanting. I will help you. How does that sound? By Mimi's heart raced. Her breath quickening, her gaze evasive, unable to meet his ha. He chuckled softly, leaning in to whisper in her ear, his icy breath sending shivers across her skin. This should be easy enough, as long as you obtain the moon's crystal. Bai Qi will surely comply. The moon's crystal? Bai Mimi felt dizzy from his words. What was that? He played with her hair, explaining. Whoever possesses it is destined to be the partner of the White Tiger Clan's leader. Is that true? Of course. Why would I deceive you? But I have no idea where to find the moon's crystal. Lo Han placed something in her palm, saying, this will guide you to it. Chapter 76. Is she the one I have been searching for all along? Bai Mimi returned to the tribe in a daze, whereby Li awaited her anxiously at the entrance. Mimi, where have you been? Don't you know I would worry? Still immersed in her thoughts, Bai Mimi suddenly asked, Mother, do you know about the moon's crystal? Bai Li paused, looking up at her. Who told you that? Is there truly such a thing? Without answering, she pressed on. What is the moon's crystal? If I obtain it, can I become the leader's partner? Bai Li frowned, glancing around before pulling her into the stone house. Who did you hear this from? You need to tell me whether it's true. Bai Mimi suppressed the turmoil within her. Bai Li's expression grew complicated, her silence speaking volumes. It must be true. Bai Mimi felt a surge of joy. Tightly clutching the object in her hand, he did not deceive her. Yet, as she thought of his face, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. How wonderful it would have been had he arrived in her life sooner. Unaware of her daughter's intentions, Bai Li firmly held her shoulders, seriously stating, I do not know where you heard this, but the moon's crystal is a treasure guarded by our clan for generations. And it must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Bai Mimi thought to herself, I only want to obtain it to become Bai Qi's partner. How could I possibly give it to an outsider? However, she hesitated. Why would this male wish to assist her? Only then did she realize this question's significance. Shaking off Bai Li's grip, she dashed outside. Mother, I'm going out for a moment. Returning to the forest where she had first met Lo Han. She searched breathlessly for him, wanting to call out his name but realizing she did not even know it. Just as disappointment washed over her, Lo Han's figure appeared behind a nearby tree. Are you looking for me? Bai Mimi's face lit up, but she quickly composed herself, approaching him to ask, Why do you want to help me? Lo Han's lips curled into a slight smile. I need you to do something for me. So he does have an ulterior motive. Yet, this thought reassured Bai Mimi. Mutual benefit was the best form of collaboration. She lifted her chin slightly. What is it? Help me draw out Mu Zhizhi. Mu Zhizhi again? Bai Mimi's expression twisted for a moment, her tone turning confrontational. Do you like her? Lo Han raised an eyebrow. Of course not. Hearing this, Bai Mimi felt a wave of relief and continued to question. Then why do you want to draw her out? She took something of mine. What did she take? Bai Mimi's relentless questioning elicited a fleeting glimmer of bloodthirsty malice in Luo Han's gaze, as his voice sank low. If you are unwilling, simply return the item to me. Bai Mimi immediately fell silent, refraining from further words. What if I bring her here? She inquired. That is acceptable, Luo Han nodded, but make haste in returning, and do not disclose our matters to anyone else. Understood, Bai Mimi affirmed, turning to head back to the tribe. Luo Han's cold, piercing gaze remained fixed on her retreating figure. Once she lost her value, she would be the first to perish, this foolish female. On the following day, Zhou Shua and Mu Zhizhi prepared to depart, but an unexpected snowstorm hindered their progress. The heavy snowfall sealed the mountains, rendering their return to the tribe impossible for the time being. This was quite bothersome. Although many white tiger beastmen often visited, the atmosphere could not compare to that of Evergreen Mountain. Moreover, Mujiji found herself yearning for baked sweet potatoes on such a frigid day. A warm, roasted sweet potato would be immensely comforting. As her cravings intensified, she could not resist exchanging for a few sweet potato seeds with Wan Sui. With Zhou Shua's assistance, she cleared the snow and planted the seeds. "I will go gather some firewood," Zhou Shua said, ruffling her hair and advising her not to wander off before stepping out of the courtyard. Mujiji crouched by the spot where she had planted the sweet potatoes and exchanged for a growth stimulant from Wan Sui. Watering the soil, the sweet potato sprouts slowly pushed through the earth, and in a playful spirit, Mujiji placed her hands above the sprouts, muttering nonsensically, 1 + 1 = 1, 1 + 2 = 2, as if casting a spell to hasten their growth. This scene happened to catch the attention of Bai Qi, who was approaching. He froze momentarily, his body stiffening as he stared in disbelief at the sight before him. Was she truly the person he had been searching for all along? The sweet potato vines spread around Mujiji before ceasing their growth. A smile blossomed on her face as she eagerly sought tools to dig up the sweet potatoes. And at that moment, her gaze met Bai Qi's, causing her to flush crimson. 3 questions raced through her mind. When did he arrive? How long has he been here? Did he see her just now acting foolishly? How embarrassing! Rubbing her head, she stood up, attempting to act as if nothing had happened. So, what brings you here? Bai Qi remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on her. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Mujiji asked, "Do you need something? Staring like that is quite impolite, you know." Bai Qi quickly approached and grasped her arm, declaring, "You are a primal deity." His tone was unwavering, and Mujiji was taken aback. "What? You must be mistaken." She chuckled awkwardly, breaking free from his grip. "A primal deity? I might as well be the king of hell." Bai Qi felt a mix of shock and elation. The ability to rapidly cultivate plants, wasn't that the hallmark of a primal deity? Only the Chaoyue tribe could achieve such a feat. If Mujiji were aware of his thoughts, she would undoubtedly retort, "If that were the case, then Wan Sui is the primal deity." It provided the mutated seeds and growth stimulants. Wan Sui, the moon's crystal, is finally saved. Bai Qi's gaze remained fixated on Mujiji as he struggled to find the words to explain, ultimately directing his attention to the sweet potato sprouts she had just planted. "What is this?" Seeing him regain his composure, Mujiji felt somewhat relieved and replied, "These are sweet potatoes. The edible parts are buried underground." As she spoke, she pulled out a bone knife from her bag. Preparing to dig them up, Bai Qi stopped her, offering, "Let me help you with that." His left hand transformed into a tiger's paw, and he began digging vigorously with his sharp claws. "Hey," Mujiji frowned slightly. This was her first time planting mutated sweet potatoes, and she was unsure of their temperament. What if she accidentally injured him? After a considerable time had passed, Bai Qi had excavated numerous holes in the ground. Yet he had not unearthed a single sweet potato. Mujiji watched as he persisted, stubbornly continuing to dig, his entire being becoming dirted, yet he still found nothing edible. Could it be that she had not planted any at all? But would voicing such a thought be too disheartening for him? The thought was quite distressing. Mujiji, growing weary of waiting, finally pushed him aside, exclaiming, "Move aside, useless man." Just as she plunged the bone knife into the earth, a plump sweet potato popped up unexpectedly. Bai Qi? After digging for so long, how had he not noticed that there was one there? Pulling out the bone knife, Mujiji shot him a disdainful glance, her expression clearly conveying that she thought him foolish. Bai Qi felt a lump in his throat, unable to voice his frustration. He set the sweet potato aside while Mujiji continued to dig. Before long, a small mound of sweet potatoes had formed beside her. Bai Qi was on the verge of questioning his existence. Those spots had clearly been ones he had dug over. All the sweet potatoes had been unearthed. And now Mujiji likely realized how they had mutated, through the art of burrowing. Otherwise, how could Bai Qi have failed to find a single one? As for why she was able to dig them up, it was probably due to her good looks. The ever-narcissistic Mujiji was back in full swing. Cradling the sweet potatoes, she prepared to return indoors, and out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Bai Qi still standing nearby. She paused and lifted her chin to look at him, asking, "Do you need something else?" Bai Qi hesitated for a moment before saying, "Do you still have the medicine for treating the red worms? I would like to ask the shaman to refine some more for future needs." Are you looking for demon fruit? Mu Zhizhi blinked, but even if she gave him the seeds, they likely wouldn't be able to plant them. Although the seeds had been altered and could be cultivated across the Beastman continent, she had previously tried having her tribesmen plant them, and none had succeeded. This was likely related to Wan Sui in some way. Thinking of this, she shook her head. I don't have any left. Bai Qi appeared somewhat disappointed but quickly regained his spirits, smiling as he said, That's all right. Thank you nonetheless. Mu Zhizhi remained silent, merely pressing her lips together politely. Bai Qi stood still, not making any move to leave. Are you not going? Mu Zhizhi's eyes flickered with confusion, but not wanting to be rude, she offered. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Sure, he readily accepted, taking the sweet potatoes from her hands as he stepped inside. Mu Zhizhi? Surely he wasn't here to mooch a meal, was he? The firewood in the brazier was nearly burnt out. So she stuffed the sweet potatoes into the thick ash and added the last of the firewood. Aren't you afraid of fire? Bai Qi comfortably settled into the seat opposite her. What is there to fear? Mu Zhizhi glanced at him, then lowered her head to continue tending to the fire. You see, the flames are contained within this small brazier. As long as you provide firewood, they will burn. If you do not, they will inevitably extinguish. The firewood is in your hands. How much you give is entirely up to you. Why fear it? As long as you do not set yourself ablaze, it cannot harm you. Her words seemed to carry some wisdom. Bai Qi pondered deeply, lifting his gaze to meet hers seriously. Rest assured, I will not speak of what transpired earlier, but I do ask for your assistance with one matter. Mu Zhizhi was bewildered. What? What do you need help with? What did I even do? He seemed somewhat eccentric. I wish to ask you to help me save. Before he could finish, a dull thud echoed from outside as firewood fell onto the snow. Mu Zhizhi immediately turned her head, her face lighting up with a smile. Zhou Shua is back. Without waiting for Bai Qi to say anything, she bounced outside to greet him, diving into Zhou Shua's chilly embrace and wrapping her arms around his waist. Beaming up at him, Zhou Shua's face radiated joy, his eyes reflecting only her image. Shaking the snow off his hands, he surveyed the courtyard. What happened here? Mu Zhizhi tiptoed discreetly, and Zhou Shua leaned down to hear her softly whisper. That husky in the house was digging around. Husky? The last time he heard that term was when she described the dog-like beastmen she had encountered before. Zhou Shua wrapped his arms around her waist and led her back inside, where he spotted Bai Qi sitting by the brazier. Their eyes met for a moment before they each looked away. Oh, right? Mu Zhizhi suddenly smacked her forehead, turning to Bai Qi. What were you saying earlier? Bai Qi chuckled lightly, as if nothing had happened. It was nothing. Zhou Shua cast a wary glance at Bai Qi. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. He stood up, slightly nodding to Mu Zhizhi before striding out of the stone house. Zhou Shua watched Bai Qi's departing figure, and then turned to Mu Zhizhi, asking, What did he come for? Mu Zhizhi blinked, answering truthfully, he wanted demon fruit, but I found it troublesome, so I didn't give him any seeds to plant. Is that so? Was that all? Zhou Shua inquired, sounding suspicious as if he were interrogating an unfaithful wife. Mu Zhizhi thought it was strange, but she dutifully recounted everything. He also helped me dig sweet potatoes, but he didn't find a single one on him, she pondered, stroking her chin. But there was something else. However, I couldn't quite grasp what he meant when he said he wouldn't speak of what happened earlier and wanted me to help with something. She scratched her head in confusion, but I didn't do anything earlier, and he didn't specify how he wanted me to help him. Zhou Shua ruffled her hair. All right, I understand. Deep in thought, she silently resolved to leave as early as possible. That night, the entire tribe was enveloped in a profound silence. Bai Mimi followed the glowing bones guidance to the central altar of the White Tiger tribe. Atop the altar stood a towering and majestic statue of a white tiger, said by the tribe's members to be their ancestor and the epitome of valor. With a heart full of trepidation, Bai Mimi approached the altar, her hands trembling as she reached for the statue's brow. Illuminated by the moonlight, she pressed down on a protruding gem, and with a faint sound, an ancient box slowly emerged from the back of the statue. Overjoyed, she opened the box to find a dull crystal, lifeless and devoid of any vitality. Is this truly the moon's crystallization? She picked up the seed, disdainfully toying with it in her hands. Is this all? It is nothing more than a common crystal. Recalling Luo Han's words, Bai Mimi clenched it tightly and tucked it into her leather attire, casually placing a similarly sized stone back into the box. Having completed her task, her heart felt considerably lighter as she eagerly anticipated becoming Bai Qi's partner. With sweet thoughts flooding her mind, she cheerfully made her way home, determined to lead the wooden branch to the forest. The following morning, Bai Mimi awoke and promptly sought out Bai Jiu, whom she had neglected for quite some time. "Bai Jiu," she called from a distance, and upon catching his gaze, she sprinted towards him. Bai Jiu had now become Bai Chi's right-hand man, assisting him with the myriad affairs of the tribe. Upon seeing Bai Mimi, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes, but he quickly turned away to continue his tasks. "Bai Jiu," Bai Mimi approached, gently tugging at his sleeve as she had in their childhood. "Are you still angry with me?" Bai Jiu ignored her, sharpening a branch with a bone knife, yet did not shake off her hand. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Bai Mimi softened her tone, continuing to sway. "Bai Jiu, please don't be upset. Okay, I have realized my mistake. It was a moment of foolishness that led me astray." Chapter 78. My boyfriend is married, but the bride is not me. Bai Jiu pursed his lips in silence, resolutely choosing not to engage with her. Recognizing the situation, Bai Mimi decided to employ her secret weapon. She pouted, conjuring 2 crocodile tears, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, her voice choked with emotion. "Are you truly going to ignore me? You clearly promised that no matter what I did, you would support and forgive me." The light in her eyes dimmed, and she gradually released her grip on his sleeve. So it was all a lie. "I understand now." With a heart heavy with despair, she lowered her head, forcing a smile. "I won't disturb you any longer." With that, she turned to leave. Bai Jiu seized her wrist, his expression filled with restraint. "What am I to do with you?" Bai Mimi cried as she threw herself into his embrace. "I knew you still cared for me." Bai Jiu sighed, ultimately conceding. He gently patted her back in a gesture of comfort. "All right, stop crying." Bai Mimi disregarded his words, defiantly wiping her tears on him. Bai Jiu, unfazed, admonished her. "You must not throw childish tantrums in the future, do you understand? And you certainly must not harbor thoughts of causing harm." Bai Mimi looked up, her eyes still misty, and nodded in acknowledgement. Her already lovely features, coupled with her tear-streaked visage, rendered Bai Jiu's anger completely dissipated. Achieving her goal, a triumphant smile briefly flickered at the corners of Bai Mimi's mouth as she allowed Bai Jiu to wipe her tears away. Subsequently, she grasped his arm, lowering her head with a troubled expression. "Actually, I really want to apologize to Mujiji. I have come to realize my wrongdoing." Bai Jiu raised an eyebrow. "That's a good thing? Just go and do it." But I'm too afraid," she expressed her dejection, her head bowed low. Bai Jiu, puzzled, inquired, "What is there to be afraid of?" Bai Mimi glanced at him. "It's not Mujiji that frightens me. It is her partner. The moment I see him, I feel as though he would kill me to avenge her, and that terrifies me." Bai Jiu furrowed his brow, surprised that he had not perceived Zhuo Shuo in such a light. However, considering the depth of Zhuo Shuo's feelings for his partner, it was not entirely impossible for him to react that way towards Bai Mimi. Pressing his lips together, he made a firm decision. "Here is the plan. I will help divert Zhuo Shuo, and then you can go and apologize to Miss Gigi. Would that work?" Bai Mimi hesitated. "Is there really no issue with that? You can rest assured, that would be splendid." Her face lit up with joy. "Bai Jiu, you are truly wonderful to me." Bai Jiu affectionately ruffled her hair. Thus, Bai Jiu concocted a reason to call Zhuo Shuo away, leaving only Mujiji, who was sitting by the fire pit, to warm herself. When Bai Mimi entered, Mujiji seemed momentarily taken aback. Without thinking, she blurted out, "Why are you here? Shouldn't you be crying over the fact that the person you like is getting a partner? Just like the lyrics say, my boyfriend is married, but the bride is not me." Mujiji nearly burst into song. The words struck a painful chord in Bai Mimi, infuriating her to the point where she almost lunged at her to scratch her face. Remembering her purpose, she strove to compose herself, forcing a smile. "I am here to apologize." Mujiji looked at her, as though she had just uttered a fantastical absurdity, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Oh my! Did the sun rise from the west today?" Bai Mimi clenched her fists tightly, repeatedly calming her anger. "Don't stoop to her level, don't stoop to her level." Still, she managed a strained smile. "So? Can you forgive me?" Mujiji's eyes darted around, her mind clearly concocting some mischievous scheme, remaining silent. Bai Mimi gritted her teeth and asked again, "Can you forgive me?" Mujiji replied earnestly, "Do you want me to be honest?" Bai Mimi, "Perhaps it's best if we refrain from that." "Very well then." Mujiji released a sigh of relief. patting her chest in a gesture of reassurance. See, I'm not one to speak insincerely. If I were to be honest, your face is looking too good, so I think it's best I remain silent. A shy smile broke across her face. Mimi was nearly driven to the brink of rage. Realizing this was no different from saying it outright, she felt she could hardly endure another second in her presence. She finally blurted out, "Your partner is injured." Mugigi did not even lift her head. "You're talking nonsense." Mimi insisted. "I'm serious." Mugigi rolled her eyes. "Sister, do you think I wouldn't know if Shushua was injured? Your little tricks won't fool me. I advise you to reveal your true intentions." "Perhaps I might consider it." Mimi's face flushed, unsure whether it was from anger or humiliation. In a moment of impulsiveness, she found herself trusting Mugi's words, tentatively asking, "I want you to come out of the tribe with me. Will you go?" Mugigi immediately shook her head. No. Mimi felt a bit dizzy. Mugigi casually pulled a roasted sweet potato from the fire, setting it aside while her mind wandered elsewhere. At that moment, Mimi realized what it meant to be both inexperienced and playful. If all antagonists were like her, there would be no compelling drama to unfold. They wouldn't survive a single episode in a palace intrigue. Wansui scoffed. "Do you think you would last more than a few episodes?" Mugigi floated in her own world. "Of course, I would make it to the final episode." Wansui, H.it merely chuckled. Choosing silence. "Are you going with me or not? Don't blame me for being impolite." With her schemes failing, Mimi decided to throw caution to the wind. Glaring fiercely at her, Mugigi remained unfazed, not even sparing her a glance as she fiddled with the sweet potato. "I'm talking to you." Mimi, exasperated, approached to push her, but Mugigi deftly sidestepped. "I've been holding back for too long." Mugigi stood, though she lacked the height advantage. Mimi stubbornly glared at her. "You think you can just take someone else's things and walk away? Does everyone know you're this kind of person?" "What do you mean by that?" Mugigi frowned. "Clarify what you mean. Whose things have I taken?" "You know very well whose you took. Come with me, quickly." Mimi gripped her arm tightly. Just as Mugigi attempted to break free, her body suddenly became immobilized, shock coursing through her. The only part of her that could move was her eyes, while the rest of her body felt utterly unresponsive. Mimi paused, then retrieved the bone Luo Han had given her. Could it be because of this? A sinister smile crept across her face as she fixed her gaze on Mugigi, raising her hand to strike her face. "What's the matter now? Aren't you great with words, Mugigi? You better give me a chance." Internally, she cried out to Wansui. "What on earth is happening to me?" Wansui explained. "The bone you hold is likely the last segment of a python beast's tail. Possessing a paralyzing effect, it is evident you have fallen victim to it." Chapter 79. Disobedience comes at a cost. What should we do now? Wansui's mechanical voice replied. "I am attempting to analyze its composition." "Please hold on, host." Mimi, consumed by jealousy, stared at Mugigi's face, unable to resist pinching it hard. Instantly, red marks appeared on Mugigi's face. "You dead woman, now, let us go." Mimi grasped her arm and pulled her outside. Their hands intertwined, presenting an image of profound intimacy to onlookers. Mugigi found herself powerless to reclaim control over her own body, helplessly watching as it followed Mimi away. The pair exited the tribe and arrived at the grove whereby Mimi was to meet Luo Han. "Hey, are you still there? I've brought her." Mimi called out loudly. In the next moment, Luo Han's figure emerged from behind a nearby tree. "Well done." A charming smile graced his lips, yet his eyes held a glimmer of coldness as he approached the two. At the sight of him, Mugigi's pupils dilated in shock. How could it be him? Desperately trying to regain control, she found her efforts futile, resigned to watching as Luo Han's hand caressed her face. "This face is no longer hers. Long time no see, my partner." Luo Han's lips curled in a seductive smile, his voice sultry, stirring an insatiable desire in those who listened. "Who on earth is your partner?" Mugigi was not swayed by his words, glaring fiercely at him, striving to appear formidable, only to inadvertently cross her eyes. Luo Han erupted into laughter, his face alight with joy, though the mirth never reached his eyes. Upon hearing the term partner, Mimi's breath caught, her heart racing with unease. "Wait, what are you saying? Partner? Doesn't she have one? Has a partner?" Luo Han raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Mimi nodded vigorously, relief washing over her. Luo Han smiled at her, his voice hoarse, but she is naturally mine, as she is a female offered to me by my kin. Bai Mimi paused, her brow furrowing in confusion. What a fool, Mu Zhizhi thought, desperately trying to convey her anxiety through her wide eyes, wishing to jolt the foolish woman awake. Did she not realize that he was the very cause of their plight? Have you acquired the moon crystal? Luo Han drawled lazily. Bai Mimi instinctively nodded, then handed him the bone fragment, her lips pressed together, feeling a knot in her chest, her tone firm. We owe each other nothing now. Who she belongs to is irrelevant. Take her away and never return. Seeing her was merely a source of frustration. Why was she so fortunate to have such a plethora of high-quality males vying for her attention? Luo Han lowered his gaze, a subtle smile playing on his lips, not responding to her, but instead inquiring, "Where is the moon crystal?" Bai Mimi, now cautious, asked, "Why do you want to know?" She recalled her mother's warning that the moon crystal should not fall into the hands of outsiders. Luo Han raised his eyes, an elegant smile gracing his lips. Naturally, I wish to behold this legendary treasure. You wouldn't deny me such a modest request, would you? He pouted, his alluring peach blossom eyes lowered, presenting an image of vulnerability that evoked sympathy. Bai Mimi's resolve softened, disregarding whether he had a partner, and hesitantly retrieved the dim moon crystal from her possession. Here it is. It's nothing remarkable. Suddenly, her expression morphed into one of horror, her mind momentarily blank as she looked down at her body in disbelief. A powerful, pitch-black tail pierced through her abdomen, blood flowing incessantly from the wound. Everything transpired too swiftly for anyone to react. Yet, the architect of this chaos, Luo Han, continued to smile as he accepted the moon crystal from Bai Mimi's hand, effortlessly withdrawing the long tail. His upper body retained human form, while his lower half transformed into a scaled black serpent's tail. Bai Mimi coughed blood, her body collapsing to the ground, her pupils dilating, and to her dying breath, she could not comprehend what she had done wrong. Mu Zhizhi was profoundly shaken, staring vacantly at the unfolding scene. Though Bai Mimi was detestable, was her downfall not a touch too swift? Would she be next? Panicking, Mu Zhizhi, unable to decipher the cause of her loss of control, could only watch helplessly as Luo Han toyed with the moon crystal, slowly gliding towards her, his gaze cold and predatory. "Where is the essence?" he asked, his smile wide. "Help!" This inquiry echoed by Mimi's earlier words. She had to seize her chance with desperation. She blinked her one functioning eye, as if countless words were clamoring to be spoken.